Lao-san? Lao-san, what are you dreaming about? Wake up. Chen Zhuo was deep in sorrow within his dream when someone suddenly shook his shoulders hard, jolting him awake. Beside him sat his eldest brother, Chen Qing, clearly drunk, reeking of alcohol with flushed cheeks, teasing him through bleary eyes. What were you dreaming about? Why are you crying? Crying? I cried. Confused, Chen Zhuo sat up and wiped his face. Sure enough, it was wet as tears had soaked his cheeks. What he dreamed of, rubbing his temples, the memory slowly surfaced. He had dreamed that his wife and child died. He only realized how precious they were after losing them. In the years that followed, guilt consumed him. He became an emotionless money-making machine. Even as he rose to become one of the richest men in the country, he remained utterly alone. For over 40 years, he lived with endless regret until he finally passed away in a hospital bed, full of remorse. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Chen Zhuo's spine. Looking around, he caught sight of the calendar on the Kanga wooden platform, bed displaying June 3rd, 1986. His expression changed instantly. He turned urgently to his eldest brother. Big brother, where are Jiang Wan and Yang Yang? Before Chen Zhuo could answer, his sister-in-law Zhang Yinping entered the room, pulling aside the cloth door curtain. She handed Chen Zhuo a damp towel and scolded him with a snort. You still remember Jiang Wan? Weren't you the one who chased her off earlier? You really have a messed-up temper. She only stopped you from drinking because she cares for you. Jiang Wan is beautiful, gentle, and loving. Yang Yang is healthy and sweet under her care. There's not another girl like her in 10 villages around here. If you don't appreciate her, fine, but just wait until you regret it. Hearing this, Chen Zhuo felt his heart sink. He glanced outside. The sky had already darkened. Without even bothering to put on shoes, he shot off the Kong and bolted out the door. Seeing this, the Chow was startled. She grabbed his shoes from the foot-warming hole under the Kong and chased after him, shouting, "What's wrong with you? Put your shoes on first." Chen Zhuo had clearly drunk too much before falling asleep. His head throbbed painfully now, his steps unsteady, but he couldn't afford to waste a second. Because in his dream, today was the day his wife and child were killed in a car accident after he drove them away in anger. Forever separated by life and death. Old Master Chen was sitting in the yard, smoking his pipe, when he saw his third son running barefoot and staggering out. Frowning, he stood up and grabbed his son's wrist. What are you doing? Are you drunk again, acting crazy? Chen Zhuo, desperate to find his wife and daughter, gripped his father's arm tightly. Dad, have you seen Jiang Wan and Yang Yang? Did they go back to Xiaodong village? The old man took a long puff from his pipe and glared at his son. So you still remember your wife and kid? Huh? But instead of answering, the old man just kept scolding. Chen Zhuo grew more anxious by the second. Just as he was about to press further, the Chow arrived, panting. She threw the shoes at his feet. Just put them on first. They left a while ago. They should have reached Xiaodong village by now. Upon hearing this, a cold dread spread through Chen Zhuo's chest. He remembered the morgue in his dream, the cold, lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter. His expression shifted drastically. Ignoring the shoes once more, he dashed out of the courtyard. Ayaya, Ayaya, Lao-san, where are you going? At least wear your shoes. Don't bother him. Old Master Chen interrupted his eldest daughter-in-law's calls. Angrily glaring at his son's retreating figure, he spat. Stupid fool. All you know how to do is yell at your wife and kids. Pathetic bastard. Go die wherever you want. The Chow sighed helplessly as the old man cursed his own son along with everything else. She thought to herself, it's no wonder the old master is angry. The young master is truly irresponsible, 20 years old and no real job. All he does is drink and fight. Poor Jiang Wan and little Yang Yang. Night had fully fallen. Chen Zhuo ran furiously into the darkness. Xiao village wasn't far from Jiang Wan's hometown of Xiaodong village, about 5 or 6 li, around 1.5 miles. On foot, it would take half an hour. The two villages were connected by a provincial road. Though it was still unpaved, heavy trucks used it often enough that the dirt path was fairly smooth. Now, Chen Zhuo had exited Xiao village and was sprinting down the road towards Xiaodong, shouting loudly as he ran. Jiang Wan, Yang Yang. The countryside was quiet at night. His cries quickly stirred the village dogs into a frenzy of barking and the villagers into grumbling curses. Zhang Er, the fish seller, stepped out of his house, listened closely, and recognized Chen Laosan's voice. He shouted angrily, "What the hell is Chen Zhen doing now? Screaming like a madman at this hour." His wife, startled, hurried out and tugged at him. "Be quiet. Don't let his thugs hear you. They'll come looking for trouble tomorrow again." "Uft. Let them try." Zhang Er spat. His wife pinched him hard in response. "Are you asking for it? You forget how he chased Li Laolu with a cleaver last time? Stop playing the tough guy and get inside now." Unaware of the gossip behind his back, Chen Zhuo didn't stop running for a second. With every step closer to the spot where his family had died in his dream, his heart grew colder. That dream had felt too real. He couldn't tell if it was just a dream or if he had truly lived that life, filled with regret and been granted a second chance. If it was real, would he be too late? Would he find nothing but their corpses again? At that thought, he sped up. Truthfully, he had only married Jiang Wan out of obligation. His grandfather and Jiang Wan's grandfather had fought side by side during the war. After liberation, the two old men made a promisito marry off their grandchildren. So since childhood, Chen Zhuo had believed that Jiang Hua, the third daughter of the Jiang family, would be his future bride. Unfortunately, Jiang Hua was ambitious. She got into university and became a teacher, naturally unwilling to marry a penniless layabout like Chen Zhuo. Instead, she found a factory worker and moved to the city to marry him. Enraged, Chen Zhuo stormed to the Jiang home with a stick, demanding answers. By then, Jiang's grandfather had already passed. Not wanting to break their word, Jiang's father decided to give his youngest daughter, Jiang Wan, to Chen Zhuo instead. Though Jiang Wan was the most beautiful among the four daughters, she was mute. Naturally, Chen Zhuo wasn't happy, but his family was poor, and he himself was an illiterate street rat with no real job. No other family in 10 villages wanted to give their daughter to him, afraid that if they missed this opportunity, their third son might never find a wife. Chen's parents agreed to the marriage. Chen Zhuo was stubborn and didn't love Jiang Hua all that much, but he resented being rejected and replaced. He felt humiliated, as though the Jiang family had betrayed him. And so, from the day they married, he gave Jiang Wan nothing but cold looks and sharp words. Over nearly 4 years of marriage, he did nothing but shout at her and mock her. Yet Jiang Wan was gentle. No matter how cruelly he treated her, she never raised her voice. She silently played the role of a devoted wife. Hardworking and tidy, she kept the house spotless. Their daughter Yang was always clean, cute, and well-behaved. Thinking of this, Chen Zhuo slapped himself across the face. Remembering the pain and regret from the dream, he clenched his fists tightly. Lifting his head, he shouted again. But all that answered him was the faint chirping of insects in the night. When Chen Zhuo, pale-faced, finally reached the spot where the accident happened in his dream, he saw an empty road ahead. No accident. Maybe the dream was false. Relief washed over him, and he exhaled deeply. But just as he began to relax, a sudden rustling noise came from the cornfield beside the road, as if someone was walking through it. Chapter 2. Everything is true. Chen Zhuo's heart raced, and he quickly turned around, straining to listen. The rustling sound emanated from a nearby cornfield, but soon fell silent, leaving the surroundings enveloped in quietude once more. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept across the area, and after locking onto a specific spot, he dashed towards it with haste. Just a few steps into his run, he heard a tender child's voice softly exclaim, "Mama, I'm done." In that moment, Chen Zhuo's eyes brimmed with emotion, and his vision blurred. It was the voice of his daughter, Yang. The little girl was only 2.5 years old, her speech still limited to simple phrases. The sweet, coaxing tone resonated in Chen Zhuo's ears, causing his lips to tremble with excitement. Overwhelmed by the ecstasy of regained joy, he wiped his damp face and dashed madly into the cornfield. Before long, he spotted a slender figure. Under the cool moonlight, his wife was bent over, gently helping their little girl adjust her pants with a tender gaze. Chen Zhuo's sudden appearance startled the two of them. Jiang Wan instinctively clutched their daughter to her chest and took a few steps back in alarm. In contrast to Jiang Wan's flustered demeanor, Yang remained remarkably composed. She covered her mouth with her small hand, blinked her grape-sized eyes, and sweetly said, "Daddy is here." Jiang Wan soon recognized Chen Zhuo. A flicker of fear crossed her face as she bit her lip, casting a timid glance at him before attempting to retreat. Chen Zhuo gazed at his wife and daughter with rapturous disbelief. They were alive, not the cold, pallid visages he had encountered in his dreams. In truth, his wife was quite beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes and radiant teeth, her features imbued with charm and gentleness. Yet, she appeared so frail that a mere gust of wind could topple her. How could he have once treated such a delicate and gentle soul with such coldness? He had merely taken advantage of her obedient nature, her silence, and the fact that she had nowhere else to turn upon leaving him. Reminiscing about his past actions filled Chen Zhuo with profound remorse, and his heart ached as if being twisted. He steadied his emotions, stepped forward, and placed himself in front of Jang Wan, extending his hand in a gentle manner. "Let me hold our daughter," he implored softly. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Wan shook her head, tightening her embrace around the child and continuing to move away. Chen Zhuo blocked her path, preparing to utter an apology, when suddenly a loud crash resonated from behind them. Without a moment's thought, he scooped up his wife and daughter and sprinted deeper into the cornfield. Soon, the tremors accompanying the cacophony ceased. Chen Zhuo halted and set his wife and daughter down. "A big truck has overturned," little Yang Wan exclaimed joyfully, waving her arms and pointing towards the highway. Chen Zhuo felt a heaviness in his heart as he turned to look. There, he beheld a large truck overturned by the roadside, its front end having crashed into a poplar tree, smoke billowing from the cabin. Chen Zhuo's pupils constricted. The scene before him mirrored the horrific accident he had witnessed in his previous life. In an instant, a chill enveloped his feet, and after a brief moment of shock, he tightly embraced his wife and daughter. The accident had indeed occurred. Had he arrived even a moment later, his wife and Yang Yang would have stepped onto the provincial road, only to be struck by that very vehicle. It seemed that the dream was a reality. Or perhaps, it was the heavens offering him a chance at rebirth, a chance to amend all past regrets. In this moment, Chen Zhuo felt an immense relief, grateful that he had averted such a tragic fate. Overwhelmed with emotion, he inadvertently tightened his grip, causing Jiang Wan to stiffen momentarily before she began to struggle. Speechless, she could only push against him with all her might. Not wishing to frighten her, Chen Zhuo gradually released his embrace, his heart heavy with remorse as he gazed at her. Jiang Wan was utterly bewildered. What was happening with Chen Zhuo? Had he actually embraced her and their child? Just moments ago, at the dinner table, he had expressed disdain at the thought of even looking at her, lamenting that he must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to have married her. Yet now he held her close? Jiang Wan felt a mix of astonishment and confusion, timidly avoiding Chen Zhuo's gaze as she tiptoed toward the overturned truck, her eyes reflecting clear concern. The collision appeared to be severe. Would the driver be injured? Chen Zhuo noticed her anxiety, furrowing his brows as he sighed. He had no desire to concern himself with the driver's fate. In his previous life, this individual had been responsible for the death of his wife and daughter, and he harbored nothing but hatred for him. Why would he care now? Yet, seeing his wife's determination to help, he did not want to burden her with worry. Before he could resolve his internal conflict, Jiang Wan had already begun to walk toward the wreckage. Chen Zhuo swiftly grasped her wrist, feeling somewhat helpless as he urged, "You and Yang Yang stay here. I will go." In his previous life, this driver had met a grim fate, and he anticipated the scene would be gruesome. He did not want to frighten his wife. Once he turned to approach the mangled truck, Jiang Wan remained rooted in place, observing Chen Zhuo's retreating figure with a hint of suspicion. Why did he feel different? His tone held a softness that was unlike the usual reproachful manner he had displayed in the past. Lost in her thoughts, she barely noticed as Chen Zhuo took several strides to the severely deformed cabin, frowning as he peered inside. There, he saw the driver, bloodied and grimacing, struggling to crawl out. Upon noticing Chen Zhuo's presence, the driver gasped for help. "Help me. Please, save me." Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man was still alive. His face remained expressionless as he scrutinized the driver, who had not buckled his seatbelt and was violently thrown from his seat upon impact, his head shattering the windshield. Now, half of his body hung outside the vehicle, the lower half trapped inside, drenched in blood and appearing utterly miserable. With a cold gaze, Chen Zhuo remembered this man as the one who had taken his wife and daughter's lives. His fists clenched tightly in fury. This accident could have been averted. The driver had squandered his rest time playing mahjong, resulting in the fatigue that led to this calamity. "Mama, I'm scared." Yang Yang's innocent voice suddenly pierced through, instantly dissolving Chen Zhuo's urge to strike. He closed his eyes briefly and then turned his gaze back to the unconscious driver before nimbly leaping onto the crumpled hood of the car. Chen Zhuo removed the shards of glass still clinging to the window, carefully avoiding the driver's injuries, and managed to haul him out. He made his way to a relatively flat area and laid the man down on the ground. Jiang Wan, fearing to alarm her daughter, dared not approach. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she watched him. Chen Zhuo knelt beside the driver, meticulously examining the wounds on his body. He noticed a sizable shard of glass lodged in the man's thigh, likely having severed an artery, with blood gushing forth. It seemed this man had succumbed to excessive blood loss in a previous life. Chen Zhuo squinted slightly and then glanced up at his wife not far away. Upon noticing this, Jang Wan bit her lip, covering her daughter's eyes with her hand as she hurried closer. When she beheld the bloody driver in a state of shock, her eyes widened in horror, and she swiftly turned her daughter's head away before gesturing towards the direction of the Shaodong Village Health Center. "Does Xiao Wan wish to save him?" Jiang Wan nodded vigorously in response. Chen Zhuo anticipated her reaction, letting out a silent sigh before efficiently pulling a strip of cloth from the driver's waistband and tightly binding it around the upper thigh. As he worked, he instructed Jiang Wan, "I will take him to the health center. Follow closely behind and stay safe." Jiang Wan nodded repeatedly, indicating her compliance. Chen Zhuo smiled at her, then hoisted the man onto his back and sprinted towards the health center. Jiang Wan immediately followed, cradling their daughter. Little Yang, beginning to grasp the situation, patted her mother's shoulder and pointed at the person her father was carrying, saying, "Hoo-hoo, mommy, hoo-hoo." The innocent child believed that no matter how severe the injuries, a simple blow from her mother would alleviate the pain. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo felt his heart melt, wishing to cast off the burden on his back and turn around to embrace his adorable daughter. Chapter 3. Reluctantly rescuing the health clinic in Xiaodong village is the only one serving the surrounding 10 villages. It was now past 8 in the evening, and aside from an elderly man keeping watch, there was not a soul in sight. Influenced by memories from his past life, Chen Zhuo instinctively believed that reaching a hospital would guarantee salvation. However, upon witnessing the clinic's dilapidated state and the trembling figure of the old watchman, he was struck by a wave of frustration. Cursing under his breath, Chen Zhuo placed the unconscious driver onto a bed, instructing Jiang Wan and the child to wait there before sprinting across the road to Xiaodong village. Dr. Lu, who resided in the village, was well known to Chen Zhuo, as he had frequently brought his younger companions to this clinic after their brawls. It was not uncommon for him to drag someone from their home in the dead of night. Relying on his memory, he soon located Dr. Lu's residence. Dr. Lu was cozily nestled in bed, engrossed in his radio, when Chen Zhuo burst in, pulling him from his warmth and dragging him to the clinic. As they made their way, Chen Zhuo explained the condition of the injured driver. Initially skeptical, Dr. Lu assumed that this notorious Chen San was merely in trouble again and needed his assistance. However, upon seeing the severely injured and unconscious driver at the clinic, he realized Chen Zhuo was indeed truthful. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he swiftly commenced emergency treatment. The clinic's facilities were rudimentary, allowing only for basic disinfection and care. As Dr. Lu worked to staunch the driver's bleeding, he instructed Chen Zhuo to head to the back and drive the tractor, stating that the injured man needed to be transported to the city hospital. "Who will take him? Me?" Chen Zhuo furrowed his brows at the suggestion. Without turning around, Dr. Lu replied, "Who else? I can't drive a tractor." Chen Zhuo was left speechless. He anticipated that saving a life would be so complicated. All he desired was to return home and live a peaceful life with his wife and child. He had already gone above and beyond by bringing the injured man to the clinic and fetching a doctor. Yet now he was expected to transport the patient to a hospital several dozen kilometers away. He would rather die than do that. 15 minutes later, despite his reluctance, Chen Zhuo found himself in the driver's seat of the tractor, compelled by the earnest gaze of his wife. Helpless, he realized that he had no resistance against Jiang Wan. Whatever she requested, he would comply, as long as it made her happy. After a tumultuous hour of driving through the night, they finally arrived at the city hospital, where the injured man was promptly received due to Chen Zhuo's timely intervention. Following the transfer of the patient, Chen Zhuo drove the tractor back to Xiaodong village with Dr. Lu. After a night of chaos, Dr. Lu was now fully alert. As they traveled, he leaned forward from the back of the tractor, engaging Chen Zhuo in conversation. "I didn't expect you to be so warm-hearted, learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds. It seems the villagers of Xiaohe have done an excellent job of instilling the right values." The tractor roared loudly, drowning out Dr. Lu's words, and Chen Zhuo, eager to return to his wife and child, waved his hand dismissively, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. Dr. Lu chuckled as he gazed at the back of his head, recalling how Chen Zhuo's infamous reputation had subjected his father-in-law to ridicule from the villagers. He couldn't help but mutter softly, "Now even old Jiang can hold his head high." In Xiaodong village, upon entering her parental home, Jiang Wan and Yang were met with the stern disapproval of her second brother, Jiang Yu. "Why disturb the peace at this hour? Can't anything wait until tomorrow?" he scolded. The Jiang family had 2 sons. The eldest, Jiang Wei, had already established his own household on the back street, while the younger, Jiang Yu, resided with their elderly parents in the same yard. The main house was occupied by Jiang Yu's family, while the adjoining small room was reserved for their parents. Jiang Wan was accustomed to her brother's temperament and showed no reaction to his reprimand. Instead, she cradled the already slumbering Yang and turned her gaze towards the old patriarch, Jiang Laozhong, who emerged from the side room. With a sharp glare directed at his son, he barked, "What are you shouting about? Your mother and I are still alive. Can't your sister return to her parental home? You have no accomplishments, and yet you bully your own sister." After receiving a reprimand from their father, Jiang Yu cast Jiang Wan a resentful glance before retreating to his room. At that moment, Jiang's mother, draped in a robe, hurried out to greet them. Noticing the child in Jiang Wan's arms, she quickly reached out to take her, ushering the mother and daughter inside. "What is going on? Why are you back at this hour? Did Chen Zhuo say something again?" she inquired, as she placed the sleeping Yang Yang on the Kong and tucked her in, gently patting the child while looking at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan shook her head, her hands gesturing eagerly. Before Zhang's mother could comprehend, Zhang's father entered through the courtyard gate. He cast a weary glance at his frail youngest daughter and said coldly, "Go to bed. We can discuss things tomorrow." As the head of the family, his word was law. Exchanging a glance of understanding with her mother, the two obediently lay down to sleep. Soon after, Zhang's father's snoring filled the darkness. Cocooned in her blanket, Jiang Wan lay still, her thoughts consumed by Chen Zhuo's parting words. "You and the child should go to your parents' home to sleep. I will come to fetch you." Would he truly return for her? Such a notion seemed impossible. In the past, whenever she had been harshly scolded by him and returned to her parental home, he had always remained indifferent, leaving her to gather her emotions before silently returning to Shaohe village with their daughter. During those moments, he would often mock her, saying, "If you have the ability, don't come back." Reflecting on these memories brought a pang of sorrow to Jiang Wan's heart. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo had spent over an hour dealing with the aftermath of saving a life, his hair tousled like a bird's nest, finally returning to the health clinic in Shaodong village. However, the complications that ensued were far more than he had anticipated. As he and Dr. Liu stepped out of the car, they were greeted by two police officers wielding flashlights. "Comrade, we need to verify a few matters with you." Across the street, Han Dazhuang, who lived opposite the health clinic, had risen in the middle of the night to relieve himself. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted two officers escorting Chen Zhuo into a police vehicle, which then drove away into the night. He suddenly jolted, neglecting the water he was supposed to fetch, and hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard. His eyes darted towards the direction in which the motorcycle had departed, and in his excitement, he began to slap his thigh. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang's mother went to the front gate to gather firewood. As she stepped outside, she noticed Han Dazhuang standing at the entrance, animatedly gesticulating with their neighbor, old Zhao. Upon seeing her emerge, Han Dazhuang rushed over, exclaiming, "There's been a calamity. Your son-in-law has been taken away by the police." Chapter 4. Chen Zhuo is a murderer what? Upon hearing Han Dazhuang's words, Jiang Mu's face turned pale with fright. She clutched his sleeve and implored, "Who told you this? What has happened to Xiao Zhuo? How could he be arrested by the police?" Han Dazhuang, while speaking, craned his neck to peer into the yard, deliberately raising his voice to respond. "I saw it with my own eyes, right at the entrance of the clinic. I happened to witness two policemen taking him away last night. He might have committed murder. He was handcuffed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu nearly fainted, her body swaying as she turned and rushed into the house, anxiously calling out, "Xiao Wan, his father, something has happened." Han Dazhuang's loud shout had already alerted everyone inside. Jiang Wan, who was washing her daughter's face, was startled by Han Dazhuang's words and accidentally knocked the basin to the floor. Jiang Yu, who had been sleeping, was awakened by his wife's push. Upon hearing that Chen Zhuo had killed someone, he sprang up from the bed in shock. In an instant, chaos erupted in the Jiang household, with cries and shouts filling the air, and neighbors hurriedly rushed out to see what was amiss. Yang, unaware of the situation, saw her grandmother crying and her mother's pale face, and immediately began to wail as well. Jiang Wan, while cradling her daughter and gently patting her to soothe her, bit her lip in contemplation. How could the police have apprehended Chen Zhuo? Could it be that the driver from last night had died? Had the police mistaken Chen Zhuo for the culprit? No. She needed to go and explain. With this thought, Jiang Wan placed her child in Jiang Mu's arms, gestured for her to stay put, and made to step outside. However, Jiang Yu grabbed her arm, furrowing his brow as he admonished, "Where do you think you're going? Is it not embarrassing enough? Just stay home." At that moment, Han Dazhuang was standing in the yard, fixing the windows and keeping a close watch on Jiang Wan, loudly advising, "If you ask me, that Chen Zhuo is no good. Let them take him away. He should have been shot long ago. That kind of socialist scum is nothing but a menace always bullying Wan Meizi. It's right that he has been arrested. The onlookers, hearing his words, nodded in agreement and urged the grim-faced Jiang Wan, indeed, don't dwell on it. That good-for-nothing has been caught, and your family, Jiang Wan, can finally live in peace. Shut your mouth. Jiang Wan, incensed by their comments, trembled with rage as he pointed at Han Dazhuang and scolded, "You are the real socialist scum." Although our Xiaozhua has a bad temper, he has never randomly harmed anyone. He could never commit murder. You, with your despicable nature, should refrain from spreading nonsense in our home. Han Dazhuang, taken aback by Jiang Wan's scolding, flushed with embarrassment and retorted, "I came here with good intentions to inform you. Why do you insult me?" Jiang Wan snorted coldly, glaring at Han Dazhuang. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year is certainly not well-intentioned. We don't need you to deliver any messages. Jiang Yu, go to the police station and find out what is going on. Jiang Yu, having been directly addressed, wore an unwilling expression, but he dared not argue with his father. He could only vent his frustration on Jiang Wan, angrily shaking off her hand as he stormed out. Before Jiang Yu could reach the gate, he was met with the unmistakable roar of a motorcycle. The neighbors gathered at the entrance turned their heads in unison, curious about the source of the noise. There, atop a police motorcycle, was Chen Zhuo, the son-in-law of the Jiang family, sporting a disheveled hairstyle and a furrowed brow as he surveyed the crowd. The return of a criminal. The onlookers stood frozen, a mixture of curiosity and fear reflected in their eyes as they regarded him. Chen Zhuo had spent several hours assisting the police, and upon being returned, he was startled to find himself surrounded by a throng of people at his father-in-law's gate. What was happening? Without waiting for the police to come to a halt, he nimbly dismounted, ready to question the crowd about their presence, only to be met by his father-in-law, whose face was etched with anxiety. "Xiaozhua, what is going on? Why are you with the police?" No sooner had he spoken than Chen Zhuo's wife, Jiang Wan, hurried over, her eyes scanning him in a worried manner as she gestured frantically, inquiring about the situation. Chen Zhuo could hardly bear to see his wife in such distress. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a voice rang out from behind him. "Officer, why did you let this good-for-nothing go? Isn't he a murderer? Good-for-nothing? Murderer?" Surely they could not be referring to him. Chen Zhuo turned to see Han Dazhuang, a local busybody, conversing animatedly with Officer Zhang, who had just returned him. Officer Zhang, perplexed, shot a confused glance at Han Dazhuang. "Who are you talking about? Who's a murderer?" Without hesitation, Han Dazhuang pointed at Chen Zhuo. "Him. I saw you guys take him away in the middle of the night." Zhang laughed lightly, shaking his head. "You must be mistaken. This Chen Zhuo is an upright and warm-hearted individual. If it weren't for his timely intervention, that truck driver from last night would have perished." "What?" The officer continued, recounting how Chen Zhuo had selflessly saved lives and had spent the entire night assisting them. He praised Chen Zhuo as a paragon for the community to emulate. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd was left speechless, staring incredulously at Chen Zhuo, the notorious ruffian known for his violent tendencies, now being lauded as a hero. How could this possibly be true? After offering a brief explanation, the police officer returned to the station, leaving the onlookers, who had initially come to witness the spectacle, feeling embarrassed and hesitant to speak further. Casting disbelieving glances at Chen Zhuo. Now understanding the situation, Chen Zhuo cast a cold, narrowed glance at Han Dazhuang, his eyes icy and filled with malice. He was well aware of Han Dazhuang. If he had once been a hot-tempered troublemaker, then Dazhuang was the very scum of the earth, devoid of any moral compass and shamelessly wicked. This man was exceedingly lecherous, harboring ill intentions towards any attractive woman. With a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhuo surmised Dazhuang's motives. He was undoubtedly eyeing his wife. Truly unaware of the peril he was in. Han Dazhuang felt a prickling unease under Chen Zhuo's penetrating gaze and dared not meet his eyes, quickly averting his gaze and scurrying away with his tail between his legs. Meanwhile, the visage of old man Jiang, which had been as dark as a charred pot, transformed into a vibrant shade of red. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Chen Zhuo's hand, vigorously patting his shoulder. "Good lad. I always knew you were a man of great stature. Look at your hair. It resembles a bird's nest. You must be exhausted from a night without sleep. Come, let us hasten indoors to wash up, have a meal, and rest." With that, old man Jiang straightened his back and surveyed the onlookers with a commanding presence. He then let out a deep, disdainful snort and, wrapping his arm around his son-in-law's shoulder, led him into the house. Just before entering, Chen Zhuo glanced back at his wife, who stood frozen in place, and playfully winked at her with a smile. Chapter 5. Is Jiang Wan also called by you? After an entire night of turmoil, Chen Zhuo felt undeniably fatigued. Yet, the sight of his beloved wife and child thriving beside him enveloped him in a profound sense of happiness and contentment, overshadowing all weariness. Zhang's mother, wishing to avoid disturbing Chen Zhuo's slumber, contemplated taking little Yang out to visit, but the little girl resolutely refused, insisting on staying close to her mother. With no other recourse, Zhang's mother ventured out alone, while Zhang's father cheerfully departed for work, leaving Chen Zhuo and his family of 3 in their modest abode. The elderly couple's dwelling was quite small, measuring barely 30 square meters. Little Yang played on the Kong, while Chen Zhuo sat on a small stool in the outer room, his gaze fixed intently upon his wife. Despite Jiang Wan's slender figure, she moved with remarkable efficiency as she bent over a large pot, ladling hot water into a basin. After testing the water temperature and deeming it suitable, she turned to Chen Zhuo, gesturing for him to wash his face and hair. Chen Zhuo's eyes followed her every move, and when Jiang Wan glanced back, their eyes met. Chen Zhuo's gaze burned with intensity, causing her eyelashes to flutter and her eyes to shyly drop. Fear gripped her heart. Witnessing her reaction, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of anguish in his chest. He rose and approached her, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. However, Jiang Wan flinched at his gesture, stepping back warily and casting a timid look his way. Did she truly believe he intended to harm her? Her response struck Chen Zhuo like a dagger to the heart. He gazed at her, silently vowing to treat her with utmost kindness from that moment onward, to devote everything he had to her well-being. Resolute in his thoughts, he took Jiang Wan's hand, just as he intended to speak, when he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he discovered their daughter, Yang, had unexpectedly emerged, clinging to his thigh and looking up with innocent eyes. Proclaiming, "Daddy, hold Mommy's hand." The warmth of his daughter's affection offered a modicum of solace to Chen Zhuo's aching heart. He bent down, lifting her into his arms and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek, smiling as he responded, "Yes, Daddy will hold Mommy's hand." With that, he unhesitatingly took Jiang Wan's hand in his own. Yet, the sensation of her delicate palm deepened the bitterness in his heart. Her small hand felt as fragile as if it were made of air, and the once soft tips of her fingers bore an incongruous layer of calluses, a testament to the hardships she endured. She was merely 21. In the past, Chen Zhuo had neglected his familial responsibilities, spending his days with idle street companions, never once participating in the labor of the fields or the chores at home. Reflecting on this, a shadow darkened his gaze, and he began to scorn his former self. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the large hand that held hers, her bright eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. Chen Zhuo pressed his lips together, inhaling deeply, and with a solemn expression, he declared, "Xiao Wan, I have wronged both you and our daughter in the past." Upon uttering those words, a significant weight lifted from his heart, granting him a newfound sense of relief. As he observed the incredulity etched across his wife's face, he chuckled softly, grasped her hand firmly, and said, "From this moment on, I shall cherish both of you, ensuring you are well fed and warmly clothed. Moreover, I vow never to torment you again." At this moment, Jiang Wan was utterly bewildered. She turned her gaze toward the sun, and upon witnessing its blinding rays emerging from the east, she could hardly believe her eyes. What had come over Chen Zhuo? He seemed transformed, as if possessed by a spirit. The elder sister of the Chen family had mentioned that there was a spirit in Xiao village, claiming that the simpleton from the Qin family had been bewitched into foolishness. This thought sent a shiver down Jiang Wan's spine. She quickly withdrew her hand, reclaiming their daughter from his embrace, her expression a mix of anxiety and wariness. Chen Zhuo understood that his wife would find it difficult to trust him at that moment. Not surprised by her reaction, he merely smiled and pointed at her face. "You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Your dark circles betray you. Why don't you go inside and rest a bit? I will join you once I finish." Jiang Wan nodded in response, carefully sidestepping him as she entered the house. With the memories from his dream fresh in his mind, Chen Zhuo found the cramped quarters particularly irksome. Standing at a height of 185 meters, he felt constrained, unable to stand fully upright in the small room. His eyes fell upon a cracked bar of soap beside the basin, and he clicked his tongue in distaste. He needed to earn money quickly to ensure a better life for his wife and child. He recalled that the shops in the city must have an array of skincare products, along with some renowned shampoos and hand creams. He resolved to procure these items soon, nurturing his wife's hands to be soft and fair. As Chen Zhuo washed up, He meticulously organized the pivotal memories from his dream, strategizing for the future. Once he had cleaned himself and glanced into the mirror hanging on the wardrobe, he was struck by the sight of his youthful and handsome visage. Looking over at the two sleeping peacefully on the Kong, he felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Sleep. One must be well rested to have the strength to provide for the family. He shed his outer garments and laid down at the head of the Kong, where his wife had intentionally prepared a space for him, holding his daughter's small hand as he drifted into slumber. Third Master, awaken. Why are you still asleep in broad daylight? Chen Zhuo was deep in a pleasant dream when the window was rattled by a loud knocking, accompanied by voices calling for him from the courtyard. Upon opening his eyes, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Two faces resembling large pancakes with eyes and noses were pressed against the glass. A closer inspection revealed that the two faces bore a striking resemblance. As the realization dawned upon him regarding their identities, he instinctively exclaimed, "Grass. Have you two nothing better to do?" The two men chuckled at his response, finally moving their distorted faces away from the glass. These two were brothers, named Chao Yong and Chao Chong, Chen Zhuo's loyal companions, who trailed after him every day. Rubbing his face, Chen Zhuo glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 9:10, and he had barely slept for 2 hours. Scanning the room, he noticed the absence of his wife and daughter, furrowing his brow as he turned to the two brothers who had entered the house. "Where is your sister-in-law?" Chao Yong and Chao Chong were both taken aback by these words, instinctively responding with a question, "Sister-in-law? Who is Third Master referring to?" Jiang Wan. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to dismount, he heard Chao Yong boldly utter his wife's name and reflexively delivered a kick, exclaiming, "Is Jang Wan the name you dare to call?" Chao Yong swiftly sidestepped, playfully acknowledging his mistake. "Ah, I was wrong. Didn't you previously forbid us from addressing her as sister-in-law? A couple of years ago, when I called her sister-in-law, you kicked me just the same." Chen Zhuo paused at this remark. Indeed, he had once prohibited them from calling Jiang Wan sister-in-law. A wave of guilt surged within him, yet his expression remained unchanged. Chen Zhuo glared at Chao Yong, issuing a stern warning. "What was in the past belongs to the past. The present is different. Henceforth, you must show respect to your sister-in-law." Yes, whatever Third Master says goes." Chao Yong obediently replied. With a grin, Chao Chang chimed in, "Third Master, someone has beaten up the monkey. Let us swiftly seek vengeance." "Monkey?" Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow at this, a face materializing in his mind. He nearly forgot about that rascal, the monkey, who, years later, conspired with his arch-nemesis to frame him, nearly landing Chen Zhuo in prison. Chapter 6. Returning home with wife and child. The incident involving the monkey had indeed transpired in his dreams. However, at that time, Chen Zhuo had already lost his wife and daughter, consumed by sorrow and regret, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with the misfortunes of others. He recalled that the monkey had been beaten black and blue by the two brothers from the Yang family in the west of the village, due to his inappropriate advances towards their sister. How could he have the audacity to seek his assistance after such disgraceful conduct? Amused by the thought, Chen Zhuo let out a cold smile while putting on his shoes, inquiring of brother Chao Chong about who had attacked him. The two brothers from the old Yang family. Chao Chong responded immediately, filled with indignation. According to the monkey, he overheard those two scoundrels speaking ill of you, Third Master, and, unable to contain his anger, he confronted them, but ended up at their mercy. "Oh, so he understands the concept of misdirecting blame." Chen Zhuo scoffed disdainfully, regarding brother Chao Yong with a look akin to that one would give a fool. Subsequently, he finished dressing and set out, intending to find his wife and child. The Chao brothers hurriedly followed, pressing him with questions. "Third Master, shall we go unarmed? Do we need to bring anything?" Without turning around, Chen Zhuo replied, "I am going to find your sister-in-law. What do I need weapons for?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yong became anxious, blocking his path. "Third Master, are we not going to avenge the monkey?" Chen Zhuo halted, raising his gaze to the two bewildered brothers before him. In his dreams, they had always remained loyally by his side. Chao Yong was impulsive, often instigated by others to act recklessly, while Chao Chang was comparatively more prudent and meticulous. Together, they formed a seamless partnership. Chen Zhuo decided it was time for them to mature, so he pointed a finger at their heads and, with a meaningful look at Chao Chong, advised, in the face of adversity, do not merely heed one side of the story. Listen, inquire, reflect, and observe carefully. Do not be like firecrackers, easily ignited by others. Once you ascertain the truth of the monkey's situation, come to me. If you cannot comprehend it, Do not seek me out in the future. After speaking, Chen Zhuo adjusted his hairstyle before striding towards the backyard. Xiao Yang stood momentarily stunned, scratching his head in confusion. Just as he intended to pursue, his brother grasped his arm. Turning to Chao Chong with a puzzled expression, he asked, "What did third master mean by that?" Chao Chong, watching Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, quietly suggested, "Let us return to Xiaohe for now." Upon arriving in the backyard, Chen Zhuo indeed found Jiang Wan and Jiang's second sister-in-law together. The two women were crouched in the vegetable patch, weeding, while 4-year-old Jiang Lei played with Yang Yang in the shade beside the house. Each child held a sweet potato vine, crafting necklaces by pinching the stalks with their tiny fingernails, adorning themselves with makeshift jewelry. The moment Chen Zhuo appeared, little Jiang Lei rushed over, exclaiming, "Annie's husband." His chubby frame swayed adorably. At his call, Yang Yang also noticed him, looking up with a bright voice, "Daddy." Chen Zhuo felt his heart melting at the sight of his daughter. With a smile, he bent down to scoop up his little girl in one arm while simultaneously lifting the exuberant Jiang Lei that dashed to his side. Both children erupted into joyous laughter as he playfully jostled them. Observing this, Sister Jiang cast a glance at Jiang Wan before rising to approach Chen Zhuo. Extending her hand toward her son, "Come here. It's too heavy for your uncle to carry you," she said. Could a grown man really not lift a little rascal? Chen Zhuo, maintaining his composure, smirked slightly and handed Jiang Lei over, leading Sister Jiang to promptly carry her son inside. Chen Zhuo was acutely aware of the Jiang family's disdain towards him, and he could hardly blame them. His past behavior had indeed been less than admirable, and his treatment of Jiang Wan and her mother had warranted their animosity. Reflecting on this, he tightened his embrace around his daughter and turned to Jiang Wan, who was squatting in the vegetable patch, tilting her head to regard him. "Xiao Wan, shall we head home?" he proposed, as Sister Jiang was making her way indoors. She paused at the mention of Chen Zhuo's address, puzzled by his casual use of Xiao Wan. Had she misheard? This man, who previously referred to Jiang Wan with such formality, now spoke so affectionately. Perhaps it was the gentleness in his tone that caused Jiang Wan to feel a bit shy. She stood up, brushed the dirt from her hands, and gestured to him, inquiring if they were leaving right away. Chen Zhuo was eager to return to Xiaohe village to find someone of great significance to him. He took large strides toward Jiang Wan, who was now by his side, gently holding her hand as he spoke tenderly. "Yes, let us go." However, as he grasped her hand, Jiang Wan abruptly pulled away, turning to wash her hands in the basin by the well. Chen Zhuo's gaze followed her, noticing the faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, and he smiled silently to himself. Chen Zhuo, accompanied by his wife and daughter, returned to Xiaohe in a large cart shared with fellow villagers. Throughout the journey, he held Jiang Wan's small hand, contemplating how to quickly restore her warmth and affection. Occasionally, he glanced at her, noting her downcast gaze and flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, which softened his heart. As they approached their home, Jiang Wan forcefully withdrew her hand, and Chen Zhuo recognized her shyness, choosing not to insist. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by Elder Chen and a woman clad in a floral blouse who were busy harvesting vegetables. Upon seeing them return, the elder hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh, my eldest granddaughter is back. Come here. Let grandma hold you." Little Yang Yang seemed to relish her father's embrace and showed no inclination to be passed to another. Clinging tightly to Chen Zhuo's neck, while his daughter squirmed in his arms, Chen Zhuo found himself momentarily captivated by the woman in the floral blouse. Noticing his distraction, Elder Chen playfully slapped him on the shoulder. "What is this? Don't you recognize your elder sister? What kind of look is that?" The woman in the floral blouse was indeed Chen Zhuo's elder sister. Chen Zhuo has 6 siblings in this lifetime, 4 brothers and 2 sisters. His eldest sister is 2 years younger than his elder brother. She married in her earlier years, but tragically became a widow within less than a year. Subsequently, she chose not to remarry and would occasionally return to her parental home for a few days. Chen Zhuo's astonishment upon seeing her is rooted in the fact that his sister in the dream had recently passed away. Just this winter, on an utterly ordinary day, she took her own life by jumping into a river. No one knows what drove her to such despair. It is incomprehensible how she could choose to end her life so abruptly. The thought of this fills Chen Zhuo with sorrow. In the Chen family, with so many siblings, the older children naturally assist their parents with numerous household responsibilities. As a child, Chen Zhuo was raised by his older siblings, especially by his eldest sister, with whom he shared a particularly close bond. Chen Ling possessed an exceptionally gentle temperament, always treating her younger brothers with a warm smile, never displaying impatience. How could such a tender and resilient sister suddenly choose to end her own life? Chapter 7. From now on, you will have rice every meal. Chen Zhuo eagerly went to fetch Jiang Wan and her daughter back home. The elderly couple of the Chen family were quite pleased and hurriedly invited Jiang Wan to assist in preparing the afternoon meal. In rural areas, it is customary to have only 2 meals a day, one around 9 or 10 in the morning and the other around 5 or 6 in the evening. Given the impoverished circumstances and numerous mouths to feed, the Chen family naturally followed suit. Noticing his wife heading to the front gate to gather firewood, Chen Zhuo promptly stepped forward, blocking her path and saying, "Let me do it. You should rest." Jiang Wan looked up at him, biting her lip and gesturing. "What exactly do you want to do?" It seemed that his transformation had caused her some unease. With a gentle smile, Chen Zhuo turned her body around and lightly pushed her towards the yard, saying, "Be obedient and go back." Jiang Wan appeared somewhat flustered, but nonetheless turned around and continued to walk beside Chen Zhuo. Realizing he could not convince her otherwise, he decided to let her stay close, as long as she did not have to lift a finger. With younger generations present, there was no need for the elderly matriarch, Madame Chen, to toil. At that moment, she was seated by the edge of the Kong in the small room, glancing at her third son, who was entering the yard with firewood. She quietly murmured to Chen Lao, "What has gotten into him? I wonder what has made him so happy. Look at him. His mouth is nearly splitting from ear to ear." Chen Lao, after hearing this, tapped his tobacco pipe and craned his neck to peek outside, remaining silent. Chen Zhuo placed the firewood beside the stove and surveyed the modest abode. The main room belonged to his elder brother, Chen Qing. But since his family was busy tending to their orchard on the mountain, they had lent the house to Chen Zhuo's family, who had no home of their own. In his dreams, before his wife passed away, they had lacked even a roof over their heads. This thought filled Chen Zhuo with a sense of sorrow and guilt. He urged his wife to go inside and play with their daughter while he settled by the stove to prepare the meal. His elder sister, Chen Ling, watched silently with a smile, cheerfully assisting her younger brother in the cooking. In the countryside, families typically grow their own vegetables, so whatever was available in the garden was incorporated into their meals. The dishes were exceedingly simple: sorghum rice paired with stewed green beans and potatoes, along with pickled radish strips prepared by Jiang Wan. Chen Zhuo had always relished Jiang Wan's pickled radish strips. After her passing in his dreams, he had never tasted anything quite as delightful. Despite hiring numerous assistants to replicate her flavors, none could match her culinary prowess. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his wife, only to find her beside him, her head bowed as she focused on the pickled vegetables, hardly touching the stew. Understanding her concern about the food being insufficient, Chen Zhuo reached over and seized her bowl, adding a generous portion of the stew to it. Jiang Wan was startled and repeatedly waved her hands, signaling that she did not require any more food. Unyieldingly, Chen Zhuo returned the bowl brimming with stew to her, stating earnestly, "I do not care for green beans. You should eat it all for me." Chen Ling chuckled and gently patted her sister-in-law's hand, encouraging her to eat more. "You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight since I last visited." Meanwhile, Madame Chen, who typically hoped her third son would be more considerate and refrain from scolding his wife and children, felt a tinge of displeasure seeing him so focused on pampering his wife that he seemed to forget about her. She pursed her lips and sarcastically remarked, "If he wants you to eat, then just eat. No need to put on a show." Jiang Wan felt her face flush as she was reprimanded. Lowering her head to accept the bowl, Chen Zhuo, noticing her discomfort, furrowed his brow and turned to his mother to interject, "Mother, Xiao Wan is not being pretentious. She is simply considerate and filial, concerned that there may not be enough food." Upon hearing her son's defense, old Madame Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly brightened her expression. "Indeed, Xiao Wan is the most understanding. Now let us eat." With that, she turned to the sulking Xiao Yangong beside her and coaxed, "Oh dear granddaughter, why aren't you eating? Your little pout could tether a donkey." The Chen family was particularly indulgent with children, devoid of any bias towards boys over girls. Xiao Yangyang, being the only little girl in the current generation, was cherished by all. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Chen Zhuo's gaze shifted to his daughter, who was indeed frowning, her face etched with worry. "What is it, my daughter? Tell daddy." Xiao Yangyang looked up at Chen Zhuo and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, "I want to eat long-grain rice. Eating round-grain rice makes my tummy hurt." The usually silent Grandpa Chen chuckled upon hearing this, ruffling Yangyang's hair. "My granddaughter has exquisite taste. She knows long-grain rice is delicious. Tomorrow, I'll have your father earn some money to buy you long-grain rice." Jiang Wan, anxious to placate her daughter's tantrum, gestured to explain. Our Yang has difficulty with her teeth. She can't chew millet properly, and it hurts her stomach. She just wants to eat soft rice. After hearing his wife's explanation, Chen Zhuo recalled this indeed was the case. Little Yang was born with a dental deficiency, having only one large tooth on each side, which made eating a challenge. However, the Chen family was poor, and Chen Zhuo, in his earlier days, had been rather irresponsible. Even after earning money, he squandered it on drinking and frivolities rather than on his wife and children. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt a sense of shame. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his daughter with utmost sincerity. Good daughter, tomorrow I will bring you long grain rice. Xiaoyang, being a child, instantly brightened at this promise, clapping her hands joyfully. Long grain rice. Long grain rice. Chen Zhuo turned to his wife, his gaze resolute, promising, not just long grain rice. From now on, I will ensure you can have meat with every meal. The entire Chen family, including Jiang Wan, did not take Chen Zhuo's sudden grandiose declaration seriously. After dinner, Jiang Wan lulled her daughter to sleep and then gathered the dirty clothes belonging to the two men in her life, placing them in a basin. She then headed to the old couple's room to collect old Madame Chen's soiled garments as well, intending to wash them by the river. Sister Chen, unable to bear the thought of her washing alone, followed her. Chen Zhuo, having changed his clothes, prepared to leave when he caught sight of the two slender figures. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to improve their living conditions as swiftly as possible, ideally purchasing a washing machine, as hand-washing clothes for the entire family was exhausting. He also needed to investigate the troubling matter concerning his sister. After instructing old Madame Chen to keep an eye on the sleeping child, he stepped out with purpose. Not far from where he had just departed, Chen Zhuo encountered the Chao brothers swaying towards him. Upon spotting Chen Zhuo, Chao Yang's eyes brightened instantly. Third Master, what brings you here? Chen Zhuo recalled the events of the morning and cast a glance at the two brothers. Have you inquired about the monkey's matter? Chao Yang exchanged a look with his brother and then nodded vigorously, his face alight with admiration for Chen Zhuo. Third Master, you possess an uncanny foresight. We inquired next door at old Yang's place, and it turns out the monkey was beaten not for your sake, but because he attempted to grope young Miss Yang. That's why the Yang brothers pummeled him into a pulp. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chen Zhuo let out a cold smile, appreciating Chao Chang with a knowing glance. He asked meaningfully, so, do you still intend to assist the monkey? Chapter 8. Truly impressive. Third Master. Upon Chen Zhuo's inquiry, the two brothers shook their heads vigorously, one gesturing emphatically, no way. We, like you, Third Master, disdain such despicable behavior. What kind of man bullies women? At these words, the smile on Chen Zhuo's lips faltered. Damn it. These two fools recognize that bullying women is beneath contempt. Why could he not grasp this truth in the past, always taking advantage of his own partner? How infuriating. The sudden change in Chen Zhuo's demeanor startled the Chao brothers. What is it, Third Master? What did I say wrong? What could Chen Zhuo say? He merely cast them a sidelong glance and continued his stride towards the main road. The brothers hurried to catch up, with Chao Yang cheerfully exclaiming, Third Master, please don't be silent. Your stern expression makes my legs tremble. Chao Chang, who was less talkative, nodded in agreement, his expression tense as he observed Chen Zhuo. Where is Third Master headed? Chen Zhuo was on his way to meet someone who had helped him earn his first pot of gold. This individual, originally from the streets, had transformed into a figure of envy, a newly prosperous tycoon. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes at the thought. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his companions, instructing, I'm going to meet someone. You may follow, but do not speak unnecessarily. Rest assured, Third Master, we will heed your words. After more than half an hour of walking, Chen Zhuo and the Chao brothers finally arrived at their destination, Chintuan. Once the poorest village among 10 miles and 8 villages, Chintuan lay nestled in a gully. Following the disbandment of production teams in 1984, the farmland was privately owned, leaving the villagers reliant on agriculture for sustenance. However, the soil surrounding Chintuan proved unsuitable for cultivation, yielding scant harvests come autumn. Over time, the villagers' poverty deepened, leaving them undernourished and poorly clad, their appearances gaunt and their height stunted. Yet, last year, a turning point emerged. A man named Deng Shankue acquired a hill to the north of the village and subsequently employed workers to mine it, uncovering a coal deposit. Deng Shankue swiftly amassed wealth, becoming the most renowned nouveau riche in Wangshan County in recent years. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, all around benefit. Deng Shankue's success significantly uplifted the economic conditions of all Chintuan residents. The workers employed at his coal mine were local villagers, earning decent wages and enjoying ample meals. News of this prosperity spread, drawing individuals from nearby villages to join him, for mining wages far surpassed those of farming. In a dreamlike twist of fate, Chen Zhuo would later engage in business dealings with this man, allowing him to familiarize himself with Deng Shankui's rise in character. Upon arriving in Qintuan, Chen Zhuo made a beeline for Deng Shankui's coal mine. The site was bustling with workers, all engaged in their labor. Chen Zhuo surveyed the scene, noting the safety helmets atop the miners' heads and the gauze masks covering their faces. A sense of quiet satisfaction washed over him. He had indeed chosen the right person to seek out. Chen Zhuo intended to visit the entrance of the mine. However, the vigilant guard noticed them and strode over. Positioning himself firmly in front of Chen, he scrutinized the three of them and inquired, "Comrades, what brings you here? Who are you looking for? You cannot wander around this place." Chen glanced at the black car parked not far away and smiled slightly, saying, "I am here to see Boss Deng." Upon hearing this, the guard eyed Chen with suspicion and pressed further, "What do you need to see my boss about?" Chao Yong, known for his fiery temperament, grew impatient as he watched his leader being questioned by a mere guard. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "You filthy gatekeeper! What arrogance is this? Step aside." Chao Yong's outburst caused a noticeable change in the guard's demeanor. A guard at a coal mine must possess both courage and shrewdness. He discreetly took a step back, his fists slowly clenching, as if preparing to retaliate. Chen was there to discuss a partnership, not to create a scene. He cast a glance at Chao Yong, whose bravado immediately faded, and he obediently retreated behind Chen. Turning back to the guard, Chen maintained a smile and said, "I have a business proposition for Boss Deng. Please convey my message." The guard observed the handsome young man before him, contemplating. Although this fellow appeared youthful, he conducted himself with remarkable composure and an indescribable air of authority, almost surpassing that of his own boss. Being a veteran with limited formal education, the guard nonetheless had a keen eye for character. After a moment of silent contemplation, he nodded and responded, "I will inform him, but whether the boss sees you is beyond my control." Chen understood this well. He nodded slightly and said, "My name is Chen Zhuo. Kindly inform him that I have a business opportunity that will benefit the mine workers and, in turn, Boss Deng as well." The guard acknowledged with a brief sound and turned to stride towards the row of brick houses. As he walked away, Chao Yong spat in his direction and muttered under his breath, "Damn, what a pretentious fool." Chen frowned upon hearing this and turned to glare at him. The intensity of his gaze startled Chao Yong, who quickly straightened up and nervously explained, "Third Master, I was insulting you. I was referring to that gatekeeper. How dare he disrespect you?" Before he could finish, Chen kicked him in the rear and admonished, "Speak respectfully. Do not let your tongue run wild. That man is a veteran, a hero who sacrificed for our country. We must show him respect." Chao Yong, unfazed by the kick, looked at Chen in astonishment. "How does Third Master know that gatekeeper? I mean, that brother is a veteran?" Chao Chong also looked at Chen with curiosity, blinking as he awaited an explanation. Chen Zhuo, with a heart full of ambition, sought to accelerate the growth of these two naive youths. He extended his hand, revealing a palm calloused beyond measure. His upright posture and the deliberate manner in which he walked, from heel to toe, were unmistakable signs of a military background. When interacting with strangers, be more astute, observe closely, for you may uncover unexpected revelations, he advised. Upon hearing this, the Chao brothers nodded in admiration, clearly impressed. "Indeed, Third Master knows everything." Chao Yong chuckled sincerely. "Cease your flattery and learn from your brother. Approach matters with greater composure and refrain from being overly boisterous." Chen Zhuo replied. Yes, they acknowledged. Just as the three were engrossed in conversation, the gatekeeper returned, accompanied by a man in his 40s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, the quintessential attire of the affluent and fashionable. Chapter 9. The first transaction. The person approaching was none other than Deng Shankuei. Chen Zhuo stood his ground, not rushing to greet him, but instead smiled as he observed him walking towards him alongside the security guard. Chen Zhuo made no immediate move to speak. He simply extended his hand with an air of remarkable composure. Deng Shankuei's gaze fell upon Chen Zhuo, and after a brief appraisal, he grasped his hand, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "I never anticipated that the illustrious Chen San Yi would be so youthful." In response, Chen Zhuo's smile deepened as he gently shook their clasped hands, maintaining an air of respectful equality. "I too did not expect the esteemed Boss Deng to be so approachable. My apologies." Upon hearing this, a smile instantly illuminated Deng Shankui's face. Since his rise to prominence, many relatives and friends had accused him of being pretentious. Yet he had never intended to come off that way. He merely sought to distance himself from certain acquaintances and parasitic relatives. Thus, whenever he heard others remark on his amiability, Deng Shankui felt a profound sense of comfort. He gestured towards a building not far behind him, saying, "I have heard that Chen Sanyi wishes to discuss a business matter with me. Please, let us proceed inside." Chen Zhuo humbly replied, "I dare not impose. In your presence, I am but a junior. Simply call me Chen Zhuo." As they spoke, the two entered the room, leaving the Chow brothers at the entrance. Once inside, Chen Zhuo discreetly surveyed the office. Deng Shankui was a man of considerable frugality, and his workspace was modest yet comfortable. Just as Chen Zhuo settled into his seat, Deng Shankui offered him a cigarette. Chen Zhuo smiled and declined. "I do not smoke." Deng Shankui appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, a spirited young man who does not smoke. That is indeed rare." Chen Zhuo cast a glance at the family portrait displayed on Deng Shankui's desk and replied gently, "My wife and children do not permit me to smoke, so I have given it up." Deng Shankui, a man who deeply valued family and shared a loving bond with his partner, found his impression of Chen Zhuo considerably enhanced by this remark. He chuckled, retracting the cigarette and seating himself opposite Chen Zhuo. "Very well. A young man who listens to his wife and children is undoubtedly a promising individual. Now, do share the lucrative business you have in mind." Chen Zhuo did not keep him in suspense. He rose and approached the desk to retrieve a sheet of paper and a pen, then returned to his seat and quickly began sketching on the coffee table. Deng Shankui, unsure of Chen Zhuo's intentions, raised an eyebrow and focused intently on him. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the paper revealed an unusual shape. Chen Zhuo added a few more strokes, then turned the drawing towards Deng Shankui, pointing to the design. "Boss Deng, please take a look. This is a dust mask I have designed for miners. If this is worn, it will significantly safeguard the workers' health." "A dust mask?" Deng Shankui echoed the words unconsciously as he took the drawing, scrutinizing it closely. Chen Zhuo rose and approached him from behind, using the tip of his pen to indicate various components. "This is an independent transparent eye shield, designed to protect the eyes without impairing vision. This is a flexible filter mask that ensures a snug and seamless fit against the face, allowing for repeated use. Inside, it contains filter cotton that can effectively trap fine dust particles, significantly reducing the likelihood of inhalation by workers." Chen Zhuo spoke succinctly, then fell silent, leisurely returning to his seat to sip his tea. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed Deng Shankui, waiting for him to inquire further. After all, the individual before him was a businessman. Should Chen Zhuo divulge too much, he would risk exposing his own bargaining chips. Thus, he merely needed to cast an enticing bait. Despite Deng Shankui's seemingly impassive expression, he was profoundly shaken internally. Over the years of operating his mines, his primary concern had always been the health of his miners. The dust within the mining site was pervasive, particularly severe underground. Though the workers wore cloth masks, their effectiveness was minimal. At the end of a workday, upon removing their masks, their mouths were often stained black, and the saliva they expectorated was similarly dark. If this continued, the miners' health would undoubtedly deteriorate. The workers Deng Shankui employed were primarily local men, the pillars of their households, toiling hard for financial gain. How would Deng Shankui explain to their families if their health were compromised after years of labor? The innovation Chen Zhuo presented instantly alleviated a significant concern in Deng Shankui's mind. He scrutinized it once more, then turned to the composed young man on the sofa and voiced his apprehension. "Will covering the mouth and nose with the cotton filter impede breathing, potentially leading to oxygen deprivation? The mine already suffers from insufficient oxygen. Wouldn't this pose a fatal risk?" Setting down his teacup, Chen Zhuo replied earnestly, "The filter cotton undergoes processing and is not ordinary cotton. It is crafted from specialized materials, rigorously tested to ensure unobstructed breathing while providing substantial dust protection." Deng Shankui's eyes sparkled with interest, evidently intrigued by Chen Zhuo's words. "What materials are utilized?" Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly, his tone laden with significance. "I am here to discuss a collaboration with you, Mr. Deng, not to offer unsolicited advice. To divulge such details would be to reveal my own stake in this matter." Leaning back against the sofa, he met Deng Shankui's gaze with calm assurance. Deng Shankui paused, then burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Chen Zhuo. "You clever lad, you've been waiting for me here." Chen Zhuo grinned, emulating the ancient custom of saluting him with a slight bow, replying, "I am unworthy of such praise." Once Deng Xiankui had laughed enough, he set aside the blueprint and feigned nonchalance. "I have one more question." "Please, go ahead," Chen Zhuo encouraged. Deng Xiankui narrowed his eyes. "With so many coal barons out there, why did you specifically choose to approach me? With such a brilliant idea, you could easily partner with anyone and reap substantial rewards." Chen Zhuo smiled gently, a glimmer of respect in his gaze. "Indeed, there are many coal magnates, but few possess your integrity and compassion for their subordinates while achieving such wealth, Mr. Deng. Although I have yet to visit other mines, I have long heard whispers from the townsfolk. They say that Boss Deng's mine offers the finest meals and that the safety measures for the workers are exceedingly comprehensive. In the year and more since its opening, there has not been a single fatal accident. Chen Zhuo's desire to earn money is solely to provide for his family, ensuring that his wife and daughter are well-fed and warmly clothed, enjoying fragrant bowls of rice at every meal. When it comes to collaboration, naturally, I wish to partner with someone I deeply respect, which is why I have come directly to you." In his dreams, Chen Zhuo envisions himself as a towering figure within the business community, having encountered countless scenarios and individuals. He understands all too well how to flatter with finesse and precision. Upon hearing these words, Deng Xiankui's face revealed a hint of emotion. He excitedly slapped his thigh, rose to grasp Chen Zhuo's hand, and exclaimed, "Excellent. Wonderful. I am committed to you, young man." Chapter 10. An instant rapport with the coal tycoon outside. Chao Yong transformed into a lizard, nearly adhering himself to the door. The guard stationed nearby occasionally cast glances their way, clearly apprehensive of any untoward behavior. Chao Chong tugged at his elder brother's arm, whispering in a tense tone, "Brother, have you heard anything? Is San Yi in trouble?" The voices of the two men within the room were audible, yet Chao Yang struggled to comprehend their conversation. Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, he motioned for silence, then stepped back a few paces and murmured, "How come San Yi suddenly seems so educated? I couldn't understand a word he said about dust and masks." Chao Chang frowned, intending to inch closer to eavesdrop when, at that moment, the door swung open. Out stepped Deng Xiankui, his face adorned with a broad smile, followed closely by Chen Zhuo, who bore a subtle grin. "So it's settled then. Please draft the contract promptly. And once confirmed, I shall instruct the accountant to allocate the funds immediately, so we can expedite this project," Deng Xiankui said, waving to the guard as he conversed with Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo responded with a smile, "Understood. I will give it my utmost effort." No sooner had he finished speaking than the guard hastened towards them. "Boss, Lao Qin, please fetch 2 bags of rice from the cafeteria and load them into the trunk. I will drive this young brother home. His little girl wants rice, and as an elder making my first visit, I must fulfill the child's request." His announcement left everyone momentarily speechless. While Chen Zhuo remained composed, the Chao brothers and the guard, Lao Qin, were utterly astonished. What had transpired? Had these two not just met for the first time? After merely an hour of conversation indoors, how had their relationship escalated to such warmth? With visits and gifts for the younger generation? "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up." Deng Xiankui chuckled, giving Lao Qin a light pat on the shoulder. It was only then that Lao Qin regained his senses and hurried towards the cafeteria. Chen Zhuo had not anticipated such generosity from Deng Xiankui, who was willing to gift him rice, an item typically reserved for families of better means in this era. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Zhuo expressed his gratitude, accepting Deng Xiankui's kindness without refusal, especially since he had promised his daughter just the day before that she would have rice at every meal from now on. Given Deng Xiankui's sincere desire to befriend him, Chen Zhuo decided to reciprocate with a significant gesture. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhuo glanced in the direction of the mine and casually inquired, "With so many workers under your command, Boss Deng, I imagine managing them can be quite challenging?" Deng Xiankui followed his gaze, responding in a relaxed tone, "It's manageable. They are simple, hard-working folk from the countryside." Chen Zhuo nodded, then seemed to recall something, saying, "By the way, I recently heard about some con artists who target large employers, deliberately injuring themselves to claim workmen's compensation. Boss Deng, you might want to be cautious when hiring. Those with missing fingers or toes should be avoided." After Chen Zhuo finished speaking, he discreetly observed Deng Xiankui's expression. As he had anticipated, Deng Xiankui's countenance immediately changed. His eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible to deceive others using one's own body? How would one go about it? Through fingers or toes? Indeed. Chen Zhuo extended a hand, curling his fingers with a teasing tone. They intentionally sever a small portion of a finger or a toe, and each finger could yield 10 or 20,000, with 10 fingers. That amounts to 100 or 200,000. Deng Shankui's complexion darkened further with each word. You all wait in the car for a moment. I shall be right back. With that, he turned and headed towards the mine. Chen Zhuo watched his retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips. It was precisely at this moment. In a past life, after becoming acquainted with Deng Shankui, Chen Zhuo had heard him recount a tale of being duped by such a scam artist for disability compensation. At that time, Deng Shankui was unaware that he had been deceived and had shown great sympathy for the victim's plight, ultimately compensating the individual with a total of 30,000 yuan. Not long after, that same fraudster had suffered injuries at the hands of another cold boss, who, being shrewd, promptly reported the matter to the authorities. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the individual was a notorious con artist specializing in exploiting his own injuries for monetary gain. This scandal spread throughout the industry, and only then did Deng Shankui realize he had been taken advantage of. By exposing this scheme in advance, Chen Zhuo had saved Deng Shankui 30,000 yuan, thus repaying him for the 2 bags of rice he had gifted. Deng Shankui did not take long to return, reappearing after 5 or 6 minutes. His expression considerably more relaxed, suggesting he had successfully conveyed the necessary information. At this point, Lao Qin had also finished packing the rice, and Deng Shankui personally drove towards the direction of Xiao Village. In Xiao Village, at the Chen family home, Jiang Wan was mending Chen Zhuo's clothing while little Yang Wan played in the yard, dragging a firewood stick taller than herself in pursuit of the ducklings just hatched by the elderly Chen. The newborn ducklings, fearless of tigers, were nonetheless terrified of the little girl's firewood stick, scampering chaotically, eventually wandering outside the gate. Alarmed at the thought of losing the ducklings, Yang Wan hurried after them, imitating the adults and calling out with glee. Just as the little girl was engrossed in her chase, a tall, slender young man appeared, blocking her path. Oh, are you chasing ducklings, Yang Wan? Where's your father? Yang Wan looked up at the peculiar young man with 2 dark bruises on his face, her pupils narrowing like grape seeds. She raised her firewood stick and exclaimed, "Big monkey." The young man squawked in surprise, squatting down to point at his face. "Little girl, don't you recognize your Uncle Monkey?" "What do you mean, big monkey?" Yang Wan tilted her head, scrutinizing the patches of purple and blue on his face for a moment before lowering her stick. The monkey, amused, stretched his neck to glimpse into the Chen family's yard and continued to inquire, "Where's your father? Is he home?" Impatient to continue her pursuit of the ducklings, Yang Wan retorted, "Your father isn't home." The bewildered monkey, having inexplicably acquired a father, was left in a state of confusion. How could the little girl speak such nonsense, claiming that her father was now mine? Due to Jiang Wan's limited verbal skills, Yang Wan's speech development was somewhat delayed compared to her peers. At this moment, she struggled to articulate her thoughts fully, often mixing up pronouns during conversations. When someone addressed her as you, she would echo the term. Upon spotting a little duckling darting towards the thicket, she disregarded the monkey and took off in pursuit. The monkey clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, "That little brat is just like her father, such a mischievous imp, taking advantage of me." At that moment, Deng Shankui drove slowly into the village of Xia. Upon entering, the first street led directly to the Chen family. Chen Zhuo lifted his gaze and immediately spotted his daughter, wildly running with a stick in hand. He promptly halted the vehicle, leaped out, and chased after her, lifting the little girl high into the air. Chen Zhuo expected her to be delighted and giggle, but to his surprise, the next moment, the little girl struck her own head with the stick, fiercely exclaiming, "Hit! Hit! Hit! Hit!" Chapter 11. The guest of the Chen family, Chen Zhuo, who had nearly received a blow to the face from a stick, found himself in a comical predicament, torn between laughter and tears. "Please, dear daughter, cease your assault. It is your father," he pleaded, turning her small frame around so she could behold his face. Upon recognizing him, Yang Wan immediately discarded the stick, babbling incoherently, "The little duck has run away. The big monkey is looking for daddy." Chen Zhuo planted a kiss on his daughter's cheek and glanced at the little duck hiding beneath the tree roots. "Fear not, my dear. Father shall catch the little duck. But what is this big monkey you speak of?" No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure emerged from behind the tree, grinning with a playful demeanor. "Third master, the big monkey Yang Wan mentioned is me." It was the same monkey who had conversed with Yang Wan moments earlier. Anticipating the monkey's visit, Chen Zhuo regarded him with mild indifference. "What brings you to my doorstep? Surely, you must have mistaken your intentions." "Not at all. I came to find you, third master." Yang simply cannot distinguish between you and me, the monkey replied, his eyes wide with astonishment as he took in the sight of the parked car. Third master, you have acquired a vehicle in just a few days. This is not my car, Chen Zhuo denied, gesturing towards his yard. Boss Deng, please drive the car into the courtyard. Deng Shankue nodded with a smile, slowing down to navigate the vehicle through the gates of the Chun family residence. After a while of silence and not hearing any activity from Jiang Wan, concerned, stepped outside to search for her, only to see Chen Zhuo cradling their daughter, followed by a small sedan. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she stood frozen, taken aback by the sight. Understanding her timid nature and social awkwardness, Chen Zhuo approached her with a reassuring smile, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Do not be afraid, allow me to introduce you. With that, he led her forward, addressing Deng Shankue, who had just exited his vehicle. This is Boss Deng from the Chen Tun coal mine. Boss Deng, this is my beloved wife. Deng Shankue surveyed the Chen family's courtyard with an amiable expression. Boss Deng, let us dispense with such formalities. From now on, you shall call me Uncle Deng. As he assisted the Chow brothers in unloading rice from the trunk, he turned to Jiang Wan with a warm smile. I apologize for my unannounced visit. I did not mean to disturb you, dear niece. Hearing the commotion, the elder Chen couple emerged from their quarters, curious about the visitors. Have we guests? They inquired. Who is this third son? Before Chen Zhuo could respond, Deng Shankue stepped forward with a respectful bow. Greetings, elder brother and sister, my surname is Deng, and I intend to partner with your third son in business. Partnering with our third son in business? The elder couple exchanged astonished glances, disbelief written across their faces as they turned towards Chen Zhuo. Is what he says true? Chen Zhuo nodded affirmatively. It is indeed true. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Chun Ling and furrowed his brow. Mother, where is my elder sister? Having just awoken, the elder matriarch was at a loss. Who knows? She may have gone to the back street to visit the fourth. After responding, the elderly lady instructed Chin Laodad to attend to the guests while she took her youngest son's arm and led him into the inner room. Noticing no one following, she quietly inquired, Third son, we must not deceive others. Our family is so impoverished that we often go without meals. What do you have to trade with them? Yang, still in Chen Zhuo's embrace, raised her small hand upon hearing her grandmother's words, exclaiming, lying is bad. Amused, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning down to kiss her affectionately, he then reassured the elderly lady, do not worry, mother, I will not engage in any illicit activities. Please check if my eldest sister is at the fourth brother's house. I will assist Jiang Wan with dinner and ensure Uncle Deng stays for a meal. The elderly lady, assuming her son merely wished to summon the eldest daughter to help with cooking, did not press further. She simply acknowledged with a nod and exited through the back door. Chen Zhuo returned to the main room, holding Yang, where Chen Laodad and Chao Chang were conversing with Deng Shankue. Jiang Wan stood outside, staring blankly at the 2 bags of rice, while Chao Yong, standing beside her, looked to Chen Zhuo like a savior upon his arrival, whispering, Third master, my sister-in-law doesn't believe that this rice is a gift from Boss Deng. She won't let me put it in the cupboard. Understanding Jiang Wan's temperament, Chen Zhuo shot a glance at Chao Yong and instructed, I'll speak with her. You go inside first. There is still a half bag of jasmine tea in the corner of the cupboard. Brew some for Boss Deng. Understood. Chao Yang saluted awkwardly before parting the curtain and entering. At this moment, Yang had discovered that the bags were filled with rice. Her excitement evident as she clapped her tiny hands, exclaiming, long-grain rice. Daddy is amazing. Chen Zhuo's heart melted at the sight, and he reached out to gently stroke his daughter's head. He then turned to his wife to explain, I assisted Boss Deng with a significant matter, saving him several thousand yuan. Thus, he gifted us 2 bags of rice for the children. Let us keep 1 bag for ourselves and give the Chow brothers the other. Does that sound agreeable? Jiang Wan, though skeptical, regarded him with beautiful, questioning eyes, using sign language to ask, is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chen Zhuo adored this innocent aspect of his wife, finding her both endearing and charmingly naive. Unable to resist, he lifted his hand to caress her face, gently rubbing his thumb over her cheek while softly assuring her, indeed, I am not deceiving you. Surprised by Chen Zhuo's tender gesture, Jiang Wan's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, quickly turning crimson. Remembering the guests inside, she hurriedly averted her gaze, pushed his hand away, and dashed off. Understanding her shyness, Chen Zhuo did not pursue her but instead bent down to pat his daughter's head, instructing, Yang, go tell your mother that Grandpa Deng is having dinner with us. Ask her to pick some vegetables from the yard. Daddy will cook long-grain rice for you." Upon hearing that long-grain rice was on the menu, little Yang eagerly nodded and scampered after her mother. As Chen Zhuo entered the room, he was taken aback to find Chen Laodad and Deng Shankui engrossed in lively conversation. This scene was unexpected, as Chen Laodad was not known for being loquacious and rarely engaged so amiably with others. Seeing his father animated and glowing with joy while chatting, Chen Zhuo marveled inwardly. Upon his entrance, Deng Shankui's smile deepened, and without reservation, he lavished praise upon the elder Mr. Chen, saying, "Dear elder brother, your youngest son possesses remarkable talents. In the future, you and your esteemed wife shall simply await the blessings that come your way." Mr. Chen, well aware of his son's temperament, constantly embroiled in brawls and leading a wayward life, wondered how his son had managed to charm this prominent businessman so effortlessly. However, he refrained from undermining his son's standing, instead letting out a sigh, hinting at deeper meaning. Each generation has its own fortune. As someone nearing the end of life, I do not yearn for my son to be exceptionally capable or talented. I merely hope he abides by the law and does not become like those ruffians who bully others incessantly. Meanwhile, the lively conversation inside continued, as an uninvited monkey had also made its way into the Chen household, now peering curiously into the room from the courtyard. Chapter 12. The third son's gaze at his wife resembles a light bulb. Chen Zhuo shared dinner with Deng Shankui at home, and Deng Shankui, without any pretense, cheerfully accepted the invitation. "Yongzi, keep an eye on things. I shall assist your sister-in-law with the fire and cooking." Chen Zhuo instructed Xiao Yang before stepping outside to gather firewood, wash rice, and steam the meal. Noticing the monkey in the yard, he revealed no excess expression. For one who harbored ulterior motives and would eventually betray him, Chen Zhuo deemed it unnecessary to engage further. He cast a dispassionate glance at the monkey and remarked, "We have guests today, so I am unable to entertain you. Let us converse another time." The monkey, seemingly oblivious to Chen Zhuo's frosty demeanor, approached with a grin, eager to please. "Third master, you are truly remarkable. I just overheard that the individual is the nouveau riche, Boss Deng, from Chintan. Is he intending to do business with you?" Seeing Chen Zhuo poised to draw water from the well, the monkey hurriedly reached out to assist. Allow me. Such tasks are beneath you, third master. Soon, you shall be a grand boss, and I will gladly be your aide." Observing the monkey's obsequiousness, a cold smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. "You wish to be my aide? Yet, I recall a time when I was the one assisting you." In his youth, Chen Zhuo was naive and overly protective of those he considered allies, believing everything they said. The monkey frequently sought him out, claiming to have been wronged, and without hesitation, Chen Zhuo would avenge him. The notorious reputation of this ruffian largely stemmed from his willingness to defend others, with the monkey inciting the most trouble. "What? That cannot be." The monkey feigned a look of grievance, repeatedly refuting the assertion. "I, Chen San, value loyalty and cannot bear to see my own mistreated, yet I am not foolish. I know who my true allies are." With that pointed remark, Chen Zhuo lifted the water bucket and retreated indoors to wash the rice. The monkey, being more cunning than most, understood the implication of Chen Zhuo's words all too well. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, and just as he was about to pursue the conversation further, Chen Laotai and Chen Ling returned through the back door. Upon spotting the monkey in the yard, Chen Ling's brow furrowed, and she promptly approached and forcefully shut the door. "Hey, why are you closing the door in broad daylight?" Chen Laotai queried, puzzled. Chen Ling's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural as she replied, "Ah, I saw a rat, and I feared it might scurry in." Startled, the elderly lady exclaimed, "Goodness! We must close it then, lest the rice be contaminated." Chen Zhuo, engaged in washing rice, witnessed this scene and felt a flicker of curiosity. It seemed his elder sister harbored an aversion to the monkey. Having received a cold shoulder, the monkey slinked away in dejection. When Jiang Wan returned, she carried freshly picked vegetables, while Yang Wan cradled 2 large purple eggplants. Chen Ling hurriedly approached and took the eggplants from Yang Wan, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Our Yang is truly capable, helping the adults with their tasks." Receiving the praise, Yang beamed and turned to Chen Zhuo, who promptly raised a thumb in approval, earnestly commending. "Indeed, my precious daughter is so well behaved." The young girl was elated, casting a proud glance at her mother before turning to enter the main room. Observing this, Jiang Wan hurried forward to stop her, but Chen Zhuo intervened, lowering his voice to say, "This is our home. Our daughter may go wherever she pleases. Besides, She is well-behaved and won't cause any trouble. As he spoke, he turned her body around and placed his hands on her shoulders, gently nudging her toward the door. Standing behind her, his tall figure slightly bent as he leaned in closer to her ear, he whispered, "The large pot in this room is steaming rice. Let us head to the lower room. I will tend to the fire while you prepare the meal, shall we? Your cooking is far superior to what our mother makes." Perhaps due to the proximity of their conversation, her earlobes visibly reddened, and she instinctively shrank her neck, resembling a startled rabbit, before darting into the lower room. Chen Zhuo stifled a laugh and strode outside to gather firewood. Outside the main house, Elder Chen and Chen Ling observed the interaction between the two with great surprise. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, and Elder Chen muttered in confusion, "Why does the third son seem like a different person? Did you notice? When he speaks to Jiang Wan, his eyes shine like light bulbs. How rare." Chen Ling was amused by her mother's metaphor, chuckling as she added firewood to the stove. "Isn't this a good thing? If the third son can live happily, it saves you from worrying." The elderly lady huffed lightly, her tone tinged with envy. "But this is excessive. He speaks so softly, so tenderly." Understanding her mother well, Chen Ling shot her a knowing smile. "No matter how well the third son treats Jiang Wan, it cannot compare to how Dad treats you. He even does your laundry." Mentioning her husband's thoughtfulness brought a hint of pride to Elder Chen's face. "Indeed, although your father lacks ambition and is rather poor, he is undeniably good to me." While the two women engaged in their familial banter, in the lower room, Chen Zhuo and his wife busied themselves. Chen Zhuo sat on a small stool, tending to the fire, his gaze drifting to his wife, who was chopping vegetables with a rhythmic precision. His expression softened instantly, though their living conditions were currently modest. Having his wife and child by his side filled him with a profound sense of happiness. This tranquil moment epitomized the essence of a peaceful life. What kind of house did Jiang Wan desire? A multi-story building or a quaint cottage? Chen Zhuo rose to hand her the washed vegetables, his tone casual, as if asking whether she preferred cabbage or potatoes. Jiang Wan paused mid-cut, turning her head in astonishment to look at him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhuo took the knife from her hand, gently pushing her aside. "Let me do the cutting. You sit and watch the fire." His right hand quickly moved with the same familiarity and chopping that matched Jiang Wan's skill. She was taken aback, gesturing animatedly. "When did you learn to cut vegetables?" Chen Zhuo feigned an air of mystery, a slight smile playing on his lips. The current Chen Zhuo knows more than just how to chop vegetables. After losing his wife and daughter in a dreamlike existence, he had languished for some time before regaining his resolve. Since then, he had endeavored to engage in the very tasks his wife once performed for him, yearning to feel her presence once more. Laundry, cooking, mending. In the households of other affluent individuals, one might find 3 or 4 servants, each designated for specific tasks, some for culinary duties, others for cleaning. Yet in Chen Zhuo's home, he stands alone. After a long day of work, regardless of the fatigue he endures, he meticulously tends to the cleanliness of his abode. This ritual serves as a poignant tribute to his late wife, a way to honor her memory. Reflecting on these moments, Chen Zhuo feels a profound sense of gratitude. He is now adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, fully capable of sustaining this household, ensuring that his beloved wife no longer bears any burden. With this thought, Chen Zhuo turns to his astonished wife and inquires once more, "Jiang Wan, you have yet to respond. Do you prefer an apartment or a charming little house with a garden?" Chapter 13. The neighboring old Wang. After Chen Zhuo posed his question, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Jiang Wan, awaiting her response. Yet, his hands remained in motion, the knife rhythmically rising and falling with a steady cadence. At this moment, Jiang Wan was too preoccupied to feel astonished. Her eyes were glued to Chen Zhuo's hands. Terrified he might accidentally cut himself, she hurriedly pointed towards the cutting board, signaling him to divert his attention away from her. Chen Zhuo relished the sight of Jiang Wan's anxious demeanor, her concern for him igniting a playful spark within him. Suddenly withdrawing his hand, he inhaled sharply, feigning an injury. Jiang Wan's expression shifted instantly. She rushed forward, grasping his hand to inspect it closely, only to find his fingers unscathed. Chen Zhuo had not harmed himself. He was merely teasing her. Watching his wife's genuine concern for him, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of happiness bubbling within him. In the past, he had been foolish not to appreciate such a devoted and beautiful wife. Fortunately, fate had granted him a chance for redemption. Beaming, he leaned down to gaze at Jiang Wan, his eyes soft with a triumphant tenderness. Jiang Wan turned his hand over, scrutinizing it for a considerable while before realizing she had fallen victim to Chen Zhuo's jest. Infuriated, she widened her eyes and puffed her cheeks, glaring at him. Yet, after a mere few seconds of locked gazes, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her eyes, unable to withstand his stare. It was the first time Chen Zhuo had witnessed such a playful expression on his wife's face. An amalgamation of feigned ire and affectionate whimsy, her bashfulness palpable. Unable to contain his fondness, he reached out and gently stroked her hair, as one would soothe a child, whispering a promise that he would ensure a prosperous life for her and their daughter. At dinner, the table was adorned with 8 dishes and a soup. Dishes included chicken with tofu, stir-fried green beans, potato slices with green peppers, braised eggplant, and steamed egg cake. A feast that, although simple and devoid of meat, was rich in color, aroma, and taste, appearing utterly delectable, accompanied by fragrant white rice. This spread was a scene that the Chen family had not witnessed even during festive occasions. The elderly couple and the Chow brothers gazed in wonder, reluctant to touch their bowls of rice. Little Yang, having finally laid eyes on the longed-for white rice, clapped her hands in delight, eagerly digging into her bowl. As a guest, Deng Shanke was equally pleased. He praised his niece-in-law's culinary skills as he ate, exclaiming that Chen Zhuo was fortunate to have such a beautiful and capable wife. He advised that once they prospered, they must not forget their roots. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile, glancing at his wife, and earnestly replied, "Indeed." Jiang Wan's cheeks were still flushed, feeling bashful from the compliments. Although the dishes on the table were attributed to her, in truth, they had all been prepared by Chen Zhuo. Watching their daughter with her cheeks puffed up, contentedly enjoying her meal, Jang Wan suddenly felt as if all of this were somewhat surreal. In Xiaohe village, there were few households that could afford white rice. Meanwhile, the child from the neighboring Wang family, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the Chen household, was tempted to peek over the wall. At this moment, the walls dividing the rural households were not particularly high, merely exceeding 1 meter. Su Hong, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family, caught a whiff of the fragrant steamed rice and involuntarily swallowed the copious saliva pooling in her mouth. Seizing the opportunity to coax her son down from the wall, she craned her neck to peer into the Chen family's courtyard. What she beheld was astonishing. A small sedan was parked in the Chen's yard. What could this mean? Had the Chen family struck it rich? Su Hong was consumed by envy, straining to catch a glimpse into the Chen household, her neck extending as if to reach a full foot in length. Jiang Wan, always meticulous, kept her windows impeccably clean throughout the seasons, allowing Su Hong to clearly observe the happenings within. To her shock, she spotted an aluminum basin the size of a wash basin filled with steaming white rice. Su Hong, who often looked down upon the Chen family and mocked Chen Zhuo as a good-for-nothing, had even disapproved of her son Hu playing with Yang Wan. Yet, this seemingly trivial family, deserving of her disdain, had managed to serve rice in a basin of that size. Jealousy surged within Su Hong, and she pulled Hu down from the wall. Striding into her home, Wang Laoda lay on the Kong, gazing at the ceiling, when he noticed his wife storming in, slamming the door with a loud bang that startled him into sitting upright. "What is going on? Who has upset you now? You're shaking the house." Su Hong pushed her son aside as she entered, seating herself at the edge of the Kong, fuming as she glared at her husband. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Look at the Chen family next door. They're all enjoying steamed rice. And there's even a small sedan parked in their yard. How impressive." Wang Laoda, bewildered by the sudden onslaught of her grievances, sat there in a daze, increasingly perplexed. "What? Steamed rice? Chen-san, a sedan? How could that good-for-nothing possibly own a car? This is impossible." He swiftly leapt off the Kong and hurried to the courtyard, glancing towards the Chen household. Indeed, upon raising his eyes, he spotted the very sedan parked in their yard. Now it was Wang Laoda's turn to stretch his neck. He nearly wished to leap over the wall to feel the sedan for himself. Inside the Chen home, a lively atmosphere prevailed as the family enjoyed their meal. Chen Zhuo, recalling the cucumbers in their garden, stepped outside to fetch a couple for dipping in sauce for their guests. Upon exiting, he noticed Wang Laoda peering over the wall, half of his body leaning into Chen's yard. Chen Zhuo halted in his tracks, his expression unreadable as he regarded Wang Laoda, unfazed by the awkwardness. Wang Laoda beamed a broad smile and greeted him, immediately making his way towards the sedan. "Old 3, where did this car come from? It's incredible." Chen Zhuo deduced that Wang Laoda was intrigued by the vehicle, replying, "It belongs to a friend." With that, he took a long stride towards the garden. Upon hearing this, Wang Laoda glanced back into the house and quickly pursued Chen Zhuo. "A friend? When did you acquire such an extraordinary friend who can afford a sedan? What does he do? Introduce him to me. I'd love to take a ride in that car. Chen Zhuo recalled how Wang's wife often belittled his own spouse, subtly insulting her as a voiceless mute, a waste of her exquisite beauty. Remembering these slights, Chen Zhuo let out a cold snort and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Laoda, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Brother Wang, do you not fear that your wife will confront you upon your return home? Wang Laoda's eyes widened at the remark. She dares. That woman knows nothing. If she meddles in my affairs, I shall whip her. Chen Zhuo, uninterested in his boastful tirade, plucked 2 slender, well-proportioned cucumbers and made his way indoors. Undeterred by his failure to achieve his aim, Wang Laoda pursued him further. Old 3, does your family prepare a bountiful meal? I would like to join and make the acquaintance of your affluent friend. Chapter 14. The tooth of the neighboring Wang. Chen Zhuo had no desire to show any semblance of kindness towards that ruffian Wang, whose wife had previously bullied Jiang Wan. The fact that he refrained from delivering a kick to the man was already an act of considerable restraint. To his dismay, Wang had the audacity to approach him seeking attention. Chen Zhuo was repulsed by Wang's yellowed teeth and without a second thought, seized the back of Wang's collar and unceremoniously hurled him back into the yard of the Wang family. Wang landed with a thud, dazed and clutching his sore backside, letting out a series of pained exclamations. With little time to spare for such antics, Chen Zhuo tossed out a curt remark. We are facing hardships at home and have no surplus rations to share. He then cast a cold glance at Su Hong, who had emerged upon hearing the commotion and strode into the house. You bastard Chen Laosan, why did you strike my Zhuang? Your wife is a mute wretch and your husband a worthless scoundrel. Your entire family is nothing but a disgrace. Su Hong fumed, still unsatisfied and picking up a stone from the ground to hurl at Chen Zhuo's head. Upon hearing her derogatory remarks about Jiang Wan, Chen Zhuo halted in his tracks. As he sensed the stone hurtling towards him, he effortlessly caught it, and without a moment's pause, he flung it back. The stone seemed to find its mark with uncanny precision, striking Wang's front tooth, eliciting a howl of agony as blood gushed from his mouth, followed by a fragment of his knocked-out tooth mixed with saliva. Su Hong, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mix of fury and fear. Chen Laosan is a murderer, she cried out, but as she attempted to hurl further insults, Chen Zhuo approached the wall, his expression dark and his piercing gaze fixed upon her. In a tone as frigid as winter's chill, he warned, mind your words. I am not a gentleman bound by the precept of not striking women. Should you utter another inappropriate word, it may not be Wang who loses a tooth next time. With that, he narrowed his eyes at her until she turned pale and cowered behind Wang. Only then did he turn and return indoors. Once Chen Zhuo left, Su Hong collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Those fleeting seconds felt eternal, as his terrifying gaze had pierced her, leaving her feeling as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, her scalp tingling and her heart chilled, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Wang, too, dared not utter a sound, covering his mouth with one hand while dragging his paralyzed wife back into their home. The Chen family had long since heard the commotion from next door. Yet under the restraint of old Master Chen, none ventured out to investigate, though some did keep a watchful eye with concern. As Chen Zhuo entered the house, all eyes turned to him. What transpired? What mischief have the Wang couple been up to now? Old Master Chen inquired first. At this moment, Chao Yong had rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. I heard that foul woman insult my sister-in-law. She deserves a sound thrashing. She should have her mouth slapped crooked. Chen Zhuo had his own calculations regarding the Wang couple. He did not wish to let their antics disrupt the mood of his own family, so he dismissively waved his hand. Just a little lesson for their foul mouths. Now, let us enjoy our meal. Uncle Dang, do sample this cucumber. It tastes far superior to those sold in the market. Excellent, excellent. Deng Shankuei accepted with a smile, his gaze towards Chen Zhuo growing increasingly appreciative. Yang Wan was enjoying her meal when she noticed her mother's displeased expression, which instantly rendered the long grain rice in her bowl unappetizing. Recalling the harsh words from the neighbor, Mrs. Hutu, she pouted and abruptly set down her bowl. With a twist of her small body, she leaped onto the Kong, and after a couple of kicks with her short legs, she slipped through the gap between the table and the edge of the Kong. Yang, where are you going? Chen Ling asked, noticing her niece's abrupt departure mid-meal. The eyes of the others followed the little one, curious about her intentions. Yang remained silent. Her cheeks puffed in irritation as she hurried to the cupboard, yanking open a drawer to retrieve 2 glass marbles. With a determined expression, she dashed outside. Jang Wan felt uneasy and put down her bowl to chase after her. But at that moment, Chen Zhuo stopped her, saying, "I'll go. You focus on your meal." He then followed her out, with Grandma Chen, concerned for her granddaughter, trailing behind. Deng Shankui found Yang Yang amusing, munching on cucumber dipped in sauce, while keeping a watchful eye on the little girl. Yang Yang skillfully dragged a small stool to the wall's base, climbed up, and with her hands on her hips, hurled the 2 glass marbles, shouting, "Hit! Hit! Hit the tiger head! Stinky! Stinky! Yang Yang doesn't want these broken marbles anymore. I won't play with you." Afterward, she attempted to lift a loose brick from the wall, but it was too heavy. After struggling, she settled for a tiny piece of debris, throwing it fiercely. Grandma Chen watched with delight, and Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. He approached and lifted his daughter, soothing her as they walked back inside. "Our Yang Yang is truly remarkable, but such rough antics should be left to Daddy. My precious daughter ought to be an elegant little princess. Now, let us wash your hands and finish that long grain rice, shall we?" In Chen Zhuo's arms, Yang Yang listened, her big eyes blinking as she pondered his words. In her sweet voice, she asked, "Daddy protects Mommy?" Chen Zhuo replied with utmost sincerity, "Yes. Daddy protects Mommy and also protects Yang Yang." Upon hearing this, little Yang Yang beamed and extended her pinky towards Chen Zhuo, saying, "Pinky swear." Chen Zhuo, charmed by her adorable gesture, extended his hand to link pinkies, reciting, "Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing." As Deng Shankui prepared to leave, he pressed 100 yuan into Yang Yang's hand. Chen Zhuo, unable to refuse, accepted it. He indeed needed some money, considering it a loan from Deng Shankui. With Deng Shankui's departure, the Chow brothers finished sweeping and began to prepare to head home. Chen Zhuo called out to them, pointing to a bag of rice beside the cupboard. "Take that bag of rice back with you." The brothers froze in shock, their expressions a mix of surprise and joy as they looked at Chen Zhuo, third master. "That rice is a gift from Boss Deng to Yang Yang. How can you give it to us?" Chen Zhuo was washing the dishes, his head bowed, and remarked, "You two have idled away with me for so many years, causing our parents considerable worry. From now on, work diligently alongside me, so that they may enjoy some peace and comfort, and spare them the anguish of lamenting about me." Chen San, with bitter reproaches. The 2 brothers felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Chao Chong, a bit anxious, attempted to explain, "Third master, my parents don't blame you, they simply—" "I understand," Chen Zhuo interrupted with a smile. "They are merely frustrated by our potential missteps and wish for our betterment. The days ahead will improve. Now, off you go, hurry back." Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Chao Yang's eyes brimmed with tears. He turned away, hoisting the sack of rice, and exclaimed, "Understood, third master. I shall return to inform my parents." "Well done." Chen Zhuo teased him lightly, adding, "From now on, call me third brother. Third master is for outsiders." Chapter 15. Assigning tasks to the Chow brothers. Elderly Lady Chen watched with a heavy heart as the Chow brothers carried away the rice, her feet tapping anxiously on the ground. Unable to scold her son, she began to chastise her daughter-in-law instead. "You could have stopped him. Our Yang Yang hasn't had enough yet, and neither have your brothers. Why give it away to others?" Jiang Wan remained silent, her head bowed as she scrubbed the pot. Chen Ling, observing Chen Zhuo's furrowed brow that hinted at an impending outburst, quickly tugged at her mother's arm and gently advised, "Mother, there is still 1 bag left. These 2 boys from the Chow family are quite decent, and our third son needs capable hands when he ventures into business. It is only right to give them a bag of rice." Chen Zhuo had intended to defend his wife, but upon hearing his sister's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had perceived his sister's disdain for the company that surrounded him, yet here she was, supporting the Chow brothers so fervently. Suddenly, he recalled the inexplicable suicide of his resilient and cheerful sister from his dreams, and a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Turning to his busy wife, Chen Zhuo said, "I need to step out for a while. Xiao Wan, once you finish cleaning the pot, please lie down with the children for a bit. I will take care of the rest when I return." With that, he turned and left. Jiang Wan had grown accustomed to the elderly lady's reprimands, but she still felt a twinge of discomfort, which she masked by immersing herself in her work. Yet, Chen Zhuo's considerate words instantly dispelled the gloom that had settled in her heart. She lifted her gaze, watching the tall figure of her husband as he departed, and a secret smile crept onto her lips. Though elderly Lady Chen was a countrywoman, she possessed a keen sense of observation. She noticed that her son was somewhat displeased after her earlier criticism of Jang Wan, which prompted him to express concern for his wife before leaving. subtly signaling her to refrain from troubling Jiang Wan further. Understanding her son's underlying intentions left her feeling a tad uncomfortable. But seeing her eldest daughter casting meaningful glances her way, she chose to remain silent, letting out a huff of exasperation before retreating to her room to rest. Once Chen Zhuo exited his family's gate, he swiftly made his way toward the Chao household, soon catching up with the two brothers. "Hey, third master, why did you come after us?" Chao Yong, carrying the rice, asked in confusion. Chao Chong elbowed his brother lightly, whispering a reminder, "Call him third brother." "All right, third brother, it's just a habit," Chao Yong chuckled sheepishly. Chen Zhuo did not dwell on the matter but maintained a serious demeanor as he instructed. "I need you two to assist me with something." The brothers perked up at the prospect of receiving a task from Chen Zhuo, eagerly asking, "What is it?" "Third brother, please tell us." Chen Zhuo beckoned them closer and lowered his voice. "For the next few days, keep a discreet watch on that monkey. No matter what he does, report every detail to me." Chao Yong nodded vigorously, glancing at his brother. "What do you mean by every detail?" Chao Chang scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. "I'm not quite sure." Gazing at the two simpletons before him, Chen Zhuo's lips twitched slightly as he said with a hint of irritation, "I mean to say, inform me of everything, regardless of its significance." "Ah, now I understand. Rest assured, third brother, we shall certainly comply." The pair promptly agreed, not even inquiring about Chen Zhuo's reasoning behind such a directive. Truly, they were individuals who had devotedly followed him for decades. The more Chen Zhuo observed them, the more his satisfaction grew. He patted them on the shoulder and declared, "All right, off you go. Be cautious while tailing. Do not let him discover you." "Got it." After parting ways with the Chao brothers, Chen Zhuo veered towards the village chief's residence. The chief's home lay on the same street as the Chen family, merely at opposite ends. Due to the sweltering weather, the village chief's family was currently lounging in the courtyard to enjoy the coolness. Upon noticing the arrival of the third son from the Chen family, the chief's head seemed to thrum with alarm as he rose to greet him. "Third brother? What brings you here? Have you gotten into trouble again?" The village chief, also surnamed Chen and named Chen Guohua, was indeed a blood relative of Chen Zhuo, sharing a common ancestry, as their grandfathers were brothers. Chen Guohua was of similar age to Chen Zhuo's elder brother, Chen Qing, and typically regarded Chen Zhuo as a brother. However, this young man was a source of constant concern. He frequently found himself embroiled in conflicts, having recently beaten someone from the east of the village so severely that they could not leave their bed for 3 days, and then the next day, he had pummeled another from the west to the extent that they were hardly recognizable. Those who had faced his wrath dared not confront Chen Zhuo again and sought out the village chief for resolution. What could Chen Guohua do? The Chen family was so impoverished that they could scarcely afford their meals, so compensation was out of the question. All he could do was visit the Chen household to offer some words of advice and impose a punishment of several days of mucking out stalls on Chen Zhuo. Thus, Chen Guohua could not help but feel a headache upon seeing Chen Zhuo. The chief's wife, upon spotting Chen Zhuo, also wore an unkind expression, glaring at him and muttering something about all that glitters is not gold, before pulling her daughter inside the house. Chen Zhuo pretended not to hear, secretly admiring, "Truly, the village chief's wife possesses a refined way of reproaching. I must ensure to teach Yang well, lest she turn out like those two simpletons from the Chao family, who understand nothing." Chen Zhuo's gaze fell upon Chen Guohua, examining him closely with eyes filled with sorrow. In just 2 years, this upright and simple village chief would tragically lose his life while attempting to extinguish a fire. Contemplating this, Chen Zhuo silently sighed. The path of reincarnation was fraught with challenges. This time, he not only aimed to alter the fate of his family, but also to save these kind-hearted individuals. Chen Guohua patted Chen Zhuo's shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. "What is it? Did your sister-in-law upset you? Don't take it to heart. She tends to ramble." Chen Zhuo found no reason to be displeased, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. "Why would I be unhappy? My sister-in-law praised my looks." Chen Guohua seemed taken aback by his response, raising an eyebrow in surprise before exhaling in relief and asking, "Well then, what brings you here?" Chen Zhuo indeed had a matter to discuss with him, so he did not stand on ceremony and got straight to the point. "Brother, do you have a few sheets of letter paper and a ballpoint pen that you could lend me? I will return them to you once I am done." "What?" Chen Guohua was taken aback, his expression reflecting disbelief, and he spoke with a hint of amusement. "What do you need paper and a pen for? You hardly spent 2 days in school. Can you even write?" Despite his teasing remarks, Chen Guohua did not refuse Chen Zhuo. Instead, he gestured for him to come inside. Before the matter was settled, Chen Zhuo preferred to keep a low profile, so he casually fabricated an excuse. Our Yang Yang is 2.5 years old. I thought I might teach her a bit of writing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Guohua's wife entered, exclaiming with irritation. You can't even recognize characters yourself, yet you want to teach the child? Just send her over to me. I will teach her. Chapter 16. Can wives speak? Chen Guohua's daughter-in-law, Jin Yuezhu, serves as a Chinese language teacher at the primary school in Xiao Village. Although she harbors disdain for Chen Zhuo, she holds a fondness for Jiang Wan and her daughter. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's intention to teach Yang how to write, she could not contain her irritation and glared at him fiercely. Chen Zhuo took the paper and pen from Chen Guohua's hands, and with a courteous bow towards Jin Yuezhu, he expressed his gratitude. This is indeed a splendid endeavor. I shall first thank you, sister-in-law, and upon returning home, I'll discuss with Xiao Wan the most convenient times to bring the child over. Perhaps Chen Zhuo's enthusiastic agreement caught Jin Yuezhu off guard, as she regarded him with a skeptical gaze. She fixed her eyes on the paper and pen in his hands and questioned, if I am to teach the child, what purpose do you have for the paper and pen? You must not teach the child recklessly. In a conspiratorial whisper, Chen Zhuo revealed, to be honest, little Wan's birthday is next month, and I wish to compose a love letter for her. I am concerned my handwriting may not be up to par, so I am practicing in advance. Please keep this a secret from her. At this confession, both Chen Guohua and his wife stood in stunned silence, before bursting into laughter in unison after a couple of seconds. Jin Yuezhu, no longer angry, smiled in a teasing manner and asked, Are you truly not deceiving us? You genuinely intend to write to Jiang Wan? You are not merely using her as a pretext to send a letter to some other woman, are you? How could that be? I hold only affection for Jiang Wan. I would never write a love letter to anyone else, Chen Zhuo replied with sincerity and candor. Satisfied, Jin Yuezhu lowered her arm that had been blocking his path, saying, Since it is for Xiao Wan, should you encounter any words you find difficult to write, do not hesitate to ask me. Chen Guohua nudged his daughter-in-law with his elbow, jesting, Enough of your meddling in the affairs of the young couple. Do leave some dignity for the third child. Chen Zhuo chuckled in response and exchanged a few more casual words before heading home. By this time, darkness had descended, and to avoid attracting mosquitoes, he refrained from turning on any lights inside. Concerned that Jiang Wan and her daughter might have fallen asleep, he treaded lightly as he entered. However, as he approached the outer room, he overheard Yang Yang's innocent voice from within, saying, Wang Daliang is bad. Mama is not mute. Mama can speak. What does Mama can speak mean? Chen Zhuo paused, straining to listen to the sounds coming from the room, uncertain of what his wife was conveying. He contemplated lingering a little longer to decipher the child's words. Just then, he heard his elder sister's voice behind him. Their brother? What are you doing? You startled me. It turned out that Chen's elder sister had seen a shadow stealthily entering the main room from downstairs, and being concerned for Jiang Wan and her daughter, she had quietly followed. Little did she know that the shadowy figure was her own brother. Chen Ling sighed in relief, clutching her chest. Upon hearing her call, Jiang Wan and Yang Ang naturally noticed the commotion. Little Yang Ang rushed out, exclaiming, Daddy, flying. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan lifted the door curtain, standing at the entrance with her head tilted, gazing at him. Caught eavesdropping, Chen Zhuo did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he handed a pen and paper to his wife, requesting her assistance in organizing them. He then indulged his daughter's wishes, lifting her high into the air in the courtyard. Yang Ang was overjoyed, her laughter ringing out like music, her little arms and legs flapping about as if she were about to take flight. At that moment, Chun Ling felt a sense of relief. Leaning against the doorframe to watch the playful antics of her husband and daughter, reminding him to be cautious and hold the child tightly. Chen Zhuo, however, was preoccupied with thoughts about the conversation he had just overheard between the two of them. Noticing his wife had retreated into the house with the pen and paper, he leaned down to whisper in Yang Yang's ear, My dear, how about we go to the riverside to collect duck eggs? The Chen family's home was bordered by a small grove, and beyond that lay the river. Yang Yang adored playing in the water, but recalling her mother's warnings, she hesitated, furrowing her little brows as she replied, Mama says no. Don't worry, if Daddy takes you, Mama will let us go. Just watch and see, Chen Zhuo assured her. With that, he carried the child back inside and spoke to his wife, Xiao Wan, I'm taking Yang Ang to the riverside for a bit. There are many ducks laying eggs by the river. I'll go and have a look. The villagers' ducks were free range, and many unregulated ones would wander to the riverside to lay their eggs. Jiang Wan was aware of this. However, given the late hour, she wondered why he would take their daughter along. Although Chen Zhuo had shown signs of change over the past few days, becoming less cold and impatient, she still felt uneasy about leaving their child solely in his care. Seeing Yang clinging tightly to her father's neck, her eyes filled with hope, Jiang Wan found it hard to refuse. After biting her lip, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chen Zhuo, sensing his wife's concerns, tightened his embrace around the child, offering a gentle gaze as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will take good care of our little one." He then turned to Chen Ling, saying, "Elder sister, please stay with Xiao Wan for a while. It's getting dark, and she might feel scared." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's face flushed, and she shot Chen Zhuo a glare. "I am not scared." This was Yang's first time spending time alone with her father. However, after walking for a while, she sensed something was amiss. She patted her father's shoulder vigorously, extending her little arms to point in the direction of the river. Daddy, we took a wrong turn." Chen Zhuo was fully aware of the mistake. He had no intention of heading to the river, merely seeking an excuse to take the child out for a few words. He jiggled his arm to elicit more laughter from her, and then said, "My dear, Mama is right. We shouldn't go to the riverside at night. It's very unsafe. Let us listen to Mama and take a stroll around the village instead, shall we?" Yang had always heeded Jiang Wan's words, and upon hearing her father say they wouldn't go to the river, she felt no disappointment. She nodded vigorously, pointing ahead. "Nyo. Good girl," Chen Zhuo praised her, showering her cheek with a kiss. Then, he shifted the conversation back to his wife. "My dear daughter, let Daddy test your wits. Let us see just how clever you are." Upon hearing this, Yang immediately tapped her forehead and softly remarked, "Mama says Yang is the wisest." Chen Zhuo kissed her little hand again and asked, "All right, then tell Daddy, does Mama know how to speak?" Yang promptly nodded and replied with a clear voice, "Mama can say baby." Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled with immense delight, though he restrained himself from showing it, and subtly probed further, "What else can Mama say?" Yang, without hesitation, exclaimed, "Mama calls me baby." Chen Zhuo understood at last. His wife had referred to their daughter as baby. When had this occurred? How had he been completely unaware? Chapter 17. A gift for my wife. Chen Zhuo was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the news. He longed to inquire further about the details from his daughter. But after much questioning, little Yang could only articulate two phrases, "Mommy says Fa" and "Mommy calls me baby." Realizing he could extract no more information, Chen Zhuo took his daughter in his arms and headed to the nearby store to reward her with sumda by 2 milk candies. It had been quite some time since Yang had savored such treats. She eagerly unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, her little body dancing with joy at the sweetness. Witnessing his daughter's delight over a simple piece of candy tugged at Chen Zhuo's heart, filling him with a bittersweet ache. In his dreams of another life, he had amassed wealth, filling his home with an array of colorful candies and chocolates. Yet his precious daughter would never return. The thought sent sharp pangs through his heart. He held her tightly, resting his chin atop Yang's head, and solemnly promised, "Daddy will give you and Mommy the best." With her mouth full of candy, Yang proclaimed that the finest thing in the world was indeed to buy too, exclaiming, "Daddy is amazing." Chen Zhuo smiled softly, carrying his child home while pondering the implications of her recollections. Since she remembered, it must have occurred within the past year, otherwise she would not retain such clarity. This indicated that, within this year, his wife had indeed spoken. How could this be? Wasn't she born mute? Could such an affliction heal spontaneously? In his dreams of a past life, after Jiang Wan and her mother passed, the Jiang family harbored deep resentment towards Chen Zhuo. Even after he became a sought-after tycoon, they never reached out to him, leaving him unaware of any matters concerning Jiang Wan. Now, learning that his wife could speak filled him with immense joy, igniting a desire to visit the Jiang family in Shaodong village soon to inquire about her. Upon returning home through the back door with his daughter, he found the outer room lit, yet his wife was absent. "Has she gone downstairs?" "Xiao Wan," Chen Zhuo called out, only to hear footsteps approaching from the front door. Looking up, he was relieved to see his wife. It appeared she had been anxious, waiting for the both of them at the entrance. Chen Zhuo hurried out to greet her, reaching for her hand. "Why aren't you waiting inside? Aren't you afraid of getting bitten by mosquitoes?" Jiang Wan seemed unaccustomed to his spontaneous gestures of affection, withdrawing her hand before signing to him. "Why did you come in through the back?" It was the 16th day of the lunar month. The moon hung round and bright in the sky, casting a soft, cool light upon Jiang Wan, accentuating her already delicate features with an ethereal glow. It was no wonder that people often claimed the moon could stir trouble. Indeed, it possessed a certain magic. Chen Zhuo lifted his hand, gently pressing his index and middle fingers against the furrow of Jiang Wan's brow, soothingly stroking it twice. Don't frown. I feared you would worry, so I didn't go to the river. Instead, I took our daughter to the store to buy her some candy. Upon hearing this, little Yang eagerly showcased the Dabaitu in her hand to her mother, exclaiming, "Mommy, look at the rabbit." Under the moonlight. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at the candy in her daughter's palm, gesturing, "This is very expensive." "It is not expensive. The child enjoys eating it, and no price seems too high." Chen Zhuo spoke in a gentle tone as he wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder. "Let us go inside. You've had a long day and should rest early. I will help our daughter brush her teeth." Yang was obedient, knowing she had just indulged in sweets, and brushed her teeth with extra care. While Chen Zhuo attended to his own hygiene, his gaze remained fixed on his daughter, watching her earnest little face soften his heart. When the two returned to the room, Jiang Wan was already asleep in the quilt at the foot of the bed. The quilt at the head of the bed was reserved for Chen Zhuo, while Yang slept with her mother, their quilts separated by a meter. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of guilt surged within Chen Zhuo once more. For over 3 years of marriage, Jiang Wan had always left the warm spot at the head of the bed for him, while she herself huddled at the foot. Their financial struggles meant that during winter, they could not afford to waste firewood. They would only stoke the warmth briefly before letting it die down. Consequently, by the latter half of the night, the foot of the bed grew cold, often waking Jiang Wan from her sleep. At that time, Chen Zhuo took for granted everything she provided for him, never considering the sacrifices she made for his comfort. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhuo felt both regret and shame. He pressed his lips together and gently placed his daughter on the bed, hushing her softly. Yang, unaware of his intentions, obediently covered her mouth and nodded eagerly, her big, watery eyes fixed on her father. Silently, Chen Zhuo climbed onto the bed, lifted the quilt at the head, and then carefully cradled his wife, moving her to the warmer side of the bed. After ensuring everything was in place, he beckoned his delighted daughter over. Yang immediately scrambled over, burrowing into her mother's quilt. It was summer, and after cooking, he had swiftly cleaned out the stove and made room at the head of the bed, ensuring the space was not overly warm. Yet, knowing women are sensitive to the chill, Chen Zhuo was aware of Jiang Wan's discomfort. From now on, the head of the bed would be theirs to share, and he dreamed of earning enough money to change their home and bed, allowing them to enjoy a better life. After tucking the quilt snugly around his wife and daughter, Chen Zhuo turned with satisfaction, pulling the quilt at the foot closer until the two quilts were tightly pressed together before lying down and closing his eyes. Before long, his breathing became steady and deep. In the darkness, Jiang Wan's long eyelashes fluttered twice before she slowly opened her eyes. Bathed in moonlight, she gazed at the man so near to her, noticing how his large hand enveloped both her and their daughter's small hands. The scene was warm and beautiful, causing her eyes to inexplicably well up with tears that fell silently. In truth, Jiang Wan had been awake all along. She had remained alert as Chen Zhuo and their daughter stealthily entered the room, and she was fully aware when he carefully lifted her to the head of the bed. Over the years, in an effort to avoid Chen Zhuo's cold demeanor, she had often resorted to feigning sleep, a skill she had mastered. However, she never anticipated that Chen Zhuo would treat her with such tenderness tonight. When he spoke to himself with cold words, she did not weep. When he regarded himself with indifference and mockery, she remained tearless. However, when he cradled her in his arms and brought her to the warmth of the heated Kong, when he quietly adjusted the blankets for her and their daughter, and when he held their hands as if they were treasures, Jiang Wan could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within her. There was a sense of grievance, a feeling of uncertainty, and a hint of joy that comes from enduring hardships. Her tears flowed like pearls strung on a broken thread, silently cascading one after another, gradually soaking the pillowcase. At that moment, a large hand rested on Jiang Wan's shoulder, gently patting her. Jiang Wan's body stiffened, and she opened her eyes in astonishment, only to find Chen Zhuo was still asleep, seemingly unaware of his actions. The large hand on her shoulder patted her gently, as if soothing a child, again and again, in a tender caress. Chapter 18. Our family will have 3 meals a day. The following morning, Chen Zhuo awoke to find his wife's presence absent from the Kong. Their daughter was sleeping soundly, her little belly exposed, tender and fair, particularly endearing. Concerned that the child might catch a chill, Chen Zhuo gently pulled the blanket over her. Upon glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was precisely 6 o'clock. He rose from the Kong, swiftly completed his morning routine, and stepped outside in search of his wife. Jang Wan, mindful of disturbing the family, had gone to the entrance to chop wild vegetables mixed with chicken feet. Hearing a noise, she turned her head and was taken aback to see Chen Zhuo awake so early. She gestured, asking if she had woken him. With a smile, Chen Zhuo snatched the knife from her hand and pressed something into her palm, gently nudging her aside. Let me handle this. It's only 6 o'clock. You should rest a bit longer. Jiang Wan looked down at her palm and discovered 2 large white rabbit candies. Puzzled, she raised her gaze and tilted her head at Chen Zhuo. He adored her innocent demeanor, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Try this. It's specially for you. No need to share it with Yang Yang. After a brief pause, he added, and you don't have to give any to your mother and the others. Once we earn some money, I'll buy them their own. Jiang Wan blinked in surprise, her eyes drifting to the 2 candies as if contemplating whether to indulge. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes, swiftly peeled one of the white rabbit candies, and placed it into her mouth. Her initial blank expression transformed into one of bashfulness, and she shot him a small glare before turning to leave. Suddenly, Chen Zhuo seized her wrist, pulling out over 100 yuan from his pocket and placing it into her hand. Here, this is all the money I have. From now on, you will hold the reins of our family's finances. Jang Wan's astonishment deepened as she gazed at the unexpected sum in her palm, incredulous at his generosity. You're giving it all to me? What about you? Whatever I have is yours. I am your husband. The money I earn is meant for you and the child. If I need to use money, I'll ask you. This money was what Chen Zhuo had earned from helping others settle debts. A significant sum for those in the countryside, capable of sustaining a person for 3 to 4 months. Jiang Wan quickly clasped the money in her hand, casting a glance at Chen Zhuo before hastily retreating to hide it. Even though Chen Zhuo took on the task of feeding the chickens and ducks, Jiang Wan did not heed his suggestion to return to sleep. Instead, she transformed the leftover white rice from the previous night into a thin porridge. The elderly couple, being of advanced age, required less sleep and would soon awaken. Fearing they might be hungry, Jiang Wan decided to prepare some porridge to ease their hunger. After Chen Zhuo returned from feeding the chickens, the elder Mr. Chen and his wife had also awakened. The aroma of the white rice porridge wafted through the air, drawing them into the room. Mrs. Chen, eyeing the thick and fragrant porridge in the pot, swallowed hard and inquired of Jiang Wan, who was busy chopping pickled vegetables. Why are you cooking so early? This little bit won't last until afternoon. Jiang Wan pointed to several bowls of white porridge she had prepared for the elderly couple. Smiling as she gestured, Chen Zhuo mentioned that Yang Yang is at a crucial stage of growth. You two, at your age, shouldn't always tighten your belts. With sufficient food now, our family should transition to 3 meals a day. The son's filial piety naturally brought joy to the elderly lady, yet she felt a pang of concern for both the food and the finances. She waved her hands repeatedly, glancing at her 3rd son who had just entered the room, saying, "Third son, there's no need for 3 meals. Perhaps Yang Yang could have 3 meals, while we adults stick to 2. Chen Zhuo had just returned from feeding the chickens and, after washing his hands and shaking off the water, responded, Mother, just trust me and Xiao Wan. You and Dad needn't worry. Our family won't lack for food in the future. With that, Chen Zhuo picked up a bowl and began to eat. Little Yang Yang had also woken up. Chen's elder sister had just taken her to the toilet, and the 2 of them, hand in hand, entered the room. Yang Yang excitedly ran to the dining table, exclaiming, Annie, time for food. After finishing his meal, Chen Zhuo sought out the paper and pen he had requested from the village chief the previous day and leaned over the Kong table to begin drafting a shareholding contract. In his dreams of the past life, such matters were handled by the company's legal advisors. Although he didn't need to engage directly, he had seen thousands of contracts and agreements, making this task exceedingly simple for him. Jiang Wan was unaware of what Chen Zhuo was writing, but noting his serious demeanor, she recognized he was attending to important business. Fearing that their daughter might become overly excited upon seeing the paper and pen, she suggested taking the child for a stroll in the orchard at Brother Chen's house. Yang Yang was thrilled at the idea. She adored playing in the orchard and immediately called out, Brother, brother. Brother Chen had twin sons who doted on little Yang Yang, so she eagerly anticipated playing with them. Jiang Wan shook her head, smiling, and gestured, The brothers are at school. Having written just a few lines, Chen Zhuo, hearing the exchange between the 2, looked up and said, Xiao Wan, please tell brother and sister-in-law to come by tonight if they have time. I have something to discuss with them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's smile faltered, her expression shifting as she gestured, Are you buying wine? She assumed that calling Brother Chen back meant another round of drinking. fearing he might once again act foolishly and trouble her and their daughter. Seeing his wife's reaction, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of sorrow. It was his fault for not providing her with a sense of security, leading her to harbor such fears. He endeavored to soften his expression, smiling gently at his wife. "There's no need to buy any. I won't drink again unless it's something important. You can rest assured." With that, he lowered his head to continue writing the contract. Though his peripheral vision had discreetly monitored Jiang Wan, he noticed the corners of her mouth subtly lift, and her steps with their daughter became considerably lighter, radiating uncontainable joy. Tilting his head, Chen Zhuo gazed through the window at the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, who, upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly called out, "Xiao Wan." Jiang Wan paused, turning back with a puzzled look. "Be careful crossing the road. Watch out for the cars." As the words faded, Chen Zhuo beheld his wife smiling. Beneath the sunlight, she extended her arms and vigorously waved at him, while their daughter mimicked her mother, flailing her little arms in delight. This scene was so exquisite that Chen Zhuo hesitated to blink. After a while, he returned to reality, only to discover that the figures of his wife and daughter had vanished from the entrance. Yet, his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. It was the first time his wife had offered him such a genuine smile from the depths of her heart. In that moment, Chen Zhuo felt invigorated. With a sense of ease enveloping him, he found his work proceeding with remarkable fluidity. 2 pages of the contract were swiftly penned down. Holding the contract, he read it over twice, finding each clause meticulously crafted before folding it with satisfaction and putting it away. Mr. Chen, having long been curious about what his son was writing, extended his hand towards him upon seeing that he had finally completed it. "What have you written? Let me take a look." Chapter 19. The monkey is not a good person. Chen Zhuo had no intention of concealing matters from his father, so he readily presented the contract for the elder's perusal. The old man, having prepared himself, donned his reading glasses and began to scrutinize the document with utmost care. However, after merely glancing at it, he was struck dumb, his face a mask of disbelief as he turned to his son, incredulously holding the contract and asking, "Did you truly write this?" Chen Zhuo responded with a soft exclamation, tidying up the remaining papers and pen as he answered his father. The elder could scarcely fathom that his third son, who had received little formal education, could pen such a fine hand. The characters on the letter were impeccably uniform and square, resembling the print of a newspaper. How could this be possible? Understanding the source of his father's astonishment, Chen Zhuo concocted a casual excuse, claiming it was merely practiced during his idle hours. Ever since he lost his wife and daughter in his dreams, he often found himself sleepless through the night. In an effort to ensure their well-being in another realm, he began transcribing Buddhist scriptures to burn for them. Gradually, this became a habit for Chen Zhuo. Once he mastered one style of writing, he would switch to another. Over the decades, his calligraphy improved immensely, and he memorized various Buddhist texts. Today, as he was transcribing a shareholding contract, he opted for a neat script to maintain clarity and precision on the page. With his skillful hand, the result appeared as if it had been printed. The elder, visibly excited, had his beard trembling with pride as he held up the paper. "Splendid. Well done. Why didn't you mention this talent sooner? Why endure the yearly queues at the village chief's house for couplets? Your writing is far superior to that of Guohua's daughter-in-law." Seeing his father so delighted merely by the quality of his handwriting, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. The true cause for their joy lay ahead. Although the elder recognized characters, he was not well versed in business matters. After examining the contract several times through his glasses, he only grasped that one party held 60 while the other had 40. Curiously, he inquired, "Who takes 40 and who takes 60? Chen Zhuo folded the contract and patiently explained, "I take 40 and Boss Deng takes 60. Though the technology is mine, Boss Deng is the investor, bearing all the risk. Hence I receive the smaller share." After pondering Chen Zhuo's words, the elder furrowed his brow and asked, "That must require a considerable investment, right? My son, do you have confidence in this? It's not as though a pie falls from the sky. Even if we don't need to invest ourselves, Boss Deng is a good man. We must not take advantage of him." The elder was a straightforward and honest man. Although he lacked remarkable talents, he never engaged in unscrupulous activities. Thus, witnessing his son either doing nothing or embarking on such a grand endeavor left him feeling uncertain, fearing that his son might act recklessly and squander Boss Deng's money. Understanding his father's concerns, Chen Zhuo spoke with unwavering assurance. "Dad, this project is destined for success, with no possibility of failure." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, collaborating with your son is akin to a windfall for Boss Deng. It won't be long before we witness the fruits of our labor. He stands to gain both wealth and renown, and our family's living conditions will surely improve. Father, just wait and enjoy the blessings that will come. With the contract drafted, Chen Zhuo stepped outside to tidy the yard before returning indoors to commence sketching the blueprints. He also needed to compile a list of the simple equipment and raw materials required for sample production, followed by estimations, sales strategies, and a myriad of other tasks awaiting him. Chen Zhuo was so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time until noon. His elder sister, Chen Ling, prepared a dish of stir-fried green beans and a cucumber salad, and once the meal was ready, she called for Chen Zhuo to join them downstairs. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already 11:30, indicating that Jiang Wan and her companion had likely eaten on the mountain. He replied to his sister and gathered his materials before heading downstairs, where he found the dining bowl filled with sorghum rice. Chen Zhuo didn't mind. He had a penchant for coarse grains. However, considering their parents' dental health, he worried that sorghum might pose a challenge for them. Turning to his sister, he inquired, "Sister, why didn't you cook rice?" Before she could respond, their father waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Leave the rice for the children. We're accustomed to sorghum. It's quite pleasant." Their mother nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the children are not home, so there's no need to steam rice. Come, let's sit down and eat." Chen Zhuo, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and accepted the bowl of rice his sister handed him, diving into the meal. His sister's culinary skills were commendable, with a perfect balance of seasoning that suited his palate. The absence of Jiang Wan and her companion rendered the atmosphere somewhat subdued. Chen Ling glanced at the clock, puzzled, and murmured, "Why haven't those two returned yet? The sun will be even stronger soon. I hope they don't get overheated." Just as Chen Zhuo finished his meal and set down his bowl, he remarked, "They probably stayed for a meal with sister-in-law. It's fine. I'll go fetch them shortly." Hearing this, Chen Ling's face lit up with a smile of appreciation. She had observed the changes in her younger brother over the past few days, and as the eldest sister, she felt a profound sense of joy. After the meal, their parents went for a stroll in the street while the siblings washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen. As Chen Ling organized the kitchen, she confided in her brother, "You know, it's essential to care for those two. Living together as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law isn't easy. Just look at our neighbors. Most families separate early on. Sister-in-law would rather live in the mountain orchard with the children than stay with our mother. You must understand the difficulties involved. Although our mother is not a bad person, her words can be harsh, which has caused Jiang Wan considerable distress. As her husband, you need to cherish her and comprehend her suffering. If you do not show her affection, what hope does she have for a brighter future?" Chen Ling spoke gently, and her words resonated deeply with Chen Zhuo. He turned to her, nodding sincerely, "Yes, I understand. I will treat her well from now on. Such a wonderful sister. What could have transpired to lead her to such despair that she chose to end her own life?" Chen Zhuo recalled the incident involving the monkey a few days prior and contemplated testing the waters with a few remarks. "Once my project succeeds, I shall ensure that you all enjoy a prosperous life, and those brothers who have stood by me for several years shall also be duly rewarded." Upon hearing this, Chen Ling abruptly paused her actions, her brow furrowing in concern. "Your companions? I find only Chao Yong and Chao Chong to be truly dependable. The rest are of dubious character, particularly that one named Monkey, who harbors a multitude of ill intentions. Keep your distance from him, and do not allow him to visit our home." Observing his sister's intense reaction, Chen Zhuo's suspicions deepened. He feigned indifference, asserting, "Monkey is quite decent. He is clever and quick-witted. While he may possess a few ulterior motives, that is not inherently a bad trait." Chen Ling, upon hearing his defense, suddenly erupted in frustration. "Why are you so disobedient? If I say he is not a good person, then he is not. If you still regard me as your elder sister, you must cease all contact with him." Chapter 20. Depart, and do not return. The elder sister's intense reaction made Chen Zhuo realize that there was more to the story than met the eye. Seeing her glare at him, he surrendered, raising his hand in mock defeat, and smiled as he played along with her words. All right, but dear sister, you must tell me the reason. What has the monkey done to vex you so?" Chen Ling averted her gaze at his question, her expression somewhat awkward. "I heard from others that he often behaves lewdly. Many young women in the village have been provoked by him. Why would you associate with such a scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo's expression grew cold, and he asked in a deep voice, "Sister, has he ever made advances towards you?" "Absolutely not," Chen Ling retorted immediately, her eyes darting away. Then, with gritted teeth, She added, "If he dares to take advantage of me, I will have him dealt with. Don't think that you alone are formidable in our family." Chen Zhuo had been observing Chun Ling closely, and upon hearing her words, he felt a sense of relief. He speculated that perhaps the monkey had indeed flirted with her, which explained her disdain for him. But did the monkey's actions have any connection to the elder sister's demise in a past life? As if summoned by fate, just as the siblings finished discussing the monkey, his figure appeared at the entrance of the Chun family home. "Third master, have you eaten yet?" the monkey exclaimed cheerfully as he entered the courtyard. Chun Ling's face darkened immediately, glaring at Chen Zhuo. "You need to chase him away at once." Chen Zhuo patted his sister's arm, signaling her to remain calm, then strode out to meet the monkey, speaking in a neutral tone. "What brings you here?" "Ah, third master, is that a question? I simply missed you." The monkey replied with a grin. "Where's my niece? Why isn't she home? Are you looking to play with my daughter?" Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. The monkey chuckled. "Third master, you truly have a sense of humor." He then glanced furtively around the courtyard and picked up a broom that was propped against the wall. "I have no pressing matters today, so I came to lend a hand." With that, he swung the broom as if to begin sweeping. Chen Zhuo seized the handle of the broom, snatching it away, and looked at him with impatience. "I've just cleaned the courtyard. It's unnecessary for you to do so. What is it that you want? Spare me the roundabout talk." The monkey rolled his eyes, feigning a wounded expression, and sighed dramatically before speaking. "Third master, did you not give a bag of rice to the Chow brothers yesterday?" "Oh, is this a request for rice?" Chen Zhuo maintained his composure. "Yes, and what of it?" The monkey's expression became even more pitiful, his tone whiny. "We've been brothers for several years. How could you forget about me in such good fortune? Why did you give it to them and not to me? You see, the old lady from the Chow family is flaunting it all over town, saying you gifted her son rice. My mother heard about this and scolded me fiercely when I got home. She said I have been her lackey for years and have seen not a single grain of that rice." As Chen Zhuo listened to the monkey's unjust grievances, he let out a cold chuckle from his throat. After surveying him with a leisurely gaze, Chen Zhuo remarked, "Did you not inform the old lady at home? I, Chen-san, have fought dozens of battles to defend your honor without ever raising a hand against the Chow brothers. Monkey, are you unaware of this? Or does your mother not know?" Despite the lack of any overt expression on Chen Zhuo's face, the monkey felt an inexplicable terror and dared not meet his gaze. With a sheepish smile, the monkey lowered his head to avoid Chen Zhuo's eyes, muttering, yes, third master has nothing to say to me." Chen Zhuo emitted a light scoff, no longer wishing to waste words on him, and issued a direct dismissal. "Leave now, and do not return." Without another glance at the monkey's expression, Chen Zhuo turned and re-entered the main house. Chen Ling, listening from the window of the lower room, felt a sense of relief wash over her face upon hearing her brother had indeed quarreled with the monkey, only to be suddenly reminded of something that made her spit vehemently. The monkey stood dazed in the Chun family's courtyard, initially flushed with embarrassment. The awkward redness gradually faded into a furious pallor, his eyes seething with resentment as he glared at the interior of the house. He let out a cold snort and turned to leave, but just as he exited the courtyard, he noticed Su Hong, the wife of the neighbor Wang Laoda, peering at him from behind a nearby tree. Spotting her concealed behind the trunk, he could not help but whistle in a frivolous manner. "Oh, Sister Wang, waiting for someone here?" Su Hong quickly gestured for silence, winking and beckoning him over. The monkey raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a few moments, then approached her with a grin. The midday sun blazed fiercely, prompting Chen Zhuo to retrieve a straw hat from the house, intending to go up the mountain to fetch his wife and child. Just as he was about to step through his front door, he caught sight of two figures standing in the small grove, whispering conspiratorially. It was the monkey and Su Hong. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Zhuo swiftly retreated into the courtyard, pressing himself against the wall in an attempt to overhear the scheming duo. However, their voices were too hushed and the distance too great for him to discern their words. With a cold snort, Chen Zhuo concluded that even without hearing, he could guess their intentions, undoubtedly plotting some form of retaliation against him. These two vile individuals had never warranted his attention in the past, and they certainly held no significance for him now. Casting a disdainful glance toward the Wang family's yard, Chen Zhuo smirked slightly. Let them come together. It would be more efficient to resolve this matter in one go. Not wishing to alert the two lurking behind the tree, he opted to exit through the back door. Chen Dage's orchard was situated on the small hill opposite Xiao village. Chen Zhuo moved swiftly. What would take Jiang Wan and her child 40 minutes, he accomplished in less than half an hour. When Chen Zhuo arrived, His daughter was energetically striking the fruits hanging from a relatively short apple tree with a small stick, exclaiming, "Hit, hit, hit." "Yang Yang," Chen Zhuo called out with a smile. The little girl immediately turned her head, dropped the stick, and dashed towards him, her cries transforming from "hit, hit" to "daddy, daddy." Chen Zhuo bent down to embrace his daughter, planting a hearty kiss on her cherubic face, and inquired, "Where's mommy?" Before Yang Yang could respond, her aunt, Zhang Yinping, approached with a smile, saying, "The third one has arrived. You two keep your voices down, as Xiao Wan is taking a nap." Chapter 21. Does mother adore father? Is the wife asleep? This unexpected revelation left Chen Zhuo somewhat taken aback. During the day, Jiang Wan was either busy tidying the house or tending to the vegetable garden, rarely indulging in an afternoon nap. Concerned, Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow and inquired of Sister Chen, "Why is she sleeping at this hour? Is she feeling unwell?" Sister Zhang Yinping was quite astonished by Chen Zhuo's earnest tone. She scrutinized his face for a moment, noting the genuine concern etched upon it before responding, "No. She simply didn't sleep well last night and is in need of rest." "Did you not notice the dark circles under her eyes?" Chen Zhuo paused, reflecting on the morning when his wife's eyes indeed appeared somewhat peculiar. How could she be sleep-deprived? She had gone to bed rather early the previous night. Perhaps it was due to rising too early. Henceforth, he would prepare breakfast himself to allow her a bit more slumber. Contemplating this, he glanced towards the orchard. "Is my elder brother working? And what about the two children?" Zhang Yinping waved her hand dismissively. "No. They went to sell apples early this morning since there's a market today." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Well, those two rascals can indeed assist my brother." Zhang Yinping nodded and led Chen Zhuo to a fruit tree for some shade, offering him an apple. "Xiao Wan mentioned that you're going to partner with that nouveau riche from Chin Tun for business. Is that true? You're not just pulling her leg, are you?" Zhang Yinping, with her genuinely kind heart, always showed sincere goodwill towards everyone as the eldest sister-in-law of the Chen family. Chen Zhuo held her in high regard and, upon hearing her inquiry about the business, did not hold back. "It's true, but this venture cannot be accomplished overnight. It requires time to yield results." Zhang Yinping, not entirely grasping the concept, asked a few questions before shifting the conversation to her own orchard. She sighed repeatedly, lamenting the poor harvest this year, claiming that the fruits were not fetching a good price. The whole family was laboring tirelessly yet could scarcely make ends meet, let alone save any money. After listening, Chen Zhuo pressed his lips together, wiped his hands on the apple, and took a bite. The thin-skinned, small-seeded fruit was crisp and sweet, delightful to the palate. He surveyed the orchard and said, "Sister-in-law, has Xiao Wan spoken to you? When my brother returns, you should come home for a visit. I have some matters to discuss with you. We must find a new way to sell these apples. The current effort of rising early and working late does not yield commensurate rewards." "Find a new way? What sort of way?" Zhang Yinping's interest was piqued, and she looked at Chen Zhuo with eager anticipation. It is rather curious that among the children of the Chen family, the one least inclined towards conventional pursuits is Chen Zhuo, yet he is also the most intelligent and resourceful. Whenever he proposes an idea, success often follows. This matter could not be succinctly explained in a few words. It would be best to discuss it further at home later that evening. As Chen Zhuo spoke, his gaze drifted towards the brick house in the middle of the orchard, where Jiang Wan had just emerged, looking surprised to see him. Chen Zhuo rose and walked toward her, smiling as he asked, "Are you awake? Did you sleep enough?" Little Yang Yang rushed forward, arms outstretched, yearning for a hug. Jiang Wan had just awakened, still appearing somewhat dazed. Her fair complexion bore the imprint of the pillow, giving her a look of innocence. As she lifted her daughter, her gaze fell upon Chen Zhuo, her eyes seemingly questioning his unexpected presence. Concerned for her well-being, Chen Zhuo gently reclaimed their daughter, stating, "Let daddy hold her. Mommy hasn't rested enough yet." Although Yang Yang hesitated, her compassion for her mother compelled her to obediently nestle into Chen Zhuo's embrace, her grape-like eyes continuously following Jiang Wan. Zhang Yinping soon joined them, and was taken aback by Chen Zhuo's considerate gesture, thinking to herself, "Has the sun risen in the west? This rascal is showing concern for his wife. How peculiar." Meanwhile, Jiang Wan felt a bit embarrassed under her sister-in-law's scrutinizing gaze. She awkwardly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gestured, "Have you been waiting for long?" Chen Zhuo delighted in his wife's bashful demeanor, gazing at her intently, reluctant to even blink. Noticing another stray lock of hair at her temple, he reached out to tuck it behind her ear, and after a moment, he added, "I just arrived as well. Your sister mentioned you didn't sleep well last night. Did you rise too early? From now on, I'll prepare breakfast and tend to the chickens and ducks. You needn't rush up so early. Jiang Wan, already flustered, felt her cheeks burn even more at Chen Zhuo's affectionate actions in front of her sister-in-law. Zhang Yinping stifled a laugh, playfully teasing her with raised eyebrows. Jiang Wan shot her a reproachful glance and gestured to Chen Zhuo, indicating it was time to go home. With a soft acknowledgement, Chen Zhuo and their little family bid farewell to Zhang Yinping and made their way home. As the saying goes, it is easy to ascend the mountain, but difficult to descend. Even on a gentle slope, one must tread carefully to avoid losing control and twisting an ankle. Chen Zhuo cradled their daughter in one arm while holding Jiang Wan's hand with the other, intentionally slowing his pace. His wife's hand was delicate and nestled snugly within his grip. Chen Zhuo gently squeezed her palm and turned to inquire, "Why are your hands so cold?" Jiang Wan, who had struggled to free her hand moments before, now felt her face flush crimson like a ripe tomato. Upon hearing his question, she cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. In his past life, while transcribing Buddhist scriptures and studying traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Zhuo had learned that women often experience coldness in their bodies, and cold hands and feet could likely indicate anemia. This thought furrowed his brow as he resolved to earn some quick money to take Jiang Wan to the hospital for a checkup. Yang, nestled in her father's arms, observed her parents holding hands with a mix of curiosity and envy, prompting her to wriggle and express a desire to walk on her own. However, Chen Zhuo, wary of the treacherous descent, soothed her, saying, "Be good, dear. The path is difficult. Daddy needs to protect Mommy. If you walk by yourself, I might not be able to keep her safe." Yang, somewhat perplexed, blinked and gazed at the hands they were holding, pouting as she expressed her desire for her mother to take her hand. Chen Zhuo recognized that his daughter was feeling jealous, attempting to claim her mother for herself. Amused, he remained steadfast, intentionally swinging Jiang Wan's hand in front of their daughter, asserting that mothers and fathers are partners, and that fathers can hold their mothers' hands too. Little Yang pondered this for a moment, tilting her head as she innocently inquired of Jiang Wan, "Does Mommy like Daddy?" Chen Zhuo also turned to look at his wife alongside their daughter, curious about how she would respond. However, Jiang Wan feigned ignorance, turning her head away as if engrossed in something else, leaving the back of her neck exposed to the two of them. Unfortunately, her flushed neck betrayed her true feelings. Chen Zhuo, fully aware of her thoughts, mischievously tickled her palm and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Our daughter is asking you, do you like Daddy?" Chapter 22. The monkey dares to flirt with the elder sister until the family of three returned to Xia village. Jiang Wan did not respond to her mother's inquiry about whether she liked her father, her cheeks flushed, avoiding eye contact with both men. In truth, Chen Zhuo was not at all anxious about this matter. He was quite aware of his wife's feelings for him. She harbored a small secret, tucked away in the red silk box where she kept her silver bracelet, a secret Chen Zhuo had witnessed in a dream of another life. Therefore, even if his wife remained silent, he knew everything. Upon returning home, Chen Zhuo saw Chao Yong and the elder sister beside the trellis in the garden, pollinating the pumpkin flowers together. Seeing him arrive, Chao Yong's eyes lit up. "Third brother, you're back. I have something to discuss with you." Chen Zhuo, wary of Chao Yong mentioning the monkey in front of the family, quickly signaled him to be quiet. Chao Yong, with a modicum of perception, chuckled and pointed towards the riverbank. "Third brother, let us go collect duck eggs by the riverbank." Chen Zhuo nodded and turned to his wife, saying, "If you didn't sleep well, take a nap. I'll be back shortly." Jiang Wan nodded, pursed her lips in contemplation, then removed the straw hat from her head and handed it to Chen Zhuo. "Is this to prevent sunburn?" Chen Zhuo smiled at her, slightly bowing to indicate she should place it on his head. Jiang Wan gazed at the tall, handsome man before her, her cheeks ablaze. Why does he enjoy teasing her in front of so many people? Not daring to meet the eyes of the elder sister and Chao Yong, she hastily placed the hat on Chen Zhuo's head and turned to retreat into the house. After taking a couple of steps, she realized her daughter had not followed her. Turning back, she saw her daughter clinging to Chen Zhuo's leg. Yang, having heard her father mention going with Uncle Chao to collect duck eggs, eagerly exclaimed, "Collecting duck eggs?" "Yes, Daddy, take me with you." Chen Zhuo, his face alight with affection, lifted his daughter onto his shoulders and, along with Chao Yong, made his way to the riverbank. Chen Ling emerged from the courtyard and glanced at Jiang Wan, who was staring intently at her brother's departing figure. Assuming she was worried, she smiled and said, "Don't fret. I've noticed that third brother has been quite responsible these past few days. He will surely take good care of the child." Jiang Wan smiled and nodded, It was not that she doubted Chen Zhuo. Rather, the scene was simply too enchanting, and she wished to behold it a little longer. By the riverside, Chen Zhuo held his daughter's hand firmly while listening to Qiao Yong's report. That monkey is truly ungrateful, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be tamed. If it weren't for Xiao Chong stopping me, I would have given him a good beating. Chen Zhuo cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Calm down. A real man resolves issues without resorting to violence." Qiao Yong, his face flushed with indignation, retorted, "I'm simply angry. That toad dares to pursue the elder sister. How can he think he is worthy? That is a toad wishing to consume swan meat." Chen Zhuo corrected him with an impassive expression. Observing Chen Zhuo's calm demeanor, Qiao Yong grew anxious. "Third brother, why aren't you concerned? How should we deal with that rascal who keeps pestering the elder sister?" This morning, he spent quite some time chatting with old Wang's wife in the small woods, likely discussing something intriguing. Xiao Chong and I, wary of being discovered, dared not approach too closely and thus missed the details of their conversation. We must remain vigilant. Chen Zhuo noticed that Qiao Yong's words were becoming increasingly indiscreet. After casting a disapproving glance at him, he led Yang to a shallow puddle, allowing her to play freely. His gaze remained fixed on the child as he admonished Qiao Yong, advising him to refrain from unnecessary chatter in front of the children, for such talk could corrupt their innocence. Qiao Yong, somewhat taken aback, pressed on with his inquiries, asking, "Third brother, do you have any plans? That rascal is notoriously cunning. You must not take this lightly." Chen Zhuo, fully aware of the monkey's true nature, comfortingly patted Qiao Yong's shoulder and replied in a measured tone, "Let us not stir the grass and alert the snake. As long as you two keep a close watch on him, he will not be able to cause any significant trouble. Only by targeting his vulnerabilities can we eliminate the threat once and for all." Qiao Yong listened with a puzzled expression, unsure of what Chen Zhuo meant by the monkey's vulnerabilities. Chen Zhuo playfully slapped his forehead and said, "Go back and keep an eye on him. Relay my words to Qiao Chong and see if he comprehends." With a grin, Qiao Yong covered his forehead, remarking, "I am far cleverer than my brother. If I don't understand it, he certainly won't." Observing his delight, Chen Zhuo chuckled helplessly. "When Yang starts school, I shall send you both along." After Qiao Yong departed, Chen Zhuo took his daughter to the riverbank to catch fish. The river in Xiaohe village is a lively one, flowing through several neighboring villages. It teems with fish, though not particularly large ones. Following a rain last night, the water was likely to reveal some palm-sized loaches. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhuo intended to catch a few to take home. He drew a circle by the puddle, cautioning his daughter not to step outside, before rolling up his trousers and wading into the river. Yang, brimming with excitement, crouched on the bank, covering her mouth to stifle her enthusiasm, fearing her voice might scare away the fish. With deft hands, Chen Zhuo quickly caught 8 or 9 fish. Once he had enough for a dish, he returned to the shore, where he found a flat, sharp stone to clean the fish in the river, wrapping them in a large tree leaf. He led his overly excited daughter home. Upon entering, Yang began to shout, "Mama, Mama, look, a big fish. Daddy caught loaches." Jang Wan, busy washing vegetables, brightened at the sound and hurriedly turned to Chen Zhuo, who was indeed holding a bundle of fish, with a rather mismatched straw hat atop his head. He presented the cleaned loaches to Jiang Wan, feeling a surge of accomplishment at her delighted expression. Chen Ling and Grandma Chen soon gathered around, and upon seeing the plump loaches, their joy was palpable. "Such fat loaches. Stewing them in sauce will surely be delicious." Grandma Chen instructed her eldest granddaughter to fetch some sauce from the jar before retreating to call her husband. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with laughter as she glanced at Chen Zhuo before turning to enter the house in search of a plate to serve the fish. Yang followed her closely, fearing that the loach might sprout wings and fly away. Chen Zhuo, still bearing the scent of fish on his hands, approached the well to wash them vigorously. Upon raising his head, he noticed the neighbor's dog, Hutu, stretching its neck to peer into his yard. He raised an eyebrow and glanced behind him, only to find Wang Laoda's wife, Su Hong, leaning against the doorframe, her eyes fixated on him like a hawk. Chen Zhuo straightened up, his expression unreadable as he regarded her. Upon realizing she had been caught, Su Hong suddenly seemed to awaken from a trance, scurrying back inside as if chased by a ghost. However, recalling that her son was still perched on the wall, she lowered her head and returned to retrieve Hutu. Chen Zhuo shook the water from his hands, pondering that they would do well to act swiftly to eliminate their burdens, allowing him to leave home with peace of mind. Chapter 23. The Temptation of Sister Chen. Perhaps the monkey caught wind of Chen Zhuo's silent plea, for that very evening, events began to unfold. The Chen family delightedly enjoyed a dinner of eel and soy sauce. And just as they finished clearing the table, Cao Chang approached Chen Zhuo with a grave expression. "This matter cannot be discussed indoors," Chen Zhuo remarked, leading Cao Chang to the back door, where they lowered their voices to converse. "Third brother, the monkey has procured a bottle of hallucinogenic drugs from the merchant. We are uncertain of his intentions." Cao Chang spoke urgently. "Hallucinogenic drugs? Could that wretched creature be plotting against my sister?" A chill swept over Chen Zhuo at the thought, his gaze hardening, and a cold smirk graced his lips as he muttered through clenched teeth, "That scoundrel has quite the audacity." After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Devise a plan to swap out the drugs he possesses, then keep a close watch on him. Regardless of whom he targets, ensure he is administered those drugs." At that juncture, Chen Zhuo leaned closer to Cao Chang, whispering a few instructions. Cao Chang nodded attentively, and once Chen Zhuo concluded his directives, he stealthily departed through the back door of the Chen residence. Chen Zhuo increasingly felt that his sister's tragic demise in a past life was somehow tied to the monkey. There had been no prior indications of her intentions before she leapt into the river. She had left half of a shoe sole for their father on the bed, making it implausible that she would suddenly act on a whim. However, given the limited resources at that time, no conclusive evidence of a struggle was found, and her death was hastily ruled a suicide. If indeed the monkey played a role in her death, he would not be permitted to evade justice so easily. With these troubling thoughts weighing heavily on his heart, Chen Zhuo's expression darkened. Yet, he soon realized that his emotions had a profound effect on his wife. During the time he had been lost in thought, Jiang Wan had been quietly embracing their daughter at the edge of the bed, casting timid glances in his direction while not daring to utter a sound. Seeing her in such a state pierced Chen Zhuo's heart. Had his wife always been so cautious about his moods? Chastising himself inwardly, he managed to muster a smile for the two of them and gently inquired, "Is the eel delicious? If you like it, I shall catch some more tomorrow." Yang, unable to contain her excitement, sprang up at the prospect of her father's smile and the promise of fish, bounding towards him and clamoring, "Yay, I want more eel." Chen Zhuo affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, softly responding, "Good," before lifting her up and moving to Jiang Wan's side. He explained, "The monkey harbors ill intentions. I've instructed the Chao brothers to keep a discreet watch on him these past few days. Cao Chang just informed me of some troubling news, which is why my demeanor has soured." Jiang Wan had indeed felt a twinge of fear. In recent days, it felt as though she were dreaming. Her husband was no longer the cold, harsh man who barked orders and brawled incessantly. He had transformed entirely, exhibiting a gentle temperament and a newfound diligence, even assisting with numerous household chores. She could hardly believe how blissful their life had become, as if it were too good to be true. Moments ago, Chen Zhuo wore a frown, enveloped in an aura that deterred anyone from approaching him, far more intimidating than his previous biting remarks. At that instant, Jang Wan feared that the blissful days they had recently enjoyed had come to an end, just as anxiety gripped her. Chen Zhuo broke into his smile and approached her to explain the reason behind his earlier scowl. Jiang Wan felt a wave of joy and couldn't help but smile back. She nodded and, for the first time, extended her hand towards Chen Zhuo. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his wife's intentions, standing still as he awaited her next move. In the next moment, her fingertips gently touched his brow, lightly tapping twice. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes met his gaze, unwavering and bright. Chen Zhuo understood. She was silently urging him not to frown, just as he had advised her on that particular day. He smiled in return, uttering a soft affirmation before drawing her into a tight embrace. For reasons unknown, that evening, Chen Qing and his family did not return. Chen Zhuo assumed his elder brother was held up by some matter and paid it no mind. Before retiring for the night, he intercepted his elder sister, who was preparing to sleep downstairs, persuading her to stay over to ease his worries. That night, Chen Zhuo found it difficult to sleep soundly. Any slight noise from the yard would rouse him, yet the night remained tranquil, devoid of any unusual occurrences. The following morning, Chen Zhuo rose early to tend to the chickens and ducks. By the time Jang Wan and Chen Ling awoke, he had already begun washing rice and cooking. Chen Ling watched with satisfaction, showering her brother with praise for his industriousness. Today, there was a market in Xiaodong village, and Chen Ling had planned to stroll about and purchase some insoles to make shoes for the family. Jiang Wan wished to take the children along and visit her parents. But with the television airing Journey to the West, Yang refused to budge, leaving Jiang Wan with no choice but to let Chen Ling go alone. As Chen Ling stepped out of her home, she encountered the wife of Wang Laodong next door. recalling that her brother had fought with her husband a few days prior. She thought it best to remain silent, given the animosity that had developed between the families. To her surprise, Wang's wife approached her with an air of normalcy, beaming as she called out, "Ling, are you heading to the market? I am too. Let us go together." Chen Ling was taken aback. She pondered how Su Hong, known for her grudges, could be so amicable after their families had not interacted since the quarrel. Despite her skepticism, she refrained from showing any hesitation, greeting her warmly and walking with her towards Xiaodong village. Chen Ling intended to take the main road, but Su Hong insisted on avoiding it due to a recent accident, fearing she might be struck by a vehicle. So, she insisted on taking a small path instead. Chen Ling, not thinking too much of it, reasoned that the distance would be similar and accompanied her into the narrower route. As they chatted and made their way towards Xiaodong village, neither mentioned the incident from days prior when Chen Zhuo had bested Wang Laoda. Just as Chen Ling thought she had underestimated Su Hong's intentions, Su Hong suddenly clutched her abdomen, exclaiming that she was in excruciating pain. "Oh, it hurts so much, Ling. I may have overindulged in cold water, and now my stomach is upset. Please wait here for a moment while I relieve myself in the fields." With that, Su Hong hurriedly dashed towards the fields, still holding her belly. Chen Ling, concerned, quickly inquired, "Do you have any tissue in your pocket?" Su Hong waved her hand dismissively, as if she lacked the strength to respond. Her face contorted in agony as she disappeared into the cornfield. The corn stalks had grown tall, towering over her, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Chen Ling, worried that her friend might feel anxious, reassured her, "I will wait right here, so do not rush." Just as those words left her lips, a handkerchief was suddenly pressed over her mouth from behind. Chapter 24. A scheme within a scheme. The neighbor, Old Wang. "Where's the green hat?" Chen Ling was filled with terror, just about to cry out for help when a muffled groan came from behind her. Gradually, the grip on her arm loosened until it was completely released. Turning around, Chen Ling saw Chao Chong pressing down on the unconscious monkey lying on the ground, while signaling her to be silent with a gesture. Her younger brother, Chen Zhuo, emerged from the shadows, stepping forward to embrace her shoulders, providing her with comforting reassurance. Still shaken, Chen Ling clung tightly to his arm, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Zhuo was consumed by fury, his gaze fixed intently on the cornfield where Su Hong had just disappeared. "Third brother, it's done." Chao Yong's voice echoed from within, prompting Chen Zhuo to curse through gritted teeth. Those wretched creatures are simply courting death. Earlier that morning, he had received word from the Chao brothers and immediately set out to meet Chao Chong, tracking the monkey as they concealed themselves in the cornfield. Upon witnessing Su Hong leading his sister toward this spot, he knew these brutes truly intended to harm her. For a fleeting moment, Chen Zhuo contemplated eliminating the pair. In this era, devoid of surveillance cameras, disposing of them in the depths of the mountains would raise no suspicions. Yet reason prevailed. He had not returned from his dreams merely to stake his life on these two beasts. He possessed numerous means to ensure their suffering would be profound. At that moment, Chao Yong also emerged from the cornfield, looking toward Chen Zhuo. "Third brother, what shall we do now?" "What shall we do? Naturally, we shall repay their deeds in kind." Chen Zhuo replied with a cold smirk, glancing at the unconscious monkey on the ground. "Strip them of their clothes and leave them here. Just wait. Someone will undoubtedly come by shortly." Jiang Wan had just washed 2 tomatoes for her daughter and in-laws, who were engrossed in watching Journey to the West. The scene on the television depicted the 3 confrontations with the white-boned spirit, who plotted against Wukong while Tang Xing sought to expel him. Grandma Chun, feeling frustrated, pointed at the screen and muttered, "What a useless fellow. He can't even rely on anyone else. If it weren't for that Monkey King, he would have perished hundreds of times over." Little Yang, equally indignant, puffed her cheeks in anger, nodding vigorously in agreement with her grandmother's words. Jiang Wan also felt a surge of anger. Tears streamed down her face when she witnessed Sun Wukong transform into 6 figures, kneeling in reverence before Tang Xing. As the family wallowed in a mix of anger and sorrow, raucous voices erupted from outside. How shameless, engaging in such scandalous behavior in broad daylight, and still have the audacity to cry. Who can deny it? I should just drown them in my own urine and be done with it. The commotion seemed to be coming from the Wang family next door. Grandma Chun and Jiang Wan exchanged glances, abandoning Journey to the West to rush outside and witness the spectacle. The old man, disinterested in such trivial matters, continued to watch the antics of the Monkey King with his granddaughter, while Jiang Wan, driven by curiosity, followed her mother-in-law outside. As they stepped out, They found a gathering of 8 or 9 people in the Wang family's courtyard, a mix of men and women, all from Xiao village. Wang Laoda's wife and the monkey were in disarray, half of their bodies exposed, tightly bound, and discarded on the ground. Jiang Wan was startled and hesitated to proceed, hastily blocking the doorway, fearful that her daughter would witness this scene. Old Lady Chen, ever the busybody, approached the wall and inquired, "My goodness, what has happened here?" Lu Xia, the second daughter-in-law of the Wang family, was among the onlookers. Upon hearing Old Lady Chen's question, she immediately replied, "Auntie, can't you tell? These 2 shameless individuals were caught in the cornfield engaging in illicit affairs." Lu Xia spat vehemently, her eyes glinting with schadenfreude as she gazed at the 2 on the ground. At that moment, Su Hong's hair was disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, her mouth gagged, her expression one of confusion and despair. Beside her, the monkey wore an expression of resentment, his eyes fixed menacingly in the direction of the Chen family, muffled sounds escaping his bound mouth. Wang Laoda, utterly humiliated, had retreated into his home, refusing to glance at the courtyard. Upon learning of the incident, Old Lady Su rushed over from the back street, wielding a firewood stick and delivering a flurry of blows to the monkey. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of my daughter? Speak! Did you assault my daughter? You filthy little bastard!" Su Hong, upon seeing her mother arrive, began to weep, her eyes lighting up at her mother's words, nodding vigorously in agreement. Chen Zhuo and Chen Ling returned from the market, and, as they entered their own yard, they could hear Old Lady Su shouting, "Call the police! Get this scoundrel arrested, he is a rapist." Chen Ling, still shaken, glanced at the 2 disheveled figures in the Wang family yard, reflecting that if it hadn't been for her cautious 3rd brother who had been secretly following her, the person now bound to the monkey would have been her. Chen Ling harbored intense hatred for the monkey and Su Hong, her gaze fixed upon them, wishing she could rush forward and tear their faces apart. Chen Zhuo patted his sister's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, and then positioned himself beside Old Lady Su, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the monkey. The monkey, dazed from the blows, suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at him. He looked up to find Chen Zhuo standing not far away, his expression a mix of disdain, mockery, and an inscrutable, terrifying depth. The monkey's heart sank as he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Originally, he had intended to coerce Chen Ling into joining him, hoping she would speak favorably of him in front of Chen Zhuo, thus ensuring that Chen Zhuo would not exclusively align himself with the Chao brothers, thereby including him in future ventures. However, he had not anticipated this turn of events. Upon awakening, he found himself entwined naked with Wang Laoda's wife. Initially perplexed about who had betrayed him, the monkey finally realized, upon seeing Chen Zhuo's expression, that his intentions had long been seen through, and Chen Zhuo had chosen to bide his time, delivering a tit-for-tat response at the most critical moment. The monkey, having contemplated the entire situation, felt a tumult of resentment and fear. The resentment stemmed from Chen Zhuo's ruthless tactics that left him no avenue for escape, while the fear arose from the realization that the once manipulable Chen Zhuo had transformed into a brooding individual, potentially harboring even more dreadful plans for him than he could fathom. The monkey's apprehensions were not unfounded. Chen Zhuo would not easily let him off the hook. It was he who orchestrated the entrapment, and he who instructed Old Lady Su on how to speak and act to mitigate her daughter's disgrace. Although being a victim of assault carried its own stigma in this era, it was certainly preferable to being embroiled in an affair. Old Lady Su was astute enough to recognize the right course of action. Chen Zhuo's ultimate aim was to see the monkey imprisoned, compelling him to atone for the schemes against his elder sister and the subsequent harm he had caused to her life. Chapter 25. The monkey's imprisonment. The incident in the cornfield, which ultimately led to the monkey being incarcerated as a convicted rapist, reached its conclusion. Whether it was mere impropriety or a genuine act of assault remained unclear even to those who witnessed the event. Yet it was evident that the 2 were entwined in a wild embrace. Although the matter seemed to have settled, the scandal continued to circulate among the townsfolk, becoming a topic of incessant gossip. Su Hong's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Wang Laoda unexpectedly found the courage to confront the situation, promptly divorcing Su Hong. Aware that her life with the Wang family had become untenable, Su Hong resignedly returned to her parental home. Madame Chen, an eager observer of the unfolding drama, animatedly recounted the tale during her visits, her words flowing with fervor and vivid detail. Old Master Chen could only shake his head in disbelief, remarking that she should have pursued a career as a storyteller, given her eloquence. However, these were mere afterthoughts. On the night of the monkey's escapade, Chen Qing and his family of 4 returned from the mountains. Zhang Yanping, who had never held Su Hong in high regard, was taken aback by the news. After contemplating the implications, she expressed her apprehension to Chen Zhuo, saying, "I always suspected that monkey was no good. He has been associating with you. And now this scandal could tarnish your reputation." Chen Zhuo found amusement in her concern, as his own reputation was already quite compromised, making one more scandal inconsequential. While others were oblivious to the details, Chen Ling was well aware of the truth. Noticing her sister-in-law rebuke the third brother, she exchanged a knowing glance with her. Their years as sisters-in-law having fostered a silent understanding. Zhang Yinping fell silent, linking arms with Chan Ling as they slipped out the back door to share whispers. The eldest brother, a man of integrity with a disposition akin to that of their father, had little interest in such trivial matters. Upon returning home, he discussed with Chen Zhuo the prospect of selling fruit. Chen Zhuo envisioned establishing a mask factory in the future, offering his brother a position within it. Given his brother's diligence and dedication, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to a managerial role. With 2 years remaining on their orchard contract, Chen Qing's family merely needed to ensure that their efforts this year were not in vain. After inquiring about the annual expenses and net profit from managing the orchard, Chen Zhuo felt reassured. "Brother, I suggest you forego selling at the market. Instead, why not head directly to the city? The city dwellers have the disposable income to purchase fruit, and your produce will fetch a better price." Chen Qing, puffing on his pipe, waved his hand dismissively. "That's nonsense. The West Market is over 80 miles from our village. Am I supposed to drive a horse cart into town? That would leave me with nothing to do all day but drive." The pungent smoke from his pipe made Chen Zhuo recoil slightly. Reminded of a dream in which his brother succumbed to pneumonia at 60, he furrowed his brow. "Brother, you ought to quit smoking. Haven't you seen the news? Smoking is detrimental to your health. Be cautious not to damage your lungs." Chen Qing merely scoffed. "Nonsense. Look at our father. He has smoked his pipe for decades and is still fine, isn't he?" Chen Zhuo understood that mere words could not sway him. So he returned to the matter of selling fruit. "Brother, how about this? I will assist you in selling the fruit. Tomorrow, I will head into the city to find a prime location. Once I have secured a spot, I will inform you. And you can load a few baskets of fruit onto your cart and meet me there." Chen Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. "A few baskets? Will they even sell? I can barely sell 1 basket in 2 market days." Chen Zhuo, with unwavering confidence, replied, "They will definitely sell. The fruit in the city cannot compare to the freshness of what you grow. I guarantee that within 3 days, whatever quantity you bring will be sold." While the 2 brothers discussed business, the young Chen siblings took Yang Yang to the back street to play hide-and-seek. Yang Yang adored playing with the older children, laughing joyfully as he chased after his 2 older brothers. When the trio returned, they were all drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Jiang Wan, ever the tidy one, quickly prepared a basin of warm water to clean the 3 children. Yang Yang, still bubbling with excitement, enjoyed his mother's care while chattering incessantly. Chun Ji and Chen Ping washed up briefly before rushing to the yard to pick cucumbers, singing in unison, "Little snail, playing the fool, the seagull hears you flying aimlessly." Zhang Yanping, who was eavesdropping on gossip from her sister-in-law, burst into laughter upon hearing her sons sing, then rushed out to scold them. "You 2 rascals. Be quiet. Where on earth did you learn such things? No more singing. You mustn't use such language in front of your little sister." While the 2 brothers had settled on the plan to sell fruit in the city, they could not help but chuckle at their younger siblings' antics. "Your sister-in-law says you've matured. No longer the reckless youth you once were. You've learned to care for your wife and child, which is wonderful. Xiaowan is a good girl who has endured quite a bit since marrying into our family, and you must treat her well." Chen Qing spoke earnestly, and Chen Zhuo felt a wave of shame wash over him. In his previous life, his brother and sister-in-law often offered him such counsel, but he had been blinded by foolishness until the tragic demise of his wife and child opened his eyes to regret. His elder brother and sister-in-law genuinely wished for his well-being. In this lifetime, he was determined to find a way to help his brother quit smoking, lest he ruin his health and leave this world too soon without enjoying the fruits of his labor. With the return of his elder brother's family, Jiang Wan decided to invite the young couple from the back street as well. Except for the second sister who married into a neighboring village and the second brother who was working away, the Chun family was now gathered together. This bustling environment kept the wives occupied, as they alternated between kneading dough for meatballs and preparing vegetables, immersed in their tasks. Chen Zhuo, concerned about Jiang Wan's hands coming into contact with cold water, boiled a large pot of hot water and reminded her to mix it with whatever she was doing. The wife of the fourth brother, who hadn't visited in some time, observed the scene and whispered to her sister-in-law with a mischievous grin, "Sister-in-law, look at my third brother. He acts like a different person, constantly hovering around my sister-in-law." The sisters-in-law of the Chen family share an extraordinary camaraderie. The fourth daughter-in-law, Lu Zhen, is a native of Xiahe village and has been raised before the eyes of the Chen family, thus they regard her as one of their own. Upon hearing her question, Zhang Yinping stifled a smile, remarking that her third brother has finally recognized the beauty of his wife. Lu Zhen, overjoyed by this, playfully approached Jiang Wan, gazing at her and cheerfully declaring, "My third sister-in-law is indeed beautiful, even more so than Feng Chengcheng." Chen Zhuo, assisting Jiang Wan in tying her apron and rolling up her sleeves, found no offense in the light-hearted banter exchanged between his sister-in-law and his younger brother's wife. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I wholeheartedly agree with Lu Zhen's sentiment." Chapter 26, The Whirl of My Beloved Wife. At this moment, Shanghai Bund is an exceptionally popular television drama, with Su Wenxiang and Feng Chengxing being the dream lovers of countless men and women. Jiang Wan heard her sister-in-law boast that she was even more beautiful than Feng Chengxing, and Chen Zhuo surprisingly agreed, immediately turning around to cover her mouth. Her hand was small, 2 fingers pressed together against her lips. Chen Zhuo did not shy away, instead gazing at her with a fixed smile. He sincerely believed his wife outshone Feng Chengxing, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a captivating brightness. Their daughter, Yang Yang, inherited her mother's enchanting gaze, making her all the more endearing. Chen Zhuo admired her increasingly, and in an uncontrollable moment, he slightly puckered his lips, which she had covered, and gently pecked her palm. Jiang Wan was taken aback for a second, then, as if scalded, she swiftly withdrew her hand, her face flushing crimson like a ripe tomato, her eyes glaring at him as if to say, "Rogue." Chen Zhuo also felt a twinge of mischief in his earlier action. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and casually returned to the room to converse with his brothers. Chen Li, the fourth brother, usually clung to Chen Zhuo, but having recently married, he had been scarce of late. Observing his younger brother, still quite youthful, Chen Zhuo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The brothers of the Chen family had not been particularly fortunate. The eldest brother had succumbed to late-stage lung cancer at 60, and the plight of the fourth brother was even more sorrowful. In due time, he would become entangled with another woman from the village, which led to a scandalous divorce from Lu Zhen. Though the marriage ultimately did not dissolve, Lu Zhen harbored resentment and sought revenge by engaging in an affair with another man. Their lives grew increasingly absurd and burdensome, culminating in the premature death of the fourth brother from stomach cancer at just 50. Recalling this, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of headache. If the issue were merely his brother's laziness, he could inspire him to be more diligent, but the matter of infidelity left him at a loss for guidance. Lost in thought, his gaze towards Chen Li involuntarily bore a hint of disappointment. Noticing his stare, Chen Li, puzzled, scratched his ear and asked, "Third brother, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Zhuo had yet to decide how to address his younger brother's situation. He simply shot him a glare and advised, "You should try to standardize your mealtimes while driving. Keep some snacks like bread in the vehicle. Eat at mealtime instead of starving yourself. Avoid cold and hard food whenever possible." As a driver transporting goods for a private employer, Chen Li's dietary habits were suspect, and Chen Zhuo feared they might lead to stomach cancer. However, Chen Li waved off the advice dismissively, stating, "How can you fix a schedule? When the truck is in motion, there's no time to eat. I eat whenever we reach a destination. If I'm delayed, the boss gets upset and docks my pay." Chen Zhuo understood the hardships of long-distance driving and the lack of autonomy it entailed. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent, while contemplating finding a suitable business for the fourth brother. The family enjoyed a lively dinner together, and the following day, Chen Qin and his family of 4 returned to the orchard early. Chen Zhuo planned to visit Shaodong village in the morning to consult his mother-in-law regarding his wife's affairs, and in the afternoon, he intended to find a good place in the city to sell fruits. He calculated the days and realized that someone from Deng Shankui's side was likely to come today to collect his project proposal and shareholding contract. Thus, he prepared everything in advance and handed it to Jang Wan, reminding her to give it to Deng Shankui's people upon their arrival. Jang Wan nodded, carefully stored the contract, and took out 100 yuan from the box, handing it to Chen Zhuo. He indeed needed the money for his trip to the city, so he accepted it graciously. bowing slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, my dear wife." Jiang Wan was amused by his antics, her eyes sparkling with delight, making her particularly enchanting. As Chen Zhuo would be away for at least 3 to 4 days, his wife would once again be left to manage the household alone. With this thought, he sighed and pulled Jiang Wan into his embrace. He could distinctly sense her nervousness and shyness, so he gently patted her back in a soothing manner. "Take good care of yourself these next few days. Save any heavy tasks for my return. Remember to use hot water when cooking. I've already filled the water tanks and buckets, so there should be enough." He continued to whisper tenderly for quite a while, as she remained quietly nestled against him, her initially stiff form gradually softening and fitting snugly against his chest. Feeling a surge of affection, Chen Zhuo lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss atop her head. At that moment, little Yang Wan rushed in after her duck-chasing antics and was greeted by the sight of her parents in an embrace. She immediately scampered over, tapping her own head to signal that her father should give her a kiss as well. Chen Zhuo, still reluctant to part from his wife, crouched down to scoop up his daughter and planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, "Daddy will be away for a few days. Yang Yang, be a good girl and help take care of mommy, all right?" Yang Yang nodded vigorously, her small mouth echoing, "Take care of mommy." To save time, Chen Zhuo took someone else's cart to Shaodong village. It would be inappropriate for a son-in-law to arrive empty-handed. So he made a special stop at a local shop to buy 2 packs of the cigarettes his father-in-law smoked and 2 pounds of oil tea flour. Remembering Jiang Wan's nephew, little Zhang Lei, he also picked up 2 jars of canned goods, totaling 10 yuan. During the summer, there was little work in the fields. Once the villagers completed their household chores, they would often gather under the shade of trees at the entrance to enjoy the cool breeze and chat with neighbors. The Jiang family lived in the middle house of the 3rd street, and as Chen Zhuo carried his items inside, he inevitably caught the attention of those lounging in the shade. The villagers' perception of him had notably changed since the last incident when he was commended by the police for saving someone. Now, seeing him with his hands full of good things, they began to greet him warmly. "Oh, isn't that Chen Zhuo? Looks like your in-laws are here." Chen Zhuo was not typically one to smile easily. He had little patience or kindness for anyone outside his family. However, things were different now. Having lived a fuller life, he understood what elderly hearts yearned for. He softened his demeanor towards the neighbors, knowing that this would spare Jiang Wan's parents from hearing any unpleasant remarks. With this in mind, Chen Zhuo smiled and nodded, greeting each of the villagers in accordance with Jiang Wan's lineage. Chen Zhuo's affable demeanor astonished those present. As he approached, their eyes widened in disbelief, exchanging glances and whispering amongst themselves, "We never noticed before. This young man truly possesses remarkable good looks, reminiscent of Su Wenxiang. Why do I feel he has grown more mature? Just a moment ago, he referred to me as second aunt. Is he not just mature, but also considerate? Did you see what he is carrying? 2 artillery pieces, an entire bag of oil tea flour, and canned goods. Altogether, that must amount to several yuan. At least 10 yuan. While the neighbors engaged in their lively discussions, Chen Zhuo had already entered the Jiang residence. Chapter 27. The reason behind my wife's silence. Elder Jiang served as the accountant for the brigade and was currently at work, not at home. In the courtyard, Madame Jiang was carrying water into the house when she noticed Chen Zhuo's arrival. Her eyes brightened as she glanced behind him. Is Xiaozhui here? Where are Xiao Wan and Yang Yang? Seeing her reaction, Chen Zhuo quickly placed the items he had purchased on the windowsill, took the water bucket from Madame Jiang's hands, and walked towards the house while replying, "They are at home watching Journey to the West. I need to head to the city this afternoon, so I came to see you first." Madame Jiang responded with a soft ah, and took a seat on a small stool, shaking her arm that had carried the water. The Jiang family, unlike the Chen family, adhered to strict ancestral traditions that favored male dominance. Elder Jiang never engaged in household chores upon returning home. All responsibilities fell to Madame Jiang alone. Chen Zhuo poured the water into the water tank and noticed there was still some space left. He then took the empty bucket to the well to draw more water, continuing to fill it until it was brimming. Madame Jiang was quite taken aback by his actions and hurriedly stood up to stop him. No, you shouldn't. You should rest. I'll take care of it later." Chen Zhuo smiled gently. "Mother, I am strong and capable. What is there to fear in carrying a few buckets of water? You should take a break." In just over 10 minutes, he filled the tank completely. Madame Jiang, somewhat flustered by his kindness, quickly offered him a damp towel. "Here, wipe your sweat." Though Chen Zhuo didn't feel fatigued, he accepted the towel and wiped his brow. He then pointed to the items on the windowsill. "Mother, those are cigarettes and oil tea noodles I bought for you and Dad. The canned goods are for my second brother's little Lei. Madame Jiang was even more astonished. She had noticed those items earlier and assumed they were for Chen Zhuo's personal errands. Why did you buy so many things? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. What a waste of money. You should return them at once. Mother, how can it be a waste to buy things for you and Dad? Chen Zhuo interrupted her. In the past, I was inconsiderate and worried you too often. From now on, I will take good care of Xiao Wan, and when times improve, I will be able to honor you and Dad more. Madame Jiang was a sentimental person, not particularly articulate, and easily satisfied. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, her eyes welled with tears, and she sighed. Oh, my child, such words. The Jiang family truly owes you. Xiao Hua should have been married to. Mother, Chen Zhuo interjected once more, his expression unusually serious. Xiao Wan is wonderful. In my heart, no one compares to her. I owe my gratitude to you and Dad. Madame Jiang, interpreting Chen Zhuo's words as mere politeness, wiped away her tears. If only Xiao Wan could speak, I wouldn't feel so guilty. Just as Chen Zhuo intended to steer the conversation towards his wife's mutism, he seized the opportunity when his mother-in-law broached the subject. Mother, when did Xiao Wan begin to lose her ability to speak? Madame Jiang seemed reluctant to address this question, her expression reflecting her unwillingness. Chen Zhuo understood her feelings and comforted her. Mom, I wish to take Xiao Wan to the city hospital for a checkup. You must tell me the truth so that I can provide accurate information when the doctor asks. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother was instantly filled with hope. Can they really treat her in the city? Your father took her to the clinic numerous times, and they all said there was no hope. After a brief hesitation, Chen Zhuo revealed that Yang had mentioned Xiao Wan had once spoken. Zhang's mother trembled with excitement upon hearing this. Can we truly believe what the child says? Xiao Wan spoke. How is that possible? Although Yang was young, she would not fabricate such a story without reason. I intended to inquire about Xiao Wan directly, but feared it might hurt her pride, so I came to ask you instead. This afternoon, I will head into the city and consult the doctor. With renewed hope, Zhang's mother no longer withheld the truth and slowly recounted the entire story. Xiao Wan was not born mute. She had suddenly lost her ability to speak when she was 5 years old. That year, the patriarch of the Jiang family passed away, and Xiao Wan shared a particularly close bond with him. His death deeply saddened her. On the day of the funeral, the family returned from the mountains only to discover that little Xiao Wan was missing. Panic ensued, with some suggesting that the old patriarch had taken her spirit, while others feared she had fallen victim to a recent spate of kidnappings. Frantic, Zhang's mother, along with the family, searched throughout the night but found no trace of her. It was not until the early hours that the filthy little girl returned home. In the midst of the family's joyful relief, she collapsed into bed and soon developed a high fever. Zhang's mother wept in desperation, tending to her for an entire day and night. When the fever finally subsided, the child could no longer speak. Despite the patriarch's deep affection for her and countless visits to the clinic, the doctors remained baffled. Thus, little Xiao Wan became mute. In the superstitious rural community, rumors spread that Xiao Wan's spirit had been taken by the old patriarch, which was why she could no longer speak. Over time, Zhang's mother, subtly influenced by these beliefs, became reluctant to discuss the unsettling incident. After absorbing the entire story, Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow and asked gravely, "Where did Xiao Wan go that day?" Zhang's mother shook her head while wiping her tears. "I do not know. The child could not speak at that time, so we could not ask her. But when she returned, her shoes were muddy and her clothes were dirty. We surmised she must have fallen into a pit." Having learned the entire situation, Chen Zhuo glanced at the time and realized it was time to leave, bidding farewell to Zhang's mother as he exited the Jiang household. The minibus to the city would pass by Xiaodong village shortly, and he estimated it would arrive in about 10 minutes. Chen Zhuo walked to the shade of a tree to wait, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his wife. Where had she gone that night? Had she experienced something terrifying that rendered her mute? If that were the case, it would not merely be a physical issue, but a psychological one. As Chen Zhuo was lost in thought, he suddenly became aware of someone watching him from the shadows. He turned around with an impassive expression and followed the direction of his gaze. There, he spotted Han Dazhuang lurking behind a tree, peering cautiously in this direction. Upon noticing his movement, Han hurriedly retracted his neck and hid behind the tree, but his exaggerated girth caused his rather ample backside to protrude from the other side. This comical scene instantly reminded Chen Zhuo of Donald Duck, prompting a slight chuckle as he averted his gaze. Just then, a small car arrived. Chen Zhuo raised his hand to hail it, and before getting in, he flashed a mischievous smile and called out loudly toward the direction where Han Dazhuang was concealed. Han Dazhuang, your pants are torn. Your backside is exposed. With that, he elegantly stepped into the car. The passers-by, enjoying the coolness of the street, erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Chen Zhuo's remark, turning their heads to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Han Dazhuang, upon hearing this, instinctively shrank his backside and reached back to feel. Indeed, there was a gaping tear. Damn, he had been wandering around in those pants for quite some time. What a humiliation. Chapter 28. Are you my brother's benefactor? The small vehicle had no vacant seats, and Chen Zhuo stood for over an hour before arriving at Shizhou City. He paused for a moment to observe the storefronts and the pedestrians along the street. Then, relying on his memory, he made his way towards the marketplace. Feeling a pang of hunger along the way, he sought out a clean noodle stall and ordered a bowl of soup noodles. The proprietor, a stout and affable middle-aged man, found Chen Zhuo's handsome appearance and courteous demeanor quite endearing, and thus he engaged in light conversation, inquiring about the local living conditions. The man, named Jiang Wan, a native of Shizhou, was 36 years old and had operated this small noodle stall for several years. Noticing Chen Zhuo's refined manners, Zhao was eager to share information about the area. Presently, the living standards in Shizhou City were evidently several times higher than those in the countryside. The streets bustled with numerous motorcycles and bicycles, and the occasional four-wheeled vehicle would pass by. When Chen Zhuo inquired about the most generous residents in the vicinity, Zhao pointed in a particular direction and said, "Do you see those small red buildings? Those are the workers' quarters of our Shizhou textile factory. Across from them, there are several rows of courtyard houses, all inhabited by local residents. The families of better means in Shizhou congregate in that area." Chen Zhuo nodded in understanding, placing 50 cents on the table. "Thank you, boss. Your skills are commendable. I shall return for another meal." Zhao, who relished compliments about his culinary talents, beamed with delight and remarked, "All right. Next time, I'll charge you only 40 cents. Just as Chen Zhuo recalled, the workers' quarters and courtyard houses constituted the most lucrative commercial zone. The apples grown by his elder brother were exceptionally flavorful, and to fetch a good price, one must venture to places where the living standards were elevated, for only there could one find individuals with the disposable income to purchase fruit. Indeed, that was the very destination of his journey. Chen Zhuo then purchased 2 packs of cigarettes from a nearby shop and took a stroll around the vicinity of the small red buildings. At the entrance of the workers' quarters stood a security booth, where a young attendant occasionally greeted individuals entering and exiting. After observing for a while, Chen Zhuo approached the young man. "Brother, may I inquire about something?" As he spoke, Chen Zhuo offered a Hongmei cigarette. Although the young man, bound by duty, refrained from smoking at work, he graciously accepted it, placing it on the table with a smile. "What would you like to know, comrade?" Chen Zhuo gestured towards the courtyard houses. "Does Qin Limin reside in this area?" "Qin Limin?" The young attendant echoed, appearing somewhat puzzled. "I only know there is a Mr. Qin living here, but I'm unsure if he is the Qin Limin you mentioned." Chen Zhuo gave a slight hum of acknowledgement and pressed further. "Could you tell me which courtyard Mr. Qin resides in? I am a friend of his. I only remember that his home is around here, but I did not memorize the house number." In those simpler times, people were less guarded. The young security guard, captivated by Chen Zhuo's striking appearance and distinguished demeanor, especially after receiving a cigarette, promptly divulged the house number of Mr. Qin to him. Chen Zhuo expressed his gratitude with a smile and swiftly located the residence of Boss Qin, following the directions provided. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a woman of around 40 years laboring in the yard. Upon seeing him standing at her doorstep, she promptly approached and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "This is the home of Qin Lizhu, correct?" Chen Zhuo stepped forward, his expression devoid of emotion as he posed the question. The woman, upon hearing the name Qin Lizhu, exhibited a flicker of impatience in her eyes, furrowing her brow as she asked, "Ah, are you searching for Lizhu? What is it regarding?" "He is unable to leave the house at the moment." Chen Zhuo raised his hand to interrupt her, stating, "I came to inquire about his condition after the accident. My wife was with him that night, and she has been quite concerned, insisting that I check on him. I visited the hospital this morning, but the nurse informed me that he has been discharged, so I had no choice but to come here to ask." "Ah, young man, you must be our Lizhu's benefactor." A voice filled with excitement called out from behind Chen Zhuo. He turned to see a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a slight paunch standing not far away. It was none other than his former acquaintance, Qin Limin. In a previous life, Qin Lizhu had tragically caused the death of Chen Zhuo's wife and daughter. As his brother, Qin Limin had repeatedly visited Chen S' family, offering money in a futile attempt at compensation. Though Chen Zhuo hailed from humble origins, he possessed an inherent stubbornness, and he had no desire for the money of his adversary. His animosity towards Qin Lizhu ran deep, and he could hardly bear to look upon Qin Limin, sending him away every time he visited. Eventually, with no other recourse, Qin Limin left his address with Chen Zhuo, inviting him to seek him out if ever needed. Chen Zhuo had never utilized that address in his lifetime. However, as he found himself here, he suddenly recalled that detail. Since circumstances had taken an unexpected turn, it would be prudent to leverage any advantageous connections available. Setting up a stall in this area required a guarantor, and Qin Limin, by virtue of his social standing, could be of assistance. Chen Zhuo scrutinized Qin Limin for a moment, pursed his lips, and said, "I wouldn't call myself a benefactor. I merely lent a hand." Is Qin Lizhu recovering? Upon realizing that the young man before him was indeed his brother's savior, Qin Limin approached with enthusiasm, grasping Chen Zhuo's hand. "Ah, young man, I cannot thank you enough. The doctor indicated that if my brother had not received timely aid, his life would have been lost. Please, come inside." Yet, Chen Zhuo was not there to forge friendships. He merely sought to enlist assistance for his family's intention to sell fruit in the local market. He was straightforward, saying, "I won't be going inside. I have a favor to ask. My family wishes to sell goods at the morning market, but we require a guarantor. Would you be willing to assist us?" Upon hearing this, Qin Limin immediately smiled, exclaiming, "That's easily arranged. I'll make a call and take care of it right away." Upon entering the room, it was revealed that Li Zhu had inquired about you several times after awakening, expressing that you had carried him for several miles and spent the night, ensuring he reached the city hospital. Chen Zhuo, still reluctant to encounter Qin Lizhu, was unable to shake off his lingering resentment, furrowing his brow in refusal. "I have other matters to attend to and shall not enter. Please convey to Qin Lizhu that he ought to exercise greater caution while driving. Had I not been present that evening, it would not have been just him in peril, but also my wife and children." Qin Limin's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing these words, exclaiming in despair, "Is that so? Amiba, Amiba, truly a blessing from the Buddha. What is your name, dear brother? The Qin family must express our profound gratitude to you. We intended to wait until Li Zhu could walk before personally visiting your home to convey our thanks, yet your visit here is even more commendable." Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively and proceeded towards the alleyway. Qin Limin attempted to follow but was restrained by his wife, who, with a knowing glance, remarked, "Do not pay him any mind. This person is insufferably pretentious, scowling for no reason. He is merely here to extract gratitude." Chapter 29. Purchasing cosmetics for my wife having traveled a great distance. Was it not merely for personal gain? What pretense? Qin Limin's wife scoffed at Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, her tone dripping with disdain. "Stop talking nonsense." Qin Limin's face darkened upon hearing his wife's words. With a fierce glare, he rebuked her, shaking off her grip on his arm and striding purposefully in Chen Zhuo's direction. Although Chen Zhuo appeared to walk away without a glance back, he was quite attentive to the commotion behind him. Hearing Qin Limin's wife speak of him in such a manner merely elicited a faint chuckle from him as he feigned ignorance and continued on his way. Chen Zhuo made his way directly to the security booth, engaging the young attendant in conversation. "Brother, regarding the stall guarantor you mentioned earlier, I found one. I'd like to inquire about the hours for the morning market. I have fruit trees at home and wish to sell some of my homegrown produce." The young man gestured towards the street before them. "The morning market runs daily from 6 to 8 a.m. along both sides of this road. You have fruit trees? What kind?" "Apples, peaches, and plums," Chen Zhuo replied, his demeanor becoming notably more amiable as he conversed. To facilitate a smoother exchange, he offered the attendant a cigarette and inquired about the market prices and the necessary procedures for setting up a stall. The young man, warm-hearted and straightforward, shared all the information he knew with Chen Zhuo. Currently, no formal procedures were required to sell goods, aside from needing a guarantor. One merely needed to arrive early to secure a spot, which alleviated much of the hassle. While they were conversing, Qin Limin approached, brimming with enthusiasm. "This is my younger brother. I'll vouch for him." He then turned to Chen Zhuo with an expression of surprise. "You have an orchard? What a coincidence. I'm the director of the canning factory. I'll take as much fruit as you have." Chen Zhuo was taken aback by this revelation. While he knew Qin Limin, he was unaware of his position as the factory director. Turning to Qin Limin, he politely declined. "The prices at your canning factory are likely not very high. Our fruits are of excellent quality, crisp, sweet, and refreshing. Canning them would be a waste. Rest assured, I will pay you the market price, no less." absolutely ensuring you do not lose a single penny. Chen Limin insisted without a second thought. Admittedly, the canning factory did not typically offer high prices for fruit, but in his desire to repay a kindness, Chen Limin was determined to purchase whatever Chen Zhuo had, regardless of the cost. Unfortunately, Chen Zhuo had other plans. With a prime location for selling fruit, his brother's produce would undoubtedly sell well without needing to rely on Chen Limin for purchases. He waved his hand dismissively, expressing gratitude for the offer of a guarantor but stating that nothing further was required. He then bid farewell to the young attendant and left with purposeful strides. Chen Zhuo headed to the nearest vegetable market adjacent to the small red building, where the selection was considerably more varied. After noting the prices at several fruit stalls, he sought out a small shop to call the brigade. Chen Ji and Chen Ping had already been waiting at the brigade entrance, following their elders' instructions. Upon hearing the loudspeaker announce a call for Chen Qing, they dashed inside. As soon as the phone connected, Chen Zhuo's voice resonated. "Is it Xiao Ji or Xiao Ping who has come?" The two boys promptly replied in unison, "Third uncle. We have both arrived." A deep chuckle resonated from the other end of the line as Chen Zhuo responded, "Very well. Return and inform your father to fill the cart." After meticulously issuing instructions for some time and ensuring the boys had comprehended their task, he finally ended the call. Entrusted with such an important responsibility, Chen Ping and Chen Ji felt a swell of pride as they muttered about their uncle's directives and scampered up the mountain. Upon their return to the orchard to deliver the news, Chen Qing was carefully arranging the freshly picked fruits while conversing with his wife. He wondered if the third son had found a suitable location. The fruits had all been harvested, and if they did not sell them promptly, they would spoil. Zhang Yinping cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Your elder brother should know better than anyone about the third son's capabilities. If I, as his sister-in-law, am untroubled, why do you seem so anxious?" "I am not anxious. I simply feel a lack of assurance," he replied. "This is 300 pounds of apples. Even if sold at the market, albeit a bit late, it could still fetch 75 yuan. Dad, my third uncle just called. He wants you to fill the big cart and head to the city right now," shouted Chen Ji and Chen Ping as they ran. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's face lit up with joy, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That little rascal! How quickly he found a place." Zhang Yinping, noticing her husband's delight, smiled as well, glancing at the sky and urging, "All right, let's get the cart loaded quickly. With so many fruits aboard, the animals won't be able to move. And if we can make it to the market, that would be a miracle. Hurry up." Chen Qing responded with an eye, and the two boys joined in to assist, as the family of four worked together harmoniously. Meanwhile, a Xiaoli vehicle was parked in the Chen family's courtyard. To collect the share contract was none other than Deng Shankui himself. Jiang Wan hurriedly retrieved the items Chen Zhuo had prepared and handed them to him. Deng Shankui had not anticipated Chen Zhuo's absence and felt a twinge of regret at not meeting him. Unable to speak, Jiang Wan went inside to fetch her elder sister, Chen Ling, to help entertain the guest. Yang Yang displayed a charming sense of ownership, occasionally bringing Deng Shankui persimmons or offering him a cucumber. Initially a bit shy, Chen Ling soon relaxed upon seeing Deng Shankui's approachable demeanor and cheerfully said, "The third son has gone to the city to assist our eldest brother in selling apples." With the host absent, Deng Shankui felt it inappropriate to linger. After a brief stay, he rose to take his leave. Before departing, he turned to Jiang Wan and said, "Sister-in-law, when Xiao Zhuo returns, please remind him to install a telephone at home. It would be more convenient for me to contact him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan and Chen Ling exchanged glances, their faces revealing a touch of discomfort. Chen Ling shyly chuckled, "Dang boss, I hope you won't find it amusing. But installing a telephone costs over 100 yuan, and our family's circumstances do not permit it. If you have any matters, you can reach us through the brigade's phone." Deng Shankui, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What a forgetful fellow I am." He then pulled out his wallet from his pocket, extracted 200 yuan, and placed it in Chen Ling's hand, saying, "Use this for the installation. The telephone is for business purposes, and I will reimburse Xiao Zhuo for this expense." Jiang Wan waved her hands repeatedly, while Chen Ling remained steadfast in her refusal. However, Deng Shankui did not afford them the chance to decline, promptly getting into the vehicle and departing. Chen Zhuo estimated that his elder brother would require at least 3 hours to reach the designated meeting spot, so he meandered to a store in Shizhou. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the cosmetics counter, raising his gaze to scrutinize the displayed items and pondering which would be suitable for Jiang Wan. The sales clerk, a woman in her 30s, failed to notice Chen Zhuo's face. Instead, she disdainfully rolled her eyes at his rustic attire and sluggishly ambled towards the counter. Chen Zhuo had set his sights on a particular facial cream and was about to examine the ingredient list when he heard a sharp voice behind him, demanding, "What are you doing? If you're not buying, don't touch." Chapter 30. Even my mother is fairer than you. Chen Zhuo was a man who had lived a lifetime, having encountered numerous storms and a myriad of people. Throughout his experiences, he had observed that genuine assistance was a rarity, while superficial flattery was all too common. Naturally, during his times of hardship and destitution, he had also encountered many who judged based on appearances, much like the salesgirl standing behind him at this moment. In his dreams, Chen Zhuo often envisioned himself as a figure of success, commanding authority and respect. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a scornful manner. He raised an eyebrow and turned to face the source of the voice, only to see the salesgirl approaching with a look of contempt that soon morphed into an unexpected warmth upon catching sight of his face. The furrowed brows relaxed. The fiery glare transformed into a gentle gaze, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards as she spoke in a tone so sweet it sent shivers down one's spine. Comrade. Which one would you like to buy? Allow me to introduce them to you." With a half-smile, Chen Zhuo glanced at her before turning back to his exploration of the products. At that time, skincare items were still in their infancy. Brands like Deepening, Clam Oil, and Baikai Ling were prevalent, with the most elegantly packaged being the Yashuang moisturizing cream. The very product he held in his hand was Yashuang, yet it bore no ingredient list, leaving him in the dark about its composition. Not disheartened by Chen Zhuo's disregard, the salesgirl lingered beside him, her demeanor shy yet eager. Noticing his continued interest in the Yashuang, she enthusiastically remarked, "This one is 80 grams and a bit pricey at 80 cents a bottle, but we also have a 60-gram version for 60 cents. As she spoke, she fetched a small shell-like container from the shelf and offered it to him. "This clam oil is quite effective too, priced at merely 20 cents. If your hands or face get chapped from the wind, a couple of applications will have you right as rain." The salesgirl's pitch piqued Chen Zhuo's interest. He recalled his elder sister lamenting about the cracks on her heels and a gash on her hand, wondering if this product might be of any help. After all, at just 20 cents, it was worth a trial. He pointed to the clam oil in her hand and said, "I'll take 6 of those. And I'll need 6 of the Yashuang as well." His voice, deep and melodious, brightened the salesgirl's eyes even more. Initially, she had presumed that this handsome young man was merely browsing, unlikely to make a purchase. Yet, his striking appearance and now the enchanting sound of his voice, paired with such a significant order of expensive facial oils, left her in a state of delightful disbelief. "Comrade, you truly want 6 of each?" she asked, astonished. Chen Zhuo simply affirmed with a grunt, slightly impatient, as he counted out 6 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The salesgirl, witnessing his swift and decisive handling of money, was convinced and promptly packed the requested bottles of facial oil into a bag, handing it to him with alacrity. Chen Zhuo picked up the phone and glanced at a light yellow dress hanging in the clothing section. He thought to himself that next time he ventured into the city, he would bring his wife and children along to try on clothes, and whatever they fancied, he would purchase. As he reminisced about his wife, his gaze softened involuntarily, and he intended to turn away. However, the saleswoman, reluctant to let him go, approached him with a smile and attempted to strike up a conversation, asking, "Comrade, why are you buying so much snowflake cream? Is it for the people in your village? It's rare that rural women know about face oil now. I sent it. Their skin is often dark and yellow. I doubt anything would help." Initially, Chen Zhuo had no desire to engage with her, but her veiled contempt for rural women darkened his expression. His wife, daughter, mother, and sisters-in-law were all born and raised in the countryside. He could not tolerate such humiliation directed at them. Turning back, he scrutinized her with a cold gaze and retorted, "Comrade, the grain you consume and the clothes you wear are cultivated and woven through the hard work of rural women. What right do you have to look down upon them?" The saleswoman appeared taken aback by his bluntness, momentarily stunned, and attempted to argue. I didn't mean to demean rural people." Yet Chen Zhuo, uninterested in her excuses, interrupted her angrily, "Not to mention my wife. Even my nearly 50-year-old mother and mother-in-law are far fairer than you." With that, he disdainfully turned away, striding out, leaving the saleswoman trembling with anger, nearly on the verge of tears. Chen Zhuo felt somewhat displeased himself. Currently, there was only one department store in Shizhou, meaning if he wished to acquire quality goods, he would have to return to this location. This implied a high likelihood of encountering that bothersome saleswoman again, which was irksome to contemplate. After wandering around for a while to familiarize himself with the layout of Shizhou, he stopped by a street-side bun shop to buy a few buns, then proceeded to the designated meeting place to wait for his elder brother. By the time Chen Qing arrived, the sun had already dipped halfway. Chen Zhuo handed him the still-warm buns, saying, "Here, eat up. You must be hungry." Chen Qing, indeed famished, did not hesitate to take them and began devouring them. "Where are we selling these?" he inquired. Chen Zhuo pointed towards the direction of the little red building. "Just over there. I've explored the entire vegetable market in Shizhou today, and the fruits they sell are nowhere near as good as ours. They are either too small or lack sweetness. Tomorrow, when we set up our stall, I guarantee there will be plenty of customers clamoring for our produce." Seeing his brother so assured, Chen Qing felt his earlier apprehension dissipate. After finishing the buns, he eagerly pressed for more details. Chen Zhuo took up the whip, settled into the driver's seat, and while steering the cart towards the little red building, he shared the insights he had gathered from his market research. However, when he mentioned his plan to price their apples at 35 cents per pound, Chen Qing nearly stumbled, almost falling off the cart. "What? That one tea work? I sell them for 25 cents per pound at the market, and you want to charge a dime more in the city? Who would buy that?" "Brother, keep your voice down. If you shout, everyone in West State will know, and then we certainly won't be able to sell anything," Chen Zhuo teased with a laugh. Chen Qing quickly covered his mouth, glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and then lowered his voice. "Isn't it a bit too expensive?" In the presence of his elder brother, Chen Zhuo displayed a rare childlike innocence, patting his chest with assurance. "Rest assured, just watch me tomorrow morning." Since it was their first time at the morning market, Chen Zhuo struggled with timing for securing a stall. To be on the safe side, the brothers drove their cart to the vicinity of the little red building, tethered their livestock to a post, and huddled in the cart for the night. Around 4:30, a few individuals began to arrive and set up their stalls. Hearing the commotion, Chen Zhuo woke up and nudged Chen Qing, who had hardly slept due to excitement, saying energetically, "Brother, it's time to get to work." Chapter 31. The frenzied rush for apples. Chen Zhuo and his brother transported 3 large baskets of apples to a pre-selected spot. Chen Qing remained by the cart, keeping a watchful eye on the remaining apples and livestock, his gaze fixed intently on his brother as he observed the apple sales. Chen Zhuo initially intended to select the finest apples to display atop the baskets, yet he evidently underestimated the quality of the fruit from his brother's orchard. The orchard was meticulously tended, yielding uniformly sized and exceptionally beautiful apples, rendering any special selection unnecessary. As Chen Zhuo surveyed the glistening apples, his confidence soared. By 6 o'clock, vendors selling meat, vegetables, eggs, and tofu gradually filled both sides of the narrow street, making the already cramped alley seem even more constricted. To Chen Zhuo's left was a bun seller, and to his right, a vendor offering soy milk and fried dough sticks, both women in their 50s. While they were familiar with each other, they did not recognize Chen Zhuo. Observing the arrival of this unfamiliar young man, they curiously inquired, "Young man, is this your first time here? We haven't seen you before." Chen Zhuo smiled and affirmed their assumption. Recalling that he and his brother had yet to eat, he purchased 6 buns from the bun vendor, dividing them into 2 portions, and acquired 2 cups of soy milk from the other vendor. Finally, he retrieved 2 large apples from his basket and offered one to each of the women, speaking in a friendly tone, "Aunties, please try these. They are homegrown and pesticide-free. Delightfully sweet." "Oh my, how can we accept such generosity?" they exclaimed, taken aback by Chen Zhuo's kindness. In these times, fruit was considered a luxury compared to buns and soy milk, and few families indulged in purchasing fruit. Seeing their reluctance, Chen Zhuo placed the apples on their stall and pointed toward the cart, saying, "I will go deliver the buns and soy milk to my brother. I kindly ask you to keep an eye on my stall." Impressed by Chen Zhuo, the 2 women replied in unison, "It's no trouble at all. Go ahead." Chen Zhuo handed a portion of the steaming buns and soy milk to Chen Qing, urging him to eat quickly lest he find himself too busy later to have a meal. Chen Qing felt a pang of concern seeing his brother spend a considerable amount of money without having sold a single apple yet. Not wishing to waste time, Chen Zhuo quickly consumed a bun, encouraging his brother in a light-hearted manner. "Brother, every business has its costs. One cannot expect only profit without expenditure. Besides, how can we work effectively without a full stomach? Hurry and eat. I need to return to the stall." The morning market at Xiaohonglu was even more bustling than Chen Zhuo had anticipated. It seemed the nearby residents preferred not to prepare breakfast at home. with many emerging to purchase their morning meals. Surrounded by breakfast vendors, Chen Zhuo's beautifully presented apples soon captured the attention of several passers-by. A woman in her 40s stepped forward, squatting in front of Chen Zhuo's stall as she picked up an apple and admired it. "This apple is so perfectly shaped. What variety is it? Please, do have a taste." Chen Zhuo concluded his words and produced an apple, forcefully breaking it into 6 or 7 pieces with his hands. He then lifted his gaze towards the crowd gathered before his stall. "Everyone, do sample this fruit. It is remarkably sweet, pesticide-free, with a thin, crisp skin that is utterly delectable." At this moment, 2 women nearby, one selling buns and the other soy milk, chimed in, "Indeed, it is sweet. We both just tasted it, and it truly is delicious." Upon hearing this, a woman from the crowd, unreserved, immediately took a piece, and after a couple of chews, she was captivated by the apple's tender, crisp sweetness. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yum! So crisp, sweet, and crunchy. How much for these apples?" "3.5 per Jean," he replied. "I'll take 2 Jean." With the first sale made, the onlookers felt tempted and, despite their skepticism, picked up pieces of apple to taste. One by one, they nodded in agreement, praising the fruit, declaring it far superior to what was sold in the larger markets. "I'll have 2 Jean as well. I want 5 Jean." The timeless human inclination to gather in bustling crowds intensified, and soon, more and more people surrounded Chen Zhuo's apple stall. Requests for 3 Jean and 5 Jean poured in, and before long, the 3 baskets of apples were nearly empty. Chen Qing, standing beside the cart, had been attentively observing his brother. Seeing the departing customers, each laden with bags of apples, filled him with excitement. Just as he contemplated whether to offer the remaining 2 sacks of apples from the cart, Chen Zhuo unexpectedly guided a young man toward him. Noticing his brother's puzzled expression, Chen Zhuo gave him a reassuring glance and pointed to the 2 sacks on the cart, saying to the young man, "My friend, this happens to weigh 100 Jean. If you want it, simply carry it away." The young man glanced skeptically at the sealed sacks and asked, "Are these the same as the ones in your baskets?" "Of course," Chen Zhuo replied, deftly untying the twine on the sacks and opening one for him to inspect. The young man took a look and, satisfied, pulled out 35 yuan and handed it to Chen Zhuo. At this moment, Chen Qing realized they had landed a significant customer and hurried over to weigh the apples. However, the young man waved his hand, saying, "No need to weigh. I trust you too." Chen Qing, being prudent, insisted, "The more you trust us, the more I must weigh them." He then proceeded to weigh both sacks in front of the young man. 101 Jean, no less. The young man was pleased and brought his motorcycle over. With the assistance of Chen Zhuo and his brother, they secured the apples firmly in the back seat. Before departing, he remarked, "I have a large family, and we all adore fruit. It's rare to find such authentic flavor. Once we finish these, I'll come back to buy more." Chen Zhuo, uncertain if they would remain selling here, contemplated and provided the young man with a phone number, saying it was the village phone, and to simply ask for Chen Qing when in need of apples. The young man was particularly attentive, taking out his phone book to jot down the number before riding off on his motorcycle. Just past 7 o'clock, the 300 pounds of apples were sold out completely. Those who failed to purchase them expressed their disappointment and eagerly inquired with Chen Zhuo whether there would be any more available tomorrow. After a brief hesitation, Chen Zhuo replied that there would be none in the next couple of days, as the fruits needed to be freshly picked, and the earliest they could return would be the day after tomorrow. The disappointed individuals turned away, resigned to waiting until then. Chen Qing was astounded by the popularity of their apples. He gazed foolishly at the stack of money that Chen Zhuo handed him, his excited hands trembling slightly. "Old third, they really sold out. You truly have a knack for this." Seeing his brother's joy, Chen Zhuo felt his own spirits lift and smiled warmly at him. At that moment, Chen Zhuo sensed a sudden gust of wind approaching from behind, causing his expression to darken. He swiftly turned around and with precision and strength, seized the hand that was reaching towards him. Chapter 32, The Conquest of Qin Limin by Fruits Ah. The newcomer gasped, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Little brother, it's me." To his surprise, it was Qin Limin, who seemingly intended merely to greet Chen Zhuo with a friendly pat on the shoulder. Upon recognizing him, Chen Zhuo released his grip, stepping back expressionlessly to create some distance, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Qin Limin flicked his wrist and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Little brother, your skills are truly impressive. No wonder you were able to save my brother's life." Chen Qing, unaware of Chen Zhuo's heroic deed, looked on in confusion. her gaze shifting between the two men. Chen Zhuo chose not to respond and informed Chen Qing that they could begin to pack up their stall. As Chen Zhuo returned to their stall to retrieve the empty baskets, Qin Limin followed closely behind. Upon seeing the empty baskets and the vacant cart, he appeared astonished. "Little brother, how many fruits did you bring? They've all sold out in such a short time." Having learned the previous day of Chen Zhuo's intention to sell fruits at the morning market, Qin Limin had planned to support him, regardless of whether his family would consume any. To his dismay, after merely having breakfast and stepping out a little late, he discovered that all the fruits were gone. What kind of person is Chen Zhuo? Having once walked a path of rebellion and later amassed wealth, he has witnessed the intricacies of human nature. With a brief contemplation of Qin Limin's intentions, he could deduce them with considerable accuracy. He replied nonchalantly, "I brought 300 pounds. Our family's fruits will sell themselves. So there's no need for Boss Qin's support." 300 pounds? That is astonishingly successful. Just how delectable are these fruits to captivate even the discerning palates of those residing nearby? Qin Limin, both shocked and intrigued, pondered this question. As a businessman with a keen sense for commerce, he had initially aimed to express gratitude, yet if Chen Zhuo's fruits were of exceptional quality, he would certainly consider a collaboration. Having operated a canned goods factory for 5 years, Qin Limin's initial sales had been unparalleled. However, in recent years, competition from several new canned goods manufacturers had led to a noticeable decline in his sales, far from the heights of the past. Especially this year. More than half had passed, and his sales figures had not even matched those of the previous 2 months. This predicament weighed heavily on Qin Limin's mind, as he sought a means to distinguish his fruit preserves amidst the myriad of brands. The production team had suggested experimenting with different fruits, reasoning that if the fruit's taste were superior, the resulting preserves would undoubtedly be more palatable. However, their searches through numerous orchards had yielded disappointing results, fruits either too astringent or unripe, failing to meet expectations. With excitement etched across his face, Qin Limin exclaimed, "Little brother, do you have any remaining fruits? Just let me taste one." "No, even a small sample would suffice." Chen Zhuo shook his head, recalling how the townsfolk had nearly snatched his baskets away. There was no way he still had any apples left. Nearby, an aunt selling fried dough sticks overheard their conversation and chuckled, pulling out half-eaten apple from her pocket, saying, "Boss Qin, if you don't mind, you can have this one. It was just given to me by the young man earlier." Qin Limin was utterly delighted, expressing his gratitude while taking an apple and savoring a bite. The crisp texture of the fruit made his eyes light up, and the sweet juice tantalized his taste buds, invigorating him. How wonderful! He had finally discovered the orchard that could save his factory. As Qin Limin held the half-eaten apple with excitement, Chen Zhuo and his brother had already harnessed their horse and prepared to depart. He hurriedly chased after them, leaping onto the cart, munching on the apple while conversing with Chen Zhuo. "Brother, where is your orchard? Please sell me your fruits. This apple is simply too delicious. I will pay whatever you ask." Chen Zhuo had hesitated to collaborate with him the previous day, not wanting a trivial matter to overshadow the debt Qin Lizhu owed him. However, upon hearing Qin Limin's more sincere and urgent tone, he felt somewhat swayed. After a busy morning, Chen Zhuo was feeling fatigued. Lazily leaning against the bamboo basket and gesturing towards Chen Qing, "The orchard belongs to my elder brother. Whether we can collaborate is up to him." Upon hearing this, Qin Limin was elated, instinctively sensing that the honest and straightforward Chen Qing would be more amenable than the handsome young man before him. He turned to Chen Qing with a broad smile. "My friend, I don't know who is older, but my name is Qin Limin, born in the year of the snake." Chen Qing, after listening for a while, was still puzzled about the relationship between his brother and this man. When Qin Limin spoke to him, he smiled innocently. "My name is Chen Qing, born in the year of the dragon, a year older than you." "Ah, then I must call you elder brother. You may not know, but your brother saved my brother's life. If it weren't for your brother's timely assistance that night, my brother would have perished." Chen Zhuo, half closing his eyes, listened to Qin Limin trying to get close to his older brother, secretly amused. Qin Limin was refreshingly unpretentious, considering he was the owner of a canning factory. Yet he could sit cross-legged on the cart and engage in casual conversation. Chen Qing, being straightforward, soon lowered his guard after a few exchanges, his smile becoming much more relaxed as he shared details about his orchard. Upon learning that Chen Qing had over 10 acres of fruit trees, Qin Limin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, what will the yield be in a year?" "Surely several tens of thousands of pounds." Chen Qing shook his head. "Not quite that much. The fruit trees take time to mature. They need 5 to 6 years before they bear fruit. Currently, only about a third of the orchard is producing, but we should have over 10,000 pounds of apples and peaches combined. Hearing this, Chen Limin was thrilled. Over 10,000 pounds would allow him to produce a significant amount of canned goods, and he immediately began discussing the purchase with Chen Qing. Since the cart was not conducive to conversation, Chen Limin eagerly persuaded the Chun brothers to join him at a private restaurant, ordering a couple of meat dishes as they meticulously deliberated on their collaboration. Chen Qing, unfamiliar with such matters, naturally deferred to Chen Zhuo for the negotiations. Upon seeing his elder brother's acquiescence, Chen Zhuo ceased to hinder him further. He merely stated that the fruits could be sold to Chen Limin at the market price, but the responsibility of transportation from the mountain of Xiaohe village to the canning factory would fall solely upon Chen Limin. Though Chen Limin maintained a stoic demeanor, he inwardly mused that Chen Zhuo was quite astute, cleverly shifting the burden of transport costs onto him. Nevertheless, this was not a considerable issue for Chen Limin, as his younger brother, Chen Lizhu, owned a freight vehicle and had access to a convoy. With a mere arrangement for costs and a modest fee, he could manage the transport with ease. Pondering this, Chen Limin smiled and nodded, promptly agreeing to the terms. After dinner, Chen Qing prepared to return to Xiao village. Chen Limin intended to accompany him to inspect the orchard, but as he could not ride in the horse-drawn cart, he noted the address to fetch his motorcycle. Chen Zhuo had yet to complete his tasks and cautioned Chen Qing, "Elder brother, please travel safely. I shall visit my second brother at the construction site and return home in a couple of days." Chapter 33. Second brother Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng, the second son of the Chen family, remains a bachelor at the age of 27. His temperament is particularly morose. If a matter can be conveyed in one word, he would resolutely refrain from using two. His rather unremarkable appearance perpetually bears a frown, with not a trace of a smile gracing his visage. Were he to exist in a more modern era, he might well embody the archetype of a stoic CEO. Unfortunately, such a persona was not in vogue during the 1980s, and compounded by his impoverished circumstances, lacking both a home and striking looks, he is yet to find a wife. Chen Sheng possesses some masonry skills and works alongside fellow villagers in the city, taking on various construction tasks with the singular aim of earning enough money to buy a house and secure a spouse. Chen Zhuo seeks him out, prompted by a memory from a past life. Approximately at this same time, Chen Sheng's small construction team inexplicably disbanded, leading him to seek work in the mines. After several years of exposure to dust, he developed silicosis and passed away before reaching 50. In that previous existence, all the Chun brothers met untimely ends, with the longest lived among them, Chen Zhuo, barely reaching 65. Reflecting on these grim thoughts, Chen Zhuo shook his head in resignation. Although Chen Xing and the brothers were not particularly close, as the younger sibling, he felt compelled to intervene upon learning of such fate. By chance, when Chen Zhuo located the makeshift shelter where Chen Sheng resided, he found several individuals seated together, their faces etched with worry, sighing in frustration, seemingly grappling with some predicament. From a distance, Chen Zhuo spotted Chen Sheng, the young second brother, who sat in a corner with a grim expression, his gaze fixated on the ground, lost in contemplation. "Second brother," Chen Zhuo called out as he approached, standing opposite him. Chen Sheng, startled, lifted his gaze to meet Chen Zhuo's, and upon recognizing the third brother, his brows furrowed even more tightly. "What brings you here?" he muttered, his tone heavy with discontent. Due to his character, Chen Sheng was not particularly close to his siblings, especially dismissive of the idle Chen Zhuo. Acknowledging his own past shortcomings, Chen Zhuo bore no ill will towards his brother's disdain. Casting a glance at the despondent faces surrounding them, he inquired, "What troubles you? Did you not work today?" Chen Sheng did not respond, instead rising to question, "What are you doing in the city?" "I came to help eldest brother sell apples. Our parents have not seen you for a while, so they sent me to check on you," Chen Zhuo replied, his tone growing colder in response to Chen Sheng's interrogation. Chen Sheng simply grunted in acknowledgement, muttering, "One must earn money. What is there to do at home?" Feeling a surge of frustration at his brother's demeanor, Chen Zhuo chose to cease the conversation with Chen Sheng and turned to a fellow villager, Chao, who had come out to work with Chen Sheng. "Brother Chao, what is the matter? Why the long faces?" The man, Chao Yuan, a cousin of Chao Yong and Chao Chong, sighed deeply upon hearing Chen Zhuo's question. "Don't even mention it. We finally landed a decent job, but the draftsman bolted and left us high and dry. Our group, lacking in education and artistic skills, found ourselves at an impasse regarding this task. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What task is so commendable?" Having grown up in the same village, Chen Zhuo felt no need to conceal the details and recounted the situation in full clarity. 2 months prior, this group constructed a public restroom. And due to the high quality of their work, the employer was exceedingly satisfied. Consequently, they were offered the opportunity to renovate a canteen, with the promise that if the canteen was well built, they would be entrusted with the construction of the workers' dormitory as well. The prospect of building the canteen and dormitory was far more lucrative than that of the restroom, and upon hearing this, they were elated, nearly leaping 3 feet in joy. As Chen Zhuo was gathering everyone to discuss their approach, the individual who had previously measured and drafted the blueprints declared he would not work with them any longer. After Chen Zhuo took a moment to reflect, he glanced at Chen Sheng and Chen Zhuo, pondering, if no one is to draft the blueprints, are you unable to proceed with the task? Chen Sheng merely grunted in response, not engaging further. Chen Zhuo sighed heavily, acknowledging, indeed, this isn't just one task. Without someone to measure and draft, we won't be able to accept any future jobs. Director Tian is pressing for the blueprints today, and after surveying the site, I simply cannot make sense of it all. If this continues, we may as well return to our homes. At that moment, someone abruptly suggested, if we can't manage this, then let's abandon it altogether. I might as well join the mining crew. I've heard they earn more than we do constructing buildings. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Ergo. As expected, Chen Sheng appeared intrigued, stepping forward to inquire, how much do they pay for mining? 2 yuan a day, plus meals and lodging. This statement ignited a spark of interest in everyone's eyes, even causing Chen Zhuo to waver. Chen Zhuo, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and exclaimed, the safety measures in the mines are severely lacking. Descending into them is tantamount to gambling with your life. For a mere 2 yuan, you may well lose your life. What about your families? Your wives, children, and elderly parents, will you abandon them? What else can we do? Without blueprints, we cannot work. The individual retorted angrily. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhuo turned to Chen Zhuo, expressing his resignation, take me to the site. I can draft and measure. And I understand estimations and material calculations. Upon hearing this, several people in the courtyard were taken aback, particularly Chen Sheng, who regarded him with disbelief as if he had uttered a fantastical tale. What did you just say? Chen Zhuo echoed in astonishment. You can draft blueprints? Chen Zhuo nodded affirmatively. It is futile to speak further. Once I have drawn it, you will comprehend. Let us go. Do you have paper and pens? He urged. Hurry. Didn't he mention that Director Tian is urging you? Observing Chen Zhuo's confident demeanor, an inexplicable sense of hope surged within Chen Zhuo. He vigorously nodded in agreement. Returning to the house to retrieve a cloth bag, which he slung over his shoulder, patting it firmly, everything is here. Let us set forth. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to follow him, his arm was suddenly grasped. It was Chen Sheng. He stands a head shorter than Chen Zhuo, compelling Chen Zhuo to lower his gaze when they lock eyes. Chen Sheng furrows his brow, gripping his wrist tightly, his tone laced with discontent. Third brother, do not cause a ruckus. This is not a place for your nonsensical boasting. Chen Zhuo offers a faint smile, brushing aside Chen Sheng's hand. Second brother, do you truly believe I could brag about such a matter? Chapter 34. Truly remarkable. Chen Sheng's skepticism towards Chen Zhuo extended far beyond mere doubt. He was utterly convinced that Chen Zhuo was merely boasting. In their team, there had been individuals who were well-educated, having studied architecture at university. What was Chen Zhuo? A dropout who had not even completed elementary school, lacking the ability to spell and pinyin. Could such a person truly draft blueprints? Was this not the very definition of empty bravado? Perceiving Chen Sheng's mistrust, Chen Zhuo thought it futile to argue further. He resolved to simply produce the drawings. At that moment, Chen Zhuo, adopting a desperate approach akin to grasping at straws, noticed the tension between the Chen brothers and quickly intervened, saying, "Oh, come on, Chen Sheng, don't hold back. If the third brother claims he can do it, perhaps he truly can. Let us take him out for a test run, shall we?" After speaking, he threw an arm around Chen Zhuo's shoulder and urged, "Let us go, forget him. We need to hurry. Director Tian is pressing me hard." Chen Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to dwell on Chen Sheng's expression, and followed Chen Zhuo with measured strides. The site was conveniently located not far from their makeshift accommodations, and they arrived within 10 minutes. As Chen Zhuo cast his gaze upon the sign at the entrance, his eyebrows raised in surprise. The establishment designated for the canteen was none other than the maternal and child health station. The maternal and child health station, a state-owned entity, served as the primary healthcare facility for women and children during this period. Whenever a woman or child fell ill, they would seek treatment here, and pregnant women came for examinations and childbirth. Chen Zhuo felt a profound sense of sanctity emanating from such a place, a space that welcomed new life and held the potential for boundless futures. He was more than willing to undertake this endeavor. While Chen Zhuo was lost in thought, Zhao Yuan had already arrived at the site. He gestured towards several locations, relaying the general directions provided by Director Tian to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow upon surveying the premises of the health station, his expression growing increasingly tense. He refrained from rushing into measurements and instead turned to Zhao Yuan, inquiring, "Is Director Tian present at the office? There are certain matters that require his input." Zhao Yuan hesitated, reluctant to disturb Director Tian. After all, he was uncertain about Chen Zhuo's capabilities. Should Chen Zhuo prove to be the charlatan Chen Shen claimed, it would spell disaster if he were to present himself before Director Tian. Sensing Zhao Yuan's apprehension, Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder and smiled. "Brother Yuan, please summon Director Tian. I assure you that if I say I can handle this project, I will undoubtedly be able to. You possess far more courage than my second brother. Let us not waste any more time at this critical juncture." Zhao Yuan exhaled, steeling himself. "All right, just wait here. I'll fetch Director Tian right away." While Zhao Yuan called for assistance, Chen Zhuo strolled along the base of the health station's wall, formulating a rough estimate in his mind before returning to the proposed site for the canteen. Soon, Zhao Yuan returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt and glasses. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, exuding an air of refinement and civility. Without waiting for an introduction from Zhao Yuan, Chen Zhuo stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Director Tian. My name is Chen Zhuo, and I am the engineer for this project." Director Tian, taken aback by the encounter, shook Chen Zhuo's hand, his face betraying astonishment as he exclaimed, "Old Zhao, impressive indeed. Where could one possibly find such a young and accomplished individual capable of serving as an engineer at such a tender age?" Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's audacious boast, Zhao Yuan felt a sudden buzz in his head, his lips twitching as he forced a smile, saying, Indeed, do not be fooled by his youth. He possesses considerable knowledge." As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to Chen Zhuo, suggesting he refrain from exaggeration. Chen Zhuo, however, disregarded Zhao Yuan's expression and proceeded to retrieve a piece of paper and a pen from the sling bag slung over Zhao Yuan's shoulder. With swift strokes, he sketched a rudimentary floor plan, presenting it to Director Tian. "Director Tian, behold, this is a simplified layout of our entire health center." Zhao Yuan, intrigued, leaned in closer to examine the drawing. Indeed, the page bore a clear floor plan. The lines, though simple, were remarkably precise in both clarity and proportion. His eyes brightened with surprise as he regarded Chen Zhuo, thinking to himself, "Impressive. This lad possesses genuine talent. No wonder he dares to boast." Director Tian, initially harboring doubts, found them dissipated by Chen Zhuo's confident demeanor. The hint of disdain that had lingered in his gaze vanished as he nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is it?" Chen Zhuo circled a particular spot on the diagram and pointed, "Here, this is the proposed location for the new cafeteria, and I believe it is rather unsuitable." Director Tian's expression darkened, for this was the location he had meticulously chosen after several days of contemplation. "What makes it unsuitable?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhuo. With an air of calm assurance, Chen Zhuo replied, "I heard from Brother Zhao that we plan to renovate the health station sequentially, starting with the cafeteria, followed by the office building and the inpatient department. Is that true?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with this?" Director Tian retorted. Chen Zhuo responded, "It has everything to do with it." He then pointed to other areas on the floor plan and elaborated, "If we are to undertake renovations, we must consider not only the surface layout and design, but also the comprehensive planning of the underground drainage system. Observe here." As he spoke, Chen Zhuo began to sketch on a blank sheet of paper. His strokes appeared casual, yet on the page, they formed an intricate design, with straight lines where they should be and curves where necessary. In less than half a minute, he produced a clear and comprehensible diagram of the drainage system structure. Once completed, he turned to Director Tian and remarked, "If we plan in this manner, it will save considerable trouble when we renovate the two main office buildings in the future, both in terms of materials and labor costs." As Chen Zhuo concluded, Zhao Yuan stood there, utterly astonished, his expression frozen in awe. His eyes silently conveyed, "Impressive, Truly impressive. Director Tian, too, was equally taken aback. Where he once held a mere 3 parts trust in Chen Zhuo, he now found himself in complete admiration. The earlier dissatisfaction melted away, and Director Tian's gaze shifted to one of genuine appreciation. His demeanor became notably humble as he acknowledged, "Indeed, you are the expert, and I am merely an outsider. Let us proceed as you suggest. Please provide me with a comprehensive plan by tomorrow. I will present it to the director for approval, and upon agreement, we shall expedite the commencement of the project." With a smile, Chen Zhuo neatly stowed away his pen and paper, courteously remarking, "Director Tian, you are far too modest. With your approval, I shall proceed with confidence. Please, attend to your matters. Brother Chao and I will measure the site and present you with the blueprints tomorrow afternoon." Director Tian nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Chao Yuan. "Indeed, very commendable. Old Chao, if you all do well, not only the staff building, but also the future renovation of the office building will be entrusted to you." Chao Yuan, unable to suppress his delight, immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Absolutely." As he watched Director Tian depart, Chen Zhuo took out a tape measure to begin his work. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly followed Chen Zhuo and exclaimed, "Old 3, how did you manage to be so impressive? I never saw it coming." Chen Zhuo chuckled and turned to him, saying, "Brother Chao, let us use a different phrase. This is what one might call hidden talents." Chapter 35. Please call me Engineer Chen. In his past life, Chen Zhuo built his fortune through engineering. Initially, he found himself engulfed in darkness, devoid of understanding, yet he remained undaunted and resolute in his pursuit. Illiterate, lacking specialized knowledge, it mattered not, for he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning and an unwavering tenacity that refused to yield until success was achieved. Chen Zhuo embarked on an arduous journey of self-education, fervently acquiring cultural knowledge. The combination of theoretical study and hands-on practice enabled him to swiftly master the intricacies of architecture. As the saying goes, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Having lost his wife and daughter, Chen Zhuo's return was particularly rare and poignant. In a mere 5 years, he transformed from a scorned vagabond into a renowned engineering magnate in Shizhou City, laying a robust foundation for his future success. Now, with decades of wisdom and experience coalescing within him, the task of renovating a maternal and child health station seemed as effortless as a graduate solving kindergarten math problems. Today, his most cherished treasures, his wife and child, were by his side. They represented both his vulnerabilities and his sanctuary. With no regrets, Chen Zhuo pursued his career with newfound ease. Even after 2 consecutive days of relentless work, he felt no fatigue. After taking precise measurements with Chao Yuan, he returned to the construction shed and immediately immersed himself in drawing plans. Initially, a few of his colleagues gathered out of curiosity, but upon witnessing Chao Yuan's ecstatic demeanor upon returning, they realized that the project was indeed in capable hands. Chao Yuan had begun to refer to Chen Zhuo as Engineer Chen, preventing others from interrupting him, while teasingly addressing Chen Sheng. "I say, Heir Sheng, you really don't understand your brother at all. This lad is astonishing. No, wait. What's the term? Deep. Concealed talents." Though Chen Sheng could not grasp the phrase deeply concealed, he understood the implication of astonishing. He looked at Chao Yuan in confusion and asked, "What is going on? Can Chen Zhuo truly draw plans?" The other workers, equally intrigued, scratched their heads and urged Chao Yuan to elaborate. "Yes, do tell us what is happening. Can that delicate little fellow really draw?" Chao Yuan scoffed at the remark, glaring at the speaker. "Shut it. What do you mean, little fellow? From now on, refer to our brother as Engineer Chen. Chen the engineer." "Huh. I say, my friend, how did you learn to boast after just one outing? When did Chen Zhuo become an engineer?" One person retorted with a grin. Chao Yuan, brimming with pride, puffed himself up, hands on hips, and vividly recounted the events at the maternal and child health station. The crowd listened in stunned silence, while Chen Sheng's expression could only be described as thunderstruck. In disbelief, he blinked rapidly and, disregarding Chao Yuan's enthusiastic praises of Chen Zhuo, strode into the construction shed. Upon entering, he saw Chen Zhuo had moved a folding table to the window and was bent over, intently writing something. Chen Sheng deliberately softened his footsteps and quietly approached Chen Zhuo from behind. Immediately, he beheld the robust and forceful characters inscribed upon the paper, alongside the emerging outlines of the structural drawings, leaving Chen Sheng momentarily astounded. In truth, From the very moment Chen Sheng had entered the workshop, Chen Zhuo had already been aware of the situation. He feigned ignorance, guiding Chen Sheng to discover it for himself. He had a reasonable understanding of his elder brother's disposition, reclusive and self-reliant. He was reluctant to trust others, placing his faith solely in himself. Chen Zhuo aspired to alter the impression he had left on his brother, believing that only tangible achievements could demonstrate his worth, just as it was at that moment. Even without glancing back, Chen Zhuo could envision the expression on Chen Sheng's face: shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and, of course, a hint of resentment. Chen Sheng's perpetual sense of alienation among his siblings stemmed from his grievances towards their parents. He believed himself diligent and astute, yet felt profoundly wronged by his parents. It was one thing for the primary estate to be bestowed upon the eldest brother, but all their meager savings had been squandered on the fourth brother's marriage and house, while even the third brother had secured a wife. As for him, he was left with nothing: no house, no money, no partner. Chen Sheng had previously perceived the third brother as a worthless layabout, yet now he found himself in a position even more lamentable. A tumult of emotions surged within Chen Sheng as he stood there, fixated on the back of Chen Zhuo's head. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom how, after over a year of laboring in construction, he remained bewildered by the intricacies of drafting blueprints. While the third brother, who had scarcely completed elementary school, seemed to have mastered it all. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, he gradually turned and exited the workshop in silence, seeking solace in a corner to smoke. Noticing his departure, Chen Zhuo turned around, and upon glimpsing Chen Sheng's dejected figure, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Thinking to himself that his typically self-assured elder brother would likely be moping for a while, Chen Zhuo became so engrossed in his work that he neglected to eat dinner, only pausing when darkness descended and visibility diminished. Recalling the noodle stall from that day, he sought out Chen Sheng, intending to invite him to dine together. Chen Sheng was huddled in the shadows, smoking, and when Chen Zhuo called out to him, he hesitated for a moment before rising and muttering, "Where to?" Given that other workers were present, he refrained from inviting them along, fearing it might seem petty, and knowing his own finances were rather strained. Chen Zhuo opted for a vague reply, saying only, "Just for a stroll." Chen Sheng cast him a sidelong glance but remained silent, following with his head down. Chen Zhuo meandered through the streets until they arrived at the noodle stall. By this time, the dinner rush had passed, and the owner, Jiang Wan, was preparing to close up. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo, he paused his actions, exclaiming, "Oh, little brother, what brings you here for a meal now?" Chen Zhuo guided Chen Sheng to sit down and replied with a smile, "Just finished a busy day and was craving your cooking." Jiang Wan chuckled, "It seems we are meant to be. If you had come a minute later, I would have locked up. Wait here, I'll whip something up for you." Chen Zhuo nodded, requesting 2 bowls. "All right," Jiang Wan replied, turning to attend to the order. Chen Zhuo took the initiative to fetch 2 pairs of chopsticks. Casting a discreet glance at his elder brother, Chen Sheng remained the epitome of an icy corporate leader, not sparing him a glance or uttering a word. With a resigned smile, Chen Zhuo set down the chopsticks and spoke first. "Brother, one can learn to read despite being illiterate, and one can master drawing even without prior knowledge. Certain matters cannot solely rely on the adage of practice makes perfect. Rather, they must be approached through the acquisition of knowledge from books." Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng lifted his gaze slightly, the tone of his reply somewhat brusque. "What do you mean?" "What I mean, dear brother, is that you are inherently intelligent. As long as you dedicate your efforts to learning, there is nothing you cannot master. Perhaps during your leisure, consider purchasing a few books. In my opinion, it would be wise to start with learning to read," Chen Zhuo suggested, dipping a chopstick in water to inscribe the character for victory on the table. Chapter 36. Just want to see my wife that night. Chen Zhuo lay in the labor shed, permeated by the odors of sweat and feet, the cacophony of snores preventing him from finding rest. He decided to rise and stealthily exited the building. Gazing up at the nearly full moon in the sky, his thoughts drifting along the night breeze to the distant village of Xiaoa. It had been 2 days and nights since he last saw Xiao Wan and Yang Yang, leaving his heart feeling desolate. Were they both already asleep at this hour? Had Xiao Wan been obedient, using hot water these past 2 days? Did she forego rice in his absence? After submitting the proposal tomorrow, he would likely be occupied in the city for at least half a month. With these thoughts, Chen Zhuo took out the snowflower cream he had purchased for his wife, rubbing it in his palms, and resolved that no matter what, he would return to Xiaohe village immediately after submitting the proposal. He missed his wife dearly, with an intense longing. At the Chen family in Xiaohe village, Early in the morning, Chen Qing returned from the mountains. Noticing the main house was empty, he went to the lower room, excitedly sharing with the elderly couple and Chen Ling about how their fruits had been purchased by the canned food factory. Jiang Wan, leading Yang, returned from the back street with 2 blocks of tofu. Upon entering the back door, she heard the lively chatter from the lower room. Hearing her uncle's voice, Jiang Wan's eyes brightened. Had her uncle returned? Did that mean Chen Zhuo had come back as well? Hastily, she retrieved a small aluminum basin from the dish rack, placing the tofu inside, and then gestured for her daughter to be quiet. Yang, ever obedient to her mother, immediately covered her mouth in silence. The two of them tiptoed towards the lower room, intending to crouch beneath the window and sneak a glimpse of Chen Zhuo, with Yang quietly slipping in to surprise him. A mischievous glint sparkled in Jiang Wan's eyes, a smile gracing her lips. However, before they could make their way out, they heard her uncle exclaim, "Mother, Xiaoling here. This is what the third brother bought for you, snowflower cream and clam oil. A large bottle and a small one for each, along with some for the fourth brother's wife." Immediately, Chen old lady exclaimed, "Oh dear, what on earth is the third brother doing? Why did he buy so much snowflower cream? It's quite expensive. What use do we country folk have for it? How much did this cost?" After a brief silence, Chen Ling remarked, "Why didn't he get any for Xiao Wan, considering he bought so much?" Chen Qing responded, "I don't know. He just gave me this much to bring back for you." Chen Ling sighed. The third brother is truly something. If he wasn't going to buy for everyone, he shouldn't have bought it all. How could he leave Xiao Wan out? Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Wan's face faltered. She lowered her gaze and silently returned to the main room, sitting on a small stool, staring blankly at her rough hands. Jiang Wan had seen snowflower cream before. Last January, when she returned to her maternal home, several of her married sisters also visited. Her eldest sister Jiang Qing and third sister Jiang Hua, who had married into the city. Both possessed snowflower cream, and had even shown it to Jiang Wan and her second sister Jiang Ying, who were married to rural families. The cream, when applied to the face, felt moist and fragrant, ensuring that one's skin would not feel dry throughout the day. At that moment, although Jiang Wan felt a twinge of envy, she harbored no other thoughts. After all, such luxuries were typically reserved for the city dwellers, while those from the countryside struggled even to afford a meal, let alone spare change for such items. However, witnessing her husband purchase gifts for the women of the Chen family, while neglecting her left Jiang Wan feeling particularly aggrieved and disheartened. In the past, she might not have felt much about it, but these days, Chen Zhuo had undeniably changed. He smiled at her, assisted her with chores, and treated her with kindness that led Jiang Wan to wonder if he might have developed a fondness for her. Yang sensed her mother's discontent and, after pouting for a moment, would plant kisses on her mother's cheek or dash into the yard to fetch a ripe tomato, all to cheer her up. Jiang Wan recognized her daughter's thoughtful and endearing gestures, which warmed her heart. She decided to let go of her unfulfilled desires, reminding herself that at least she had a wonderfully warm little cotton-padded jacket who understood her pain better than anyone else. After a brief spell of disappointment, Jiang Wan restored her gentle smile, as if nothing had transpired. During lunch, no one from the Chen family dared to mention Chen Zhuo's purchase of the moisturizing cream. Instead, they excitedly informed Jiang Wan of Chen Zhuo's impressive feat of selling all the fruits from the eldest brother's orchard. Hearing this brought genuine joy to Jiang Wan, her smile unwavering. Chen Qing, in a hurry to return to the mountains to pick apples, pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Wan before he left. "I sold 300 pounds of apples during this trip to the city. Thanks to the third brother, I would never have managed to sell this much in a month without him. This is from your sister-in-law, so take it quickly as the third brother's wages." Jiang Wan looked at the 2 10-yuan notes, shaking her head and gesturing that they should wait for Chen Zhuo to return. "I can't accept this. Just take it." As they were in a stalemate, the sudden sound of Chen Zhuo's voice came from the entrance. Jiang Wan and Chen Qing turned to see Chen Zhuo riding into the yard on a motorcycle, drenched in sweat, his short sleeves completely soaked. Jiang Wan was startled and hurried back inside to fetch a basin of warm water to wipe away his perspiration. Upon seeing his brother return, Chen Qing promptly handed him the money before hastily heading back to the mountains. Once Chen Zhuo entered the yard, his gaze remained fixed on his wife. After only a few days apart, it felt to him as if it had been 10 or 15 days. He had spent the entire morning completing and submitting his drawings, then borrowed a motorcycle from the health station to return, solely for the purpose of catching a glimpse of Jiang Wan. Observing her bustling about to wipe his sweat melted his heart. At that moment, Their daughter Yang also rushed over, unfazed by his sweaty condition, playfully calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Chen Zhuo gave his daughter a kiss and asked her to step back, then removed his short sleeve and poured the basin of water over his head. After several days without a proper bath, he finally had a chance to clean himself. Yet, in the next instant, he suddenly remembered that there were items in his pants pocket. Quickly, Chen Zhuo fished out the moisturizing cream and clam oil. Relieved to find that only the exterior of the plastic bag was damp while the contents remained unharmed, he extended his long arm and handed the blushing Jiang Wan a gift, saying, "Here, this is the snow cream I bought for you, a large jar for your face and a small box for your hands, along with a portion for our mother in Shaodong village." Chen Zhuo had anticipated witnessing either surprise or joy on his wife's face, yet to his dismay, she momentarily froze. And then her eyes brimmed with tears, large droplets cascading down one after another. Those tears, glistening and pure, struck his heart like a stone, causing a sharp pang of sorrow. Chen Zhuo, taken aback, hurriedly approached her, gently wiping away her tears while furrowing his brow, and inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Has someone bullied you?" Chapter 37. What's wrong with a kiss from one's own wife? Jang Wan was at a loss as to why tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She tried to hold them back, but to no avail. Chen Zhuo not only purchased snowflake cream for her, but also brought a gift for her mother in Shaodong village. His thoughtfulness and generosity left her feeling ashamed for having reproached him moments ago. The tumult of her thoughts and feelings of discontent throughout the morning were mere trifles. Now, witnessing Chen Zhuo's face filled with concern and anxiety as he persistently inquired about the reason for her tears, Jiang Wan felt both embarrassed and flustered. She couldn't bring herself to reveal the truth and simply accepted the snowflake cream and clam oil before retreating into the house. Chen Zhuo, noticing his wife's unhappiness, hurried after her. Xiao Yang tilted her head curiously, her large eyes blinking twice in understanding, opting to stay in the yard and play with water instead. Chen Zhuo was in a state of panic. Seeing Jiang Wan's tears fall without a response left him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled how his wife would cradle their daughter when she cried, soothing her with gentle words. Instinctively, he pulled Jiang Wan into his embrace, firmly wrapping one arm around her slender waist while softly patting her back with the other. He whispered tenderly in her ear, "Do not cry. Who has upset you? Has our mother said something unkind again?" This was his immediate thought. However, in the next moment, his wife vigorously shook her head, signaling that it was not the case. She gestured that she was merely overwhelmed with joy and that no one had wronged her. Chen Zhuo's heart ached even more at this revelation. The fact that a couple of bottles of inexpensive snowflake cream could evoke such profound emotions in his wife revealed how unsatisfactory he had been in the past. He gazed down at Jiang Wan, whose fair skin was still glistening with tears from her recent bout of crying. Her long, curled eyelashes were adorned with droplets, and the tip of her nose was flushed, a truly pitiable sight. Suddenly, Chen Zhuo felt an overwhelming thirst and, without thinking, gulped down nearly half a cup of water from the enamel mug on the counter. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his heart raced with anxiety. Just moments ago, he had an overwhelming urge to lean down and kiss his wife, but he had managed to restrain himself. Wait, why had he held back? She was his wife. What harm could there be in a kiss? Realization struck him like lightning, and he stood frozen in place, smiting his forehead in frustration. How cowardly he had been. He had squandered such a perfect moment. The atmosphere was ripe. The opportunity was tangible, yet he had let it slip away. Ah, how infuriating. Although Chen Zhuo had been married to Jiang Wan for over 3 years, aside from their brief encounter on their wedding night, they had not shared any substantive physical contact since. At that time, he harbored resentment towards the Jiang family and Jiang Wan herself, leading him to shy away from her. When he later discovered her pregnancy, it provided him with even more justification to keep his distance. Over time, he grew accustomed to this dynamic. And Jiang Wan saw no reason to feel otherwise until now. Chen Zhuo was a normal man, and moreover, a man who had remained untouched for 2 lifetimes. He had ridden his motorcycle for ages just to catch a glimpse of his wife, and now, at long last, with her nestled in his arms, the ambience was perfect. Yet he had pushed her away himself? Chen Zhuo felt increasingly frustrated and unwilling to concede. Just as he planned to return and embrace his wife for a tender kiss, he noticed Jiang Wan pulling out a wad of cash from the pocket of a garment hanging on the wall. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Why was she giving him money again? He hadn't even spent the 100 she had given him previously, so there was no need for more. Jiang Wan, having regained her composure, shook her head and gestured animatedly. Chen Zhuo studied her closely and, upon deciphering her signs, realized it was about the telephone that Deng Shankue had suggested they install at home. With Jiang Wan's distraction, Chen Zhuo forgot his initial intention of kissing her and began to ponder the telephone installation instead. Logically, it was indeed necessary to have a phone at home, otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. In a few days, he would be in the city, longing for his wife and child, yet lacking a means to contact them. Considering this, Chen Zhuo returned the 200 yuan to his wife and reassured her, installing one is a good idea. It will make things easier for me when I'm working away from home. We can use Boss Deng's money for now, and I'll pay him back once I earn some. Jiang Wan, after hearing this, pursed her lips, her expression one of hesitation. She pointed towards the lower room, suggesting they install the phone there. However, Chen Zhuo shook his head, gently ruffling her hair in a soothing manner. Let's put it in our room. If I miss you, both of you at night, I can just make a call. Under the gaze of his wife's bright, almond-shaped eyes, Chen Zhuo felt an inexplicable warmth in his ears and awkwardly adjusted his words from miss you to miss you both. He needed to return to the city before nightfall, so he busied himself like a spinning top. First, he reported his intention to install the phone to the village committee, then returned home to meticulously sweep the courtyard, empty the dirty water bucket, refill the water in both cisterns, and complete every task he could see before finally taking a shower and changing clothes in preparation for his return to the city. Just as he mounted his motorcycle and waved goodbye to Jiang Wan and their child, the Chow brothers came rushing over, breathless. They had been frequent visitors over the past few days, and Chen Zhuo had missed them terribly during his absence. Finally seeing them excited him, and they eagerly blocked his motorcycle. Panting, Chow Yong exclaimed, "Third brother, where are you off to? We want to go too." Amused by their eagerness, Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You want to go with me just because you know where I'm headed? Whatever you're doing, we want to join." Chow Yong replied without a second thought, while Chow Chong nodded vigorously in agreement. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Zhuo shared the truth with them, explaining that he had taken a small engineering job in the city. Upon hearing this, the Chow brothers became even more enthusiastic, insisting they would accompany him without hesitation, and promptly clambered onto his motorcycle. Thankfully, the three of them were not heavy, managing to squeeze onto the seat just barely. Chen Zhuo found himself nearly pressed against the fuel tank, exasperated, and asked, "This trip will take several days. Why don't you go back and inform your mother, and take a bus tomorrow instead?" The Chow brothers shook their heads in unison, displaying a palpable fear of being abandoned. "Come on, third brother. I have already informed mother of our intention to seek you out. She will not be anxious." Realizing he could not sway the two, Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss. He could only utter, "Then hold on tightly," before waving farewell to his wife and daughter and revving the motorcycle towards the city. The motorcycle was overloaded, and Chen Zhuo dared not ride too swiftly. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the city. After refueling the motorcycle, he returned it to the maternal and child health station. The Chow brothers accompanied Chen Zhuo back to the work shed, where they spotted their cousin, Chow Yuan, and immediately approached him with cheerful greetings. "Elder brother, we have come too." Chapter 38. Who are you calling a pretty boy? The unexpected arrival of Chow Yong and Chow Chong brought great delight to Chow Yuan. Earlier that morning, 2 members of the team had departed to inspect the mine, leaving Chow Yuan concerned about the shortage of manpower. The timely arrival of these 2 cousins was indeed a stroke of good fortune. After everyone hastily consumed a meal, Chow Yuan organized a meeting. He held Chen Zhuo in the highest regard, so much so that he willingly relinquished the position of leader, declaring that henceforth, Chen Zhuo would oversee the distribution of tasks. Among the group, apart from Chow Chong and Chow Yong, Chen Zhuo was the youngest. Upon hearing that they were to heed the instructions of a pretty boy, discontent began to brew, and a few voices of dissent emerged. The carpenter, Niu Fuyo, was the first to speak up. "Chow Ge, this is absurd. Chen Zhuo may be skilled at drawing plans, but does he truly know how to get the work done? Why should he be the one giving orders when you command so effectively?" Another voice chimed in, frowning, "Exactly. I have no intention of listening to anyone else. I only heed your commands." Chow Ge, Chen Sheng, who had been squatting silently on the sidelines, neither supported nor opposed the dissenters, merely bowed his head in silence. As the uproar escalated, Chow Yong became irate, ready to confront the dissenters. Chen Zhuo, familiar with his temperament, had been keeping a watchful eye on him and quickly placed a hand on his arm to calm him. Instantly, Chow Yong deflated. casting a seething glare at the leading critic, Niu Fuyo, before obediently returning to his spot. Chen Zhuo had not anticipated that Chao Yuan would suddenly appoint him as the foreman. After pacifying the two brothers, he turned his gaze to Chao Yuan, Chao Guo. They are not entirely wrong. It is indeed unnecessary for me to allocate tasks. You have worked alongside them for many years and understand each person's temperament and strengths far better than I do. It would be more fitting for you to take on the role of team leader. I shall focus on my designated responsibilities, and I will oversee the on-site supervision. What do you think? Chao Yuan, initially taken aback by the workers' reactions, felt even more embarrassed by Chen Zhuo's words. He shot a glance at Niu Fuyo and the others, asserting, "You truly do not understand anything. Engineer Chen possesses knowledge that surpasses our own. My intention in having him direct the work was to allow you all to learn more, yet here you are, at your age, unable to see beyond your own ignorance. What? Learn from this pretty boy? He is merely a second-rate fellow who can draw plans. What can he teach us?" The group scoffed, their disdain evident as they turned away. While the others were oblivious, Chen Zhuo comprehended Chao Yuan's genuine intentions. With a smile, he stood and addressed Chao Yuan, "Rest assured. Chao Gu, I will point out any issues I observe while supervising on site. For now, let us not dwell on this. I expect that by tomorrow, Director Tian will finalize the contract, and we will need to commence work. It would be prudent for you to begin assigning tasks now." Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce and proceeded to delegate responsibilities to each individual. Early the next morning, Director Tian arrived, announcing that the higher-ups had approved the plan and that the accountant would release the funds by afternoon, urging them to promptly purchase materials and commence work. Chen Zhuo remained composed, while Chao Yuan was overjoyed beyond measure. Chen Zhuo was taken aback by the quote he received, which far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated that Director Tian would negotiate a lower price, yet to his surprise, the director agreed without hesitation. When purchasing materials, Chen Zhuo, accompanied by Chao Yuan, made their way to the sand yard, followed by the two brothers from the Chao family. The four of them arrived in a grand manner, only to encounter a group of individuals also procuring materials. Among them was a man of short stature, clad in a sky-blue cloth shirt and tailored trousers, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle that exuded an air of cultured demeanor. Upon spotting Chao Yuan and his companions, the man raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, am I mistaken? Who do we have here?" Chao Yuan's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing as he appeared ready to confront the man. Chen Zhuo discreetly glanced at the two and, noticing the contempt in the man's eyes, began to form a conjecture. Affecting a tone of feigned curiosity, Chen Zhuo inquired of Chao Yuan, "And who might this be?" Chao Yuan let out a disdainful snort, lowering his voice to whisper in Chen Zhuo's ear, "That's him, the one who climbed the social ladder and discarded us. The designer, named Zhang Jinyu." As expected, Chen Zhuo acknowledged with a slight hum, casting a glance laden with amusement towards Zhang Jinyu. At the same time, Zhang Jinyu was scrutinizing him as well. Zhang Jinyu's gaze roamed up and down, internally astonished. This young man, though seemingly youthful, emanated an aura of composure that belied his age, evoking a sense of caution. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Jinyu directed a taunt at Chao Yuan. "So, old Chao, haven't you returned home to tend to the fields? Without me, do you still aspire to pursue your engineering ambitions?" Chao Yuan, already irked by his presence, felt his temper flare at the provocation, clenching his fists and retorting, "Zhang Jinyu, do not underestimate us. The world will keep turning without you. Our team will fare better without your pretense." Zhang Jinyu erupted into laughter, as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Better without me? Ha! Who is truly pretending here? Besides moving bricks and mixing mortar, what skills do you roughnecks possess?" After his remark, he shot a glance at Chen Zhuo. "Or are you relying on some inexperienced pretty boy to do the design work? To hell with you," Chao Yong bellowed, charging forward and delivering a kick to Zhang Jinyu's groin. Zhang Jinyu immediately howled in agony, clutching his vital area and collapsing to the ground. Enraged, Chao Yong advanced with a flurry of kicks while cursing, "You bastard! Who are you calling a pretty boy? Look at your toad-like face." Chao Chang, having endured the tension, decided to intervene in a mock attempt to mediate after seeing his brother's assault. At that moment, Zhang Jinyu's companions surged forward, intent on retaliating against Chao Yong. Unwilling to let his brother suffer, Chao Chang joined the fray. With the Chao brothers outnumbered 3 to 6 or 7, the odds appeared grim. Chen Zhuo, with an amused smile, pressed his tongue against his cheek, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he casually tousled his hair. With deliberate slowness, he unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, then leaped into the fray with agility. No one could comprehend the fluidity of Chen Zhuo's movements. With a mere sweep of his arm and a swift retraction of his palm, a whale would escape from one victim as they collapsed. He deftly seized one individual's arm, while his left leg coiled around another's neck. In a single agile motion, he hurled both to the ground. To the left, there were cries of despair, and to the right, lamentations for one's mother. Xiao Yang, who was firmly pinning Zhang Jinyu down, tugging at his leg, was rendered speechless by the gracefulness of Chen Zhuo's actions. He ceased to engage in the struggle, his gaze fixated on Chen Zhuo, exclaiming in a cacophony of astonishment. What the hell? No way. Oh my goodness. Chapter 39. A call to his wife in the midst of Xiao Yang's exclamations, within the span of mere 2 minutes. All of Zhang Jinyu's men were swiftly defeated by Chen Zhuo. Realizing he was outmatched, Zhang Jinyu grimaced and fled, clutching his groin, with his companions hastily following suit, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Xiao Yang was so exhilarated that he nearly knelt before Chen Zhuo. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he leaned in, gesturing animatedly, and inquired, "Third brother, was that how you kicked? How did you leap like that?" "Absolutely incredible." Neither Xiao Yang nor Xiao Yuan had anticipated Chen Zhuo's agility, reminiscent of a seasoned martial artist in an action film. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo had taken up martial arts out of sheer boredom, achieving a proficiency that had allowed him to hold his own against champions. Naturally, handling Zhang Jinyu and his lackeys was a trivial matter. Chen Zhuo could not divulge the truth to Xiao Yong and the others. He merely claimed that he had been experimenting on his own. Xiao Yong harbored a fervent desire to master martial arts, persistently following Chen Zhuo and expressing his eagerness to learn. Xiao Chong, too, wished to acquire this skill, mimicking Xiao Yong's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the composed Xiao Yuan, who rarely engaged in conflict, had released pent-up frustrations after his skirmish with Zhang Jinyu, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The group remained caught in the exhilarating aftermath of the encounter, ordering supplies while sharing laughter over the recent brawl. Xiao Yuan recalled Xiao Yang's kick and teased him. "Little Yong, let us hope you didn't kick Zhang Jinyu into oblivion. You're too ruthless." In response to this, Xiao Yong proudly lifted his chin, saying, "Brother, you don't understand. In a fight, targeting the groin is half the battle won. For someone as insolent as him, the elimination kick is necessary. Third brother was remarkably swift. I still have a secret move I didn't even use." Xiao Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, what secret move?" At that moment, the usually reticent Xiao Chong interjected. "The Dragon Claw Grip." A burst of laughter erupted as Xiao Yuan processed the demonstration from Xiao Yong, nearly doubling over with mirth. Chen Zhuo, too, chuckled alongside them, though inwardly, he pondered the importance of discouraging such a penchant for violence. In recent years, with a crackdown on crime and an emphasis on public safety, engaging in brawls could lead to arrests and tarnish one's reputation for future generations, rendering any victory a hollow one. Contemplating this, Chen Zhuo advised, "It is best to refrain from fighting. Disputes among men are never resolved through fists." Xiao Yong, momentarily perplexed, leaned closer and retorted, "Then what should we use, our feet?" As Chen Zhuo gazed at the large forehead approaching him, he playfully patted it, chuckling without answering. The group, still engaged in conversation, finalized their supply choices and proceeded to the shed to gather tools and commence their work. With the necessary signatures from various leaders secured, the accountant disbursed the funds without hesitation. Feeling somewhat cautious about handling such a substantial amount, Xiao Yuan entrusted the money to Chen Zhuo. Seizing the opportunity to mentor Xiao Chong, Chen Zhuo allocated the funds to him for safekeeping, instructing him to meticulously record every expenditure. Xiao Chong, who only left school after completing junior high, found the task of simple bookkeeping manageable. However, the enormity of handling such a substantial sum of money for the first time rendered him exceedingly anxious. He would press the bag containing the money beneath him each night as he slept. Chen Zhuo was present on site daily, elucidating the intricacies of the blueprints and the specific construction plans to Xiao Yuan and others. During his free moments in the daytime, he would dash to the convenience store to call the brigade at Xiao Village, inviting his wife and child to listen in on the conversation. The brigade members would secretly mock Chen Zhuo, bemused by the fact that his wife could not speak, yet he persisted in calling, wondering how the two communicated. Although Jiang Wan could not vocalize, she was capable of listening. When Chen Zhuo spoke to her on the phone, Even the sound of her breathing filled him with warmth. Every day, he tirelessly recounted the trivialities and significant matters of the construction site to Jiang Wan. Occasionally, she would scratch the microphone, signaling that she was listening, or gently tap it to encourage him to continue. Every day, the loudspeaker in Xiaohe village would announce, Jiang Wan from the Chen family is on the phone. Your man is calling. For a day or two, this was inconsequential, but with its repetition, villagers began to find it curious. Could a mute truly make phone calls? The women of the village gathered to gossip about the happenings, and for the past few days, their discussions revolved around the couple's affairs. Woman A remarked, Do you think it's comical? I heard that Chen Laosan, that rascal, has gone to the city to earn big money and calls his wife every day. How clingy. Woman B responded, What big money could Chen Laosan possibly earn? What can he do? Is he working as a thug for someone? Woman A replied, I don't know. But I've heard from the brigade that they're planning to install a phone at his house. Woman B exclaimed, A phone? Good heavens. That must cost a fortune. Oh, if that rascal really has money, wouldn't he just leave that mute wife of his? Calling every day must mean he wants a divorce. Woman A waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. The people at the brigade's duty room say Jang Wan laughs each time she answers the phone. She seems to be genuinely happy. Woman B questioned, Is that true? How extraordinary. Didn't they say he was indifferent to his wife, but rather cherished Jiang Laosan? Woman A was taken aback by this revelation. Really? I had no idea. Woman B nodded vigorously, leaning closer to share the rumors she had heard. Meanwhile, the village buzzed with speculation, yet Chen Zhuo remained oblivious. After a few days of collaboration at the station, Chen Zhuo discovered that Xiao Yuan and his crew were remarkably diligent. They would rather work late than cut corners, which explained why Director Tian trusted them. Xiao Yong and Xiao Chong, both youthful and quick-witted, learned swiftly and were able to work independently within 2 days, alleviating a significant burden from Xiao Yuan. Initially skeptical of Chen Zhuo's capabilities, Niu Fuyo and others soon realized that he possessed genuine expertise. Despite his youth, he exhibited a remarkable understanding of various trades, whether masonry or carpentry. He could identify any issues at the earliest opportunity, thereby preventing the need for rework. Gradually, everyone began to refer to Xiao Yuan as Engineer Xiaochen. Eventually, finding the 5-word title cumbersome, they simply shortened it to Xiaochen Gong. Chen Sheng observed the shift in attitudes among the crowd, and although he concealed his feelings, he was deeply resentful. He was unwilling to bow to his younger brother and refused to utter the name Xiaochen Gong, choosing instead to avoid him whenever possible, steering clear of any encounters with Chen Zhuo. How could Chen Zhuo be unaware of Chen Sheng's feelings? Yet, he remained indifferent. If Chen Sheng wished to hide, so be it. For someone who chose to dwell solely in his own world, no amount of conversation would be effective. After working in the city for an entire week, Chen Zhuo found himself yearning for his wife and children, having not seen them in several days. Noticing that today's tasks did not require technical guidance, he decided to take a moment to return to Xiao village. However, just as Chen Zhuo was greeting Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yong suddenly exclaimed, Third brother, my sister-in-law has arrived. Chapter 40. The arrival of the bride. Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Xiao Wan standing gracefully beside a Xiaoli car. Her hair was exceptionally beautiful, thick and lustrous, styled into 2 long braids that cascaded down her shoulders. She wore a light yellow blouse paired with a knee-length dark red pleated skirt, and her feet were adorned with black velvet shoes, an outfit crafted by the eldest sister of the Jiang family on the occasion of their wedding. With her naturally delicate and fair features, Xiao Wan appeared even more charming and lovely with this slight adornment, truly captivating all who beheld her. Xiao Yong's loud voice caused everyone to cease their tasks, turning their attention towards her. It was evident that Jiang Wan felt quite nervous as she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. At that moment, Chen Zhuo regained his composure and strode towards his wife. He was filled with delight, wanting nothing more than to pull the bashful woman into his embrace and reassure her, but he feared that such an action would cause his shy bride to cry. Suppressing the urge to embrace her, Chen Zhuo instead took her hand in his, gently asking, Is your sister taking care of the girl? The audacity of holding hands in front of so many onlookers startled Jiang Wan. What a rogue, she thought, biting her lip and casting him a scolding glance. Yet, upon hearing his question, she couldn't help but obediently nod, attempting to withdraw her hand with all her might. Unfortunately for her, Chen Zhuo's grip only tightened, disregarding her embarrassment. Chen Zhuo raised his gaze to greet Boss Deng, smiling as he said, Uncle Deng, what brings you here today? Deng Shan Kuei feigned irritation. casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhuo as he huffed. You rascal. You abandoned the project proposal and the equity contract, leaving me in a lurch. I had to track you down here since I couldn't find you for days. Chen Zhuo, overwhelmed with work these past few days, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I've been contemplating how to manage our factory before sleep each night. Deng Shankue raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I thought you were so engrossed in your engineering work that our factory had slipped your mind entirely. Understanding the jest, Chen Zhuo played along with a few explanations. Recognizing that this was not the ideal setting for conversation, Chen Zhuo exchanged pleasantries with Chao Yuan before leading Jiang Wan to Deng Shankue's Yali car. Deng Shankue insisted on treating the couple to dinner. Initially, Chen Zhuo considered taking them to a noodle stall, but recalling that the place was not suitable for serious discussions, he left the decision to Deng Shankue. Deng Shankue, being generous, brought them directly to a private dining establishment in Shizhou. At that time, there were no elaborate menus as seen in later years, only simple handwritten ones. He handed the menu to Jiang Wan, who, feeling shy, returned it to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo was not particular about food. He could accept almost anything as long as it wasn't too peculiar. Remembering that his wife couldn't handle spicy dishes, he thoughtfully ordered a sweet and sour pork for her, followed by selecting a meat and a vegetable dish that he presumed would suit Deng Shankue's palate. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Chen Zhuo discreetly squeezed Jiang Wan's hand beneath the table. To his delight, he noticed that the calluses on her palm seemed to have softened. Immediately, he turned her hand over, cradling it before his eyes for a closer inspection. Upon observing that her hands indeed appeared significantly more delicate, he exclaimed joyfully, "That clam oil is truly remarkable. Later, I shall take you to purchase some more." Opposite them sat Deng Shankue and Jang Wan, caught off guard by Chen Zhuo's unabashedly affectionate gesture, flushed crimson and hastily withdrew her hand, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Deng Shankue chuckled softly, expressing his approval to Chen Zhuo. You understand the value of cherishing your wife. Never emulate those who dally with others outside, forgetting their roots and abandoning their loyal partners. To Chen Zhuo, Jiang Wan was a precious treasure he had regained. In his previous life, he had wandered alone without seeking another, especially now that his beloved wife was by his side. Disregarding grand vows of love, he merely cast a sidelong glance at his wife, his eyes betraying an undeniable affection. Jiang Wan, with her head bowed, saw nothing but felt the warmth of his gaze upon her cheeks. The dishes soon arrived, and Chen Zhuo placed a plate of sweet and sour pork in front of his wife, fearing she might feel shy to serve herself. So he thoughtfully helped her by placing 2 pieces into her bowl. Noticing that Deng Shankue had no intention of teasing them, she gradually relaxed and began to eat delicately. As his wife quietly savored her meal, Chen Zhuo felt a sense of relief and turned to discuss factory matters with Deng Shankue. Upon discussing serious business, Deng Shankue became increasingly animated. After reviewing the proposal Chen Zhuo had provided, he grew even more optimistic about the prospects of the dust mask project. Therefore, despite Chen Zhuo requesting more shares than he initially anticipated, he remained eager to collaborate. Deng Shankue's agreement was anticipated by Chen Zhuo, and as they dined, they meticulously deliberated over the scale of the factory. The more they discussed, the more surprises Chen Zhuo revealed to Deng Shankue, who likened him to a mountain concealing countless treasures, each inquiry unearthing something remarkable. Just as their conversation was flowing seamlessly, someone approached their table, exclaiming in surprise, "Chen Zhuo, my brother. Oh, it truly is you." It was Qin Limin. What a coincidence that both he and his brother had arrived today. Chen Zhuo was somewhat reluctant to engage with the Qin brothers, but recalling that he would later be reliant on his elder brother's produce, he felt compelled to maintain a cordial demeanor, nodding slightly. Director Qin. Noticing that Deng Shankue was no ordinary citizen, Qin Limin extended his hand with a smile. Ever affable and unpretentious, Deng Shankue shook his hand and introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Limin's expression shifted to one of surprise, realizing he was in the presence of the renowned Deng. My apologies, I am Qin, the director of the Shizhou canning factory. With Qin Limin's arrival, the discussion regarding the factory could no longer continue, and the conversation shifted back to the engineering projects Chen Zhuo was currently undertaking. Deng Shankue has always been generous in his praise for Chen Zhuo, his admiration evident in every word. Chen Zhuo, in an effort to avoid appearing pretentious, could only respond with a calm smile, graciously accepting all of Deng Shankue's accolades. Qin Limin, who was listening nearby, soon discerned that Chen Zhuo was actually an engineer, leaving him utterly astonished. He had initially assumed that Chen Zhuo was merely an inept young man of modest means. Yet here was someone so remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Meanwhile, his wife often harbored suspicions that this young man was merely seeking favors in return for his kindness, but with such a bright future ahead of him. What favors could he possibly need? As Qin Limin quietly marveled at this revelation, Deng Shankuei glanced at him and suddenly inquired, Xiao Zhuo, how did you come to know Director Qin? Chapter 41. Taking my wife to the hospital. Mentioning that fateful night felt akin to a haunting nightmare for Chen Zhuo, a memory he preferred to avoid dwelling upon. Thus, when Deng Shankuei inquired about his acquaintance with Qin Limin, Chen Zhuo replied in a tone that was unremarkable, attributing it to mere coincidence. Deng Shankuei, perceptive enough to notice Chen Zhuo's indifference towards Qin Limin, chose not to press further. However, Qin Limin found Chen Zhuo's response somewhat surprising. Such a commendable act of bravery was worthy of celebration, yet he opted for discretion instead. Was this young man merely feigning composure, or had he truly placed little significance on the event? Qin Limin's curiosity about Chen Zhuo intensified, his gaze inadvertently lingering on him. Chen Zhuo, however, was unconcerned about how Qin Limin perceived him, as most of his attention was devoted to his beloved wife. Jiang Wan was earnestly battling a piece of sweet and sour pork, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed, resembling a content little bunny. How endearing my wife is. Chen Zhuo's face radiated joy as he reached for a bowl of tofu soup just served by the waiter, noting the steam rising from it. He gently blew on it before presenting it to Jang Wan, his tone laced with affection. Here, drink this soup. It's not hot anymore. Jiang Wan seemed taken aback by his thoughtfulness in front of others, her eyes blinking with a hint of shyness as she smiled at him, her cheeks flushed. She then took the spoon and lowered her head to sip the soup, observing her enjoyment of the meal. Chen Zhuo resolved to prepare some delicious dishes for his wife and child once the current busyness subsided, confident that his culinary skills surpassed those of the restaurant's chefs, and knowing they would surely delight in his cooking. Brother, is this your sister-in-law? Qin Limin's question jolted Chen Zhuo from his reverie, to which he responded with a smile and a simple acknowledgement. Jiang Wan paused momentarily in her soup drinking, nodded at Qin Limin, and wore a gentle smile. After scrutinizing Jiang Wan for a moment, Qin Limin complimented, Ah, my brother is truly fortunate. You two are a perfect match. After your meal, why not bring your sister-in-law to our home for a visit? Chen Zhuo promptly declined. No, she needs to buy some things, and I must accompany her to the store. His wife had rarely come to the city, and he intended to seize the opportunity to take her shopping for a few garments. The apricot-colored dress from the department store would undoubtedly suit her beautifully. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wan widened her eyes, wanting to express her urgency to return home, lest Yang become upset. Yet, she hesitated to use sign language in front of others, fearing it would reveal her muteness and embarrass Chen Zhuo. Sensing her anxious gaze, Chen Zhuo turned to her, offering a reassuring glance as he softly said, We'll call the team later and let your sister know we won't be back today. I'll make sure we enjoy our time together. Jiang Wan stole a glance at Deng Shankuei and Qin Limin, confirming they were oblivious to her predicament, and quickly gestured, Yang will fuss. Chen Zhuo gently grasped her hand beneath the table, giving it a reassuring squeeze. It will be fine. Your sister can handle her. When we return, we'll bring back some treats, and that will surely make our little girl happy. Jiang Wan hesitated for a moment, but Chen Zhuo swiftly bypassed the topic and engaged in conversation with Deng Shankuei. After a while, as the group continued to eat, Chen Zhuo announced that he needed to accompany his wife, prompting everyone to disperse. Upon returning home, Qin Limin ascended to the room where his brother, Qin Lizhu, was resting. Qin Lizhu was lying on the bed, engrossed in a Hong Kong-Taiwan film playing on the VCR. When he noticed his brother's arrival, he lifted his hand slightly, his gaze remaining fixed on the television. Stop watching. Get up quickly. There's something important, Qin Limin said, turning off the television and helping his brother sit up. With several ribs fractured, Qin Lizhu moved cautiously, fearing to aggravate his injuries. He was interrupted at a pivotal moment in the film and, clearly irritated, furrowed his brow and inquired, What important matter? I just ran into your savior. Qin Limin replied, his tone brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Lizhu scoffed. What's that supposed to mean? Did he come to ask you for favors? Qin Limin gasped in disbelief. What kind of attitude is that? He is your savior. I met him at a private restaurant, dining with Deng Shankuei. What favors could he possibly want from me? How can you speak such ungrateful words, just like your sister-in-law? Being involved in the transportation business, Qin Lizhu was well aware of Deng Shankui's reputation. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he asked, "That poor boy knows Deng Shankui? How could a fruit farmer possibly know such a big boss?" Qin Limin slapped his brother's wrist playfully, admonishing him, "What do you mean? Poor boy? He's an engineer. This young man has a far brighter future than you. He is an engineer at such a young age. His prospects are limitless." "An engineer?" Qin Lizhu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Qin Limin nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Most importantly, he knows Deng Shankui. Listen to me, once your injury heals, you should spend more time with him." Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo was preoccupied with concern for Jiang Wan's aphasia and resolved to take this opportunity to consult a doctor. The hospital's facilities were quite rudimentary, lacking any extravagant services, and Chen Zhuo estimated that the few dozen yuan in his pocket would suffice. So he took his wife to the hospital without hesitation. As soon as Jiang Wan saw the hospital's entrance, she froze. Her complexion turned pale, and she looked at Chen Zhuo with a lost expression, gesturing with her hands to ask, "What are we doing here?" Seeing her in such distress, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of sympathy and gently reassured her, "Xiao Wan, you can speak, can't you?" Jiang Wan instinctively shook her head, but then seemed to remember something, as she stood there in a daze before slowly nodding. In that moment, Chen Zhuo's heart ignited with hope, transforming the once flickering flame of despair into a blazing fire of optimism. He took Jiang Wan's hand, his voice filled with fervor, "Xiao Wan, let us have your vocal cords examined. If they are fine, it will indicate that the issue lies within your psyche or spirit. Only by identifying the root of the problem can we find a solution. Don't be afraid. I will be with you, all right?" Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, Jiang Wan bit her lip and pointed to her throat, her expression tense as she asked, "Do you despise me?" Upon witnessing such an expression on his wife's face, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He adopted a serious demeanor and gazed intently at her. "Xiao Wan, regardless of whether you can articulate your thoughts or not, I will never harbor any disdain. You must not feel such pressure, nor entertain such notions. My intention in bringing you to see a doctor is solely to ascertain whether this ailment can be treated. If this has caused you any misunderstanding, then we shall not proceed." With that, Chen Zhuo took Jiang Wan's hand, preparing to leave. He couldn't help but feel a wave of self-reproach, chastising himself for being so rash. He should have engaged in a thoughtful conversation with his wife before coming to the hospital. It was his impulsive actions that had startled her. As Chen Zhuo silently berated himself, he suddenly felt a gentle tug from the small hand he held, as her fingertips lightly grazed his palm. The sensation was both ticklish and electric, sending a swift jolt to his heart. Chapter 42. Will you call me? If not, I shall kiss you. Chen Zhuo abruptly halted his steps, turning to gaze at Jiang Wan. He found her lips pressed together, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she had something profound to express. "What is it?" Chen Zhuo gently grasped her delicate fingers that had previously fidgeted in his palm, tenderly caressing the thin calluses upon them, gazing at her with unrestrained affection. Jiang Wan's lips parted and closed repeatedly for what felt like an eternity before a dry, hoarse whisper escaped her throat, "San. Go." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo's entire being froze, his grip on her hand tightening suddenly. "Xiao Wan, call me once more." However, Jiang Wan seemed startled by her own voice, her cheeks flushing crimson as she vigorously shook her head, unwilling to utter a second call. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhuo discerned his wife's thoughts. She likely found her voice unappealing and feared being overheard. He glanced around, noting the bustling crowd at the hospital entrance, the cacophony overwhelming. He quickly took Jiang Wan's hand and led her to a quieter corner, soothingly coaxing her, "Xiao Wan, be good, call me again." Jiang Wan resolutely shook her head, resembling a rattle. Chen Zhuo understood that this matter could not be rushed. The more he pressed, the more reluctant she would become. Yet, that unexpected whisper had caught him off guard, and he wished to coax her into calling him a few more times. With that thought, he cupped her face in his hands, gently rubbing her cheeks, deliberately elongating his tone as he urged, "All right, Xiao Wan, call me Sangu again. I long to hear it." Jiang Wan's long lashes fluttered, her lips tightly sealed, refusing to comply. Her usually gentle and serene demeanor rarely revealed such playful stubbornness before him. Unable to resist, Chen Zhuo suddenly leaned down and planted a fervent kiss upon her smooth forehead, then whispered teasingly in her ear, "Will you call me? If not, I shall kiss you." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback by his boldness, staring blankly at Chen Zhuo, her forehead still tinged with moisture, reminding her of the earlier incident. Had he truly kissed her? Did he not find her appealing? Was he enamored with someone else? What nonsense was this rogue uttering? He even threatened to kiss her. You. She stammered, wanting to question him, but her voice emerged as a dry croak, compelling her to silence. It was indeed too unpleasant. Better to remain mute than to speak in such a manner. With this thought, Jiang Wan bit her lip tightly, choosing to hold her tongue. At this moment, Chen Zhuo appeared calm. Yet after that kiss, his heart raced with anxiety, akin to a lovesick youth, fearing his wife's displeasure and the possibility of receiving a slap. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Wan utter a singular word in her excitement, he immediately set aside his worries. Patiently encouraging her, Xiao Wan, do not be afraid. It's merely that you haven't spoken in a while, which has rendered your voice hoarse. Speak more, and it will return to normal. Jiang Wan listened, her belief wavering as she tilted her head to look at him, as if silently questioning, is that truly the case? Chen Zhuo responded with a soft acknowledgement, asserting, I am your man. I would never deceive you. Be obedient, and call out once more. Under Chen Zhuo's patient coaxing, Jiang Wan finally found her voice again. This time, she refrained from addressing him as third brother and began to recite poetry at a deliberate pace. I yearn for the sky, like a bird, spreading my wings with vigor. Soaring freely, I long for the lakebed, like a fish, gracefully flicking my long tail, gliding through the waters. I crave to sing, like a lark, melodious and enchanting, resonating through the forest. Though her voice was far from melodious, resembling the hoarse sound of a bellows used to stoke a rural fire, Chen Zhuo found her voice utterly captivating. He slowed his breathing, intent on savoring each word she uttered. Having been silent for so long, Jiang Wan spoke slowly, pausing significantly at each word as if contemplating how to pronounce them. Chen Zhuo exhibited remarkable patience, never rushing her, merely gazing at her with encouragement in his eyes. As she continued, her words became increasingly labored, her volume gradually diminishing. Sensing she had spoken enough for the day, Chen Zhuo urged her to stop and excitedly enveloped her in his embrace. It was a moment of pure joy. His beloved Wan could speak. Although her speech was not yet as fluid as that of a normal person, he was confident that with daily practice, she would gradually regain her former eloquence. At that moment, he no longer felt reckless for bringing her to the hospital. Had he not provoked her, Jang Wan might have concealed her ability to speak indefinitely. Yet, he marveled at how deeply she had kept such a significant secret. Releasing her, he playfully pinched her cheek, teasingly saying, You little vixen, you've been deceiving me all these years, pretending you couldn't speak. Jiang Wan shook her head vigorously, urgently employing sign language to clarify that it was not her intention to hide it. She had only discovered her voice during the new year when her daughter nearly fell, prompting her to exclaim, Baby. In that moment, she realized she was not mute and could articulate words. However, her voice was so unappealing, even worse than a crow's caw, that she chose to keep it a secret, resolutely refusing to speak again. Had it not been for Chen Zhuo insisting on a hospital visit, she might have hidden this truth for a lifetime. Observing her earnest gestures, Chen Zhuo chuckled in resignation, realizing his initial suspicions were correct. This little lady was embarrassed by her voice and opted to remain silent. He had been preoccupied with this matter, losing sleep over it. With this thought, he playfully pinched her cheek again, leaning slightly closer to meet her gaze, squinting as he declared, I am your man. You must never conceal anything from me again. Jiang Wan blinked, obediently nodding in agreement. Chen Zhuo adored her compliant and endearing demeanor, wrapping his arms around her and gently stroking the back of her head. It sounds lovely. I want to hear you recite poetry every day. The person nestled in his embrace paused momentarily before slowly nodding, leaning softly against him. To celebrate his wife's newfound ability to speak, Chen Zhuo resolved to take her shopping for a couple of new outfits. Throughout their journey, Chen Zhuo held Jiang Wan's hand firmly. In this era, people tended to be reserved and conservative. How many would dare to engage in such intimate gestures in public? Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan, with their striking good looks, naturally attracted attention as they walked together. Their intertwined hands drew even more curious glances from passers-by. Jiang Wan, feeling shy, dared not lift her head, attempting several times to withdraw her hand, but her delicate arm was no match for Chen Zhuo's strength. Indifferent to the stares of onlookers, Chen Zhuo was determined. She was his beloved wife, and he would hold her hand without hesitation. Under the inquisitive and astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Zhuo led Jiang Wan through the entrance of the department store. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the saleswoman who had attended to him on the day he purchased the snowflake cream. The moment the saleswoman saw Chen Zhuo, her expression shifted, revealing a blend of surprise and irritation, as she regarded him with a look that was both reproachful and resentful. Chapter 43. Your man can afford it. Chen Zhuo cast an impassive glance at the saleswoman before diverting his attention towards the section where dresses were displayed. Upon spotting the apricot-colored dress still hanging there, his eyes brightened, and he pointed it out to Jiang Wan, saying, Jiang Wan, look. That dress would undoubtedly look splendid on you. It was the dress that would enhance her beauty, rather than her merely wearing it. When had he ever uttered such flattering words? Jiang Wan stole a glance at him, and upon seeing her husband's handsome profile, she felt an inexplicable warmth flooding her cheeks. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhuo, his simple compliment had stirred sweet feelings within his wife. His sole desire was to see Jiang Wan adorned in that dress. He led her to the clothing section and inquired eagerly, What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Wan found herself nodding involuntarily. The tulle dress was indeed beautiful, with its trendy design and vibrant color, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. However, it must be quite expensive, she thought. At that moment, she realized that Chen Zhuo wished to buy her a new outfit, leaving her both flattered and hesitant. Their financial situation was dire. They didn't even own a house, let alone have spare funds for such an extravagant dress. Moreover, she had no occasion to wear it. With unfamiliar faces around, Jiang Wan was reluctant to use sign language, fearing it would embarrass Chen Zhuo. And thus she shook her head, indicating her disinterest. Chen Zhuo discerned her thoughts clearly. He gently squeezed her hand and leaned closer, whispering, It's not expensive. Your man can afford it. After speaking, he turned to the saleswoman, asking, Excuse me, do you have my beloved size in that yellow dress? At that moment, saleswoman Lu Xiangping felt a pang of jealousy. Ever since Chen Zhuo entered the store, her gaze had been fixed on him. Witnessing his undivided attention towards that rustic girl ignited her envy, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. After having received a few sharp remarks from Chen Zhuo, she felt a mix of indignation and anger, yet her thoughts remained consumed by him. At 28, Lu Xiangping had remained single due to her high standards. And as time dragged on, she had become an old maid. Just when she thought she had found a handsome young man who caught her eye, she discovered he was already married. As he had claimed, she was indeed less fair than his wife. Lu Xiangping, consumed by jealousy, was reluctant to sell them the dress. However, recalling Chen Zhuo's irritable temperament, she hesitated. She certainly did not want to be humiliated in front of that rustic girl. Reluctantly, she approached the rack and retrieved the dress, her tone somewhat brusque. This one, if it fits, great. If not, then it's not meant to be. Chen Zhuo disregarded her attitude and took the dress, holding it up in front of Jiang Wan for comparison. Instantly, he was taken aback. As he had anticipated, his wife's fair complexion harmonized beautifully with the apricot hue, making her appear several years younger. Thoroughly pleased, he turned back to the saleswoman and asked, How much is it? 20. Lu Xiangping deliberately inflated the price by 10 yuan, thinking to herself, Let us see if you can afford it, you uncouth country bumpkin. Chen Zhuo, unfamiliar with the price of women's clothing, gave it little thought and reached for his wallet. Upon hearing this, Jang Wan widened her eyes in disbelief and cast a perplexed glance at Lu Xiangping. Wasn't this just ridiculous? Her elder sisters had worn similar dresses made of this fabric, claiming they had purchased them for merely 10 yuan. How could this identical material be priced at 20? She halted Chen Zhuo's reaching hand, shaking her head. At that moment, she cast aside any concern for embarrassment, gesturing to Chen Zhuo that the price of the dress was incorrect. Lu Xiangping had been keenly observing their reactions and had sensed something amiss with the rustic girl. Now, she discerned the truth. Jiang Wan was mute. It was as if she had stumbled upon a grand jest, and her eyes sparkled with derision as she looked down upon Jiang Wan. Chen Zhuo patiently watched his wife's sign language, then raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Xiangping, immediately perceiving the contempt etched on her face. While he did not mind the cost of the dress for his wife, it did not imply he was a fool easily exploited. The saleswoman was clearly attempting to take advantage of him. Noticing the disrespect in her gaze towards his wife, Chen Zhuo's expression darkened, and his voice took on a questioning tone. Comrade, I shall ask you once more, how much is this dress? Lu Xiangping's heart raced at his inquiry. After hesitating for a few seconds, she raised her chin defiantly. 20. What of it? Can't you afford it? Chen Zhuo was baffled. What was wrong with this woman? They had hardly exchanged a couple of glances, yet she seemed intent on creating friction. With a cold chuckle, Chen Zhuo produced 20 yuan and handed it to Lu Xiangping. Fine, I'll take this dress. Please provide me with a receipt. Initially, Lu Xiangping had intended to embarrass the couple, not genuinely seeking to pocket an extra 10 yuan. However, upon seeing Chen Zhuo produce the 20 yuan, she realized the situation was turning unfavorable. Hearing Chen Zhuo request a receipt, her expression shifted to one of distress. She clutched the 20 yuan, unsure whether to accept or return it, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. If she truly charged 20, and they reported her with the receipt to higher authorities, she could lose her job. The thought sent her heart racing, and she stubbornly retorted, "Why do you need a receipt for buying clothes? Are you expecting reimbursement?" Chen Zhuo smirked lightly. "What I may or may not claim reimbursement for is none of your concern. When I purchase something, I am entitled to a receipt. Now, do not dawdle. Write it up promptly." Jiang Wan, feeling pained over the expenditure of 20 yuan, intermittently scratched Chen Zhuo's palm. Instantly, Chen Zhuo's frustration was alleviated by his wife's tender gesture. He couldn't help but chuckle and turn to Jang Wan. "Are you anxious? Just wait. Once this comrade finishes the receipt, we shall depart." As he spoke, he playfully tugged at his wife's braid, earning a scowl from her. Lu Xiangping, caught in a dilemma, her mind racing, finally devised a plan. She hesitated as she approached the counter and retrieved the receipt book, feigning to flip through it. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I made an error. This dress is actually 10 yuan, not 20. Comrade, I must return you 10 yuan." Chen Zhuo was not taken aback by her outburst. Instead, he leisurely approached the counter and gazed down at her. "Comrade, I specifically inquired twice about the price of this skirt, and you emphatically stated it was 20. Now, when I request a receipt, you suddenly claim it is only 10. Do you take me for a fool to be easily deceived?" Lu Xiangping, feeling cornered, retorted with a stiffened neck, "Comrade, what are you insinuating? I already admitted I made a mistake. I just checked the receipt book and recalled that the skirt was indeed 10. Please do not slander me." Although Chen Zhuo initially had no intention of engaging with her, he felt compelled to set an example for Jang Wan, who was nearby. He wanted his wife to understand that one must firmly counter those who look down on others. Mere tolerance would only embolden such individuals. With this thought, Chen Zhuo suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Whether I am slandering you or not can be determined by calling your supervisor to adjudicate." Chapter 44. Spending the night at the guest house director? How could that be? The very thought of this matter reaching the director's ears filled Lu Xiangping with dread. Not only would she face dismissal, but her clandestine dealings over the past 2 years would also come to light. She felt utterly vexed at encountering such a formidable opponent. One who was not easily deceived and even understood the necessity of receipts when making purchases. Daring not to continue her confrontation with Chen Zhuo, she forced a strained smile and said, "Isn't this a trivial matter? Why involve the director? Perhaps I misremembered. Let me apologize to you, shall I?" With that, Lu Xiangping averted her gaze from Jiang Wan, hastily stuffing the excess 10 yuan into the bag that held the skirt and handed it to Chen Zhuo, murmuring, "I'm sorry. Is that sufficient?" Chen Zhuo glanced at the bag before him, refusing to take it. Instead, he gestured towards Jiang Wan with a slight tilt of his chin, asserting, "Whether or not we involve the director is up to my wife." As he spoke, he gently squeezed Jiang Wan's hand, signaling her not to show any kindness to the woman before them. Having been married to him for over 3 years, Jiang Wan understood his unspoken cues well. After receiving the hint, she nodded subtly, standing elegantly by his side, awaiting Lu Xiangping's apology. Upon observing this, Lu Xiangping comprehended Chen Zhuo's intent. Though her heart brimmed with reluctance, she dared not confront them further. Instead, she forced a smile and addressed Jiang Wan, "Comrade, I apologize to you as well. I truly did not remember." As Jiang Wan was about to nod in acknowledgement, she suddenly recalled Chen Zhuo's earlier warning not to give Lu Xiangping an easy time. She turned to him, her eyes silently questioning, "What should I do now?" Chen Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on his wife, and her adorable, naive expression melted his heart. How is my wife so obedient and charming? How had I not noticed this before? Unable to contain his affection any longer, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Wan's shoulder, unwilling to waste more time there. With his other hand, he took the bag Lu Xiangping had offered and turned to leave. As they walked, he leaned down, whispering in Jiang Wan's ear, "My wife is truly precious, a rare gem." The warmth of his breath sent a delightful shiver down Jiang Wan's spine. She felt an irresistible itch at her ear, tilted her head to nuzzle against him, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she stepped back, attempting to escape the rogue's embrace. Chen Zhuo, playfully teasing her, leaned closer once more. "Why does my wife blush so easily?" After saying this, He playfully touched her cheek and then feigned being scalded, quickly retracting his hand and exclaiming, "Wow, one could fry an egg on that." Jiang Wan's face turned even redder at his antics, and she pouted, glaring at him in mock anger. Chen Zhuo relished her reactions, throwing his head back in laughter. Lu Xiangping stood at the entrance of the shop, watching the couple depart, her heart filled with envy and bitterness. She cursed silently. A mute can find such a wonderful man. Truly, the heavens have gone blind. With his wife staying in the city for the night, Chen Zhuo decided to find a guest house. The conditions in the makeshift shelter were far too basic. As a man, he could endure them, but he would never allow his beloved wife to endure such discomfort. After treating Jiang Wan to a bowl of noodles, he set off in search of a suitable guest house. At this moment, the private guest houses were modest in size, yet they excelled in cleanliness. Chen Zhuo found a place conveniently close to the night market, settled the accommodation fee, and ushered Jiang Wan into the room. "Let us take a moment to rest. Later, I will take you out for a late-night snack. You are sure to enjoy the street stalls on West Street." This was Jiang Wan's first experience staying at a guest house, and upon seeing the large bed almost pressed against the door, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She slowly sat at the edge of the bed, barely perching on the corner. Chen Zhuo, although slightly flushed, maintained a composed demeanor, being a man of experience. He stretched his arms nonchalantly and pretended to admire the view from the window, taking a few deep breaths before plopping down onto the bed. Propping his head on one arm, he patted the space in front of him. "Ah, this is comfortable. Xiao Wan, come lie down." Jiang Wan turned to glance at him, but remained unmoved, sitting stiffly like a statue. The more she resisted, the more Chen Zhuo felt inclined to tease her. He moved closer, playfully tugging at her braid. "What is the matter? Afraid I might eat you?" Startled, Jiang Wan snatched her braid away, her face flushing as she darted to the wall to stand in a corner. Seeing her strong reaction, Chen Zhuo decided to cease his playful antics. He quickly approached her, raising his hands in surrender. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come and lie down. Your feet must be sore after walking for so long." Without waiting for her response, he gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, guiding her back to the bed, and knelt down to help her remove her shoes. "Your feet are so small," Chen Zhuo exclaimed, comparing her foot size to his palm, astonished to find them nearly identical in size. It was no wonder she was tired after walking so much. He grasped her ankle, intending to massage it, but Jiang Wan instinctively recoiled, shaking her head in a flurry. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Chen Zhuo asked, concern etched on his brow as he moved closer to inspect. Jiang Wan hastily covered her feet with a thin blanket from the bed and gestured for him to keep his distance. "Stay away. My feet must smell after all that walking." "Smell? What smell?" Chen Zhuo chuckled helplessly, taking her hand and lying down beside her, with only half a meter separating them. The intimacy of having his wife so near was delightful. He gazed at her, noting her anxious yet bashful expression, and called softly, "Xiao Wan." Her eyelashes fluttered as she met his gaze. Chen Zhuo smiled and leaned closer, reducing the distance between them further, softening his voice to coax her. "Call me San Gu." Jiang Wan paused, her lips moving silently for a moment, before finally whispering, "San Gu." Despite her voice being dry and hoarse, Chen Zhuo found it utterly melodious. Overjoyed, he pulled her into his embrace, kissing her forehead and praising, "Such a lovely sound." Holding his wife as they drifted off to sleep was indescribably comforting. Chen Zhuo intended to take a short nap, but when he opened his eyes again, it was already past 7 o'clock. Fortunately, the summer days were longer, and the night market had yet to close. He hurriedly splashed his face with cool water and took Jiang Wan by the hand, leading her to a roadside stall at the evening market. Since the arrival of their child, such moments of freedom had become a rarity for Jang Wan. Yet, this precious liberty was accompanied by a lingering sense of guilt. She could not shake the feeling that their daughter at home must be feeling quite forlorn, perhaps even crying out for her absence. Thus, when she beheld the vibrant array of bustling stalls, her heart remained heavy with concern, overshadowing any joy. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo may not have fully understood his wife's sentiments, but having been granted a second chance, he had become adept at deciphering her thoughts with uncanny accuracy. Noticing her persistent gloom and lack of enthusiasm, he gently guided her to a stall selling malt candy and said with a smile, "Let us buy some of this to take home. Our daughter will surely be delighted." Chapter 45. Is it just a kiss? Chen Zhuo was acutely aware that his wife was preoccupied with thoughts of their daughter. In truth, he longed for their child as well. Yet this rare occasion to relish a world for two with Jiang Wan was precious. He resolved to cherish the moment, and devote his attention to his wife, contemplating other means to compensate for their beloved little treasure at home. Though the evening market was not as resplendent as those of future generations, it offered an array of delectable snacks, bean skins, candied chestnuts, and popping popcorn, alongside vendors selling ice pops and watermelons. Chen Zhuo purchased a bit of everything, considering that should his wife not finish, he could take the leftovers for their child and family. However, he bought only one ice pop, unwrapping it before offering it to Jiang Wan, saying, "You have half, and I'll take the rest. It's too cold. I fear it may upset your stomach if you eat too much." Jiang Wan paused, momentarily taken aback, and pushed the ice pop back towards him, indicating that he should eat first. Chen Zhuo's heart warmed at her gesture, and he tightened his grip on her hand. Jiang Wan had always been like this. Ever since marrying him, she hesitated to take the first bite of any food. When he prepared a meal and set it on the table, it would invariably be placed before him, and only when he had eaten sufficiently would she allow herself to take from the shared dishes. The thought tugged painfully at Chen Zhuo's heart. In a lifetime of dreams, little Wan had never truly enjoyed a life of luxury alongside him. By the time he had achieved success, she had long since turned to dust, buried beneath the cold, damp earth. The small ice pop, seemingly bland to someone who had tasted the finest delicacies, was, in her eyes, a coveted treasure she was reluctant to purchase and even more so to consume. Chen Zhuo pushed the ice pop back towards her, bringing it to her lips as he urged, "You eat first. From now on, you shall always eat before me, no matter what." Jang Wan, unable to resist his insistence, took small bites. Watching her contented expression, Chen Zhuo silently vowed to provide her with the best of everything. As they wondered a bit longer, Jiang Wan became reluctant to buy anything further. Chen Zhuo understood her concern about money after their leisurely stroll. The few dozen yuan in his pocket had dwindled significantly. Such an amount, if saved in the countryside, could last them 2 or 3 months. So it was no wonder his wife felt a pang of heartache. Yet, Chen Zhuo was aware that once the work at the cafeteria concluded, his position as the chief engineer would yield an income exceeding 200 yuan, granting him greater financial flexibility. At this moment, the priority was to save for a home. Their current dwelling belonged to his elder brother and sister-in-law, and relying on their hospitality indefinitely was not sustainable. They needed a home of their own to foster a sense of belonging. With this in mind, he inquired of Jiang Wan, who was still enjoying her snack, "Xiao Wan, you haven't answered my previous question. Do you prefer a standalone house or an apartment like the ones in the city?" Jiang Wan blinked in surprise, gesturing with her hands. "Why do you ask this?" Chen Zhuo replied, "As a family of 3, we must have our own home. It won't be long before we can afford one. So I wanted to know what kind of home you desire." Jiang Wan appeared incredulous, her almond-shaped eyes widening, glistening as she looked at him. She quickly signed. "Buying a house requires a tremendous amount of money. Where will you procure such funds? You must not resort to unlawful means." After listening, Chen Zhuo smiled, pleasantly surprised to discover that his wife had become bolder, her demeanor towards him much more casual than before. In the past, she would never have dared to offer him such advice. Chen Zhuo felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that his recent transformations had finally borne fruit, subtly influencing his wife. He cherished this version of Jiang Wan, enjoying her affectionate reprimands, the way her beautiful eyes looked at him with a mix of admonition and shyness, and the trace of anxiety in her gaze when she sought to advise him. He took her hand and gently squeezed her palm, reassuring her, "Rest assured, your man is a law-abiding citizen." After a brief stroll along the road with his obedient wife, she soon grew weary. In the countryside, where lights were rarely lit, darkness meant it was time for bed, and usually, at this hour, Jiang Wan would have already been snuggled up with Yang Yang. Now, however, she was still holding his hand as they walked, yawning repeatedly. Chen Zhuo glanced at his wife as she struggled against sleep, feeling an overwhelming fondness. He took a significant step forward, bent down halfway, and said, "Come on, I'll carry you." Jiang Wan blinked and gestured, "I'm heavy." Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes, his gaze playful yet threatening. Jiang Wan promptly complied, climbing onto his back. She was light and soft, a comforting weight against him. As he supported her legs, he playfully jostled her a bit and said, "With your petite frame, I can easily carry you with one arm." "What do you mean heavy?" Jiang Wan remained silent, quietly resting against him. Chen Zhuo looked up at the moon, deliberately slowing his pace, suddenly wishing that this path could stretch on longer, just a little longer. Upon returning to the lodge, Jiang Wan had already fallen asleep. Chen Zhuo tiptoed to lay her gently on the bed and, after washing up, joined her. He lay across from his sleeping wife, quietly observing her. The moonlight streamed through the window, adding a touch of warmth to the room. His wife's eyelashes were long, thick, and slightly curled upwards. Having lost his wife in a past life and living as a solitary man, he had never entertained thoughts of other women. For the first time in decades, he found himself closely observing a woman, and this woman was his wife, whom he had regained. Chen Zhuo leaned in a little closer, until her breath brushed against his face. His wife was truly beautiful. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were soft and inviting. His gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, stirring a longing within him, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. He wanted to kiss her. After all, she was his wife. What was wrong with a kiss? They had already had children together. What was there to fear? The more he thought about it, the more it felt inevitable. He took a couple of deep breaths, gradually leaning in, his heart racing wildly. In that moment, the room was filled only with the sound of his own fervent heartbeat. As he drew nearer, just about to touch her soft lips, Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Chen Zhuo's ears flushed a deep crimson. His wife appeared quite surprised, her expression a mixture of confusion and bewilderment as she looked at him. Chen Zhuo stood there, desperately seeking a pretext to evade the situation. However, in his haste, he choked on his own saliva, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. There's something on your face. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wan, witnessing his distress, hurriedly rose to pat his back, her expression fraught with concern, signaling him to refrain from speaking while he coughed. After a prolonged bout, Chen Zhuo finally regained his composure, feeling his wife's gentle hand rhythmically soothing his back, as tender as one would comfort a child. Dismayed, Chen Zhuo berated himself internally for his timidity. Why was he so anxious? It was merely a kiss. With that thought, he licked his lips and took a deep breath, as if preparing for battle, before turning to grasp his wife's shoulders. Chapter 46. Embracing his wife to sleep with resolute determination, Chen Zhuo leaned in and pressed his lips against Jiang Wan's. Caught off guard by his sudden approach, Jiang Wan instinctively recoiled, bewildered by his intentions. Chen Zhuo, having mustered the courage to bridge the gap between them, could not allow her to escape. He pulled her close, only to inadvertently collide their lips with such force that he struck his teeth, drawing blood. To his dismay, before he could savor the sweetness of her lips, his mouth was filled with the metallic tang of blood. However, having already made contact, he resolved to embrace the moment and not let it go to waste. Jiang Wan's lips were full and soft, their texture exquisite, surpassing his expectations. With his beloved in his arms, Chen Zhuo felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Noticing the tension and rigidity of his wife in his embrace, he recognized her fear. With a silent sigh, he released her after a tender moment. Planting a soothing kiss on her forehead, he cradled her head on his arm, gently patting her back and whispering comforting words, urging her to sleep. Content in body and spirit, Chen Zhuo succumbed to slumber soon after. In contrast, Jiang Wan found herself bewildered, enveloped in his embrace. Too afraid to move or even breathe deeply. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Grappling with the tenderness of his kiss, this was the most intimate moment they had shared in over 3 years of marriage, barring their wedding night. Yet, even on that first night, intimacy had been foreign to her. Pain had overshadowed the experience, and Chen Zhuo had not approached her since. Initially, Jiang Wan had felt sorrow and disappointment, envious of the warmth and affection displayed by her siblings in their marriages. Yet she understood her reality. She was a substitute bride. The object of Chen Zhuo's affections was his third sister, not her. The Jiang family had breached their agreement first, and thus, Chen Zhuo's resentment and indifference were, in her eyes, justified. Gradually, Jiang Wan resigned herself to her fate, relinquishing any hopes for a deepening affection or kindness from Chen Zhuo. The birth of their daughter, Yang felt like a divine blessing, leading her to believe her life was set. As long as Chen Zhuo did not harm her or engage with other women, she could endure. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Zhuo transformed. No longer the idle brawler, he ceased his drunken taunts and began to exhibit diligence and decency, showing care for both her and their daughter. Suddenly, the once dim horizon brightened, and hope flickered in their lives. In recent days, Jiang Wan had questioned her reality, fearing the return to the status quo upon awakening from this dream. But it was not a dream. Chen Zhuo had indeed changed, and just moments ago, he had kissed her. At a loss for words to articulate her emotions, she felt lightheaded, sweetness flooding her heart, more delightful than malt sugar. Was this what her mother had referred to as love blossoming over time? Did Chen Zhuo harbor even a fragment of affection for her? The following day, The couple awoke almost simultaneously, with Jiang Wan still nestled in her husband's embrace. Chen Zhuo quietly assessed his mouth, detecting no unpleasant odor. Before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his wife's forehead, greeting her with a soft good morning. As Jiang Wan attempted to gesture, Chen Zhuo took hold of her hand and suggested, "From now on, when it's just the two of us, feel free to speak directly." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Wan nodded and replied, "All right." Chen Zhuo then retrieved the dress he had purchased for her the previous day, encouraging her to wear it. Jiang Wan was reluctant, preferring to save it for a momentous occasion in the future. However, Chen Zhuo was adamant. He had bought the dress for her to wear, and he intended to shower her with beautiful garments in abundance. In his past life, he had earned money merely to pass the time, but in this life, his earnings were solely for her and their daughter. Unable to resist his insistence, Jiang Wan complied and donned the dress. Her fair complexion complemented the apricot hue beautifully. Chen Zhuo admired his wife for a moment. Then, pondering for a moment, he gently unraveled her two overly neat braids and styled her hair into a high ponytail. This slight transformation turned his demure little wife into a vibrant and spirited young woman. "My wife is truly beautiful," Chen Zhuo gazed at her unabashedly, showering her with compliments. This was Jiang Wan's first experience dressing up in such a manner, and she felt a tinge of shyness. To divert the conversation, she glanced out the window and said, "It's time to go home. Yang is causing a fuss." Her voice remained hoarse, and her tone was slow and slightly labored. Chen Zhuo responded with an taking her hand in one of his and carrying the items he had purchased the day before in the other as they made their way outside. "Let us have breakfast first, then I'll borrow a motorcycle from the station to take you home." "Let us go?" Jang Wan, not wishing for Chen Zhuo to escort her, quietly suggested that she could take a small passenger vehicle home instead. However, Chen Zhuo was resolute. He could not bear to let her go alone. Additionally, he longed to see their daughter and take the opportunity to check on her. The couple found a breakfast stall and enjoyed steamed buns together before Chen Zhuo led Jiang Wan directly to the construction site. Xiao Yuan and the others had just arrived, tools in hand, ready to work. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo with Jiang Wan, Xiao Yang let out a loud whistle, eagerly approaching them. He circled around them, grinning widely, and exclaimed, "My third sister-in-law looks like a university student. So stunning." Xiao Chong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting his brother's words. Hearing others praise his wife brought more joy to Chen Zhuo than if they had complimented him. His heart swelled with happiness, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. However, Xiao Yong, that mischievous lad, seemed to have no intention of stopping, staring at Jiang Wan like a fool. Chen Zhuo, feeling displeased, inhaled sharply, kicked Xiao Yong in the backside, and playfully scolded, "All right, shouldn't you get back to work?" Xiao Yong chuckled, waved goodbye to Jiang Wan, saying, "Sister-in-law, see you later," before scampering off to resume his tasks. At that moment, Xiao Yuan approached, and Chen Zhuo offered him a cigarette, explaining that he needed to take his wife home and would return in the afternoon to oversee the work. Xiao Yuan immediately nodded in understanding. The construction site is progressing smoothly. Chen Zhuo has laid a solid foundation for everyone, and there is little concern in his absence. Nevertheless, Chen Zhuo took a stroll around the site, ensuring that everything was in order before he left with Jiang Wan. He clasped her hand tightly, wrapping it securely in front of him. Jiang Wan nodded obediently, following suit. With his wife in the vehicle, Chen Zhuo refrained from riding too swiftly, occasionally stopping to glance back at her. As they approached Xiaodong village, he paused once more, smiling as he inquired whether she was comfortable and if she felt any fear. While Jiang Wan may not be particularly bold in other aspects, she displayed surprising daring while riding the motorcycle. Not only was she unafraid, but she also blinked playfully and encouraged him to go even faster. Chapter 47. Is old Wang next door moving? As his wife urged him to hurry, Chen Zhuo suddenly sensed something amiss in her tone. Upon realizing the peculiarity, he cleared his throat, turned around, and revved the throttle with determination, deciding to heed his wife's advice and accelerate. The motorcycle roared to life, and Jiang Wan tightly embraced his waist, prompting a low chuckle from Chen Zhuo. After they departed, two women emerged from the cornfield by the roadside. Engaged in their agricultural chores, they watched in astonishment as the couple drove away. One of them, adorned with a headscarf, exclaimed, "Was that the little son-in-law of the Zhang family?" The other woman, sporting a thick braid, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was him. Among the 10 miles and 8 villages, "That lad is the most handsome. I could never mistake him." The headscarf woman gasped. "Then who is that young girl riding behind him, dressed so elegantly?" She clearly hails from the city. The braided sister rolled her eyes. Who knows where he found such a partner? In any case, she is certainly not the mute daughter of the Jiang family. Just look at how tightly they were holding each other. I wonder if the Jiang family is aware of this. The headscarf woman, intrigued and a bit gleeful, remarked. Old Jiang just straightened his back a few days ago because of that lad's heroic act, and now this. With such a sophisticated partner, his daughter might just be sent packing. As the two continued their work, their gossip spiraled, and upon returning home, they could not shake off the excitement of the scandal, promptly sharing the sensational news with the neighbors. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan had just arrived home when the telephone installer also showed up. Chen Zhuo went to assist him while Jiang Wan prepared some snacks for their daughter. Little Yang, seeing her mother in a dress with a high ponytail, found it fascinating and repeatedly exclaimed, "Mommy looks beautiful." After enough praises, she leapt into her mother's arms, showering her with affectionate kisses. Jiang Wan, drenched in her daughter's affection, felt no disdain. She cherished the moment, then began opening snack bags for Yang to enjoy. Chen Zhuo, assisting the installer with the wiring, kept his gaze on Jiang Wan. Observing the joyful interaction between mother and daughter, he couldn't help but smile, though a bittersweet pang stirred within him, wishing his wife would express such affection towards him as well. The installer, sent from the town, was experiencing his first visit to the countryside. Noticing the bare walls yet the family's ability to afford a $200 telephone installation, he felt a surge of curiosity. Observing Chen Zhuo's constant smile, he surmised him to be of good temperament and could not suppress his inquisitiveness, asking, "Comrade, what is your occupation?" With the telephone being installed at home, you must be quite prosperous. Chen Zhuo withdrew his gaze, appraising the young man briefly. Sensing his genuine curiosity, he offered a faint smile and replied, "I do not have a fixed job, I just take on odd jobs. The telephone installation is merely for convenience." The young man nodded in understanding. Having a telephone would certainly be convenient. Otherwise, sending a message while out and about would be quite the hassle. As they conversed, the connection was established. After some adjustments, the young man demonstrated how to use the phone, leaving them with the assurance that it would be operational by 8 o'clock the following morning, before departing on his motorcycle. With such a sophisticated device added to their household, the entire Chen family gathered around, filled with curiosity. Particularly, Yang was overjoyed, clutching the receiver and exclaiming excitedly, as though engaging in a dialogue with someone on the other end. Old Mrs. Chen, torn between financial concern and excitement over the acquisition of such an impressive item, delicately touched the telephone, marveling at the thought that such a small box could facilitate communication with someone hundreds of miles away. "What a marvel!" she exclaimed. Mr. Chen, overhearing his wife's words, grunted in response, "Not just hundreds of miles. It's capable of connecting thousands or even tens of thousands of miles." Mrs. Chen shot him a disapproving glance, wondering why he always felt the need to interject. Chen Ling, observing her parents' playful banter, stifled a laugh. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Chen Zhuo glanced at the clock and, intending to return to the city, heard his mother sitting cross-legged on the Kong, discussing matters concerning the neighbors. It turned out that the Wang family was planning to move, citing the embarrassment caused by the recent scandal involving Su Hong and the monkey, and thus decided against remaining in Xia village. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "What are their plans for the house? Will they sell it or leave it vacant?" Chen Ling chimed in, assisting Yang with chestnuts while responding, "Houses in the countryside cannot remain empty. They would collapse within 2 years. I heard they intend to sell it, but it's not easy to find a buyer at the moment." Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to his wife, taking her hand and leading her outside. In a hushed tone, he proposed, "Chen Wan, if you enjoy living in the countryside, why don't we purchase the Wang family's house? In a few years, when Yang is ready for elementary school, we can move to the city. What do you think?" Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the Wang family's direction, and gestured with her hands. "It sounds wonderful, but we don't have that much money. That courtyard must cost over 3,000. Being aware of the pricing in rural areas, she recalled that the courtyard purchased last year for the wedding of the fourth son in the back street had cost nearly 4,000. And that was only due to her in-laws borrowing money from various sources. They still owed over 2,000 in debts. Considering the prospect of buying the Wang family's courtyard, Jiang Wan surmised that borrowing money from relatives would be unfeasible unless she approached her sisters at her family home. As she furrowed her brow in contemplation, Chen Zhuo had already formulated a plan. Sensing his wife's concerns, He gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her. You need not worry about finances. I only ask if you like the Wang family's courtyard. If you do, we will acquire it within a week. I can gather the funds. If it does not appeal to you, we can wait. If nothing suitable arises in Xiaoha village, we can explore options in Xiaodong village near your parents. Ultimately, we shall reside wherever you desire between these two villages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan tilted her head slightly and responded in sign language. The Wang family's courtyard is quite nice. If we were to purchase a house, it would be prudent to remain close to my in-laws. My elder brother and sister-in-law reside in the mountains, leaving their elderly parents to fend for themselves, which is rather burdensome. Witnessing his wife's constant concern for her parents, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He reached out, drew her into his embrace, and gently kissed the crown of her head. Chapter 48. The plan to buy a house. After a brief discussion, Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan decided to purchase the courtyard next door belonging to the Wang family. Not wishing to burden his parents with unfinished business, Chen Zhuo called his elder sister, Chen Ling, aside to negotiate the price on his behalf. Upon hearing that her younger brother intended to buy the neighboring house, Chen Ling was somewhat perplexed. You and Xiao Wan have a place to live. Why the sudden desire to buy a house? Has the Saw influenced your decision? She speculated instinctively. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively and articulated his intentions. Sister, elder brother, and sister-in-law cannot remain on the mountain indefinitely. Xiao Wan and I need our own home. The house next door is for sale. If we purchase it, we can move in nearby our parents, which serves two purposes. While Chen Ling acknowledged the necessity of having a home, she was acutely aware of the financial implications. You know, to marry off the fourth brother. Our parents have incurred quite a debt at their age. If you buy a house now, they may not be able to assist you. As for me, I am not particularly capable myself. I am merely trying to get by. Sister, Chen Zhuo interrupted confidently. I will take care of the finances. Do not inform our parents just yet. We can share the news once the house is secured. I need to return to the city for work soon. And since Xiao Wan is unable to speak on the matter, I must rely on you to negotiate with the Wang family. I anticipate they will be eager to sell and will not set the price too high. That may be true. Chen Ling realized her younger brother was resolute. Though concerned, she agreed to assist him, ensuring she remembered his words. Rest assured, I am quite adept at bargaining. I will certainly negotiate the price down to the lowest possible. Feeling reassured, Chen Zhuo spent some time playing with his daughter before riding back to the city. Upon returning to the construction site, he sought out Qiao Yuan to inquire about his potential earnings from the current project. Qiao Yuan, upon hearing the question, grinned and led Chen Zhuo to a secluded corner, lowering his voice. I calculated that in about 10 days, we should wrap up this job. After deducting the workers' wages, we should net around 2,500. Given your significant contributions, how does 1,500 for you and 1,000 for me sound? Chen Zhuo understood the lucrative nature of construction work, which was why he had chosen to pursue this career path. He was well aware of the profits from this renovation project, but he was surprised by Qiao Yuan's generosity in offering him such a substantial share. Although he was the engineer with a decisive role in the project, it was ultimately Qiao Yuan who had orchestrated the contract and thus deserved a larger portion. However, given his urgent need for funds to purchase a house, Chen Zhuo contemplated whether he should forego politeness. As he pondered this, Qiao Yuan, noticing Chen Zhuo's prolonged silence, began to feel uncertain. He was aware that the previous individual, Zhang Jinyu, had merely measured and sketched plans without involvement in the project, yet still claimed a significant share. Now, Chen Zhuo was not only measuring and drawing, but also estimating costs and overseeing the work, executing each step with remarkable professionalism. He wondered if Zhang Jinyu's previous approach was still acceptable to him. Qiao Yuan was acutely aware that if he failed to retain Chen Zhuo within his small contracting team, he would likely never find another engineer of such caliber. Gritting his teeth, he was on the verge of offering a larger share to Chen Zhuo when Chen Zhuo spoke up. Brother Qiao, let us settle this as you suggested. I shouldn't be taking the lioness share, but I have some pressing financial matters at home. Therefore, I want to hold back this time. For future projects, just give me half. How does that sound? How does that sound? I would be more than delighted. Qiao Yuan replied, his face lighting up with surprise. He then turned to Chen Zhuo with a hint of concern, asking, what urgent matters require money at home? Is 1,500 enough? Not quite, Chen Zhuo confessed, revealing his intention to purchase a house. He then inquired if Qiao Yuan knew of other teams that needed drafting services. Chen Zhuo aimed to take on additional work. Albeit his energy was limited, In other teams, he could only manage measuring and drafting, collecting payments solely for the drawings. Chen Zhuo felt uneasy at this notion, admitting that he would prefer Chen Zhuo not to undertake drafting for other teams. Talents like him were exceedingly rare, and anyone fortunate enough to discover such a gem would surely seize the opportunity, much like Zhang Jinyu, who had been poached less than a year into their collaboration. Chen Zhuo was far superior in every aspect compared to Zhang Jinyu. If he were to be noticed by others, it would be as though Chen Zhuo was sewing garments for another. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized that he could not afford to let Chen Zhuo slip away. Resolutely, he patted his chest and declared, "You need not take on any other work. Remain with our team. Director Tian has already stated that our work is commendable. Once the canteen is completed, we will proceed to construct the staff building. And he mentioned he would seek your proposal in a few days. How much do you need for your house? I can lend you the money. You can repay me once you earn from the next project. What do you think?" Taken aback by Chen Zhuo's words, Chen Zhuo pondered whether this man was overly enthusiastic towards him. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he grasped the essence of the situation. In this era, truly knowledgeable individuals in the construction industry were exceedingly scarce. Thus, it would be wise to solidify his position. Chen Zhuo aspired to establish his own construction team, but current circumstances did not permit it. Collaborating with Chen Zhuo on a few projects could help him build a good reputation, paving the way for the future. Although it might seem like a waste of time, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As his thoughts swirled, Chen Zhuo's expression remained unchanged. He furrowed his brow, regarding Chen Zhuo with an air of hesitance. "The housing prices are yet to be negotiated. I estimate around 4,000, which is not a trivial sum. Borrowing from you might not be appropriate. I'll take on more drafting work instead. Rest assured, it won't interfere with our own projects." Since they were to collaborate for a while, Chen Zhuo felt he must not incur any debt of gratitude to Chen Zhuo, especially as he intended to establish his own independence in the future. If he borrowed such a substantial amount now, parting ways later would inevitably label him as ungrateful. With this in mind, Chen Zhuo once again asked Chen Zhuo if he knew of any projects in need of drafting engineers. As Chen Zhuo was about to offer further persuasion, he heard Chen Zhuo calling from behind, "Engineer Chen, someone is looking for you," in the presence of outsiders. And in an effort to flatter Chen Zhuo, Chen Zhuo no longer referred to him as third brother, but instead emphatically addressed him as engineer. Upon hearing the call, Chen Zhuo turned his gaze to see a man dressed in the latest fashionable vest and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, standing with an air of arrogance beside the construction site. Even in such sweltering heat, he wore long sleeves, a rather pretentious choice indeed. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Chen Zhuo exchanged a glance with Chen Zhuo before they both approached the man. The newcomer brushed back his hair and scrutinized Chen Zhuo from head to toe, his tone dripping with disdain as he remarked, "So, you are Chen Zhuo?" Chapter 49, The Grand Performance of Pretension on the Path to Fame. There are invariably individuals who consider themselves formidable, only to become mere stepping stones for others. Such individuals typically yield one of two outcomes. They either transform into a formidable stumbling block or serve as a competent stepping stone. To Chen Zhuo, a true master who has resumed his endeavors, they unequivocally belong to the latter category. He surveyed the ostentatious stepping stone before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. Having lived 2 lifetimes that collectively amount to a venerable age of 80 or 90, he found himself in a position of contending with these brash youngsters, evoking a sense of frustration akin to bullying a child. With deliberate composure, Chen Zhuo approached the stepping stone, exuding an air of calm confidence. "I am Chen Zhuo. May I inquire as to your identity?" The stepping stone scoffed derisively, casting a glance at his subordinates before commanding, "Who am I?" "Tiger, enlighten him." The designated tiger beamed with pride, giving a thumbs up as he proclaimed, "This is our boss Zhou, the most formidable contractor in Shizhou City." Boss Zhou, Zhou Bitian. Upon hearing the name, Chen Zhuo rifled through his memories and quickly identified this character. A smile crept upon his face as he scrutinized the so-called formidable contractor. Indeed, Zhou Bitian was among the pioneers of construction in Shizhou. His extensive network made securing contracts a trivial matter. However, his lack of capable subordinates and his own ignorance of the industry led to poorly constructed buildings. Years later, plagued by various structural issues and substantial financial liabilities, he ultimately faced bankruptcy. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Having lost both money and manpower, Zhou Bitian succumbed to despair. He ascended to the rooftop of a newly constructed building that failed to pass inspection due to subpar quality and leapt to his demise, hastily concluding his once illustrious life. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhuo's gaze softened with a touch of compassion as he sighed silently. "What matter does Boss Zhou wish to discuss?" he inquired. Zhou Bitian responded with a heavy snort. "Humph. A few days ago, you injured my draftsman. This has delayed my project. What do you intend to do about it?" "Oh, Zhang Jinyu? So he was poached by this individual." Chen Zhuo mused, recollecting the altercation from a few days prior. He indeed had given Zhang Jinyu a sound thrashing. Yet the lad had fled with remarkable speed, his limbs showing no signs of injury. Surely he was not incapacitated to the point of being unable to draw? Or was it possible that Zhang Jinyu sought to create trouble for him, deliberately claiming he could not work in order to incite Zhou Bitian's retaliation? After pondering these connections, Chen Zhuo discerned the crux of the matter. A subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "I did indeed strike him, but it was his own provocation that led to it. Zhang Jinyu couldn't hold his ground and has now instigated Boss Zhou to take his side." At this juncture, Chao Yuan, having realized the visitor's connection to the earlier confrontation, stepped forward in support. "Exactly. Zhang Jinyu was the one looking for trouble. My brother could only endure so much before delivering a couple of kicks. Besides, we didn't break any of his limbs. How could he possibly be unable to draw?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Bitian spat dismissively, declaring that he had no interest in your petty grievances. "However, since you injured him and he refuses to draw, I am compelled to seek you out. You, young man, should promptly apologize to him. If his spirits are lifted and he calms down, he will be able to work, thus preventing any further delays to my project." Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow at this and retorted, "So, Mr. Zhou, your only concern is that I do not hinder your project as progress?" Zhou Bitian shot him a glance and replied affirmatively. Chen Zhuo smiled, "That is quite manageable. As an engineer, creating drawings is a simple task for me. Since you are eager to get back to work, I shall gladly draw for you. However, I expect to be compensated equally to what you pay Zhang Jinyu." Just when he was worried about not having enough money for a house, an opportunity presented itself. As if fortune had come knocking at his door, Chen Zhuo felt quite satisfied, and his demeanor towards Zhou Bitian grew considerably warmer. Zhou Bitian, upon hearing this, could no longer hide his contempt, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "You? Capable of drawing? Young man, while I understand that men sometimes boast, be careful not to overreach." Chao Yuan, who had been listening to Zhou Bitian's mockery of Chen Zhuo, felt a twinge of disquiet. He was concerned that Zhou Bitian might discover Chen Zhuo's true talents and poach him, yet he also did not want Chen Zhuo to suffer indignities because of this. Just then, the Chao brothers arrived. Chao Yong raised a stack of drawings triumphantly and slammed it down for Zhou Bitian to see. "What boasting? Does our engineer Chen need to boast? Look at this. Our engineer produced these drawings in less than 3 days." Zhou Bitian, upon seeing the stack of drawings, immediately suppressed his earlier disdain and leaned forward to scrutinize the plans. Chen Zhuo's drawings were remarkably detailed and clear, with dimensions marked so distinctly that even those unfamiliar with blueprints could grasp the essentials and understand how to proceed. Though Zhou Bitian was not a professional, he could discern the quality of the drawings. He recalled 2 drawings Zhang Jinyu had provided him previously, which he had found impressive at the time. Yet now, in comparison to Chen Zhuo's works, the difference was akin to that between a university graduate and an elementary school student. Zhou Bitian's gaze towards Chen Zhuo transformed significantly. "These drawings are all yours." Before Chen Zhuo could respond, Chao Yuan interjected, "Indeed, these are drawn by our engineer Chen, but he is part of our engineering team, so do not think about enticing him away." Chen Zhuo noticed Chao Yuan's anxiety and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He had no intention of working with Zhou Bitian. He merely sought to capitalize on the opportunity for financial gain. Besides, since Zhang Jinyu had previously dismissed Chao Yuan, it felt just to reclaim a position from Zhang Jinyu's employer, thereby alleviating some of Chao Yuan's grievances. "Brother Chao, since I have injured Zhang Jinyu and delayed Mr. Zhou's project, it is only fair that I offer some compensation. However, while I shall handle the drawings, I still expect to be remunerated. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire what salary you offer Zhang Jinyu?" Chen Zhuo provided Chao Yuan with a reassuring affirmation, subsequently turning his attention to Zhou Bitian. Zhou Bitian remained somewhat skeptical about the authenticity of the blueprint purportedly drawn by Chen Zhuo, his gaze imbued with doubt. "I constructed the People's Park, after all. This shabby canteen is a different matter entirely. Are you truly capable?" Chen Zhuo, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar, casually placed his hands in his pockets. Shall we visit the construction site together? As the two exchanged tentative remarks, an individual from the group behind Zhou Bitian stealthily slipped away. Zhang Jinyu, languidly reclining at home while indulging in grapes, perked up at the sound of commotion at the door. Hastily adjusting his posture to feign weakness, he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, this is dire news. That Chen Zhuo, who clashed with us, can also draw. He aims to usurp your position." Chapter 50. Who Can't Pretend? Chen Zhuo rode alongside Zhou Bitian on his motorcycle to the construction site. Zhou Bitian's interpersonal skills were indeed impressive. He managed to secure such a significant public project. The park plan encompassed approximately 100 acres, and Zhou Bitian's architectural proposal included essential elements such as an artificial lake, a small botanical garden, and a central iconic sculpture. During this period, Zhang Jinyu had already submitted 2 overall site plans to Zhou Bitian, but both were returned by the authorities, who deemed the designs insufficiently rational and urged Zhou Bitian to reconsider. After 2 rejections, Zhou Bitian felt understandably frustrated and incessantly pressed Zhang Jinyu for another proposal. However, at this juncture, Chen Zhuo and his companions confronted him. Zhang Jinyu subsequently remained at home, refusing to draft any designs, claiming he felt stifled and unable to create anything. In desperation, Zhou Bitian sought to confront Chen Zhuo. Who was Chen Zhuo? After a casual conversation, he effortlessly extracted the entire sequence of events. He obtained the site plans that Zhang Jinyu had previously created and, after reviewing them, chuckled. It was no wonder the higher-ups disapproved. Zhang Jinyu's designs were utterly chaotic. The primary objectives for constructing a public park were twofold: to provide citizens with free recreational spaces and to enhance the city's aesthetic appeal, thus improving its overall image. If these goals could not be achieved, what was the point of building a park? Observing Zhang Jinyu's design, with its haphazard arrangement of a Jiangnan-style garden on one side and a Shaanxi-style area on the other, it was evident that the essence of a central urban park had been entirely lost. Chen Zhuo possessed memories from a past life, retaining vivid impressions of various city squares and parks from many nations. For him, effectively utilizing this 100 acres was as effortless as reciting the multiplication table. He pointed out the flaws in Zhang Jinyu's plans to Zhou Bitian, noting that while the area had been utilized, the layout was excessively chaotic. Moreover, the allocation of a significant portion of the space to the artificial lake posed numerous challenges and potential hazards regarding maintenance and public safety. Initially skeptical of Chen Zhuo, Zhou Bitian was taken aback by his incisive criticism of the plans, which echoed the sentiments expressed by the higher authorities. At that moment, Zhou Bitian felt a measure of admiration for Chen Zhuo. He momentarily set aside any thoughts of the animosities between Chen Zhuo and Zhang Jinyu, focusing solely on the concerns of his project. If this proposal failed to satisfy the higher-ups, there was a possibility of personnel changes. Encouraged by Chen Zhuo's articulate observations, Zhou Bitian's hope reignited, and he eagerly inquired, "What do you suggest for a rational design for this park?" Chen Zhuo contemplated for a moment, then took the pen and paper handed to him by Zhou Bitian and began to sketch simply. As he circled areas on the paper, he explained to Zhou Bitian, "This piece of land is rectangular. Since a statue is to be erected in the center, it is only natural that a square should surround it, followed by a ring of flower beds and greenery, with an artificial lake forming a circular shape. The northeast corner could serve as a leisure area for the elderly to dance, while the northwest corner could be designated for cultural activities, where seniors might sing opera or play chess. This side could be 4, that side could be 4. The pedestrian path can be circular, with 2 additional loops inside and outside." As Chen Zhuo spoke, Zhou Bitian suddenly interrupted, pointing at the empty space in the central square with a puzzled expression. "Is such a large open space really necessary?" Chen Zhuo nodded. "A park serves a crucial role as a refuge for citizens in times of natural disasters, so it must have ample open space. We could design it to feature a fountain, equipped with waterproof neon lights that would illuminate and activate at a set time each evening, undoubtedly drawing in visitors and dispelling any sense of emptiness." With an intent to entice, Chen Zhuo shared his thoughts, sketched a few more lines on the paper, and then turned to Zhou Bitian, who was listening with palpable excitement, and remarked meaningfully, "Boss Zhou, am I perhaps overstepping my bounds? I haven't even been officially hired to draft plans for you yet. Here I am, directing and suggesting, which seems somewhat inappropriate." Zhou Bitian, known for his extensive social connections, was astute enough to grasp the underlying implications of Chen Zhuo's words. He immediately responded, "Hey, Brother, don't be so formal. Here's the deal. In 2 days, provide me with a rough draft, and I'll present it to my superiors. If they approve, I will hire you as my engineer on the spot. What do you say? Chen Zhuo, however, had already committed to collaborating with Chao Yuan and had no intention of backing out. He merely sought to earn a quick profit from Zhou Bitian. With this in mind, he waved his hand dismissively and replied in a nonchalant tone. That won't be necessary. I will only create this one project for you, and I expect adequate compensation. If the remuneration does not meet my anticipated target, I shall not take on this task. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bitian's expression darkened, and he glared at Chen Zhuo, saying sternly, You're quite bold, aren't you? I'm speaking to you politely, yet you're getting a bit too presumptuous. Chen Zhuo, amused by his reaction, smirked and replied, My confidence stems from my capabilities. Boss Zhou, how about we make a wager? You won't need to redraw. Simply present my sketch to your superiors and reiterate my ideas. If they are satisfied, I will provide you with detailed plans within 10 days for a fee of 5,000 yuan. What do you think? What? 5,000? You really have the audacity to ask for that. Zhou Bitian scoffed, seemingly incredulous, as he glared at Chen Zhuo. If the park project comes to fruition, he stands to earn approximately 30,000. Yet, this fellow audaciously demands 5,000, an appetite even larger than Zhang Jinyu's. Contemplating this, Zhou Bitian's gaze towards Chen Zhuo was inevitably filled with indignation. Anticipating such a reaction, Chen Zhuo shrugged, neatly folded the draft he had just sketched, and tucked it into his pocket. Unfazed, he remarked, If Boss Zhou is unwilling, so be it. Having been out for quite some time, I ought to return to oversee the work. With that, he turned to leave. As he strode away, counting silently in his mind, upon reaching 7, Zhou Bitian's voice echoed from behind, Wait. You haven't mentioned what happens if you lose. Lose. You seem to be overthinking things, Chen Zhuo smirked, turning back to meet Zhou Bitian's gaze with calm composure. If that esteemed leader is dissatisfied, I shall promptly go and apologize to Zhang Jianyu, allowing him to vent his frustration so he can expedite the drawings for you. What do you think? Zhou Bitian furrowed his brow, hesitating for nearly half a minute before begrudgingly uttering, Fine. Hand over the draft. I accept your wager. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter. Zhou Bitian found himself compelled to take a gamble. He had exhausted all other options. Should he fail to finalize the proposal, the 30,000 yuan he had anticipated would slip through his fingers, rendering Chen Zhuo's request for 5,000 comparatively less painful. Chen Zhuo had accurately predicted Zhou Bitian's acquiescence, and, upon hearing his words, displayed no undue emotion, readily producing a draft and handing it over with an air of nonchalance. Casting a fleeting glance his way, I have already conveyed the general concept to Boss Zhou. We shall await your good news tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Jinyu arrived at the park, breathless, only to find that Chen Zhuo had departed and Zhou Bitian was just about to leave. Upon seeing him, Zhou Bitian raised an eyebrow and quipped, Oh, feeling better? Is your temper in check? What brings you here? Zhang Jinyu, noticing the draft in Zhou Bitian's hand, appeared flustered, exclaiming, Boss Zhou, what does this mean? You seriously had that pretty boy draw something? Uncertain whether Chen Zhuo's draft would meet the approval of their superiors, Zhou Bitian dared not offend Zhang Jinyu and chuckled while patting his shoulder. How could that be? That lad is afraid of me. He flatters me with empty words, claiming he can draw, yet what he produced is a chaotic mess. Just take care of yourself for now. For the next few days, don't expect them to work in peace. Only when he comes to apologize will this matter be resolved. Zhang Jinyu had briefly glanced at the drawings and indeed found them to be a disarray with no discernible quality. Hearing Zhou Bitian's candid remarks, he relaxed, his gait faltering once more, pain returning to his body as he grinned through clenched teeth. Ah, you are quite magnanimous, Boss Zhou. I shall return and recuperate. Zhou Bitian smiled knowingly. Just wait for the news at home. Upon returning to the construction site, Chen Zhuo observed Chao Yuan, who wore a troubled expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. To ease his worries, that evening he invited him out for noodles. Brother Chao, what are you so anxious about? I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. I want to be working with Zhou Bitian. Chao Yuan sighed, replying, Engineer Chen, I know you are a man of your word, which makes me even more uneasy. They say one should strive for higher ground while water flows downward. You have the potential for greater opportunities, yet here I am, holding you back. I can't shake the feeling of letting you down. Perhaps you should consider going to Zhou Bitian after all. Initially, Chen Zhuo had harbored a modicum of wariness and distance toward Chao Yuan, but upon hearing these words, he set those feelings aside. Looking at the earnest countryman before him, Chen Zhuo smiled and sighed. Brother Chao, how can you be so certain that Zhou Bitian's domain is the pinnacle while our engineering team languishes in the depths? Chao Yuan, who had previously worn a frown, was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Zhuo in confusion. Engineer Chen, what do you mean by that? Feeling a pang of hunger, Chen Zhuo slurped a mouthful of noodles and replied leisurely, Brother Chao, within 2 years, our engineering team will surpass Zhou Bitian's reputation. Do you believe that? How could that be possible? Boss Zhou has influential connections, Chao Yuan exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Chen Zhuo waved his hand lightly and said with a breezy demeanor, just wait and see. He then deftly shifted the topic to his second brother, Chen Sheng. Lately, my second brother has been acting a bit strangely, always avoiding me and not being meticulous in his tasks. Chao Gu, please keep an eye on him. Upon mentioning Chen Sheng, Chao Yuan sighed. Your brother is a good man in many respects, but he is too stubborn. Perhaps he is unaccustomed to your sudden maturity and success. Unaccustomed? More like discontented, Chen Zhuo mused. It is perplexing how, despite being blood brothers, he cannot bear to see me thrive. I cannot fathom his state of mind. Feeling an ominous premonition, Chen Zhuo resolved to have Chao Yuan monitor the situation closely. The following day, after 8 o'clock, Chen Zhuo sought out a nearby convenience store to call home. The line beeped twice before being promptly answered. Hello? Who is this? His mother's voice boomed from the other end, startling Chen Zhuo. He rubbed his ears and chuckled. Mom, could you lower your voice? It's me, the third one. Oh, the third. I've been sitting here waiting for your call all morning. Just as I was about to head to the restroom, you called. Unable to contain her excitement, she handed the phone to his daughter. A rustling sound followed, and then his daughter's sweet voice chimed in. Daddy, Daddy. Upon hearing Yang Yang's voice, Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled with joy, and he responded warmly. Hey there. What are you doing, my darling? I'm calling Daddy. She answered in her innocent tone. What is Mommy doing? Mommy is watching me talk to Daddy. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but smile. After chatting a bit more, he playfully suggested. Would you let Mommy talk on the phone? More rustling ensued, and the phone was passed to Jiang Wan. Xiao Wan, Chen Zhuo called softly. A gentle breath and the sound of her lightly scratching the microphone reached him. Knowing his wife was listening brought him immense joy. I've saved enough for the house. Please inform your sister to negotiate the price freely. Xiao Wan, it won't be long before we have our own home. A soft came from the other end. Husky, yet exceedingly tender. Chen Zhuo's heart swelled with affection, and after offering a few more words of reassurance, he ended the call. During these days, Chen Zhuo always made his calls from this convenience store, with the proprietress eavesdropping nearby. Observing the charming young man speaking to his wife with a smile in his eyes, she felt a pang of envy. While handing him change, she couldn't help but inquire with a grin. You must have just married your wife, right? What a lovely relationship you have. With your looks, I'm sure your wife is a beauty. Whenever others spoke of his wife, Chen Zhuo exhibited remarkable patience. With a gentle demeanor, he accepted the change and replied, Indeed, she is a beauty. We have been married for over 3 years. Oh, 3 years, and still so affectionate. That is wonderful. Chen Zhuo basked in the proprietress's compliments and, feeling elated, purchased a pack of cigarettes before departing. Having walked but a short distance, I encountered a familiar face squatting by the roadside, fiddling with a bicycle chain. It appeared that the chain had come loose. It was none other than Jiang Wan's third sister, Jiang Hua. In my previous life, I had little interaction with the Jiang family. But during my visits to pay respects at my wife's grave, I had crossed paths with several of her sisters, with Jiang Hua being the one I encountered most frequently. It seemed she harbored a genuine affection for my wife. With this thought in mind, I approached her and called out, Third sister. Jiang Hua, having no classes this morning, had set out a bit later than usual, and unfortunately, her bicycle chain had come off midway. She muttered a curse about her bad luck and had just begun to tinker with it when she heard someone above her call her third sister. Looking up, she was taken aback to see her brother-in-law, Chen Zhuo. Instinctively, her brow furrowed, and feelings of annoyance and disdain surged within her as she wondered why this good-for-nothing had come to the city. Surely, he wasn't here to seek her out. Was he? Chapter 52. Do you truly consider yourself important? Upon encountering his former fiancée once more, Chen Zhuo felt little emotional stirrings within. He was merely inclined to assist her due to Jiang Hua's frequent visits to the graves of his wife and daughter in a past life. The chain has fallen off? Allow me to take care of it. With that, Chen Zhuo crouched beside the bicycle, fiddling with the pedals in an attempt to reattach the chain to the gears. For Chen Zhuo, The memory of his last meeting with Jiang Wan had faded into obscurity, yet for her, it remained vividly etched in her mind. Their previous encounter had been exceedingly unpleasant, occurring not long after Jiang Wan's marriage. On that day, she found herself cornered by Chen Zhuo on her way to work. His countenance was dark, his anger palpable as he confronted her about her breach of their engagement, questioning whether she regarded him as beneath her due to his financial struggles. At that time, Jiang Wan had not foreseen that Chen Zhuo would become her brother-in-law. Eager to sever ties, she spared him no mercy, hurling insults without restraint. Indeed, I look down upon you for your poverty. You squander your potential. With your aversion to education, you shall never amount to anything. I have diligently pursued my studies and emerged as a commendable teacher. Why should I be bound to marry you, an ne'er-do-well? The engagement set by our forebears holds no weight without my consent. In this era of marital freedom, you possess no right to question my choices. That day, Jiang Wan unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Chen Zhuo, who, aside from his initial inquiries, remained silent. He listened with a somber expression until she finished, then turned and departed without a backward glance. Soon thereafter, Jiang Wan learned of her sister Jiang Wan's impending marriage to Chen Zhuo. While she felt no guilt towards him, a deep sense of remorse for her sister consumed her. Unable to face Jiang Wan at the wedding, she sent numerous gifts in private. In the ensuing years, perhaps due to familial efforts to avoid their encounters, Jiang Wan did not see Chen Zhuo again. She heard from her mother that he treated her sister poorly, often scolding both her and Yang. Initially, Jiang Wan sympathized with her sister, but as such tales proliferated, her empathy waned, giving way to indifference and annoyance. Seeing Chen Zhuo again was both unexpected and disconcerting for Jiang Wan. Her impression of him remained rooted in the image of a carefree ne'er-do-well from years past. She did not conceal her disdain, standing defensively as she observed the passers-by, surmising he would not dare to act against her in such a public space. Feeling somewhat reassured, she regarded him coldly and inquired, "What are you doing here? What brings you to the city?" Upon hearing her unfriendly tone, Chen Zhuo paused his actions and glanced at her, retorting, "What? Am I not permitted to come to the city?" Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Wan's brows furrowed in irritation as she coldly admonished him, "Chen Zhuo, I have been married for 4 years. You have been wed to my sister for over 3. Our families have children who are several years old now. Why do you persist in haunting me? If you confront me here and are seen by Qiao Nai, how will I endure the consequences? What nonsense is this? What does she think she's saying? Am I blocking her?" Upon hearing the words, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. After securing the final segment of the bicycle chain, he rose and looked at Jiang Wan with an ambiguous smile. "Third aunt, are you perhaps overthinking things? Am I blocking you? Give me a reason why I would do that. Why would I obstruct you? Must it be stated so plainly? Is it not simply that you still harbor feelings for me?" Jiang Wan scoffed inwardly, then coldly laughed, crossing her arms. "Chen Zhuo, there's no need for you to deny it. I've heard from my mother that you've harbored resentment towards our Jiang family ever since I declined your proposal. You've only scolded my younger sister. I have no concern for how you live your life, but do not come to deceive me. Try to avoid seeking me out in the city in the future." With that, Jiang Wan circled to the left side of her bicycle, ready to ride away. Feeling perplexed by the unexpected reprimand, Chen Zhuo was left in a state of helplessness. If Jiang Wan had said anything else, he would have brushed it off. But her insinuation that he was still pining for her was utterly unwarranted. Chen Zhuo reached out and yanked the bicycle to a halt. The sudden jolt startled Jiang Wan, forcing her to brace herself against the ground with her foot. She turned her head in anger. "Chen Zhuo, what on earth are you trying to do, you rogue?" If she was calling him a rogue, then he felt compelled to act in a manner befitting such an appellation. Chen Zhuo stepped forward, grasping the handlebars of her bicycle, looking down at her with a superior gaze. "Jiang Wan, I refer to you as third sister out of respect for our little Wan. Do you truly think so highly of yourself? I came to Shizhou to earn money for our little Wan, not to seek you out. Why are you indulging in such self-importance?" After saying this, Chen Zhuo released the handlebars, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave. If not for the sake of his fiancée, he would have relished in belittling her further. Pining for her? Did she truly consider herself a prize dish? Was it just because she had gotten into university? The way she flaunted it, looking down on those from the countryside. As he contemplated her university admission, Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes, pondering the idea of purchasing some textbooks in the coming days to encourage Wan to pursue higher education. With her intelligence, she would undoubtedly surpass Jiang Wan. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it appeared. In his dreams, He had only begun to supplement his knowledge after adopting a more composed demeanor. Jiang Wan had ceased her education after middle school due to her speech impediment. But now that she could speak again, it was the perfect opportunity to motivate her to pick up her studies once more. While Chen Zhuo strode away with confidence, Jiang Hua remained rooted in place, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She glared at Chen Zhuo's receding figure, feeling both humiliated and infuriated. Not a single word of Chen Zhuo's held any truth for her. She regarded him as merely a scorned man, concocting tales to provoke her ire. As she pedaled her bicycle toward school, she muttered to herself, "It seems I must return home soon and discuss this matter with my mother, urging my little sister to keep that despicable rogue in check. He should stop pestering me in the city." The activities in the cafeteria proceeded smoothly. Even in Chen Zhuo's absence, everything functioned seamlessly. Realizing his presence was unnecessary, he returned to the work shed to contemplate his plans for People's Park. When Deng Shankue arrived, Chen Zhuo was bent over the table, sketching the preliminary designs for flower beds and running tracks. "You rascal, when do you intend to join me in selecting the factory? I have identified several locations that would be suitable for establishing a factory." As Deng Shankue spoke, he picked up a chair and seated himself beside Chen Zhuo. "Uncle Deng, this factory is yours. You may choose whichever location you prefer. I shall merely contribute my expertise as an investor and refrain from involving myself in these decisions." Chen Zhuo reached into his pocket to retrieve the cigarettes he had purchased that morning, offering them to Deng Shankue. With a raised eyebrow, Deng Shankue accepted them, saying, "Aren't you the one who doesn't smoke?" Chen Zhuo pointed to the unopened packaging, explaining, "They are newly bought. I don't smoke them myself, but I find it courteous to offer a cigarette when inquiring about matters." Cunning, Deng Shankue chuckled as he shook his head. It is rather amusing that every time Deng Shankue comes to discuss serious business with Chen Zhuo, they are invariably interrupted, just as they began their conversation. The renowned contractor Zhou Bitian from Shizhou City burst into the courtyard, calling out loudly, "Chen Zhuo, is Chen Zhuo here?" Chapter 53. Is there someone outside for Chen Zhuo? Chen Zhuo anticipated that Zhou Bitian would seek him out today, yet he was taken aback by the early arrival of this influential figure. Even before noon, Zhou Bitian appeared, bustling in with palpable enthusiasm. "Chen Zhuo, oh little Chen, I have finally found you," Zhou Bitian exclaimed, panting heavily as he leaned on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo offered a slight smile, acknowledging, "Boss Zhou has arrived." Zhou Bitian raised his thumb in admiration. "Little Chen, impressive, truly impressive. I must concede to you." "Oh, but you have a guest here. May I ask who this is?" Noticing the modest car parked at the entrance and the expensive attire of Deng Shankue, Zhou Bitian inquired about his identity. Chen Zhuo glanced at Deng Shankue, who gave a subtle nod, before introducing him. "This is Boss Deng, engaged in the coal mining business. Uncle Deng, this is Boss Zhou, who specializes in engineering." Upon hearing that Boss Deng was none other than the renowned Deng Shankue, Zhou Bitian's eyes brightened, and he grew threefold more respectful, eagerly shaking hands with Deng Shankue. Internally, he marveled at Chen Zhuo's hidden depth. Realizing that he was acquainted with such a prominent figure, a delightful surprise indeed. With a burst of enthusiasm, Zhou Bitian produced a draft and said, "Little Chen, this is it. The higher-ups have approved your concept. They want you to swiftly produce a design plan, and the finance department will release the funds to commence work." In contrast to Zhou Bitian's excitement, Chen Zhuo remained composed. Did the leader not express any reservations? None. The leader stated to proceed according to your idea, thorough and meticulous. "We are merely awaiting your final design," Zhou Bitian replied. Having had a restless night, Zhou Bitian hurried to find the supervisor of the project early that morning with the drawings. The supervisor, pleased with Zhou's explanation, praised the concept and urged him to expedite the detailed drawings and plans. After being rebuffed twice before, Zhou Bitian was nearly ecstatic at receiving the supervisor's nod of approval. Hastily making his way to find Chen Zhuo, he first checked the health station, where Chao Yuan informed him that Chen had returned to the work shed, prompting his pursuit to this location. "Little Chen, shall we get started? The conditions in the shed are quite poor. Let South work at my place. Meals and lodging are on me. You need only focus on the drawings without any distractions," Zhou Bitian suggested, casting a disdainful glance around the surroundings. Chen Zhuo waved his hand in refusal. If he were to accompany Zhou Bitian, he feared Chao Yuan would struggle to sleep. Moreover, he was not accustomed to staying at someone else's home. Residing with the group in the work shed was far more convenient. Eager for funds, Chen Zhuo was determined not to delay the drawing process. Unfurling a sheet of paper, he addressed Zhou Bitian. I appreciate your kind offer, Boss Zhou, but I am quite comfortable here. Oh, by the way, I am short on drawing paper. Could you arrange for some paper, pencils, and erasers to be brought over? Of course. I will arrange for someone to purchase them right away, Zhou Bitian replied, turning on his heel to instruct his subordinate to procure the supplies. Deng Xiankui had been quietly observing from the sidelines, and from the conversation between the two, he discerned that Chen Zhuo had taken on a considerable project, which made him somewhat anxious. It seems you are quite occupied for the time being. Rest assured, Uncle Deng, I am merely responsible for the plans and blueprints for this park project, and it will be completed within 10 days. The work at the maternal and child health care station is also nearing completion, after which I will be able to devote my attention to the matters concerning our mask factory. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiankui felt relieved. Do you have any thoughts regarding the factory site selection? In truth, Chen Zhuo was reluctant to influence Deng Xiankui's decision about the factory location, as he was not investing his own funds. Excessive involvement would only imply a future burden of responsibility. However, given Deng Xiankui's sincere dedication and the numerous times he had sought Chen Zhuo's counsel, it would be remiss of Chen to withhold his opinion. After contemplating for a while, he shared his thoughts with Deng Xiankui. Chen Zhuo suggested establishing the factory in the countryside, as the villagers were generally idle at home except during the busy farming season. If the factory were built near the rural area, hiring workers would not pose a problem. Moreover, the costs associated with purchasing land and constructing the factory would be significantly lower than if it were situated in the city. Deng Xiankui had initially considered this option but was hesitant, unsure if the local villagers could competently handle the intricate work of mass production. Chen Zhuo, perceiving his concern, smiled and said, Uncle Deng, you underestimate our rural folk. This assembly line work is rather monotonous and requires immense patience, making the honest and diligent villagers more suitable for the task. That makes sense, Deng Xiankui replied. They continued their discussion for a while until Zhou Bitian's assistants arrived with paper and pens. Noticing Deng Xiankui's busyness, he stood to take his leave, and Chen Zhuo was soon immersed in a flurry of work. For several consecutive days, apart from calling home to check on his wife and children, Chen Zhuo found himself shuttling between the construction site and the healthcare station, so engrossed that he scarcely had time to eat. On this particular day in Xiaodong village, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, residing on the back street, mysteriously approached the front street Jiang household. She pulled Jiang's mother into the house and lowered her voice, saying, Mom, I've heard some news. Xiao Wan's boyfriend has someone on the side, and it's a particularly stylish city dweller. What are we to do about Xiao Wan? Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock as she grasped her daughter-in-law's wrist, demanding, Who told you this? Is it true? Jiang's daughter-in-law exclaimed, Oh, this has spread throughout our Xiaodong village. The wife of Old Li next door had known about it for some time, but hadn't mentioned it to me. I went to her house today to borrow something, and she couldn't help but spill the beans. The rumors are quite vivid, saying that Xiao Wan's boyfriend was seen on a motorcycle with a young woman, all cuddling and kissing in public. Jiang's mother felt a chill wash over her. No wonder that boy had suddenly brought over a plethora of gifts recently. Canned goods, oil tea noodles. She had thought he had truly turned over a new leaf. Instead, it seemed he was merely acting out of guilt for his indiscretions. As Mother Jiang's anger swelled, she grasped the firewood stick from the outer room and made to stride out. Seeing this, Sister Jiang hurriedly seized her arm. Mother, where do you think you're going? Going where? I am heading to the Chun family in Upper River Village to demand an explanation. I married my daughter to that good-for-nothing. And if that were not enough, he dares to cavort with another woman? I must find out who that hussy is. Just wait until I confront her. With all her might, Sister Jiang tugged at Mother Jiang, urging, Mother, this matter cannot be made public. What if it escalates? And Chen Zhuo decides to throw both me and Xiao Wan out without a second thought? Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang froze, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Indeed, what her daughter-in-law said was not unfounded. Chen Zhuo was a scoundrel who never valued Xiao Wan. If he were to abandon them both because of this affair, how would Xiao Wan survive? Chapter 54. Caught in adultery by the third aunt in recent days, Jiang Wan has been restless, her mind plagued by the words spoken by Chen Zhuo. How could he be so brazen as to confront her in the city? If her partner were to discover this, it would surely lead to a catastrophe. Today, being a holiday, Jiang Wan set off early to return to her maternal home in Xiaodong village, intending to discuss the matter with her mother. However, upon entering the courtyard, she found her elder sister-in-law and her mother in an animated discussion. Mother, we must devise another approach. We cannot simply confront them directly. If this escalates, it would benefit us in no way. Jiang's sister-in-law spoke urgently, oblivious to Jiang Hua's presence. What is the matter? Mother, sister-in-law, what are you discussing? Jiang Hua, perplexed, hurried over to support her dazed mother, helping her into the house and seating her on the kong. Seeing her arrive, Jiang's sister-in-law wiped the sweat from her brow and exclaimed, "Ah, Xiaohua, your timing is impeccable. Please, persuade our mother." Jiang's mother clutched Jiang Hua's hands tightly, lamenting, "What are we to do? Why must Xiao Wan's fate be so tragic? What a calamity!" Upon hearing her mother mention Jang Wan, a pang of dread gripped Jiang Hua. What had transpired? "Sister-in-law, please explain," she urged. With a heavy sigh, Jiang's sister-in-law revealed that Chen Zhuo was involved with someone else, a city girl. Jiang Hua stood frozen in shock, a wave of indescribable shame and indignation surging within her. Wasn't Chen Zhuo supposed to care for her? How could he possibly have another lover? With no wealth or talent to speak of, how could a city girl be willing to take him as her paramour? It was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Hua's emotions swirled chaotically, unable to articulate her feelings. At that moment, Jiang's sister-in-law gave her shoulder a reassuring pat and pressed, "Xiaohua, you must say something. You are well educated. What should we do about this? We absolutely cannot stir up trouble at the Chen family in Zaihe village. If this becomes public, we will suffer greatly. If Xiao Wan and her mother are cast aside, how will they survive? Our parents cannot support them." Jiang Hua, jolted back to reality, scoffed inwardly at her sister-in-law's words. It sounded as though she was concerned for Xiao Wan, but in truth, she feared that Xiao Wan and her mother would be abandoned by Chen Zhuo and forced to rely on their parents, thus jeopardizing the inheritance due to their son. However, her sister-in-law's words held merit. Their parents' meager income barely supported their own lives, let alone the burden of Xiao Wan and her mother. Jiang Hua resembled her father, her features exuding a certain vigor, and at that moment, her brow furrowed in seriousness. Jiang's mother, her heart heavy with worry, placed all her hopes on her eldest daughter. Her voice tinged with sorrow, "Hua, what can we do? Your younger sister married Chen Zhuo largely because of you. Others may disregard your sister, but you cannot." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua's already frayed nerves were further frayed. The decision to marry Xiao Wan to Chen Zhuo had been the well-intentioned suggestion of her two brothers. They feared that Chen Zhuo would create a disturbance, which led them to push Xiao Wan out. "Now, how has it become my fault?" Jiang Hua, increasingly agitated, retorted sharply. "How can you say that? It was not I who arranged for Xiao Wan to marry Chen Zhuo. It was you who insisted on adhering to that nonsensical agreement, pushing her into a fiery pit. Now that trouble has arisen, the blame falls squarely on me. What gives?" Seeing the mother and daughter on the verge of an argument, Jiang Desau hastily intervened. "Oh dear, now is not the time to dredge up old grievances. We must focus on how to resolve this situation." Jiang Mu, upon hearing this, wiped her tears and sighed. Jiang Hua, still fuming, turned away, recalling her encounter with Chen Zhuo in the city a few days prior. He had claimed he was not there to see her, which she had doubted. Now, it seemed likely he had been cavorting with that mistress. Jiang Hua pressed her lips together, increasingly convinced of this notion. Hearing her mother sigh beside her, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Enough. You need not concern yourselves with this matter any longer. Since that woman is from the city, I shall confront her myself. Let her dare to steal my sister's man, and I shall make her pay." Both Jiang Mu and Jiang Desau were taken aback by her words. Jiang Desau stepped forward, asking, "Xiaohua, have you lost your senses? Do you even know who that woman is? Where will you find her?" Jiang Hua, reluctant to divulge her recent encounter with Chen Zhuo to Jiang Desau, coldly replied, "You need not worry about that. I have my own methods. This matter should remain unknown to Xiao Wan for now. Once I have dealt with it, I will inform you both." With a newfound determination, Jiang Hua could no longer remain seated. After a brief pause, she returned to the city, intent on catching Chen Zhuo in the act. The following day, Jiang Hua concealed herself at the edge of the alley where she had previously encountered Chen Zhuo, wearing a hat and pretending to read a newspaper, while her eyes scanned the surroundings. Just as impatience began to set in and she prepared to leave empty-handed, she suddenly spotted Chen Zhuo emerging from a corner, heading directly toward a nearby convenience store. Startled, Jiang Hua quickly shielded her face behind the newspaper, creating a small hole to keep a watchful eye on him. After finishing breakfast, Chen Zhuo routinely called home. Over the past few days, Jang Wan's speech had noticeably improved. Her voice was no longer as hoarse and had grown much softer. However, she still refrained from speaking to anyone else, choosing only to converse with him when they were alone on the phone. As this thought crossed Chen Zhuo's mind, a smile involuntarily spread across his face as he picked up the receiver and dialed. Soon, the sweet voice of his daughter came through the line. "Daddy, Daddy, I miss you." The warmth in his heart melted him, and he chuckled in response, then began to chat back and forth with the two of them. Jiang Wan, hidden at a distance, could not hear the words exchanged, but seeing the tenderness in his eyes and the smile gracing his face made it all too clear. He was speaking to his mistress. Furious, she crumpled the newspaper in her hands, seething inwardly. What sort of seductress could enchant Chen Zhuo so? She must either be foolish or blind to choose a married man, especially one so inept and devoid of worth. As Jiang Wan silently cursed, he fixed his gaze upon him. After 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Zhuo finally ended the call, leaving with a beaming smile. Humph. Is he off to a rendezvous after finishing his call? Jiang Wan narrowed his eyes and hurriedly followed suit. Unfortunately, after only a few steps, Chen Zhuo abruptly turned around, hands in his pockets, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Jiang Wan. Jiang Hua's body stiffened. This is it. He had been discovered. Cousin-in-law, we are both married individuals. Do you not fear being spotted by my sister-in-law, lurking here early in the morning? Chen Zhuo remarked, leisurely advancing until he halted a little over a meter away, casting a condescending gaze upon Jiang Wan. Chapter 55. Go sleep with your man Chen Zhuo, always vigilant. Sensed that someone was watching him from the shadows during his phone call. To his astonishment, it turned out to be his cousin, Jiang Wan. Recalling the scathing remarks Jiang Wan had made about him a few days prior, and observing her current covert and surreptitious demeanor, Chen Zhuo let out a cold laugh. Returning her words to her without reservation, caught red-handed in her act of stalking, Jiang Wan felt an acute embarrassment. And the biting mockery only deepened her desire to vanish into the earth. What are you saying? Who would bother to stalk you? I suspect you are the one following me. Jiang Wan retorted defiantly. Chen Zhuo, upon hearing this, scoffed lightly, dismissing the exchange as a waste of time. He cast a warning glance at Jiang Wan before turning back toward the work shed, not having yet discovered Chen Zhuo's mistress. Jiang Wan refrained from alarming him with her presence and reluctantly retreated. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan called the village office in Shaodong, requesting to speak with Jiang Mu. Mother, I saw Chen Zhuo in the city. He certainly has someone on the outside, but I have yet to identify who it is. I'll report back in a few days, Jiang Wan conveyed gravely, intending to resume her surveillance of Chen Zhuo shortly. Receiving her daughter's news, Jiang Mu's frown deepened, leaving her unable to eat or sleep, visibly worn down by worry. Fearing the gossip and the scrutinizing eyes of her fellow villagers, she avoided going out, even for a breath of fresh air at the doorstep. That night, Jiang Mu dreamt that her eldest daughter, accompanied by Yang Yang, drowned themselves in the river, while Chen Zhuo merrily wed his mistress. Awakening in a fit of rage, she could not contain herself and hurried to Xiaohe village in search of Jiang Wan, hoping to subtly hint at her daughter's situation. During this time, Jiang Wan would often sneak to the riverbank to practice speaking while her daughter slept, dedicating an hour each day to her efforts, returning home stealthily before Yang Yang awoke. Jiang Wan cherished a book of poetry gifted to her by her third sister on the occasion of her wedding. In the past, she could only read it silently in her mind, but now that she could vocalize her words, she found immense joy in reciting the verses aloud each day. Chen Zhuo was right. Over the past 10 days, Jiang Wan's voice had grown significantly softer and more melodious. Yet, she kept this progress to herself, even when Chen Zhuo called, purposely remaining silent. Eager for the moment he returned so she could call him third brother and let him hear how lovely her voice had become. After practicing by the river for a while, fearing that Yang Yang might awaken and be frightened by her absence, Jiang Wan decided to return home. Upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to find her mother had arrived, sitting in the courtyard conversing with her sister-in-law, Chen Ling, and her mother-in-law. With joy, Jiang Wan approached, greeting her mother with sign language. Mother, how did you come here? When did you arrive? Jiang Mu, mindful of the presence of Chen's family, suppressed her worries and replied with a smile, I just got here. It's been a while since I've seen my granddaughter. I came to visit. After hearing this, Jiang Wan was somewhat taken aback. Her mother, who had always favored sons over daughters, had consistently maintained a lukewarm attitude towards her own daughter. Why then? Had she come specifically to visit today? Filled with uncertainty, Jiang Wan chose not to expose her mother's deceit but instead went to the vegetable garden to pick a few ripe tomatoes, which she washed and handed to her mother. Previously, old lady Chen felt a twinge of guilt whenever she encountered her in-laws, particularly due to her third son's idleness and lack of ambition. She could hardly stand upright and always spoke with a forced smile. However, this time was different. Her son was finally making money. They had installed a telephone at home. He was even going to partner with the big boss of Chen Zhuo in business. Old Lady Chen was invigorated, her voice booming with newfound confidence as she clasped Jiang's mother's hand with great warmth, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Dear in-law, it won't be long before our third son becomes a man of wealth. At that time, both Xiao Wan and Yang Yang will enjoy the fruits of his labor, and we two mothers will share in the blessings. You chose the right son-in-law, didn't you?" Jiang's mother felt a surge of resentment at the mention of Chen Zhuo, her teeth gritting in frustration. What did it mean to enjoy the good life, or to be a wealthy man? She hadn't seen a single cent, yet he had already brought home a mistress. Her son, Chen Zhuo, was living extravagantly in the city while leaving her unfortunate daughter to toil in the countryside, cooking and washing for the family. Why should this be the case? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a chill swept over her, and with a sharp exhale, she lost interest in continuing the pleasantries with old Lady Chen. She stood up, took Jiang Wan's hand firmly, and said resolutely, "Let us go inside. I need to speak with you." Old Lady Chen and Qin Ling were taken aback by the sudden change in Jiang's mother's demeanor, exchanging puzzled glances as they watched the pair enter the house. Curiosity piqued, they murmured, "What is going on? Is something wrong at home? Or did they have a falling out with old Jiang?" Qin Ling nudged her mother's arm, saying, "Mom, stop speculating. It's probably just some unpleasant matter they need to discuss with Xiao Wan. Let us head back inside." Jiang's mother's unusual behavior left Jiang Wan feeling perplexed. She squeezed her mother's hand in a gesture of concern, asking, "Mom, what is the matter?" Jiang's mother glanced at Yang Yang, who was soundly asleep on the Kong, took a deep breath, and lowered her voice. "What has Chen Zhuo been up to? Why isn't he home?" At the mention of her husband, a smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Wan's face. "He is working in the city and should be back in a few days." Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother's brow furrowed deeper. What kind of work keeps him away for so long? He is at the construction site. He said he is an engineer. Jiang Wan gestured silently with her hands. In truth, she wished to speak openly with her mother, but for reasons unknown. She felt an overwhelming desire to wait until Chen Zhuo could hear her voice before revealing anything to others. Seeing her daughter so carefree, even in this moment, left Jiang's mother feeling helpless. She leaned closer to Jiang Wan and whispered, "Chen Zhuo is only 23, a time of youthful vigor and desires. Are you not worried about leaving him alone in the city for so long? Aren't you concerned he might make mistakes?" At first, Jiang Wan did not comprehend what her mother was saying, and it took her a moment to react, her face flushing a deep crimson. It had not merely been over a mere 10 days. Apart from their wedding night, she and Chen Zhuo had not engaged in any intimate encounters. Jiang Wan dared not confess the truth to her mother. Instead, she blushed and waved her hand, indicating that Chen Zhuo was preoccupied with earning a living. Observing Jiang Wan's lack of urgency, her mother, infuriated, slapped her arm, exclaiming, "What do you understand? A man will not stray if his needs are satisfied. You cannot simply remain at home tending to the child all day. Go to the city and see him." Jiang Wan bit her lip and retorted, "What purpose would I have in the city?" Her mother, exasperated, replied, "What else could you possibly do? Go and share a bed with your husband." Chapter 56. The Kiss. Jiang Wan has always been an obedient child. When her mother suggested she visit Chen Zhuo in the city, she complied without hesitation, even donning the delicate apricot yellow chiffon dress he had gifted her. However, it was not solely her mother's encouragement that compelled her. She yearned to see Chen Zhuo, even if just for a fleeting moment. Upon her arrival in the city, she found herself amidst the lunchtime bustle, cradling the cornmeal and brown sugar buns, along with pickled radish she had prepared for him that morning. She navigated her way to the makeshift accommodation where Chen Zhuo was staying. As Jiang Wan entered the courtyard, she spotted him hunched over, deeply engrossed in his work. In that moment of concentration, he bore a striking resemblance to the refined, charming leading men from Hong Kong films. With a hint of mischief in his demeanor, Jiang Wan had always known Chen Zhuo was handsome. Despite his notorious reputation, no one could deny his striking features. Captivated, she stood frozen, tilting her head as she watched him. It was only when he reached for a ruler that he became aware of her presence. Looking up, his eyes lit up upon seeing her slender, graceful figure. "Xiao Wan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call for me?" His delight was palpable as he set his pen down and approached her, taking the offerings from her hands and guiding her into the room. She followed willingly, her lips pressed together in a smile that made her eyes sparkle beautifully. In a moment of impulsive affection, Chen Zhuo leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, whispering sweetly in her ear, "I'm so happy." Jiang Wan's long eyelashes fluttered, her breath momentarily faltering, yet she stubbornly held his gaze, refusing to look away. He tenderly caressed her cheek, his thumbs softly tracing her skin. Her complexion was smooth and cool to the touch, a sensation that delighted him. "What's the matter?" he asked gently, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Wan blinked her dewy eyes, taking a few deep breaths before parting her lips to softly utter, "Sange." The way she spoke his name was melodious and gentle, enough to send shivers down his spine. Chen Zhuo felt as though her words had struck his heart, leaving him utterly captivated. Overwhelmed with joy at her unexpected visit and the sweetness of her voice, he lifted Jiang Wan into his arms, planting a firm kiss on her brow before setting her down. "Now call me again." "Sange," she obediently repeated. Again, he prompted with playful insistence. "Sange." "Yes, Sange." "Ah." The couple engaged in a playful exchange for quite some time, with Jiang Wan teasingly glaring at him as her throat grew parched from calling out his name. Finally, Chen Zhuo erupted into laughter, satisfied. He then retrieved the buns and pickles she had brought, enjoying them with a glass of plain water as he continued to tease her. "What brought you here so suddenly? Were you missing me?" Chen Zhuo assumed that his wife would shyly lower her head and blush, yet to his surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, she softly murmured an acknowledgement. Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss for words, pondering the sensations stirring within him. How obedient my Xiao Wan is. He yearned to kiss her, but his mouth was filled with food, and after a moment's reflection, he refrained, simply gazing at her with a smile. Perhaps his recent transformation had subtly influenced his wife, for she no longer exhibited the timidity of her former self and dared to meet his gaze directly. "You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating properly these past few days?" Jiang Wan inquired gently, her tone brimming with concern. "Lost weight? Surely it must be because I've missed you. Without you and our daughter by my side, nothing tastes good," Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan bit her lip, casting a shy glance at herself, and muttered softly, "Not proper." "What do you mean my wife is not proper?" Chen Zhuo countered, and when Jiang Wan had no retort, she fell silent. Now that his wife could finally engage in conversation, Chen Zhuo found himself yearning for more, seeking ways to tease her. A simple meal brought him joy, warming his heart. Once they finished eating, Chen Zhuo knew he had to return to his drawings, but he was reluctant to let Jiang Wan remain in the company of those foul-smelling men. He tidied up and decided to take her to a guest house instead. "We'll return tomorrow," he stated, appearing to seek her opinion while in fact giving her no chance to refuse, pulling her along with him. Jiang Wan hesitated. She had merely intended to see Chen Zhuo before coming, having missed him dearly after so many days apart. Yet now that she was with him, she felt reluctant to leave, wishing to linger a while longer. However, upon being led to the guest house and seeing the large bed within, she couldn't help but blush again. Recalling her mother's words, "He is only 23. It is a vigorous age. How can you remain indifferent? You must hurry and sleep with your husband." The room lacked a table, featuring only a simple bedside cabinet. Chen Zhuo moved it aside, intending to draft his proposal there. But when he looked up, he saw his wife standing there, her face flushed, gazing at him with her doe-like eyes that blinked shyly, unable to meet his glance. "What is my wife thinking, blushing so fiercely?" He rose and took her hand, pulling her down beside him, and as he observed her innocent and bashful demeanor, Chen Zhuo suddenly understood why a sovereign might choose to neglect court duties. "Third brother," his wife softly called to him, drawing him from his reverie. Her voice was melodious, sending shivers through him. Chen Zhuo responded, gradually leaning closer, resting his forehead against hers and planting gentle kisses on her pert nose. That, my mother said." Jiang Wan stammered, struggling to find her words. Chen Zhuo, unhurried, tilted her face upward with his nose, his lips descending from her nose to her mouth, kissing her softly, tenderly, again and again. "What did your mother say?" he asked in a husky whisper. Jiang Wan's breath quivered under his kisses, instinctively trying to retreat. However, given that they were on the bed, her retreat only brought Chen Zhuo closer, naturally pressing upon her. He playfully nipped at his wife's nose, teasing her with a smile. What was she hiding? Jiang Wan seemed startled by her own reaction, her eyelashes fluttering incessantly. Unable to utter a word, Chen Zhuo gently tucked a stray lock of hair from her forehead, gazing tenderly at his wife. "Do not be afraid. I would never harm you. He intended to provide her with comfort, yet little did he know that his wife harbored a different sentiment. Suddenly, he felt her delicate hands encircle his waist, tightening like creeping vines, followed by a soft warmth pressing firmly against him. The softness contrasted with his hardness, the chill of her skin meeting the warmth of his. Chen Zhuo froze, taken aback. What was his wife attempting? Was she testing his resolve as a man? Third brother. My mother says, we should have another child. His wife's gentle and melodious voice whispered softly in his ear. Chapter 57. Caught in adultery by the third aunt. Chen Zhuo was an ordinary man. In his previous life, he had lost his beloved wife, which left him in despair for a lifetime. However, this time was different. His cherished wife was still by his side, nestled in his embrace, whispering sweetly in his ear about wanting to bear his child. If he were to remain unresponsive now, he would be akin to a eunuch. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuo suppressed the tumult within his chest and gently pressed his forehead against his wife's, patiently inquiring, does your mother wish for you to have a child? Or is it your own desire? Jang Wan bit her lip, hesitantly replying, my mother said, men prefer robust children. Indeed, it seemed that his mother-in-law had said something to instill insecurity in his wife, prompting her to foolishly approach him about having a child. Chen Zhuo was not devoid of desire for his wife. It was merely that he had been a cad in the past. On their wedding night, consumed by resentment and anger, he had inadvertently cast a shadow over their intimacy. The last time they were at the guest house, he had merely touched her foot, and it had sent her trembling with fear. Thus, Chen Zhuo was in no rush. He simply wished to wait until his wife had surmounted her physiological fears. He was uncertain what words his mother-in-law had spoken that had inspired such courage in his naive wife to offer herself so willingly. He sighed, drawing Jiang Wan into his arms and lying down on the bed, pinching her cheek playfully. Who said men only prefer robust children? I adore our daughter. Yang is delightful, soft, fragrant, and considerate. Jiang Wan seemed skeptical at his words, asking, then why do you cherish Jiang Lei so much? Jiang Lei, the son of her second brother, was 3 years older than Yang. As a child, he had been boisterous and amusingly clumsy with his speech. Chen Zhuo had seldom received a warm welcome when visiting the Jiang family, but he found the boy's sturdy demeanor amusing and had playfully teased him on a few occasions, unaware that such simple gestures would lead to profound misunderstandings from his wife. Sighing again, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of guilt. He took Jiang Wan's hand and placed it against his face. In the past, I was reckless, and I wronged you and our child. Feel free to hit me. Startled by his gesture, Jiang Wan quickly withdrew her hand. What are you doing? Chen Zhuo wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Xiao Wan, as long as it is our child, whether girl or boy, I shall cherish them equally. Do not heed your mother's words regarding gender preference. I don't. Yang is my everything, Jiang Wan murmured. You and your daughter are my everything. After lying together for a brief moment, Chen Zhuo rose to attend to his work. The tasks at the health station had concluded, yet his wages had yet to be dispersed. The project at the park was also nearing completion, with only the proposal and a few detailed sketches remaining. Chen Zhuo aimed to expedite his work to return home and purchase the adjacent property. As he wrote, concerned that his wife might grow bored, he pulled out the book How the Steel Was Tempered from his pocket and offered it to her. If you encounter any unfamiliar words, feel free to ask me. Jiang Wan accepted the book, though her gaze lingered on Chen Zhuo's face. In truth, she harbored many questions. She could not fathom how Chen Zhuo had suddenly become so capable. Not only does he possess engineering expertise, but he can also sketch and write beautifully. Xiao Wan, if you continue to gaze at me this way, I shall find it impossible to concentrate on my work. Chen Zhuo felt the weight of his wife's gaze and turned to smile at her. Jiang Wan, with a soft sound of acknowledgement, averted her eyes and said, well, I shall read. She moved to sit by the window, diligently engrossed in her book. Chen Zhuo admired her graceful silhouette for a while before redirecting his focus back to the proposal before him. This was Jiang Wan's first encounter with such a lengthy inspirational novel, and she quickly became absorbed, delighting in the unfolding narrative. The room was enveloped in tranquility, occasionally interrupted by Chen Zhuo glancing back at her, reassured by her intense concentration. When they finally raised their heads again, 3 hours had slipped by. Are you hungry? Chen Zhuo set aside his work, intending to take his wife out for a meal. Jiang Wan hesitated to spend money dining out, contemplating before suggesting, let us not purchase as much as last time. We can just find a stall and eat something simple. Very well, as you wish. The couple exchanged smiles, stepping out of the guest house side by side. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan had refrained from trailing Chen Zhuo in recent days, but today, a troubling matter weighed heavily on her mind. In her building lived a woman named Zhao Xiahong, who had married from her village and was also a teacher at Zizuzi Primary School, making them colleagues who often crossed paths. Upon returning from her family home the previous day, Zhao Xiahong had heard of Chen Zhuo's scandalous affairs and had come to interrogate Jiang Hua, her tone dripping with mockery and a delight in the gossip. Jiang Hua felt a surge of anger, believing her sister's misadventures had brought her own embarrassment. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiahong was relentless in her gossip, returning in the evening under the pretense of wanting to chat, not wishing to endure her veiled jabs at her family. Jiang Hua fabricated an excuse about going out for the evening market. To her dismay, Zhao Xiahong cheerfully declared that she was going as well, offering to accompany her. With no means of refusal, Jiang Hua reluctantly joined her on the street. As expected, Zhao Xiahong quickly steered the conversation back to her sister's husband, her voice laced with schadenfreude. I've always said that Chen Zhuo is a rogue. With looks like that, how could he be faithful? Your sister is truly unfortunate to have married such a libertine. What will happen if they divorce in the future? Jiang Hua felt a growing irritation, her expression betraying her displeasure. She coldly retorted, you have not witnessed this firsthand, so kindly refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Zhao Xiahong hissed in response, continuing, while I may not have seen it myself, my neighbor, Sister Li did. She described Chen Zhuo's mistress as wearing a stunning apricot-colored dress, looking impeccably refined. Although she did not see her face, the woman's demeanor was unmistakably that of a sophisticated city dweller. As Zhao Xiahong's words painted a vivid picture, Jiang Hua's ire intensified. Just as she contemplated walking away, Zhao Xiahong seized her arm, exclaiming excitedly, Jiang Hua, look, is that not your brother-in-law Chen Zhuo? Jiang Hua's expression suddenly turned serious, a wave of unease washing over her. Following Jiang Hua's gaze, she indeed spotted Chen Zhuo's tall figure. He was holding a young woman's hand, leaning slightly to converse with her, his peach blossom eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Jiang Hua was taken aback, surprised that Chen Zhuo could display such an expression. However, now was not the time for astonishment. She was intent on catching him in the act, eager to confront Chen Zhuo's mistress and humiliate her. Yet, she had no desire to confront Zhao Xiahong in this endeavor. What about her own reputation? Who was that woman, dressed in a pale yellow gauze skirt? Surely, this was the mistress that Li Ani had mentioned. Zhao Xiahong, brimming with excitement, tugged at Jiang Hua and hurried forward. Chapter 58. Chen Zhuo. Of only one woman, Zhao Xiahong did not afford Jiang Hua a moment's hesitation, dragging her swiftly towards Chen Zhuo and calling out loudly, Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo halted his steps and turned around. At this juncture, Jiang Hua realized it was too late to escape. Gritting her teeth, she cast a fierce glare at Chen Zhuo before reaching out to seize the girl in the yellow dress beside him, intending to slap her. However, as the girl turned to reveal her face, both Jiang Hua and Zhao Xiahong were left utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Jang Wan, the charming and fashionable young woman before them, was indeed Jiang Wan. Seeing Jiang Hua about to strike his wife, Chen Zhuo's expression darkened instantly. He stepped protectively in front of Jiang Wan, furrowing his brow in anger. Jiang Hua, what do you think you are doing? Jiang Wan, equally perplexed, peeked out from behind Chen Zhuo, gazing at Jiang Hua with confusion while instinctively using sign language to ask, Third sister? Sister Xiahong, what is happening? Are you Chen Zhuo's mistress? Zhao Xiahong blurted out, her shock evident. Having harbored jealousy towards Jiang Hua since childhood, envying her superior academic performance and later her advantageous marriage, Zhao Xiahong had always felt overshadowed. Even as a fellow teacher, she was merely a subject instructor while Jiang Hua held the position of homeroom teacher, her career thriving in comparison. After enduring years of being belittled by Jiang Hua, Zhao Xiahong had finally stumbled upon a scandal involving the Jiang family, hoping to capitalize on it to belittle Jiang Hua. Little did she know, it was she who would end up embarrassed. Jiang Hua, being astute and well-educated, quickly pieced together the situation. To her astonishment, the so-called mistress was none other than her own sister, Jiang Wan. Observing her sister in the lovely yellow dress, radiating a fresh and elegant aura akin to a city girl, Jiang Hua felt a wave of envy and admiration wash over her. When had her younger sister become so beautiful? Amidst her swirling emotions, she had to address Zhao Xiahong first. She pushed her forcefully, asserting, Stop your nonsense. There is no mistress. It is all mere fabrication from you. Mistress? What do you mean? Chen Zhuo's temper flared, disregarding whether Zhao Xiahong was male or female. His grace and patience were reserved for his wife. He would not tolerate this ugly rumor being spread before her. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Zhao Xiahong retorted, "You're the one talking nonsense. Recently, someone saw you in Shaodong village riding a motorcycle with a woman, being affectionate and intimate. Are you not having an affair? You must be deliberately parading Jiang Wan around to confuse the situation." As she grew more vocal, her own words began to convince her, and she fixed her gaze on Jiang Wan, waiting for her to exhibit signs of distress or anger. However, Jiang Wan merely blinked and gestured. "Was it on the 6th day of the month? I came to the city to see him that day. He was concerned about me being alone, so he rode the motorcycle to take me home." Zhao Xiahong found herself at a loss for words, her embarrassment palpable. For what Sister Li had mentioned pertained to the 6th day of the lunar month. Chen Zhuo, being an astute individual, quickly pieced together the events after recalling the peculiar incident of Jiang Wan inexplicably trailing him days prior. It became evident that there were those who could not abide the harmony between him and Jang Wan. With a cold chuckle, he wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Xiahong and Jiang Hua. "I, Chen Zhuo, have but one woman, and that is Jang Wan. It is one thing for others to speak ill. But how could my third sister-in-law believe such nonsense?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a gentle scratch on his palm. It was Jang Wan. He turned to her, his tone softening immediately. "What is it?" Jiang Wan blinked and gestured for him not to be so fierce. Chen Zhuo smiled helplessly, ruffling her hair and responding, "Very well. I shall heed your advice." With that, he turned his attention away from Jiang Hua and Zhao Xiahong, taking his wife by the hand to leave. At that moment, however, Jiang Hua stepped forward and grasped Jiang Wan's hand, her expression serious as she said, "Xiao Wan, come with me. I have something to ask you." Jiang Wan had not seen her third sister in some time and was eager for conversation, so she turned to Chen Zhuo for his approval. Her demeanor reminiscent of a child awaiting permission from a parent to accept a red envelope. Chen Zhuo relished in the fact that his wife cared for him so. And what could he do but indulge her? He nodded toward a nearby pavilion, suggesting, "Let us converse over there." Jiang Wan acquiesced and walked with Jiang Hua toward the pavilion. Chen Zhuo, feeling a tinge of concern, followed at a distance to afford the sisters some privacy. Zhao Xiahong, having lost her composure, made a hasty retreat without a word. Jiang Hua's heart was a tumult of emotions as she gazed at her stylish younger sister. After a prolonged silence, she managed to inquire, "Was it truly you on the 6th day?" Jiang Wan nodded. Jiang Hua took a deep breath, lowering her voice. "But they said that woman could speak." Jiang Wan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Third sister. I forgot to tell you, I can speak now." Upon hearing her sister's gentle voice, Jiang Hua was incredulous. "You can speak? Since when?" Jiang Wan smiled shyly. "Well, I just regained my ability a few days ago. I had intended to tell you all soon, but I didn't expect to run into you today." Being her sister, Jiang Hua was overjoyed by the revelation. She immediately took Jiang Wan's hand, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. How could you keep this from us? You must tell our parents right away to share in this joy." Jiang Wan nodded. "I will return home tomorrow to tell Mom and Dad." Though Chen Zhuo stood 5 meters away, he overheard their conversation. He resolved to find time to accompany his wife back home the following day, as the gossipy women of Shaodong village were likely to spread rumors. While he could disregard the idle chatter, Jiang Wan could not. Women and men differ significantly. Reputation holds immense importance. He cannot allow his wife to endure even the slightest indignity. Chen Zhuo's wife and children are not to be belittled in any way. As dusk approached, Jiang Hua had to return home to prepare a late-night snack for her son. After whispering a few words to Jiang Wan, she departed. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow at this, and, wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders, teasingly inquired, "What did Aunt San say so mysteriously?" Jiang Wan blinked, responding, "But Aunt San said not to tell you. I am your husband. Will you heed her words or mine?" Chen Zhuo feigned indifference to what Jiang Hua had said, simply wishing to tease his wife, narrowing his eyes as he awaited her response. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan obediently replied, "I'll listen to you." Chen Zhuo could not help but chuckle, cupping Jiang Wan's face and planting a hearty kiss on her forehead, exclaiming, "Damn it! How did I end up with such a well-behaved wife?" Chapter 59. The gossip of Shaodong village. Jiang Hua remarked to Jiang Wan that all men are like unfaithful cats. Particularly one as striking as Chen Zhuo. Even if he were not to stray, there would surely be some brazen woman attempting to ensnare him. Jiang Hua advised Jiang Wan to keep a close watch on Chen Zhuo, lest they find themselves embroiled in an embarrassing situation. However, Jiang Wan understood that merely keeping watch would not suffice. Though she knew her sister meant well, the words stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Indeed, Chen Zhuo had always been popular with women during his aimless days as a rogue, and now that he had matured into a composed and successful man, he would likely attract even more attention. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Wan gazed at Chen Zhuo with a sense of confusion, softly murmuring, "Sister says that men are unfaithful cats, and I must keep an eye on you." Chen Zhuo, anticipating Jiang Hua's disparaging remarks, sensed the unease in his wife's eyes and comforted her with an embrace, saying, "Whether I am an unfaithful cat will be revealed in due time. Wherever and whenever. My dear wife is always welcome to check in on me." He concluded with a playful salute, eliciting a soft chuckle from Jiang Wan. The couple spent another night at the guest house, and the following day, Chen Zhuo bid farewell to Chao Yuan before accompanying his wife back to Xiaodong village. Intent on dispelling the rampant rumors, he even borrowed a motorcycle, deliberately revving the engine as they approached the village, making a cacophonous noise that seemed designed to announce their arrival to the entire community. Zhang's mother was in the yard feeding chickens when the raucous sound startled her. It wasn't until the motorcycle leisurely rolled into their yard and she recognized the two figures that her expression transformed into one of joyous surprise. "Chen Zhuo? Xiao Wan. Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. Xiao Wan, how have you become so beautiful?" Jiang Wan felt a blush rise at her mother's praise, shyly smiling as Chen Zhuo supported her waist while she dismounted the motorcycle. "Mother, Xiao Wan has always been this beautiful," he replied, parking the motorcycle and stepping beside Jiang Wan with a smile. The neighbors, lounging on stone benches at their doorsteps, had been chatting idly. But upon the arrival of the village's most notorious gossip contributors, they fell silent, craning their necks to peer into the Jiang family yard. Whispers circulated amongst them. "Is that really Jiang Wan? My goodness, I wouldn't have recognized her at first glance. Indeed, she carries herself with such elegance, almost like a city dweller. And that dress is simply exquisite." Fearing they might not be noticed, Chen Zhuo playfully pushed Jiang Wan towards her mother and loudly inquired, "Mother, what do you think of Xiao Wan's dress? She bought it in the city a few days ago. Doesn't it suit her perfectly? I was in a hurry to return to the city and didn't stop by to see you. But I will bring you the snow cream I bought for you next time." Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother paused, her mind racing back to the recent rumors. And she suddenly realized, eyes widening in disbelief as she pressed, "Xiao Wan went to the city to see you a few days ago? On which day?" "We went on the 5th and returned on the 6th, Chen Zhuo replied candidly. Zhang's mother, upon hearing this, slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "So you both rode the motorcycle back that day?" Chen Zhuo let out a sigh and casually inquired, "What's the matter?" At this moment, Jiang Mu finally grasped the situation. After much deliberation, she realized that the so-called paramour spoken of by those foul-mouthed women was none other than her own daughter. For days, she had lived in fear and shed silent tears, only to find it was all an unfounded panic. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Mu's elation was swiftly followed by an uncontrollable wrath. Without regard for her son-in-law's presence, the pent-up frustration and anger that had brewed for days surged forth. And she began to scold. "What is going on? Isn't it just some despicable person spreading slander? They saw you with Xiao Wan and, without a second thought, started rumors. They claim you've taken a city girl as a mistress and intend to divorce our Xiao Wan." Chen Zhuo had come today to defend his mother-in-law's honor, and upon witnessing this, he could hardly remain passive. With a stern expression, he asked, "Mom, who said that? What malice lies behind such slander? Tell me who it is, and I shall confront her." Jiang Mu was nearly beside herself with rage. She had no idea who had spoken such words, only that the rumors had gained traction and credibility. She hadn't even wanted to step outside her door for days. Storming to the entrance, Jiang Mu confronted the onlookers lingering on the street, pointing at one of them and demanding, "You lot have been discussing this matter quite a bit, haven't you? Where did this gossip originate? Speak." At this point, the crowd understood the misunderstanding and felt a twinge of embarrassment, their faces awkwardly sheepish. "We only heard it from someone else who knew it was a misunderstanding. Who did you hear it from?" Chen Zhuo pressed forward, his face cold and his tone accusatory. Who was Chen Zhuo after all? He was the notorious leader of ruffians. Though gossip was one thing, no one wished to offend him directly. The group exchanged glances until one finally spoke. "I heard it from her." The pointed individual quickly waved her hands. "I heard it from Sister Zhao from the back street. I heard it from Sister Zhao as well." "Me too." Within mere minutes, the source of the rumor was identified. It was Zhao Xiaohong's mother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu turned on her heel and headed towards the back street. Jang Wan, fearing her mother might encounter trouble, hurriedly followed, with Chen Zhuo closely trailing behind his wife. Though such disputes between women were not typically his concern, as the subject of the gossip, he felt compelled to support his mother-in-law. After all, if they confronted the issue and Xiao Wan faltered in her defense, it would not bode well. Moreover, he intended to seize this opportunity to bolster Xiao Wan's standing. No one would dare underestimate Chen Zhuo's beloved wife in the future. The Zhao household stood diagonally opposite the Jiang family's backyard, and within 2 minutes, the trio arrived. A crowd of curious neighbors followed, eager for the spectacle. Jiang Mu, having bottled up her fury for so long, burst through the Zhao family's door with a resounding kick, shouting, "Lin Fong, you foul-mouthed wench, come out here." Zhao Xiaohong's mother, Lin Fong, was inside mending shoes. Hearing the commotion, she hurriedly emerged, and upon seeing Jiang Mu's fierce demeanor, her expression shifted, her eyes darting around before she forced a smile, and asked, "Oh, sister-in-law, what brings you here to scold someone?" Jiang Mu, upon hearing this, responded with a cold laugh. "What is the matter? Pray tell, what is the matter? I have come to inquire of you. Which of your eyes witnessed my son-in-law engaging in illicit affairs? Where did you see it, and at that moment? Pray clarify it for me with utmost sincerity." Lin Fong, upon hearing these words, let out a soft chuckle and cast a glance at Jiang Wan and Chen Zhuo. She surmised that their family had come due to this matter, likely feeling embarrassed by their family's disgrace being exposed, seeking confrontation with her. If they are not ashamed to confront her, then so be it. Lin Fong curled her lips and said, "Sister-in-law, why must you inquire about your own family's affairs with me? Is your son-in-law not standing right behind you? Why not ask him directly? Isn't that so, dear nephew-in-law?" Chapter 60. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Wan speaks. Lin Fong's last remark dripped with provocation, her gaze laced with disdain as it fell upon Chen Zhuo. Initially reluctant to engage in a verbal spar with a woman, Chen Zhuo found himself repulsed by her sarcastic tone. He let out a cold scoff, poised to retort, when Zhang's mother suddenly stepped forward, her voice ringing with indignation. "What of my son-in-law? On the 6th day, he was with our little Wan. You haven't even discerned the truth and are fabricating nonsense." The neighbors trailing behind, wary of inciting Chen Zhuo's ire, began to rally in support of Zhang's mother. "Exactly. Jiang Wan is right here, wearing the very yellow gauze dress you mentioned. She is both radiant and fashionable, far more charming than the city girls." Lin Fong was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had only heard about it from old Li's wife and had not witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing the crowd's assertions, her gaze shifted to Jiang Wan, who indeed wore a pale yellow gauze dress, her hair styled in a ponytail, exuding the allure of a city girl. How could this be? Had old Li's wife truly seen Jiang Wan? As Lin Fong pondered the words exchanged with Li's wife that day, a sudden realization ignited in her eyes, and she burst into laughter. Her mirth only fueled Zhang's mother's fury, who lunged at her, but the neighbors quickly intervened. Zhang's mother shouted, "Laugh at your own family, will you?" Lin Fong halted her laughter with a dramatic gasp. "Oh, dear sister-in-law, the woman your son-in-law was with that day could certainly speak. They were engaged in spirited banter. And you claim that was your Jiang Wan? How absurd." At this proclamation, Zhang's mother's expression shifted dramatically, and the crowd fell silent, bewildered as they turned to Jiang Wan, pondering, that woman could talk? So, Jiang Wan deliberately dressed this way to deceive everyone into helping Chen Zhuo fabricate a lie. The plight of the Jiang family's young lady seemed pitiful. While the man dallied, she was left to shield him. Lin Fong reveled in the crowd's reaction, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she smoothed the wrinkles on her attire, tugged by Zhang's mother, and sneered, "What a farce. A man of such disrepute deserves no protection from you two. If my son-in-law ever strayed, I would send him packing never to return." Suddenly, a resounding slap interrupted Lin Fong's tirade, leaving the crowd in shock. The assailant was none other than Jiang Wan. Yet their astonishment was only compounded as Jiang Wan, her small face taut with anger, finally spoke. "You are the disgrace. It was I who rode home with Chen Zhuo that day. It was I who engaged in lively conversation. How dare you defame my man?" Goodness! Not only did she speak, but her voice was also melodious. Even when laced with ire, it was delightful to hear. Chen Zhuo was utterly charmed by her declaration of my man, a broad smile spreading across his face. He had never anticipated that the usually demure Jiang Wan would resort to violence. Concerned for her well-being, he stepped closer, taking her hand that had just delivered the slap, and tenderly inquired, "Does it hurt? Let me soothe it for you." Jiang Wan shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." At this moment, it was not only Lin Fong who had been struck, that was bewildered. Everyone present was equally stunned. Jiang Wan had actually spoken? Was she not mute? A glance at Chen Zhuo, who was rumored to constantly berate his wife, revealed him tenderly cradling Jiang Wan's hand, his eyes filled with concern. The crowd was astonished. How could he be so kind to Jiang Wan? Even after his wife had struck someone, he still cared for her hand? Regardless of the astonishment of others, the most elated and surprised was, of course, Jiang's mother. She momentarily set aside her anger, rushing to Jiang Wan and grasping her shoulders, her voice trembling with excitement. "Xiao Wan, you can speak now? You can speak now?" Despite the pain from her mother's grip, Jiang Wan did not withdraw. Instead, she felt a pang of sorrow at her mother's fervent reaction, regretting not having informed her sooner. Jiang Wan nodded, saying, "Yes, Mom, I can speak now. I didn't tell you earlier because I wasn't doing well, but I am completely better now." "Wonderful. You can speak." Jiang's mother was overjoyed, embracing Jiang Wan, laughing and crying at once. After a long while, she released her and stated, "Not long ago, Xiao Zhuo told me he would take you for treatment. After so many years, I dared not hope, but unexpectedly, you have truly recovered. Xiao Zhuo, I am so grateful to you." Chen Zhuo smiled as he wrapped his arm around Jiang Wan's shoulders, saying, "Mom, this is all Xiao Wan's own accomplishment. Besides, she is my wife. It is only right that I do whatever I can for her. There is no need for you to thank me." Jiang's mother wiped her tears, feeling immensely gratified. "You two make a splendid couple." After the excitement, Jiang's mother did not forget her purpose for being there. Turning to the completely dumbfounded Lin Fong, she scolded, "From now on, if anyone dares to spread rumors about our family, I will demolish their house and silence their tongue." While she herself had yet to grasp her own affairs, she busied herself concocting stories about others, destined to face retribution sooner or later. At this moment, Chen Zhuo's expression hardened as he scanned the onlookers, his voice resolute and powerful. "Mom, there's no need for you to take action. If anyone dares to utter a single word of slander against Xiao Wan, I will personally deal with them." Upon hearing this, Lin Fong turned pale with fear, trembling as she stammered, I only heard it from Sister Li. Do not lie. I never told you that." Sister Li, who had been eavesdropping by her own wall, immediately rose to refute Lin Fong's claim. Lin Fong had indeed heard it from Sister Li. Upon seeing her denial, she rushed toward her, demanding, "Why won't you admit it? Didn't you say you saw it with the eldest sister?" Chen Zhuo stood aside, coldly observing the two, his chilling demeanor quite intimidating. Sister Li, fearing Chen Zhuo would hold a grudge against her, quickly resorted to playing the fool, exclaiming at Lin Fong, "I never said Chen Zhuo was having an affair. I merely mentioned he was with a girl. You are the one fabricating stories about an affair. Chen Zhuo, if you seek vengeance, go after her. This has nothing to do with me. Li Mei, I will kill you." Enraged, Lin Fong leaped over the wall, lunging at Sister Li. Sister Li, not to be outdone, retaliated, and the two women soon became embroiled in a fierce scuffle, prompting those who had been restraining Jiang's mother to rush over to break them apart. There was no need for Chen Zhuo to intervene. The women had already begun to quarrel amongst themselves. Jiang's mother felt a sense of relief this time, straightened her back, and spat, "Fight. Not one of them is worth a dime. The fewer, the better." After dealing with a few meddlesome gossipers, Chen Zhuo had to hurry back to the city for work. Before he left, Jang Wan slipped him 50 yuan, her tone gentle as she said, "Make sure to eat something hearty. You've lost weight these past few days." Chen Zhuo indeed found himself short on cash, and seeing his usually frugal wife so generously provide him with money for meals warmed his heart. Remembering the scene where Jiang Wan had rushed to confront Lin Fong, he repeatedly examined the hand that had struck with such resounding force. She must have felt the impact herself. "Does it hurt?" he asked with concern, to which Jiang Wan simply shook her head. Chen Zhuo tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and teased with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen you so furious. You can even hit people now." Chapter 61, A Windfall. Returning home to purchase a house, Jiang Wan's slap to Lin Fong was an instinctive reaction. She was indifferent to being bullied by others, yet she felt a surge of displeasure when Lin Fong spoke ill of Chen Zhuo in her presence. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo mention this incident, Jiang Wan pursed her lips, still feeling a tinge of annoyance. After all, who permitted her to utter such harsh words? Lin Fong had called Chen Zhuo despicable, and in that moment, Jiang Wan wished to sew her mouth shut with a needle and thread. Seeing his wife's face flushed with indignation, Chen Zhuo recalled her earlier reference to my man, which made him feel exceedingly pleased. He slightly leaned forward, meeting her gaze, and gently advised, "Your man is off to earn money. I shall return before nightfall, so do not wander the streets alone after dark." Jiang Wan felt a bit bashful. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she nodded in agreement. It was not until Chen Zhuo rode off on his motorcycle that Jiang's mother emerged from the house, seizing Jiang Wan's hand and bursting into tears. While the couple conversed, Jiang's mother had been eavesdropping from within. Her son-in-law had indeed changed. He was genuinely treating her daughter well. "Mother, why are you crying?" Jiang Wan, touched by her mother's emotions, spoke with a quivering voice. "My dear, you have finally seen the light. Xiao Zhuo treating you well is worth more than anything else. Poverty is no longer a concern. Who isn't struggling these days? As long as you both live well and work the land, the money from the autumn harvest will suffice for the three of you. Do encourage him not to stray from the path." Jiang's mother implored earnestly. Understanding her mother's worries, Jiang Wan seized the opportunity to explain Chen Zhuo's current endeavors in detail. Jiang's mother listened, her face a picture of disbelief. When did Xiao Zhuo acquire such skills? Jiang Wan, unable to provide an answer, simply shook her head and proudly declared, "Regardless, he is quite capable. I see that the townsfolk hold him in high regard." As the two women conversed, Jiang Desau and Er Saw, who had just returned from the market, burst into the room, exuberantly exclaiming, "Mother, I heard that Xiao Wan can speak now." In recent days, the two sisters-in-law had been most concerned about their sister-in-law Jiang Wan, fearing she might divorce Chen Zhuo and return home with her child. In times when every household was facing difficulties, who could spare the resources to support both a mother and child? While at the market, they had exchanged sighs over this matter, only to return to the village and learn of the morning's thrilling events. It turned out that Chen Zhuo's alleged infidelity was a baseless accusation. He had been riding his motorcycle with none other than Jang Wan. Furthermore, their once mute sister-in-law had miraculously found her voice. This was truly monumental news. Upon entering the house and seeing Jiang Wan still present, they hurriedly approached her, asking, "Old girl, you can really talk now?" Jiang Wan nodded, smiling as she replied, "Yes, I can. Oh my, this is simply wonderful." Meanwhile, while the Jiang family celebrated, Chen Zhuo felt a weight lifted from his heart. Upon returning to the city, he received delightful news that the funds from the maternal and child health station had been dispersed. Chen Yuan, overjoyed, could barely contain his excitement as he handed Chen Zhuo 1,500 yuan. In this era, 1,500 yuan is undoubtedly a substantial sum. For an ordinary family of three, the annual income from farming scarcely reaches 1,000 yuan. Yet, Chen Zhuo found little joy in holding such an amount. Just a few days prior, his elder sister had mentioned that the lowest price for a house in Wang's courtyard was 3,500 yuan, and after purchasing it, renovations would be necessary. To furnish the new home with essentials such as pots, pans, and dishes would require at least an additional 2,000 yuan. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that this 1,500 yuan was far from sufficient. With this thought, Chen Zhuo pursed his lips, contemplating the urgency of pressing Zhou Bitian for his payment. Ideally, he wished to return within the next few days to secure the courtyard and commence renovations. Otherwise, the onset of winter would render any work impossible. Observing the lack of joy on Chen Zhuo's face, Qiao Yuan suddenly recalled his brother's intention to purchase a house and earnestly inquired, "Brother, have you finalized the deal for that house? How much more do you need? I can cover the difference." Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No need. I appreciate your kindness. Once Zhou Bitian settles the payment, it will suffice." Upon hearing Zhou Bitian's name, Qiao Yuan seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Chen Zhuo, whispering, "Let me tell you something. Yesterday, your second brother mentioned he no longer intends to work with us. Where does he plan to go? To the coal mine?" Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow in surprise, pressing for details. He stated that there is no future for him in our team and expressed a desire to explore opportunities in other teams. I secretly followed him for 2 days and noticed he has been frequently visiting Zhou Bitian, seemingly wanting to join him. Qiao Yuan lowered his voice as he spoke. Chen Zhuo, taken aback, felt a sense of helplessness. While his brother's desire to seek a larger construction team was commendable, Zhou Bitian's team was far from an ideal choice. The individuals responsible there were too few, each solely focused on lining their own pockets, showing little regard for the quality of work. Chen Zhuo feared his brother would not learn any commendable practices in such an environment. However, knowing his brother's stubborn nature. He hesitated to intervene. After pondering for a moment, he recalled his elder sister Chen Xiaolan, who had married into a neighboring city. Although his second brother was not particularly close to the Chen siblings, he shared a good relationship with her. Perhaps she could persuade him. With a strategy in mind, Chen Zhuo set aside the matter and diligently finalized the park's plans and blueprints. By the following afternoon, after completing his work, Chen Zhuo brought all the documents to Zhou Bitian. The moment Zhou Bitian received the blueprints, his face illuminated with joy, and without wasting a moment, he rushed to present them to his superiors. It was the first time the higher-ups had seen such detailed and clear blueprints, and they immediately praised Zhou Bitian, urging him to commence work as soon as possible. Naturally elated by the recognition from his superiors, Zhou Bitian insisted on treating Chen Zhuo to a drink, hoping to use this opportunity to persuade him to join his construction team. Chen Zhuo wished to maintain a certain distance from Zhou Bitian, politely declining the dinner invitation and instead requesting his 5,000 yuan payment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bitian hesitated, then, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "Xiao Chen, since you've submitted the blueprints, why not take on the role of supervisor? I could offer you an additional 1,000 yuan in salary." Chen Zhuo firmly declined, expressing his sincere apologies. He had been preoccupied with work outside, and his wife at home was displeased, urging him to return promptly. Consequently, he would no longer oversee the work. Zhou Bitian, witnessing his resolute demeanor, found himself at a loss. He could only hand over 5,000 yuan to Chen Zhuo, lamenting, "What does your wife understand about these matters? You ought to heed her advice." Chen Zhuo accepted the money with a smile, replying, "When my wife says something, it is indeed final." With a flourishing career, akin to flying an airplane, Mr. Zhou, with your grand enterprise, it is all the more prudent to listen to your wife's counsel. This remark from Chen Zhuo bore profound significance. Zhou Bitian's wife was an astute and visionary woman who frequently advised him during the early days of his entrepreneurial journey to remain grounded and to prioritize character over mere reputation when selecting associates. Regrettably, he did not heed her wisdom, ultimately leading him down a path of despair. After all, having earned 5,000 yuan through this individual alleviated his immediate financial plight. He offered a few words of advice, hoping it might alter the course of his previous life. Chapter 62. Why did you buy so much meat? As the autumn breeze began to settle in, the days grew noticeably cooler. Every now and then, a refreshing gust swept through, enveloping everyone in a delightful sense of comfort. The small village by the river was lively in the evening. After dinner, families congregated in their courtyards to enjoy the cool air. Children clustered together, a boisterous group, engaging in a spirited game of hide-and-seek. Little Yang, too young to keep up with the older kids, squatted on the sidelines, clutching a large white rabbit milk candy. This was the last piece her father had bought on a previous outing, and she had been reluctant to eat it. Whenever temptation struck, she would take a small lick before wrapping it up again. In the courtyard, Jiang Wan was washing clothes, occasionally glancing up to check on her daughter. Seeing that she hadn't wandered far, she felt reassured and returned to her task. As Chen Zhuo approached the front door, laden with bags, he spotted Yang stretching her little tongue to lick the candy. Upon seeing him, she excitedly shouted "Daddy," and scampered over, her short legs propelling her forward. Chen Zhuo set down one of the bags to scoop her up in his arms, playfully bouncing her as he remarked, "Oh, it seems my little girl has put on some weight." He inspected her closely and noted with satisfaction her plumper little arms. It had been a while since he last saw her, and indeed, she had gained a bit of weight, unlike her previously slender arms, likely due to the nourishing rice she had been eating. Chen Zhuo lifted the other hand carrying the meat and cheerfully promised Yang, "Tomorrow, Daddy will cook you some meat." Yang's eyes sparkled at this, and she enthusiastically nodded, repeating "meat, meat." At that moment, Jiang Wan approached, her eyes alight with surprise. Dressed in a faded brown cloth shirt and sporting braided hair, she embodied the image of a humble rural wife. Yet, even in such simplicity, she remained strikingly beautiful, captivating Chen Zhuo's gaze. "Have you finished your work?" she inquired, reaching for the bags he was carrying. Upon discovering they were filled with meat, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Why did you buy so much meat, including ribs? How much did this cost?" Concern laced her voice, prompting Chen Zhuo to chuckle. "It's nothing to worry about. Your husband has been earning some money. Tomorrow, I will prepare a feast for you and our daughter." At that time, pork was priced at 1 yuan and 2 cents per pound, a considerable expense, especially since he had purchased a substantial amount of ribs, costing him nearly 20 yuan. Fearing Jiang Wan would be upset, He merely smiled and said, "It's not expensive. Let me carry it. It's quite heavy." Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. However, upon reflecting on Chen Zhuo's hard work and the toll it had taken on him, she realized he deserved to indulge in something good. Resolving to set her worries aside, she gently suggested, "I'm not tired from staying at home all day. We could manage without this extravagance. Why don't I cook tomorrow? How would you like it, stewed or steamed?" Chen Zhuo, eager to impress his wife and daughter, feigned wisdom and replied, "I'll take care of the cooking. You two just wait to enjoy the meal." As the couple conversed, Chun Laotai and Chen Ling, hearing the commotion from downstairs, made their way to the main room. "Has the third child returned? Did you know that your daughter-in-law can speak now?" exclaimed Mrs. Chen loudly. Chen Ling, chuckling from behind, interjected, "Mom, you must be so delighted that you've lost your wits. How could the third son and Xiao Wan not be aware of such a thing when they converse daily?" That day, upon returning from the city, Jiang Wan had shared her newfound ability to speak with the Chen family, much to their astonishment. Mrs. Chen, particularly overjoyed, immediately knelt before the ancestral bronze Buddha in the lower room, bowing fervently 3 times, exclaiming that the old Buddha had manifested his divine presence. This revered statue had been passed down through generations, buried underground during the Warring States period to evade persecution, only to be unearthed and worshipped once the danger had passed. Mrs. Chen attributed the transformation of her son Chen Zhuo and his wife to the blessings of the old Buddha, and in recent days, her devotion had intensified as she burned incense and prayed, often coaxing Jiang Wan to join her in reverence. Mrs. Chen was quite concerned about appearances. Having endured ridicule over the years due to her son and daughter-in-law, villagers had mocked them, labeling Chen Zhuo as an aimless rogue and Jiang Wan as a mute, a mismatched pair. However, times had changed. Their third son had become responsible and financially stable, and now his wife could articulate her thoughts. One good fortune followed another, and Mrs. Chen yearned to announce the news to the entire village with great fanfare. In contrast, Jiang Wan remained her humble self, responding with a gentle smile and a polite, "Yes, it truly is wonderful, thank you," to anyone who came to offer congratulations. Chen Ling recounted their mother's exaggerated behavior over the past few days to Chen Zhuo, eliciting a soft laugh from him. The family was enjoying a harmonious conversation when Mrs. Chen suddenly mentioned Chen Sheng, her voice laced with concern. "Haven't you spoken to your second brother about visiting? It's been days since he has been home, or even called." "I have," Chen Zhuo replied honestly. "Then why hasn't he returned?" Mrs. Chen questioned, her dissatisfaction evident. Chen Zhuo had little to say. His brother harbored grievances, feeling wronged by the Chen family, and his reluctance to return was understandable. "I must call my second sister tomorrow." Once they moved past that topic, Chen Zhuo shifted the conversation to the Wang family's courtyard next door. Now that he was earning money, he felt it was time to be transparent with his parents, declaring that he intended to transfer ownership of the homestead the following day and would seek the village officials to draft the necessary documents. Chen Ling and Jiang Wan had been discreet, meticulously keeping their plans under wraps. Upon hearing that her third son intended to purchase the adjacent property, Mrs. Chen was left speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Why on earth would you buy a house? Where would you get several thousand yuan? Your father and I certainly do not have it. We're still indebted from buying a house for the 4th child. I have my own money. I don't need any from you or Dad," Chen Zhuo asserted confidently. "Where did you acquire such wealth?" Mrs. Chen questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. "From my earnings. Not only am I buying the homestead, but I also plan to renovate the house," Chen Zhuo stated resolutely. Glancing at his wife with a grin, he asked, "What style do you prefer, Xiao Wan?" Suddenly put on the spot, Jiang Wan blinked, her expression one of sheer delight as she gazed at him. Although she had remained silent until now, she had been listening intently to Chen Zhuo's words. Upon hearing him say that he had earned enough money to purchase a house, Jiang Wan felt an indescribable joy swell within her. Throughout the years, despite her silence on the matter, she had harbored an unspoken burden in her heart. Living in someone else's abode provided her with no sense of security, let alone a feeling of belonging. Jiang Wan's greatest aspiration was to possess her own home. Even a modest, makeshift hut would serve as her cherished sanctuary. Recently, when Chen Zhuo broached the subject of buying a house, she felt elated yet dared not entertain excessive hope, for the sum required for such a purchase loomed large in their circumstances, and the timeline was exceedingly tight. How could they possibly amass such a fortune? Yet, astonishingly, Chen Zhuo had achieved it. Not only had he acquired the funds necessary to buy a house, but he also intended to renovate it. How could Jiang Wan not be overwhelmed with delight? Chapter 63. Observing the embarrassing needle eye renovation? Upon hearing this, elderly Chen became agitated. How much would that cost? Do you have the means for such an endeavor? Chen Zhuo merely affirmed with a sound. The moment elderly Chen processed his response, her expression shifted dramatically. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Ling's mother. The third one hasn't returned in days. Let us allow them to bond as a family of three. Let us head back to the lower room. Without allowing for any objections, she firmly grasped the reluctant elderly Chen and led her away. Once outside, elderly Chen angrily shook off Chen Ling's hand, muttering under her breath, "What nonsense! Why did you pull me?" I hadn't finished my words. Fearing her mother would turn back, Chen Ling quickly grasped the elderly woman's arm again, pulling her back to the lower room. Upon entering, she inquired, "Mother, I know what you're thinking. You wish for the third one to abandon the renovation and use the leftover money to settle our debts, don't you?" Unbothered by being accurately perceived, elderly Chen let out a cold huff and replied, "Yes, so what? Your father and I still owe over 2,000 yuan. Why should he renovate after buying a house? What is the necessity for such a thing?" With a sigh of resignation, Chen Ling retorted, "Mother, your bias is too evident. Why should the third one's earnings cover the fourth's housing debts? Your favoritism towards the fourth has already driven the second away from home. Are you trying to push the third couple away as well? If the third one has money, why shouldn't he purchase a house? If you continue this way, you'll push them to buy in Shaodong village. Then what will you do? Surely not." Elderly Chen pondered, her indignation subsiding. "Is there even a house for sale in Shaodong village?" "Of course there is. Just the other day at the market, I heard of a place for sale, clean and well kept, and cheaper than what the Wang family is selling." To placate her mother, Chen Ling exaggerated earnestly. Hastily, elderly Chen covered Chen Ling's mouth. "Lower your voice. We can't let them hear." Seeing her mother's trepidation, Chen Ling felt a sense of relief. In the main room, after discussing the property transfer scheduled for the next day, Chen Zhuo retrieved a wind-up frog from his pocket, wound it up, and placed it on the Kong. Yang immediately erupted in joyful cheers, scrambling to chase after the frog, repeatedly exclaiming, "Frog! Frog!" Seeing his daughter so elated filled Chen Zhuo with an indescribable warmth. He affectionately ruffled her hair and promised, "Daddy will always provide you with the best, everything you desire." Yang, oblivious to the deeper meanings, believed that this wind-up frog was indeed the finest treasure, clapping her hands in delight. With immense patience, Chen Zhuo took his daughter's small hands, teaching her how to wind the frog. The two of them, one large and one small, mimicked each other's poses as they played joyfully together. Jiang Wan observed from the side, her eyes inexplicably glistening with tears. Despite Chen Zhuo's previous indifference towards her, she bore no resentment. Yet, when he displayed coldness or indifference towards their child, it felt as though her heart were being carved by a knife. Jiang Wan had contemplated divorce, but she knew that without her marriage, she would be left with nowhere to go. The two sisters-in-law from her maternal family could not tolerate the presence of the two of them. Thus, Jiang Wan could only endure it. Striving to prevent Yang from provoking Chen Zhuo, fearing he might utter unpleasant words to the child. The incident during the late night when she took Yang back to Shaodong village occurred because Yang innocently remarked, "Daddy, please don't drink." Only to be met with Chen Zhuo's cold rebuke, "Get lost. All of you, just go." Yang was utterly terrified and heartbroken, sobbing uncontrollably, witnessing her daughter's distress. Jiang Wan felt an immense ache in her heart and decided to return to Shaodong village with the child. Little did she expect that Chen Zhuo would pursue them that night, and from the moment he caught up, everything changed. "What are you thinking? Why are you crying?" Chen Zhuo inquired as he played with their daughter for a while. Upon glancing up, he noticed Jiang Wan sitting silently, tears streaming down her face. Seeing his wife weep caused a sharp pain in his heart, prompting him to approach her immediately. Jiang Wan, pulled back from her thoughts, hurriedly wiped her tears and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a little gnat flew into my eye." Chen Zhuo, not a child, could not be deceived by such a transparent excuse. Even without her confession, he could surmise the truth. He chose not to confront her, but instead enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back while whispering soothing words into her ear. "Our little family of three will grow ever better. Trust me." Jiang Wan remained silent, merely nodding in his arms. Yang, still perched on the Kong, upon seeing her parents in an embrace, quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Shame. Shame. Can't look. Looking brings shame and pokes the eye." The innocent words of the little girl elicited laughter from both Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Wan gently pushed Chen Zhuo away and reached for her daughter's hands, which were shielding her eyes, asking, "What do you mean by shame? Who told you that?" Yang tilted her head and replied, "It was Grandpa Jiao." "Grandpa Jiao? Which Jiao family is there in Shaohe village?" Chen Zhuo asked, momentarily bewildered. Looking at Jiang Wan with confusion, Jiang Wan seemed to sense his perplexity and reminded him, "The village head's surname is Jiao. I believe his name is Jiao Daping." Jiao Daping. Only after Jiang Wan's reminder did Chen Zhuo recall such a person. Jiao Daping appeared to be 7 or 8 years older than him. After the untimely death of the former village head Chen Guohua, who perished while extinguishing a fire, Jiao Daping had become the next village head. However, he was apprehended shortly thereafter for reasons that Chen Zhuo had not paid much attention to at the time, leaving the details rather hazy in his memory. As he pondered this, Chen Zhuo squinted and turned to Yang, asking, "My dear, tell Daddy what Grandpa Jiao did to make you say that shameful things are not to be seen." Jiang Wan, sensing something was amiss, looked at Yang with curiosity. Holding a little frog in her hand, Yang blinked and replied, "Grandpa Jiao hugged Sister Yuan and said it was shameful and not to look." Chen Zhuo was left utterly perplexed, and as he turned to ask his wife who Yuan was, he noticed her expression was one of sheer disbelief. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock. Chen Zhuo felt even more confused. What happened? "Who is this Yuan?" Jiang Wan pressed her lips together. "She is the daughter of Brother Guohua, the village head." "What? That girl is only around 18 or 19. How could she be hugged by this Jiao Daping?" Chen Zhuo paused for a moment before grasping the situation, his expression darkening abruptly as he clenched his fists tightly. The audacity of Jiao Daping, a man with a family, to pursue a young woman was utterly reckless. Chen Guohua, his cousin, was now aware of this affair, and Chen Zhuo could no longer feign ignorance. Moreover, Chen Guohua had always treated him well. He could not stand idly by while Jiao Daping endangered his niece. Since he intended to visit Chen Guohua to discuss the transfer of the homestead tomorrow, he might as well seize this opportunity to express his concerns. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhuo immediately rose to his feet and earnestly instructed Jiang Wan, "I shall visit the village chief's home. You must pretend to be unaware of this matter." Jiang Wan nodded obediently, assuring him, "I won't say a word, and neither will our daughter." Chapter 64, Brother San. "Shall I help you with your back?" As Chen Zhuo stepped out of his home, he began to ponder how to broach the subject of Yuan, and upon arriving at Chen Guohua's residence, the more he deliberated, the more he felt that it would be somewhat awkward for a man of his stature to bring it up. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called from behind in a gentle tone, "Brother San, wait for me." "Xiao Wan." Chen Zhuo halted and naturally extended his hand, inquiring, "What brings you out?" Jiang Wan glanced at the hand before her and then at the individuals lounging in their yards nearby, feeling a tad embarrassed. She lightly tapped his palm and, lowering her voice, said, "It would be best if you pretended not to know about Yuan. I'll speak to Sister Yuezhu." After all, it concerned a girl's reputation, and discussing it from a man's perspective would alter its nature significantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. He had been fretting over the matter, and here his wife was, coming to his rescue. With such a wise partner, what more could a man desire? Delighted, he noticed Jiang Wan's reluctance to hold hands. So he stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and complimenting, "My wife is indeed astute. This matter is certainly more fitting for you to address." At that moment, many were seated in their yards, and Chen Zhuo's embrace elicited a whistle from the crowd. Jiang Wan's face flushed crimson as she swiftly brushed aside his arm and hurried towards Chen Guohua's home. Aware of her modesty, Chen Zhuo quickened his pace to catch up. "Xiao Wan, slow down. Let us walk together." "Then you mustn't cause a ruckus," Jiang Wan replied without looking back, her voice low. "I promise. No antics," Chen Zhuo assured her, and only then did she slow her pace to walk alongside him. As he glanced at his wife's rosy cheeks, his heart swelled with warmth, and a contented smile graced his lips. Upon arriving at Chen Guohua's home, the couple found them seated in the yard, enjoying the cool breeze. Jin Yuezhu, pleasantly surprised to see Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan together, rose with a smile to greet them. "What brings you two together today? A rare occurrence indeed," she exclaimed, then called into the house, "Yuan, bring out 2 small stools." Chen Guohua also stood up, smiling as he turned to Chen Zhuo. "When did you return? I heard you were working in the city." "Just got back today," Chen Zhuo replied, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to offer Chen Guohua. "I need to trouble you with something." Chen Guohua accepted the cigarette without hesitation and inquired, "Oh, what is it?" While the two men conversed, the two women gathered together. Jin Yuezhu pulled Jiang Wan aside, raising her eyebrows and whispering, "What good news do you have at home?" Having a good rapport with Jin Yuezhu, Jiang Wan candidly shared, "Sister-in-law, I can finally have my own home." Jin Yuezhu was momentarily taken aback, then glanced towards Chen Zhuo and Jang Wan, overhearing their discussion about documents and land. Her eyes brightened. "Are you buying a house?" Jiang Wan nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. "Indeed. This is truly wonderful news. You've finally emerged from the shadows." Jin Yuezhu grasped Jiang Wan's hand, filled with emotion as they conversed about trivial matters. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Wan revealed a hint of hesitation on her face and, in a barely audible whisper, said, "Sister-in-law, there is something I must share with you." Leaning closer, she murmured her thoughts into Jin Yuezhu's ear. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo discussed the transfer of the homestead with Chen Guohua, his peripheral vision keenly observing Jiang Wan and Jin Yuezhu. Soon, he noticed the smile on Jin Yuezhu's face falter, transforming into a pallor of distress, clearly indicating she had received the news. With her purpose fulfilled, Jin Yuezhu realized her daughter's predicament left little room for pleasantries. Chen Zhuo redirected his attention to Chen Guohua, stating, "Then we shall meet tomorrow. I'll head home first." He waved towards Jiang Wan, asking, "Xiao Wan, shall we return?" Jiang Wan, startled, rose to her feet. Jin Yuezhu, her heart aflame with anger upon hearing about her daughter's troubles, urgently grasped Jiang Wan's arm and inquired quietly, "Xiao Wan, who else knows about this matter?" Jiang Wan reassured her, "Sister-in-law, rest easy. I am the only one aware. Even Chen Zhuo is in the dark." Jin Yuezhu finally breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. We will discuss this in detail tomorrow." Upon exiting Chen Guohua's courtyard, Chen Zhuo took hold of Jiang Wan's hand. "Has everything been said?" he inquired. But Jiang Wan found herself unable to withdraw her hand, ultimately conceding with a nod and a sigh. "Sister Yuezhu is quite upset. I hope Yuan can be wise and avoid any misfortune. Given Sister Yuezhu's intelligence, Yuan should not be foolish. We have already warned her." "And now it is up to them," Chen Zhuo replied. Upon returning home, they found Yang already lulled to sleep by Chen Ling. As they entered, Chen Ling smiled and advised them to retire early before yawning and heading back downstairs. Chen Zhuo, having spent many days in the work shed without a proper bath, instructed Jang Wan to rest inside, while he fetched a basin of hot water from the large pot to clean himself. As he wiped down, he contemplated how to renovate their new home, considering the necessity of an indoor restroom to avoid the chill of winter. While deep in thought, he heard Jiang Wan's voice from beyond the door. "Third brother, may I help you with your back?" Her voice was melodious, soft, and subtly alluring. In the stillness of the night, her gentle tone struck a chord within him, stirring his heart. Chen Zhuo felt an involuntary swallow. Glancing down at himself clad only in his undergarments, hastily pulling on his pants before responding, "All right, I could use some assistance." No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open, revealing a blushing Jiang Wan. She had spent considerable time mentally preparing to utter that offer to help him with his back. Her intentions were pure. She simply wished to show Chen Zhuo kindness in return for his thoughtful care towards her and their daughter. However, upon entering the outer room, she became acutely aware of the heat rising to her cheeks. She dared not raise her gaze to meet Chen Zhuo's eyes, instead making her way directly to the basin, where she dampened a towel. In a soft voice, she instructed, "Please turn around." Suddenly, an inexplicable warmth enveloped the room. Obediently, Chen Zhuo turned his back to Jiang Wan, silently grinning. His eyes wandered aimlessly, yet his full attention remained fixated behind him. He pricked up his ears, listening to the sound of the towel being twisted, the droplets falling sporadically, followed by the gentle flutter of the towel as it unfurled. In an instant, a warm little hand rested upon his back, sending a shiver down Chen Zhuo's spine. Chapter 65. Why are you biting me? The room was enveloped in a profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the faint chirps of crickets. Chen Zhuo deliberately lowered his body, allowing Jiang Wan to scrub his back. With one hand resting on his shoulder and the other wielding a damp towel, she diligently wiped. Chen Zhuo held his breath, savoring each gentle caress from his wife as her hands moved from left to right, then up and down. His Adam's apple silently bobbed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. Turning to grasp Jiang Wan's hand, he scrutinized her fingers closely. Indeed, the clam oil proved remarkably effective. The calluses on her fingertips had vanished, leaving them soft and delicate, almost boneless in their tenderness. "What's wrong?" Jiang Wan, puzzled by his actions, inquired. I haven't tea finished yet. If she continued, Chen Zhuo might not sleep at all that night. He pinched her fingertip to divert her attention. I bought a few more clam oils. You saw them in the bag, right? Recalling the 5 clam oils nestled in the bag, Jiang Wan nodded. I'll share them with a few sisters-in-law and my elder sister tomorrow. No need. Those are all for you. If they want some, they can buy their own. We've already given them enough. Chen Zhuo replied as he reclaimed the towel from Jiang Wan's hand and began wiping his own chest. Jiang Wan paused, her voice soft and murmuring, all for me? That's quite excessive, isn't it? Such a waste. Her gentle tone always carried a hint of playful affection. Chen Zhuo felt a warmth rise to his ears, tossing the towel into the basin before stepping closer to cup her face. Let me check if that snowflake cream is as effective as the clam oil. With that, he leaned down, drawing near to meticulously inspect her skin. His wife's complexion was exceptionally fair and tender, her face as delicate as the softest egg white, making him irresistibly tempted to take a bite. Such thoughts crossed his mind, and he acted on them, leaning in to lightly nibble her cheek. Jiang Wan was taken aback by his sudden action, frozen in place, her long eyelashes fluttering nervously. Why did you bite me? Because I cherish you, Chen Zhuo replied without a second thought. He wrapped an arm around Jiang Wan's waist, pulling her close against him. Then, he leaned down, gently pressing his lips against hers in a tender embrace. After a moment, however, he sensed something was amiss. Opening his eyes, he discovered Jiang Wan staring at him blankly, her expression one of confusion. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, he kissed the tip of her nose. Silly wife. Close your eyes. With her cheeks flushed, Jiang Wan obediently complied, closing her eyes. Noticing her tension and rigidity, Chen Zhuo softened his movements further, guiding her hands around his waist as he patiently pecked at her lips. Don't be afraid. As he felt her body finally relax, he lifted her effortlessly. Striding into the room, on the Kong bed, he deliberately carried Jiang Wan to the head of the bed. Nestled in his embrace, her breath quickened with anxiety. Third brother, let us have another child. Chen Zhuo chuckled softly, thinking, this silly wife, how insistent she is about having children. Does she truly wish for another? Jiang Wan nodded, tightly embracing his waist, and whispered, Yang has a younger brother and sister. When they grow up, they'll have company. All right, then let us have another one. Mom, where are you going? The sound of his daughter's tearful voice startled the two at the edge of the bed. Realizing that Yang had awakened, Jiang Wan quickly released Chen Zhuo and hurried to comfort her daughter. Chen Zhuo lay sprawled on the edge of the bed, listening to the soft, endearing voice of his daughter as she insisted on Jiang Wan telling her a story. He sighed in resignation. The house must be completed soon. They needed separate rooms. He wanted to hold his wife while sleeping too, with the prospect of another child fading away. Chen Zhuo splashed 2 basins of cold water on himself and returned to find the mother and daughter curled up together, fast asleep. Stealthily, he climbed back into bed, fearing his body would be cold after the cold water, so he wrapped his arms around his wife through the layers of blankets. Sighing contentedly, he closed his eyes. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Zhuo rose early. He went to the chicken coop and brought back 2 eggs, which he cracked into the dough, preparing to make hand-torn pancakes for the 2 of them. When Jiang Wan saw that he had used 2 eggs, she felt a twinge of regret. At that time, eggs were a precious commodity, and she usually refrained from eating them herself. Aside from giving some to the elderly and children, she saved the rest to sell at the market. Seeing the crinkle of concern on his wife's nose, Chen Zhuo chuckled and said, from now on, we'll eat all the eggs at home. If we don't have enough, we'll buy a few more hens. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows and pursed her lips, replying, although you're earning money now, we shouldn't be so extravagant. We're about to buy a house and renovate it. Soon, we will need to replenish this and that. So let's be frugal. At this moment, Chen Zhuo remembered that he had not yet given his wife the money he brought back and pointed to his pants hanging on the door, saying, you should take the money in my pocket. After we finish our meal, we'll go to the Wang family. I arranged with the village chief to meet at 8:30. Jiang Wan nodded and went inside to count the money. To make the hand-torn pancakes, the dough needed to be kneaded a bit longer for the right elasticity. Noticing that the child was still asleep, Chen Zhuo took his time, adding a small amount of cooled, cooked oil to the dough while kneading it vigorously. At that time, every household used soybean oil, which was shiny and yellow, turning the dough a golden hue. Chen Zhuo found himself reminiscing about the various oils from later times, such as rapeseed and peanut oil, which imparted a superior flavor to dishes. He thought he might visit the grain and oil shop in the city soon to see if he could find some. Third brother, Jiang Wan's soft voice called out, and she soon appeared with money in hand. Third brother, how is there so much money? Jiang Wan was truly astonished, holding up a thick stack of bills to show Chen Zhuo. This is 6,500. Chen Zhuo knew exactly how much it was. The 1,005 from the health station and the 5,000 earned from Zhou Bitian added up to 6,500. He continued kneading the dough, and seeing his wife's surprised expression filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He smiled broadly and said, "Now you can rest easy, right? Your man can earn money. There's no need to tighten your belt anymore. From now on, I'll be responsible for providing for our family, while you and our daughter will focus on being beautiful and graceful." Jiang Wan feigned displeasure, yet her heart raced with excitement. It was the first time in her life that she beheld such a substantial sum of money. She counted out 3,500, concealing the remaining 3,000 deep within the recesses of the cabinet. Only then did she rush back to the outer room, pressing Chen Zhuo, who was rolling dough, with her inquiry, "Third brother, doesn't drawing that picture tire your mind?" Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wan's question. Tire my mind? It's manageable. Not very taxing at all. Why do you ask? Jiang Wan seemed unconvinced, her gaze fixated on his head. With a serious expression, she replied, "Third brother, my father often says that he tires his mind from working on accounts all day, which is why he insists on eating fish to replenish his brain. Tomorrow, I shall visit Zhang Er's shop on the back street to buy a few fish and cook them for you." Chapter 66. He protects me. Chen Zhuo found himself both amused and exasperated by his wife's words, as if she feared his artistic endeavors might render him foolish and in need of mental fortification. Approaching her, he longed to plant a kiss, but with his hands smeared in oil, he hesitated and instead spoke. Jiang Wan obediently moved closer, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What is the matter? Is there something in my hair?" Chen Zhuo pretended to lower his head, prompting her to lean in for a closer look. Jiang Wan, falling for his ruse, tiptoed over. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhuo planted a playful kiss on her cheek, bursting into triumphant laughter. Realizing she had been tricked, Jiang Wan felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, shooting him a playful glare before retreating indoors. Content: Chen Zhuo began to prepare pancakes, bustling around the stove, yet his mind lingered on another matter. The fishmonger, Zhang Er, had a younger sister named Zhang Yuna, a woman in her 20s who remained unmarried, and she was destined to be the one with whom his brother would stray. The thought weighed heavily on him, stirring a sense of unease. How could he prevent such a misfortune? In his previous life, during his brother's final days battling cancer, it was only Lu Zhan, his ex-wife, who stayed by his side, unperturbed by the indignities of caregiving, while Zhang Yuna had long vanished. This alone revealed Lu Zhan's genuine feelings for his brother, even if she had errantly sought revenge for his infidelity. Not everyone is afforded a second chance like this. Chen Zhuo pondered, wishing his brother would cherish the present and safeguard the harmonious family he currently possessed. With a sigh, he resolved to discuss this with his brother another day. For now, he needed to perfect the pancakes to feed his wife and child. Adjusting to the large cooking pot, his first pancake was slightly burnt, but the subsequent ones turned out much better, their surfaces golden and crisp, filling the air with the delightful aroma of toasted flour. As he prepared to make soup, his daughter, Yang, emerged, drooling with anticipation. The little girl pointed at the pancakes on the plate and then at her mouth, exclaiming, "Pancake, pancake." Like a fledgling bird waiting to be fed, she tilted her head back, mouth agape. Amused by her eagerness, Chen Zhuo tore off a piece of pancake, blew on it lightly, and offered it to her. Yang chewed a couple of times before swallowing it whole, then opened her mouth wide, signaling for more. Noticing the tiny teeth in his daughter's mouth, Chen Zhuo shook his head with a chuckle, gently admonishing, "Darling, you must chew properly, otherwise you might get a stomachache. There's plenty of pancake, and no one is going to take it from you." At that moment, the elderly couple caught wind of the delightful scent and approached. Upon seeing the pancakes Chen Zhuo had made, Mrs. Chen was utterly astonished. "Did you really make these?" she exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Chen Ling, assisting Jang Wan with the soup, chimed in with a grin, "Not just the pancakes. The soup is also made by our third son. Come, taste it." Even the typically taciturn Mr. Chen was taken aback, settling into his seat and sampling the soup, nodding in satisfaction. This truly is a rarity. Since when did the third son learn to cook? Mrs. Chen's eyes widened in surprise as she joined her husband, tasting the soup. "It's delicious. Quite delightful." Subsequently, he indulged in bite after bite, savoring the flatbread as he praised, "Well done." When did my son acquire such culinary skills? This flatbread is truly delectable. After washing his hands, Chen Zhuo entered the room and noticed that Jiang Wan had already served soup to everyone, leaving her own bowl empty. He promptly rose to fill a bowl for her as well. Chen Zhuo prepared a cucumber and egg soup. The refreshing aroma of cucumber paired exquisitely with the richness of the egg, creating a perfect complement to the flatbread. Jiang Wan softly expressed her gratitude as she sat down and began to eat delicately. Chen Zhuo turned to her and inquired, "So, how does it taste?" Just as Jiang Wan was about to respond positively, Elder Chen, with a disdainful huff, cast a sharp glance at her and remarked, "Did you see that? I've been praising him for ages, yet he acts as if he hasn't heard a word, insisting on asking his wife. Has he forgotten his mother now that he has a wife?" Elder Chen, with a slight grimace, interjected, "You're eating my food. If it's so good, why can't you keep your mouth shut?" Understanding his mother's penchant for rivalry with her daughter-in-law, Chen Zhuo chuckled helplessly and offered her a piece of flatbread as a gesture of appeasement. Chen Ling, ever astute, seized the moment to tease, "Mom, why are you so easily flustered? Everything Dad does is for you. He only cooks because you enjoy it." The elderly lady huffed in response, choosing not to engage further. Concerned that Jiang Wan might feel uncomfortable, Chen Zhuo discreetly placed his hand on her leg beneath the table, then turned to wink at her. Jiang Wan, who had not felt particularly bothered. After all, her mother-in-law hadn't truly insulted her, felt a sudden urge to laugh at Chen Zhuo's playful gesture. To avoid being seen by her mother-in-law, she quickly raised her bowl, pretending to sip the soup. A warmth spread through her heart. It was her first experience of being protected by her husband in front of her mother-in-law. Although her mother-in-law wasn't malicious, her occasional sarcastic comments had become something Jiang Wan had grown accustomed to over the years. The sharp glare from earlier had not affected her much. But Chen Zhuo's thoughtful reassurance filled her with a profound sense of happiness. She couldn't help but recall the kiss from the previous night, gentle and lingering, infused with a fervor that surpassed their encounter at the guest house. It enveloped her in warmth, allowing her to forget the fears left over from their wedding night. Did Chen Zhuo's willingness to be so close to her indicate that he had developed genuine feelings for her? With this thought, Jiang Wan discreetly glanced at the man beside her. After the family finished their meal, they proceeded next door. Wang Laoda had been waiting for some time and greeted them with a broad smile as he ushered them inside. The Wang household had nearly completed their move, leaving the interior sparsely furnished and somewhat dilapidated. Wang Laoda, anxious that Chen Zhuo might be dissatisfied, smiled apologetically and said, "I had my brothers take away the cabinets and such, so the place looks a bit empty now. Otherwise, we couldn't sell it at such a low price." Chen Zhuo had no intention of keeping any of their belongings, and given that the house was to be rebuilt, a slightly run-down appearance would facilitate demolition. He nodded nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's all fine. Once the village chief arrives, we'll exchange payment and sign the documents." Wang Laoda, upon hearing this, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Before long, Chen Guohua arrived with a group of people. Jiang Wan instinctively glanced at Jin Yuezhu, who followed behind. Jin Yuezhu winked at her, her expression as serene as ever, exuding a carefree and cheerful demeanor. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that Yuan had likely not suffered any significant losses. Otherwise, Sister Yuezhu would not appear so untroubled. Under Chen Guohua's witness, the group completed the necessary documentation, and both Chen Zhuo and Wang Laoda affixed their signatures, transferring the homestead to its new owner. Jiang Wan handed the prepared sum of 3,500 to Chen Guohua, who counted it meticulously twice before passing it to Wang Laoda. Thus, the matter was settled. Wang Laoda left with a satisfied expression, and Chen Guohua departed with his entourage. However, Jin Yuezhu lingered, linking her arm with Jiang Wan's, and said, "Come, let us have a chat." Chapter 67. The house is purchased. Preparing ribs for my daughter at this moment, the house deed resembled a slightly sturdier piece of cardstock, which Jiang Wan cherished like a treasure, carefully tucking it away in a cabinet before following Jin Yuezhu outside. With many family members present, speaking openly was inconvenient. Thus, the two women linked arms and strolled towards the gate. Old Lady Chen, observing their departing figures, felt a twinge of curiosity and murmured to herself, "What is Xiao Wan doing with Guohua's daughter-in-law? They just bought a house. Shouldn't they be tidying up the yard instead of wandering off?" Chen Zhuo, overhearing his mother's remarks, pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, responding, "Mother, I can handle these chores. There is no need to rely on Xiao Wan." Old Lady Chen, already irked by the events of the morning, grew even more displeased with his defense of Jiang Wan, huffing heavily. Fine, you dote on your wife. I must be the wicked mother-in-law. Now that the house is bought, hurry and move to that yard. Spare me from being the object of disdain. Casting a glance at his mother, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of helplessness as he said, Mother, you used to treat Xiaowan quite well when I was being foolish. Why is it that now, as I mend my ways, you regard her with disfavor? If she truly bothers you, I could sell this yard and seek another in Shaodong village. Upon hearing this, old lady Chen grew agitated, exclaiming, Don't speak nonsense. When have I ever looked unfavorably upon Xiaowan? As for the yard, you two can manage it as you please. I have no interest in it. With that, she stormed back inside. Chen Ling, watching the exchange, stifled a giggle and discreetly gave Chen Zhuo a thumbs up before following in to comfort their mother. Little Yang Yang, unclear about the situation, only grasped that her grandmother and father had quarreled. Concerned, she glanced at her grandmother who had left in a huff, then turned to her father. Reaching out her hand and calling sweetly, Daddy, hug. Chen Zhuo adored his daughter's affectionate ways and immediately bent down to scoop her up. Yang Yang cupped his face with her tiny hands, puckered her lips, and planted a resounding kiss on his cheek, softly saying, Daddy isn't angry. In truth, Chen Zhuo was not angry. He merely wished to remind his mother to be kinder to Xiaowan. Now, feeling his heart melt at his daughter's tender affection, he affectionately ruffled her hair and declared, Daddy isn't angry. Come, let us prepare some delicious meat for our Yang Yang. With that, the two of them joyfully entered the house. Chen Zhuo planned to prepare the ribs he had brought back yesterday in a traditional Cantonese style, steaming them with garlic. To enhance the flavor, the meat needed to be marinated in advance. Thus, he needed to commence preparations immediately if he wished to serve it by noon. While Chen Zhuo busied himself in the outer room, Yang Yang played with her beloved frog atop the calm, each engaged in their respective activities in perfect harmony. By the riverside, Jin Yuezhu pulled Jiang Wan to a shaded area, whispering, Can you believe that despicable Jiao Dapeng dared to set his sights on our Yuan Yuan? And Yuan Yuan, bold as she is, didn't he even confide in me, secretly associating with that scoundrel? Thank goodness you informed me. Considering the delicate matter concerning the reputation of a young lady, Jiang Wan was hesitant to inquire directly. However, upon hearing Jin Yuezhu broach the subject, she felt emboldened and, with a tone laced with concern, asked, Did our Yuan Yuan suffer any loss? Not at all. I suspect she has merely been embraced a few times. As she spoke, Jin Yuezhu sighed deeply. Last night, I subjected Yuan Yuan to a thorough interrogation in her room until she finally divulged the truth. Can you guess what it is? That scoundrel Jiao Dapeng has been writing love letters to our Yuan Yuan, addressing her as brother and sister without a shred of shame. Yuan Yuan was so charmed that she lost her bearings and conversed with him several times. I haven't even mentioned this to your brother Guohua yet. He would be furious. Upon hearing this, Jang Wan also sighed, grasping Jin Yuezhu's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Sister-in-law, do not be angry. Yuan Yuan is 18. During our time, we were already married. She is merely curious. Now that you have informed her, she will certainly keep her distance from him. That is certain. But I must ensure that Jiao Dapeng is removed from our lives. He is an outsider who wormed his way into our little river village through his father-in-law, Hu Yongji. And now he dares to pursue my daughter. Just wait until I deal with him. As Jin Yuezhu spoke, her anger intensified, and she broke the twig in her hand with a fierce grip. Jiang Wan, possessing a gentle disposition, felt a twinge of concern at Jin Yuezhu's murderous demeanor. What do you plan to do? Please, do not act impulsively. Jin Yuezhu grasped Jiang Wan's hand firmly. Sister, I consider you as my own sister. You must assist me in this matter. Jiang Wan, taken aback, blinked and asked, Sister-in-law, what do you wish for me to do? In a hushed tone, Jin Yuezhu replied, If Jiao Dapeng is capable of winning over our Yuan Yuan, it indicates that he is restless. Who knows how many affairs he has outside? Your Chen Zhuo is quite clever. I wish for him to help uncover Jiao Dapeng's misdeeds. Let Hu Yongji's family be made aware, and ideally, we can drive Jiao Dapeng out of Little River Village. Jang Wan felt a bit troubled at this request. She could not dictate Chen Zhuo's actions and feared that her careless agreement might cause him trouble. After a moment of contemplation, she pursed her lips and said, Sister, perhaps it would be better if you spoke directly to Chen Zhuo. I am concerned. Jin Yuezhu, fully aware of Jiang Wan's predicament, smiled as she squeezed her hand. I understand. I merely wanted to inform you first. We are good sisters, and only after you give me your nod can I approach him. I could never bypass you to speak to my brother-in-law. Despite being my brother-in-law, I hold you in far greater esteem. Indeed, Jiang Yuezhu had been exceptionally kind to Jiang Wan. Over the years since her marriage to Little River Village, Jiang Yuezhu had always shielded her fiercely. Anyone who dared to speak ill of Jiang Wan in her presence would be met with Jiang Yuezhu's fierce reprimand. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wan felt a surge of gratitude. Sister-in-law, I am aware of your kindness. I am fortunate to have met you. We share a bond. And I felt an immediate affinity upon first seeing you. To be honest, you bear a striking resemblance to a professor I once encountered during my university days. Had I not known you were a native of Shaodong village, I might have suspected you to be his child. In this world, there are many who bear a resemblance to one another, and it is indeed a privilege to resemble that esteemed professor. Jang Wan, not taking it to heart, pondered for a moment before responding, Sister-in-law, I shall return home shortly to gauge Chen Zhuo's sentiments. If he does not express any resistance, I shall speak candidly. If he is unwilling, then there is little I can do. Jiang Yuezhu nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Just do not press him too hard. He has only recently begun to understand your worth, and I would hate for this matter to cause him any distress. Yes, I am aware, she replied. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo, noticing that the ribs had marinated sufficiently, commenced chopping garlic. As he lifted his gaze towards the entrance for the nth time, he was finally greeted by the sight of his wife's slender figure. A smile instinctively spread across his face as he approached the door to welcome her. What took you so long? Were you discussing that matter the entire time? Chapter 68. The aroma of ribs. Jiang Wan nodded slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Zhuo before quickly averting her eyes. Noticing the furrow in her brow, Chen Zhuo pondered how a simple outing had left her so troubled. With garlic on his hands, fearing the pungent scent might irritate her, he discreetly turned away, gesturing towards a small aluminum basin on the stove where a cluster of grapes lay. Eat some grapes, he suggested. They're from Luzhun. She said they were grown in her family's garden. Jiang Wan responded with a soft glancing at the grapes before stretching her neck to look inside the room. Yang Yang was perched at the edge of the Kong, nibbling on peeled grape has from a bowl. Chen Zhuo, recognizing her preoccupation, refrained from pressing her for details, instead guiding her to speak. We're having ribs for lunch. You should go ask Mom to join us. Earlier, I misspoke and upset her. So you should go invite her to avoid making it awkward. Jiang Wan's face registered surprise at his words. What did you say to upset Mom? Chen Zhuo grinned. It was nothing, just a careless remark. Jiang Wan pursed her lips, her gaze slightly reproachful. Mom and Dad raised you all with great difficulty. Now that we are the only ones here, it's truly inappropriate for you to be unfilial. In the future, don't spar with Mom and cause her distress. Chen Zhuo felt warmth in his heart. His wife, being so filial, bore no grudge against his mother as usual teasing. How could he have been so unkind to such a wonderful wife in his past life? You're right. I'll be more mindful moving forward, he replied earnestly. Jiang Wan seemed taken aback by his swift agreement, her eyes widening in surprise. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke tentatively. Sangu, I want to discuss something with you. Chen Zhuo smiled inwardly. Finally, she was ready to share. What is it? Yuzhu's sister. She wants you to help find a way to drive away Jiao Dapeng. Upon finishing her sentence, Jiang Wan appeared somewhat anxious, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhuo, fearful of seeing any displeasure on his face. Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had anticipated something significant, yet it turned out to be this. Yuzhu has always treated me well. I want to assist her. Jiang Wan added softly when Chen Zhuo remained silent, with his hands occupied. Chen Zhuo merely nodded in assurance. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Though not usually one to meddle in others' affairs, he felt compelled to help when it came to Jiang Yuezhu. Not only was she good to his wife, but she had also been a crucial support to Chen Zhuo himself. After the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, he had descended into a drunken stupor for over 3 months, lost and devoid of purpose. It was Jiang Yuezhu who had come to him, delivering 2 sharp slaps that pulled him back from the abyss. To this day, he remembered her words, tearfully chastising him. How can you expect Jiang Wan to rest easy when you look like this? She suffered while alive, and now you continue to torment her even in death. Are you even human? For someone who shows kindness to both his wife and himself, how could Chen Zhuo possibly refuse such a modest request? His nod of agreement brought a significant sigh of relief from Jiang Wan, who no longer wore a worried expression. She approached Chen Zhuo, gently pinching his arm and softly said, Third brother, you are truly wonderful. Indeed. Chen Zhuo grinned widely, leaning closer to Jiang Wan and teasingly urged her, Come. Give your third brother a kiss, and I shall be even better. Jiang Wan blinked, glancing around the room to see Yang engrossed in playing with a small frog, and quickly stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Having successfully garnered a sweet kiss from his wife, Chen Zhuo beamed triumphantly. Jiang Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. She muttered, "I'll go steam the rice," and turned to flee. Once the meal was prepared, Jiang Wan summoned the elderly couple and her elder sister-in-law. Coincidentally, the fourth brother, Chun Li, and Lu Zhan were also present, so they joined as well. Upon seeing the freshly cooked ribs, their eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming that it was better to arrive late than to miss out altogether, and that they were truly fortunate. With such an expensive dish and so many guests, Chen Ling worried Jiang Wan might be displeased. Stealing a glance at her, she saw Jiang Wan cheerfully conversing with Lu Zhan and her husband, her face devoid of any displeasure, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Ling took an empty bowl and served 5 or 6 pieces of ribs, placing them in front of Yang, saying, "Eat up, and once you finish, your aunt will serve you more." With limited meat and many mouths to feed, it was only fair that the child ate first, while the adults could savor the flavor. Noticing this gesture from his elder sister while arranging the stools, Chen Zhuo felt a warmth in his heart. His sister was always so considerate, akin to the gentle spring rain that silently resolves myriad family disputes. Having survived many tribulations in life, she was surely blessed. Chen Zhuo's garlic ribs turned out exceptionally well. Even the irritable elder Chen couldn't help but smile as she savored them. Delicious. The meat is tender and flavorful. Even your father, with no teeth, can chew it. Chun Li nodded in agreement. Tasty. My third brother is quite capable. He can even cook. Chen Zhuo, still preoccupied with the matters concerning Chun Li and his wife, discreetly observed them. He noticed Lu Zhan standing before Chun Li, selflessly serving him dishes, while her husband merely focused on eating without a care. Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly, wondering what was so appealing about that Yuna that compelled his brother to abandon his childhood sweetheart for divorce. Did you manage to prepare some snacks for the truck, as I suggested? Chun Li, a long-distance truck driver, often neglected meals while on the road, and Chen Zhuo was concerned for his health. Chun Li shook his head. Those things are exorbitantly priced. I barely have spare change to buy them. I've grown accustomed to hunger, eating only when I can find a roadside stall. If I miss it, I simply go without. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo frowned. If you continue this pattern of feasting and fasting, your stomach will suffer. Don't take your youth for granted. Neglecting your health for the sake of making money is unwise. Chun Li, now satiated, contentedly patted his round belly. What can I do? I'm still quite hungry. Upon hearing the suggestion to have Chen Li change jobs, Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment and responded. I am about to commence construction on a new house and will require assistance. You may help me at home, and I shall provide you with a salary. Lu Zhan, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, Third brother, what do you mean by that? Are we not family? Should we really be compensated for our labor? Indeed. Chun Li wiped his mouth and said, I heard from our mother about the house construction plans and took leave from my boss this morning. When shall we commence our work? At this moment, Chen Zhuo had finished his meal, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and declared, We shall begin tomorrow. Fourth brother, take Lu Zhan with you to help me purchase materials. Eldest sister, could you inquire and see if any of the villagers, young or old, are available to assist us? The 3 individuals mentioned responded in unison with an eh. Jiang Wan, upon hearing this, stood upright, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhuo, her expression conveying a sense of anticipation, as if to say, What about me? What about me? Chapter 69. Bringing good news to the Jiang family. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's eager expression, Chen Zhuo could not bear to disappoint her. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, With so many people working at home these days, the burden of cooking will surely fall on you and your elder sister. Jiang Wan nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, the vegetables in the garden will surely not suffice. I shall make a quick trip back to my parents' home to gather some from my elder brother and second brother's vegetable patches. And I'll also inquire if they have the time to lend a hand. Chen Zhuo felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. The 2 brothers of the Jiang family held him in contempt, while it might be acceptable for his wife to gather vegetables. Persuading them to assist would likely lead to ridicule. Whether they came or not was irrelevant. He merely feared that Jiang Wan's request would expose her to their scornful jests. In light of this, Chen Zhuo hastily interjected, There's no need for that. With so many people in Xiao village, once they finish their work, they can simply return home to rest. If your elder and second brothers come, they would have to make the journey back and forth daily, which would be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, since we are building a house, a joyous occasion, It is indeed proper to inform your mother and the others. Let us three go together, and we can pick some vegetables on our way back. Old Lady Chen chimed in. Yes, let us not trouble your brothers. Our family is sufficient. Your father and I will head up to the orchard on the mountain to inform your brother and sister-in-law, urging them to return when they are free to help. Jiang Wan nodded and smiled at Chen Zhuo. I will follow your lead. At that moment, Old Man Chen lit his pipe and said with a chuckle, all right. You all carry on with your work. My granddaughter can stay with me. You needn't worry. Little Yang was engaged in a struggle with a piece of rib, and upon hearing this, blinked and exclaimed, Grandpa? Ride the horse. The old man instantly brightened. Very well, Grandpa will take you for a ride. After finishing their meal, the family members busied themselves. As the blueprints had yet to be finalized, Chun-Li was sent to find someone to begin the demolition of the old house. Meanwhile, the three of them changed into fresh clothing in preparation for their visit to Xiaodong village. Concerned about tiring the child, Chen Zhuo borrowed a bicycle from Chen Guohua, taking his wife and child along. Adhering to the principle of never arriving empty-handed, he also purchased 2 cans of preserved food from the local shop. As luck would have it, today Old Man Zhang was not at work. He was lounging on the Kong, listening to music and dozing off. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo and his family arrive, Zhang's mother welcomed them with a warm smile and called out, Father, wake up. Xiao Wan and Xiao Zhuo have come. Startled awake, Old Man Zhang sat up. You're back. Come, join me on the Kong. Chen Zhuo, tall in stature, found the cramped space uncomfortable and preferred to sit on a stool beside the cabinet while chatting with his father-in-law. Little Yang, not particularly close to her grandparents, took out a wind-up frog and began to play quietly upon sitting on the Kong. Jiang Wan occasionally wound the toy, causing her daughter to giggle with delight. Seeing this curious object, Zhang's mother expressed her surprise. Oh, this little frog must be quite expensive. I saw one with the grandson of Old Man Han from the front street. Jiang Wan was unaware of its value and simply replied that it was purchased by Chen Zhuo in the city without knowing the price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu furrowed her brow in disapproval, remarking that one should not squander money recklessly for the sake of trivial purchases. Mother, it is not expensive. Our Yagong cherishes it dearly and even sleeps with it these nights, Chen Zhuo responded with a smile. Since the incident where Chen Zhuo saved someone had circulated, Jiang Laodi's attitude towards this son-in-law had undergone a significant transformation, his tone now considerably gentler. He cast a glance at the toy in Yang hands and said, well, since you have already bought it, there is no need to dwell on it. Money is hard-earned. We should live frugally moving forward. Chen Zhuo merely smiled in response, refraining from nodding. He did not require his wife and child to be frugal. The money he earned was meant for their enjoyment, and as long as they were happy, they could spend it as they wished. However, one must never contradict one's father-in-law. So Chen Zhuo shared the news of the new house he intended to renovate. Zhang's elderly couple was taken aback for quite some time before regaining their composure, questioning Jiang Wan multiple times to confirm the truth of the matter. Their joy was palpable. Jiang Mu could hardly contain herself, rushing to summon Jiang Yu and his wife. In no time, both families of Jiang Yu and Jiang Wei were gathered. The house was too cramped, so the entire family settled in the yard to chat. Zhang Laodi expressed his satisfaction, saying, You've done well, son. I did not misjudge you. You accomplished such a significant feat quietly. He continued, You two have been married for several years. It is time you had a home of your own. You are still young. Even if you face some hardships, you can repay it slowly. Jiang Wei and Jiang Yu sat quietly, anxious that Chen Zhuo might ask to borrow money from everyone. At that moment, Jiang Wan spoke up, her tone brimming with pride. Father, there's no need to worry. Chen Zhuo recently worked as an engineer in the city and earned enough money to buy a house. Jiang Yu, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. He didn't accrue debt. He earned those $3,500? Jiang Wan nodded and then cast a delighted glance at Chen Zhuo. Jiang Yu and Jiang Wei exchanged incredulous looks, both astonished as they turned to Chen Zhuo. Jiang Laodi beamed with surprise. Engineer? How did you become an engineer? Being a cultured man of the world, he understood the significance of the profession, hence his astonishment that his son-in-law, who had barely studied, had suddenly become an engineer. Chen Zhuo, not wishing to show off in front of his father-in-law, simply smiled and said, I learned through self-study and was fortunate to encounter 2 clients willing to use my designs, which allowed me to earn enough for the house. This is no mere luck. It must be your talent that led them to choose you, Jiang Laodi exclaimed, rising excitedly and pacing around the yard, inquiring eagerly, What projects did you take on? Were they for the government or private individuals? All government contracts, but they were subcontracted to individuals, Chen Zhuo answered honestly. Excellent. If you successfully complete these, your reputation will spread, and people will seek your services. No wonder you've been busy with phones and buying snow cream lately. It seems you are thriving. Keep up the good work. Elder Jiang, increasingly pleased with his words, turned to glance at his two sons and, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "You both should read more." Following in young Zhuo's footsteps, he has managed to educate himself to the level of an engineer. At that moment, the disdain in Jiang Yu's eyes had transformed into astonishment. He settled beside Chen Zhuo and, perplexed, inquired, "What books have you been reading? I recall you stopped attending school in the 3rd grade. How can you even recognize characters?" Sighing inwardly, Chen Zhuo felt exasperated by the constant references to unfinished elementary education. With a furrowed brow and a light cough to mask his embarrassment, he earnestly fabricated, "I have a dictionary at home that I taught myself with." Jiang Wan, who had been listening nearby, froze momentarily, gazing at Chen Zhuo with confusion, as if to ask, "Do we even have a dictionary? I was unaware of this." Chen Zhuo, interpreting his wife's expression, rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. "To be honest, I'm not sure we do either." Chapter 70. Your father treats your mother well. The Chen family, comprising Chen Zhuo, his wife Jiang Wan, and their child, lingered for a while at the Jiang household. Jang Wan soon proposed to gather some vegetables, as there would be work to be done at home the following day, and their garden's produce was insufficient. The two daughters-in-law of the Jiang family sighed in relief upon realizing that Jiang Wan was not there to ask for money. Upon hearing her request for vegetables, they appeared unusually generous. "Come, let me assist you in picking some. We have plenty in our garden as well. Let us go together." The two daughters-in-law eagerly urged Jiang Wan forward. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of concern, fearing that his wife might struggle with the load. And as Jiang Yu had yet to finish her inquiry about what book he was reading, he was about to follow them when Jiang Yu stopped him, saying, "Why would you accompany them? Let them chat while we talk." Chen Zhuo brushed aside Jiang Yu's hand, insisting, "Xiao Wan might find it cumbersome. I shall go help her." After entrusting Jiang's mother to keep an eye on the child for a moment, he hurried after Jiang Wan. Jiang's mother observed her son-in-law's care for her daughter with a heart full of contentment. It was not until they had walked some distance that she let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "My daughter has finally endured the trials." It seems that Xiao Zhuo has matured overnight, becoming more composed and amiable. Jiang Wei, the eldest son, scoffed nearby, "I think it's all an act. Who knows how long he can keep it up?" Jiang's father shot a stern glance at his eldest son, retorting, "What nonsense. Can everything be feigned? Why don't you show me?" Despite being chastised by his father, Jiang Wei remained unconvinced, determined to validate his viewpoint. He turned his gaze toward Yang Yang, who was playing with a wind-up frog alongside Jiang Lei near the window, and inquired, "Little Yang Yang, does your father treat your mother well?" Suddenly addressed. Yang Yang turned her head to look at her unfamiliar uncle, tilting her little head in confusion. Jiang Wei leaned closer and reiterated, "Come on, tell your uncle. When you're at home, does your father treat your mother well? Does he help her with chores?" Yang Yang blinked, twisting the little frog with vigor, and replied with a pout, "Your father, he cooks for your mother, washes the dishes, and gives her leg massages." Jiang Wei. This little brat. How did she start calling my mother? Jiang Wei stared in disbelief, while Jiang's mother beside him laughed until her stomach hurt. As the Chen family returned home, their cart was laden with an abundance of vegetables, bok choy, cucumbers, green beans, and squash. Accompanied by his wife and child, Chen Zhuo refrained from riding too swiftly, continually advising his wife behind him to hold on tightly. Jiang Wan, cradling their child in one arm and wrapping the other around Chen Zhuo's waist, wore a beaming smile, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This was the first time in many years of marriage that she returned to her parental home with such joy. Previously, while her parents were kind, her brother and sister-in-law had always looked down upon Chen Zhuo, viewing him as an ne'er-do-well and a mere drifter. During those times, Jiang Wan had been reluctant to visit, not wanting to witness the disdainful glances her family cast upon Chen Zhuo, which caused her great distress. Now, however, Chen Zhuo had transformed. He had become considerate, stable, and successful, leaving her brother and sister-in-law with no reason to regard him with contempt any longer. Jiang Wan does not expect much kindness from her brothers. She merely feels a genuine sense of joy at the thought that they will no longer look down upon Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo has always been wonderful. It is just that they fail to see it. Contemplating this, Jiang Wan's heart swells with sweetness as she glances at Chen Zhuo's broad, sturdy back and leans her face against it. As Chen Zhuo pedals vigorously on his bicycle, he senses her proximity, and his heart flutters, prompting him to pedal even harder. Upon entering the gate, the trio is greeted by the lively sight of people bustling in the yard. All four of the eldest brother's family have returned. Third uncle, third aunt, little sister, Chen Ji and Chen Ping, the two boys, rush forward to eagerly assist in unloading the vegetables from the cart. Yang, upon seeing her brothers, is overjoyed, and with a sudden leap, she slips down into Jiang Wan's embrace, running to hug Chen Ping. Big brother, second brother, Chen Ping, wishing to embrace his little sister, hastily shoves the vegetables he just seized into Chen Ji's arms and scoops up Yang, striding into the yard. Chen Ji, seeing this, hurriedly delivers the vegetables inside before joining in to hold his little sister. The children create a delightful commotion, much to the amusement of the adults. Sister-in-law Zhang Yinping, her face beaming with joy, takes Jiang Wan's hand and exclaims, "You are indeed fortunate. The third one has truly made something of himself. He bought a house just like that. Now, you have your own home." Jiang Wan shares in the happiness, her smile illuminating her face. She expresses her gratitude for her sister-in-law and eldest brother, who have provided them with a place to stay all these years. What is there to thank for? Otherwise, we would have to remain on the mountain. With harmonious sister-in-law relationships and amicable brotherhood, the family engages in cheerful conversation about the work that will commence tomorrow. Chen Ling mentions that she recently wandered around the village, and upon hearing that Chen Zhuo is planning to renovate the house, everyone is eager to lend a hand. In the village, whenever someone has a task, the community comes together to assist, without the need for monetary compensation. The host only needs to provide meals. Chen Qing and his wife, who also grow a garden on the mountain, had brought back a considerable amount of vegetables. The produce has all been collected by the canning factory. I can keep an eye on things up on the mountain during the day, while your elder brother and the two boys can help out at home, Zhang Yinping remarks while picking vegetables. Chen Zhuo nods in agreement and turns to Chen Qing, inquiring, "Is Qing liming prompt with the payments?" Chen Qing, puffing on a pipe, beams at the question, replying, "Absolutely. It's a breeze. That's good to hear." Chen Zhuo responds with satisfaction. Observing his elder brother's heavy smoking, he sighs, "Elder brother, you smoke too much. If you cannot quit, at least reduce your intake. Otherwise, your lungs will suffer." Zhang Yinping interjects with a scoff, "Quit smoking? That would be easier than getting him to quit eating. He smokes incessantly during the day, and by night, he coughs incessantly. I cannot manage him." At her words, Chen Zhuo furrows his brow, recalling the late elder brother who succumbed to lung cancer, and a chill runs through him. Could he already be ill? He wonders. "Elder brother, your persistent cough is concerning. I will take you to the city for an examination in the next few days." Chen Qing waves his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now. I'm not that delicate. I simply have our mother's bronchial issues. What is there to fear from a few coughs? It is not as simple as it seems. One must address health issues promptly, for neglecting them may lead to greater suffering and increased expenses." The first part of this statement did not strike Chen Qing with much significance, but upon hearing the latter part about the potential financial burden, he felt a wave of apprehension. He labors tirelessly to provide for his two sons, ensuring they receive an education and find suitable partners. And he cannot afford the luxury of medical treatment. Contemplating this, Chen Qing quickly extinguished his cigarette, resolving to reduce his smoking habits. Zhang Yinping, observing this, scoffed in disbelief. While the adults deliberated on serious matters, the three children in the courtyard clamored excitedly, with the two boys teaching Yang to chant, "There's a donkey ahead. No one is riding it. Today I am happy, I shall ride. Giddy up, giddy up. I'm covered in mud. I'll go home and have my mother wash me. And she will say she'll skin me, offer incense and pray, and never ride a donkey again." Yang chimed in, "There's a girl ahead. No one is riding her. Today I am happy. I shall ride." Chen Zhuo interjected, "All of you, be quiet. You two rascals. What nonsense are you teaching the children?" Chapter 71. Chen Zhuo is my benefactor. In the days that followed, the newly acquired courtyard of Chen Zhuo was bustling with activity. With just over a month left until the autumn harvest, Chen Zhuo aimed to complete the construction of his house within this time frame. Otherwise, he would be too occupied with the harvest. Fortunately, the days were long, allowing for more work to be accomplished. Chen Zhuo entrusted the task of directing the operations to his elder brother, Chen Qing, and Xiao Yong, while he focused on measuring and drafting plans for his new home. Chen Qing, accompanied by the two young lads, settled directly in Xiao village without the need for back-and-forth trips. In the center of the household, Chen Zhuo was surrounded by his wife and children at one end of the Kong, while his brother and nephews occupied the other. The two brothers from the Chao family rose early each day, diligently making their way to the site. Having prior experience in construction, they worked in a more organized manner compared to others in the village. Previously, Chen Zhuo had held a dominant position in Xiao village. No one dared to refuse his requests when it came to building. On the first day, the villagers were somewhat reluctant, but their attitudes shifted once they arrived at the site. They found that Chen Zhuo had transformed into a more affable and cheerful individual, exuding a robust masculinity that was quite captivating. Most importantly, they were treated to hearty meals at Chen Zhuo's home, with savory stews prepared using rich meat oil that was simply delectable. With full stomachs, the workers were invigorated, and as word spread about the excellent meals at Chen's house, the following day saw even more men arriving to lend a hand. The collective effort bore fruit. Within a few days, the old house was dismantled completely, making way for the excavation of the foundation. Once Chen Zhuo finalized the blueprints, he took charge of overseeing the work, guiding everyone to labor. His expertise shone through as he assigned tasks based on the villagers' strengths, resulting in a more systematic and expedited process. While the men toiled away, the women were equally industrious. In recent days, Jang Wan had been busy with her sisters-in-law, either harvesting vegetables, washing produce, or preparing meals and cleaning dishes. With so much to do, she scarcely noticed the water's chill, and soon her hands became rough again. Every night, as Chen Zhuo held the hands of his wife and daughter while drifting into slumber, he quickly realized that Jiang Wan's hands had been harmed by the cold water. This revelation tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to take her hands and apply clam oil, refusing to relent until he had generously coated them. With his elder brother and two nephews residing at the other end of the Kong, Jiang Wan dared not protest. Her face flushed, yet her heart brimming with sweetness as he tended to her. On the day the foundation was laid, a visitor arrived at the Chen household. Deng Shankui drove up in his flashy Xiaoli car, drawing the attention of the men of all ages who were hard at work in the courtyard. They paused, tools in hand, stretching their necks to get a better look. Chen Zhuo was equally pleased to see him, as he intended to return the 200 yuan for the telephone installation. Upon exiting his vehicle, Deng Shankui made a beeline for Chen Zhuo, his face alight with excitement as he grasped Chen Zhuo's hand firmly. "Xiao Zhuo, you truly possess foresight. You've been a tremendous help to your uncle." Chen Zhuo, taken aback, led his guest into the house while smiling and inquiring, "What is this all about?" "Uncle Deng, you've traveled quite a distance to praise me. I am not here to praise you. I am here to express my gratitude," Deng Shankui exclaimed, his emotions running high as he patted Chen Zhuo's shoulder and recounted the recent events that had unfolded. On the day Chen Zhuo first visited the Chen Tun mine, he cautioned Deng Shankui against employing individuals missing fingers or toes. Coincidentally, a new worker at Deng's mine had only been there for a couple of days and was missing part of his little finger. Heeding Chen Zhuo's advice, Deng Shankui found a pretext to dismiss the man. Subsequently, the worker sought employment at another coal boss's mine, where, within a month, he suffered an accident resulting in a severed finger, compelling the coal boss to compensate him. The coal boss, eager to cover his medical expenses, reluctantly agreed to pay the exorbitant sum of 10,000. However, upon further reflection, he suspected foul play and reported the incident to the police. Once the authorities intervened, the situation unraveled quickly. Within days, they discovered that the worker had previously employed the same deceitful tactics to extort 10,000 from another employer the year prior. When the police gathered evidence and apprehended him, it was revealed that he led a life of excess, squandering the entire sum within 2 weeks. Unable to reclaim the money, the coal boss faced substantial losses. Upon hearing of this incident, Deng Shankui was elated, exclaiming his gratitude to Chen Zhuo, who had inadvertently saved him from a significant financial setback. To express his appreciation, he brought 500 pounds of rice and numerous treats and toys for Yang Yang. As Deng Shankui instructed Chao Yong, who was standing by, to unload the vehicle, Chen Zhuo adamantly refused. His initial warning had stemmed from respect for Deng's character, as he wished to shield such an upright individual from deception. Given their amicable relationship, he felt it inappropriate to accept Deng Shankui's gifts. Chen Zhuo stopped Chao Yong from proceeding and turned to Deng Shankui, speaking earnestly. "Uncle Deng, your ability to avoid this misfortune stems from your own virtue. I merely offered a suggestion. There is no need for such formality." Deng Shankuei, somewhat displeased by Chen Zhuo's refusal, insisted, Xiao Zhuo, you are indeed my benefactor. Do you not realize? A benefactor is one who helps avert disaster and transforms peril into safety. You saved me over 10,000. Moreover, I have a strong premonition that our future mask factory will be profitable. I have not offered anything of value, merely the desire to bring joy to my child. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect for me, Uncle Deng. After this, Deng Shankuei pushed Chen Zhuo aside and pulled Chao Yong to help unload the vehicle. Chao Yong, feeling that his boss had greatly assisted Deng Shankuei, thought the gifts insignificant and cheerfully began unloading, adding, Third brother, you should accept it. Uncle Deng has come from afar. Are you really going to make him take it back? Exactly, Deng Shankuei chimed in. With neighbors nearby, Chen Zhuo felt it inappropriate to argue further, allowing them to continue unloading. Meanwhile, Grandma Chen watched with delight, exclaiming the customary polite expression, Oh dear, brother, you come here, yet you bring all these things. Deng Shankuei displayed no airs among the Chen family, continuously asserting that it was only right. Once the unloading was complete, Deng Shankuei learned from Chao Yong about Chen Zhuo's new house renovation. This was indeed a joyous occasion. Be sure to inform me when the stove is lit. I must come, Deng Shankuei declared with certainty. Chen Zhuo had no intention of cooking, yet he responded with a cheerful smile. Noticing that the neighbor was busy with his work, Deng Shankuei did not linger for long, exchanging only a few words before preparing to take his leave. At this moment, Jiang Wan quietly retrieved 200 yuan from the cabinet and discreetly handed it to Chen Zhuo. He tapped his forehead, chuckling as he gently squeezed Jiang Wan's palm, exclaiming, Thanks to you, I almost forgot about this. Jiang Wan smiled with her lips pressed together, lightly nudging him as she softly urged, Hurry and go. Express your gratitude properly. All right. Chen Zhuo took the 200 yuan and quickly caught up with Deng Shankuei, saying, Uncle Deng, I need to return the 200 yuan for the phone installation from last time. Deng Shankuei had never intended to reclaim that money, and upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, he waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, No, I already said that was covered by public funds. In recent days, many new readers have joined, and I am delighted. Thank you all for your continuous support. The story's background is partly based on my own family's real circumstances, although most of it is fictional. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the friends who have supported me. Special thanks to the following patrons. User, Xiao Lizu, Ben Gong is thirsty. The unprecedented Jiodamai, Y. Yang, username, Yi Yujue who loves Louis XIII, Shenong who tastes 100 books, user, Yin Feng who enjoys cold shredded cabbage. Sun Sangsong who relishes thoughtful moments. Yumian Fei who, Fu Fu Chin Shun. Zhang Er who enjoys home-cooked Crucian carp, the unwavering vigil, the ordinary yet profound. Jie Xiao who delights in 5 mushroom stew. Chu Ji who loves the Tsiu Qiao, and all the users for their generous gifts. A bow and a heart to you all. Chapter 72. A gathering of gratitude. Having received such an abundance of gifts from Deng Shankuei, Chen Zhuo felt compelled to accept them, albeit reluctantly. However, refusing the 200 yuan would undoubtedly be unacceptable. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Uncle Deng, let's keep things clear. If you do not take this money back, it would truly be a sign of disdain towards me. With a sigh of resignation, Deng Shankuei had no choice but to accept the money, replying, All right. I will take it. At last, a smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. After exchanging a few pleasantries, just as Deng Shankuei was about to leave, a small car unexpectedly blocked his way. It was quite unusual for the impoverished village of Xiaohe to witness 2 cars in a single day. Both headed towards Chen Zhuo's residence. Even Chen Zhuo himself found it perplexing and glanced towards the vehicle behind. As the door swung open, Qin Limin emerged. His eyes lit up upon spotting Deng Shankuei. What a coincidence! Boss Deng is here, he exclaimed, quickly stepping out to open the rear door, beckoning, Come. Let me introduce you. Upon witnessing this, Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Qin Limin had brought along Qin Lizhu. His intuition proved correct. Qin Limin had indeed come to express gratitude on behalf of his brother for Chen Zhuo's life-saving intervention. First, a cane emerged from the back seat, followed by a man whose leg was encased in plaster and whose arm was swathed in bandages. He surveyed his surroundings with disdain, his expression replete with contempt. Noticing this, Qin Limin nudged him, prompting him to turn his gaze towards Chen Zhuo. Ah, my benefactor. We meet again. Jang Wan observed this scene from the side, instantly recognizing the newcomer as the truck driver involved in the recent accident. Curiosity piqued, she scrutinized him closely. Despite his disheveled appearance, she felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting that at least he had survived, though she wondered if he would be left with a disability. While Jiang Wan felt pity for Chen Zhuo, Chen Zhuo did not share that sentiment. Although he could extend warmth and humility to everyone else, he found it impossible to do the same for Chen Zhuo. Despite not wishing for the unfortunate incident to occur, and acknowledging that he too had faced peril that day, Chen Zhuo believed he could save the man for the sake of his wife's peace of mind, yet could not simply forgive him as if nothing had happened. Chen Zhuo was well aware that the cause of the accident lay in Chen Zhuo's negligence. He had dozed off while driving, having squandered the time meant for rest on playing mahjong. Consequently, the tragic event, which could have been averted, transpired due to Chen Zhuo's heedlessness and frivolity. This was the fundamental reason for Chen Zhuo's enduring discontent towards him. At that moment, the two brothers from the Chen family had approached Chen Zhuo and Deng Xiankui. Acknowledging their presence out of respect for the collaboration between the canning factory and his elder brother's orchard, Chen Zhuo nodded and said, "There is no need for such formality. My name is Chen Zhuo." Chen Zhuo scrutinized Chen Zhuo for a moment before pointing toward the car's trunk with his uninjured hand. "I am truly grateful for your saving my life that day. I am not sure how to thank you. I hear you have children, so I brought some snacks and toys. They are all in the trunk. Please, have someone help take them out." He spoke with a tone that was unmistakably dismissive. Even the simple-minded Chao Yong could perceive it. Chao Yong let out a soft scoff and murmured to Chao Chong beside him, "Look at his pretentious demeanor, as if third brother owes him a pittance. I truly wish I could break that leg of his." Chao Chong, equally incensed, glared furiously at the Chen brothers. Upon noticing his brother's attitude, Chen Liming grew anxious, shot him a fierce glare, and then turned to Chen Zhuo with a forced smile, saying, "Li Zhu is young and doesn't know how to express himself. I will retrieve the items right away." Chen Zhuo had no desire for anything from Chen Zhuo, especially given his attitude. He immediately raised a hand to stop Chen Liming, his expression devoid of emotion, stating, "Boss Chen, my act of saving someone is for my wife. There is no need for your gratitude. My family lacks for nothing, so please take your items back." Who was Deng Xiankui? A successful figure who had made a name for himself in the 1980s, he immediately recognized the disdain that Chen Zhuo held towards Chen Zhuo. It irked him. Chen Zhuo was someone he esteemed, a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future. It was unacceptable for such a lowly individual to belittle him. Deng Xiankui intended to bolster Chen Zhuo's dignity and chuckled lightly as he spoke. "He truly lacks for nothing. I find it difficult to offer gifts in return for favors, let alone you." His words carried a deeper meaning, implying that those whom he esteemed were not to be looked down upon by others. Chen Zhuo failed to grasp the underlying message, yet Chen Liming quickly understood the implications. He smiled broadly and added, "Indeed, young Chen is an engineer, a highly skilled professional. He is bound to do well and will not suffer." Seeing that he could not offer gifts, Chen Liming awkwardly shifted the topic. "Boss Deng, this is my brother Chen Zhuo. Li Zhu, this is the renowned Boss Deng." Only then did a semblance of respect appear on Chen Zhuo's face, his tone significantly more humble. "Hello, Boss Deng." Deng Xiankui merely smiled and offered no response. Chen Zhuo had long since discerned that the Chen brothers were attempting to leverage their association with him and Deng Xiankui to elevate their own standing. He cast a knowing glance at Chen Zhuo, who, upon noticing, returned his gaze. The truth was, Chen Zhuo had been coerced by his elder brother to express gratitude. He had originally planned to simply buy something trivial to give later when he was fully recovered. Unexpectedly, his brother insisted he must demonstrate sincerity, which led him to struggle with a crutch for nearly an hour to arrive at this impoverished rural locale. Having grown up in the city, Chen Zhuo harbored a deep-seated disdain for rural folk. Initially grateful for Chen Zhuo's assistance, his gratitude faded once he returned home. And when he thought of Chen Zhuo, it was only to recall him as a poor countryman, unable even to afford shoes. Chen Zhuo vividly remembered that night when Chen Zhuo carried him to the hospital, barefoot. Thus, as he regarded Chen Zhuo now, his gaze involuntarily bore traces of contempt. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Zhuo's gaze fell upon Chen Zhuo's feet, and he spoke, "Oh right. I intended to bring you a couple of pairs of shoes that I no longer wear, but I was uncertain of your size. I feared they might not fit, so I refrained from bringing them. What size do you wear?" Jang Wan, who had been standing beside Chen Zhuo, although a woman from the countryside, was not oblivious to the nuances of social interaction. Having observed Chen Zhuo for quite some time, she discerned his contempt for her family. particularly in the way he addressed Chen Zhuo with such rudeness. Now, hearing him speak to Chen Zhuo in a dismissive tone, Jiang Wan felt a surge of displeasure, immense displeasure. In fact, typically of a gentle disposition, she hardened her expression, stepped in front of Chen Zhuo to shield him from Qin Liju's gaze, and declared, "My man only wears shoes that I have made for him, so there is no need for your concern." Chapter 73. What is unattainable and what is lost pale in comparison to the present? It is often said that the most precious things in this world are those that remain unattainable and those that have been lost. Only that which is absent from our lives lingers in our hearts, making it difficult to forget. Chen Zhuo had pondered this question in his previous life. Was it the sudden departure of his beloved wife and daughter that left him with regrets and obsessions, leading him to harbor the illusion of loving his wife deeply? Yet now, as he is granted a second chance at life, he witnesses the vibrant presence of Jiang Wan, the wife who smiles with her eyes crinkled in delight, who playfully pouts and scolds him, who furrows her brow in concern for him, and who, fueled by indignation at others' dismissiveness, stands resolutely by his side. At this moment, Chen Zhuo is unequivocally certain that he cherishes this lively and expressive Jiang Wan far more than the memories of his past. He adores this endearing woman whose heart and eyes are filled with affection for him. In this instant, he forgets about Boss Deng, the Qin brothers, and the laborers bustling about the courtyard. His gaze is fixated solely on Jiang Wan, unable to blink as he savors her presence. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, he tenderly brushes his fingers through Jiang Wan's hair and smiles, affirming, "Indeed, my dear wife, you are absolutely right." Deng Shankue, deeply enamored with his own spouse, takes great pleasure in witnessing the affection shared between other couples. Observing Chen Zhuo's devoted demeanor only endears him more to Chen Zhuo. With a contented smile, he pats Chen Zhuo on the shoulder, asserting that shoes crafted by one's beloved are undoubtedly the most comfortable, surpassing any sold outside. As he finishes speaking, he glances towards the neighboring courtyard where onlookers have paused their work to observe, waving his hand. "All right, you all have tasks awaiting you. We, the superfluous ones, shall not disrupt further. Let us depart, shall we, Boss Qin?" The latter query is directed at Qin Limin, seemingly an inquiry but devoid of room for refusal, especially since Qin Limin's vehicle is obstructing his path. Qin Limin, feeling exceedingly awkward at this moment, is filled with frustration towards his younger brother, who seems impervious to gratitude. Chen Zhuo had saved his life, yet his brother displayed a lack of appreciation, opting instead for sarcasm rather than gratitude. Throughout their journey, Qin Limin had feared his brother's indiscretion, and now he finds his concerns validated. His brother's behavior has not only betrayed their benefactor, but also offended Deng Shankue. Growing increasingly irritated, Qin Limin recognizes that remaining any longer would only invite further embarrassment. With a forced smile, he nudges his brother back into the car, bidding farewell to Chen Zhuo and Deng Shankue as he drives away from Xiao village. Once the vehicle is in motion, Qin Limin unleashes a torrent of reprimands, scolding Qin Liju for his ungratefulness. "If it weren't for Chen Zhuo, you would have long since met your end. Do you have the audacity to act so brazenly in his presence? How can you be so heartless? Do you possess no sense of gratitude whatsoever?" Listening to his elder brother's lecture throughout the journey had already left Qin Liju feeling stifled, and now, hearing the relentless scolding has ignited his frustration. He retorts loudly, "So what if I look down on him? You received his family's fruits as a token of gratitude for saving your life, did you not? Isn't that repaying a debt of kindness? Must this go on indefinitely? What do you want from me? Do you expect me to kneel down and bow to him?" Qin Limin, upon hearing his brother's words, was infuriated. He forcefully slapped the steering wheel, pulled over to the roadside, and turned to angrily admonish, "You truly are utterly clueless. What nonsense are you spouting here? How many times must I state it? My dealings with his elder brother, Chen Qing, are purely business transactions. They have nothing to do with personal favors. Even if we were to entertain the notion of repaying a debt of gratitude, he saved your life. Is your life worth merely that paltry amount of fruit? Qin Liju, you are truly despicable. It's our mother's indulgence during her lifetime that has led you to become so devoid of conscience." Qin Liju, thoroughly enraged by his elder brother's relentless accusations of lacking conscience, swung open the car door, ready to exit. "You need not berate me here. You have a conscience. Where was your conscience when our parents were alive? Only after they have departed do you feign concern for me? I, Qin Liju, can subsist on wild vegetables without your interference." Qin Limin, startled by the outburst, worried that his brother might injure himself, hastily locked the car doors and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his brother. In an instant, the 2 siblings inside the car were embroiled in a fierce scuffle. Meanwhile, the Chen family remained oblivious to their dramatic altercation. After bidding farewell to Deng Shankui and an unexpected guest, they returned to their work. Jiang Wan, feeling unsettled, sat on a small stool in her house, snapping green beans while simmering in her anger. She found herself regretting having sent Chen Zhuo to rescue Qin Lizhu. That night, Chen Zhuo had not closed his eyes for a moment, running barefoot for several miles to save him. The following day, while preparing warm water for him to soak his feet, Jiang Wan was pained to see several cuts on the soles of Chen Zhuo's feet, prompting tears to well in her eyes. After all that effort, he had saved such an ungrateful wretch. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her hands crushing the green beans into several pieces. Chen Zhuo, unable to shake off thoughts of Jiang Wan, finished a brief conversation in the neighboring yard before returning home. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by the sight of his wife pouting and fussing over the green beans. Unable to contain his amusement, he strode over, squatted beside her, and ruffled her hair. "What are you doing? You're nearly turning the beans into mush." "Ah," Jiang Wan exclaimed, looking at the fragmented beans in the bowl, her face filled with chagrin. "Oh no, I was so caught up in my anger that I've ruined the beans. I intended to make a stew with them, but now they're in such a state. How can I even stew them?" Chen Zhuo found her antics amusing and reassured her. "No worries, I'll make some noodles for lunch, and we can use these broken beans to prepare a sauce." With that, he picked up the small bowl, teasingly poking at the beans with his finger. "Look how well my wife has done. They're all uniform in size, no need for cutting." Jiang Wan, amused by his playful taunts, burst into laughter and gently pinched his arm. "You're still joking with me? That ungrateful wretch said such outrageous things. And you're not angry?" Hearing this, Chen Zhuo grinned widely, wrapping an arm around Jiang Wan's shoulder with a proud expression. "I'm not angry at all. With such a beautiful and gracious wife standing up for me, how could I possibly be upset? I'm only delighted. From now on, should anyone dare to make a fool of themselves in my presence, I shall return home and inform my wife, who will undoubtedly wield a rolling pin and send them fleeing in disarray." Jiang Wan had been struggling to suppress her laughter, but his words elicited an uncontrollable chuckle, causing her to burst into laughter. Noticing the smile finally gracing his wife's face, Chen Zhuo sighed with relief. He gently squeezed her hand, gazing tenderly at Jiang Wan. "My wife looks lovely when she is angry, but even more so when she smiles. Let us not be upset anymore, shall we?" The final word trailed off softly, imbued with a hint of coaxing. Jiang Wan, under his earnest gaze, felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her, and she nodded obediently, responding with a soft Chapter 74. Yang Yang brings home a puppy. As the hour for cooking approached, Lu Zhen and Chun Ling arrived to lend a hand. By then, Chen Zhuo and his wife had already rolled out the noodles and were preparing to boil them. Lu Zhen gazed at Chen Zhuo's deft hands and once again marveled. "Oh my, how remarkable my third brother is. He can even roll noodles. Third sister-in-law, I find myself increasingly envious of you." Chen Ling, standing nearby as the elder sister, felt a swell of pride at her brother's capabilities. Watching Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan work together so intimately, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes narrowing with delight. Upon hearing Lu Zhen's words, Chen Ling chuckled and patted her hand, saying, "There's no need for envy. The fourth one is still young. Give him a couple of years, and he will surely grow to be as composed as your third brother. By then, he will also come to appreciate his wife." Lu Zhen sighed in response, assisting with the colander while remarking, "Let's hope so. For now, he seems utterly oblivious to anyone's feelings. He only returns home every few days, and when he does, he just lies on the calm, doing nothing. When I ask him to help with anything, he acts as if I owe him 200 coins. Hearing Lu Zhen's words, Chen Zhuo paused for a moment, casually inquiring, "Does the fourth one go out when he's home?" "I've heard he often goes to the convenience store to play mahjong." The village convenience store was a local hub for mahjong games, bustling with activity every day. Chen Zhuo recalled that the fourth brother had struck up a romance with Zhang Yuna while playing there. Lu Zhen's expression grew more exasperated at the mention of this. Her voice lengthened with frustration as she replied, "Oh, he's incredibly enthusiastic about mahjong, sitting there for an entire day. Thankfully, your third brother is building a house here. Otherwise, he would be running to the mahjong hall every day, and any money he earned would barely cover his losses. Is the fourth one addicted to mahjong now?" This does not bode well, thought Chen Zhuo, realizing he needed to find an opportunity to probe further into the fourth brother's habits. Chun Ling, overhearing, sighed as well, and said to Lu Zhen, "Don't be upset. I will have a word with the fourth one. He must not fall into the vice of gambling. Especially since you two are planning to have children, it is essential to save some money." Lu Zhen's eyes brightened at this. "But sister, please don't let him know I told you, or he will be angry with me. Rest assured, I will handle it delicately." With many hands at work, 3 large bowls of noodles were prepared. Accompanied by Chen Zhuo's delectable green bean and egg sauce, everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. Chen Ji and Chen Ping seemed to have taken Yang Wan off on some adventure, as they were nowhere to be seen at the table. Jiang Wan set aside a small bowl, intending to search for them on the back street. Just as she was about to step out, the 3 children returned. Xiao Ji was at the forefront, helping to lift the door curtain, while Xiao Ping followed closely behind, arms outstretched protectively. In the center walked their little girl, Yang Yang, cradling something in her arms, her steps careful and deliberate. "Yang Yang, what do you have in your arms?" Jiang Wan exclaimed, startled and eager to take a look. Yet Yang Yang refused to hand it over, lifting the fluffy bundle excitedly and declaring, "Mama." "Little doe, a puppy." Upon closer inspection, Jiang Wan realized it was indeed a puppy. The little creature was enveloped in a soft, milky white hue, with a moist little nose and 2 black, bean-like eyes that exuded an adorably naive charm. Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of affection, reaching out to caress it. "Where did you get this?" Chen Ji was the first to answer. "My aunt's dog in the back street just had puppies. There are several, and my aunt gave one to Yang Yang because she found it so precious." As Chen Zhu stepped inside for a drink, he noticed Jiang Wan squatting on the ground in a circle with 3 children, their heads huddled together, seemingly engaged in some secretive activity. Intrigued, he approached and discovered his daughter Yang Yang cradling a small, earthy puppy, while Jiang Wan and the 2 boys took turns petting it. His daughter was softly murmuring, "Gentle touch, gentle touch." Seeing the glimmer of joy in Jiang Wan's eyes, Chen Zhu felt a stir of emotion within him. Although his wife had been a mother for over 2 years, she was still only 21. In a different era, she would still be a university student. At an age characterized by a carefree love for food, play, and vanity. In her previous life, she had not been granted the opportunity to fully blossom before her untimely demise, never having enjoyed a single day of true happiness. In this life, though her fate had been altered by his presence, she spent her days at home, caring for their children and managing the household. Had it not been for this little puppy eliciting such childlike joy from her, Chen Zhu might have forgotten that Jiang Wan was still, in many ways, a child herself. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. He had believed that providing for their family was synonymous with cherishing her. Yet, in this moment, he realized it was far from sufficient. He vowed to preserve Jiang Wan's innate innocence, to help her escape their isolated village and experience the beauty of the world, to encourage and accompany her in discovering her passions and talents, allowing her to pursue what truly brought her joy. As the weather gradually began to cool, the renovations on Chen Zhuo's house were approaching completion. On the 15th of August, work paused for a day as the men and women of the family returned home to celebrate the festival. On this day, Chen Qing also returned from the mountains, with the family only missing the second son, Chen Sheng, and their aunt Chen Xiaolan, who had married into a neighboring city. It was certain that Chen Xiaolan would not be returning, and early in the morning, Grandma Chen craned her neck towards the front door, hoping to catch a glimpse of her second son, Chen Sheng. Once again, Chen Zhu took on the role of head chef, while Jiang Wan and her older sister Chen Ling assisted him. Chen Qing, Chen Li, and Lu Zhen kept the old man company on the calm, playing small games. The 3 children were outside, frolicking with the puppy, their foreheads slick with sweat from their play. To ensure her daughter's voice could be heard clearly, Jiang Wan had named the little pup Duo Duo. In that moment, the children were all calling out Duo Duo in unison, their voices creating a delightful cacophony that left the puppy bewildered, unsure of where to run. From time to time, Chen Zhu glanced up at his daughter, reveling in the joyous sounds that filled the courtyard. When Chen Sheng returned, Yang Yang was busy evading her 2 brothers while clutching the puppy. Spotting Chen Sheng, she dashed to his feet, exclaiming, "Big brother, hold me." The Chen family indulged the children, and Chen Sheng was no exception. Although he secretly felt competitive with Chen Zhu, he held a special fondness for Yang Yang. Upon witnessing the little girl gazing up at him with an affectionate expression, he immediately bent down and lifted her into his arms. Yang Yang, without hesitation, nodded vigorously, affirming his thoughts about the second uncle. Chen Ping and Chen Ji observed as Chen Sheng approached with a cheerful demeanor, playfully addressing him as second uncle. Chen Xing responded with a light-hearted "Hey," retrieving 30 cents from his pocket, distributing 10 cents to each child. encouraging them to save it for treats. Grandmother Chen was utterly delighted, stepping forward to pat her second son's arm. Shang, why have you only just returned? I had anticipated you would come home last night. Chen Zhuo glanced at the spacious and well-lit house in the neighboring courtyard, his expression momentarily dimming as he replied in a low voice. There was much to do. I was unable to break free. Chapter 75. Eating mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Zhuo's culinary creations were particularly lavish. He had made a special trip to the town the previous day to procure some meat bones and had purchased mooncakes according to the number of family members. At that time, mooncakes cost 3 mao each, a considerable luxury for the rural folk, something they could hardly dare to dream of. When Chen Zhuo unveiled the mooncakes, the family was taken aback, a large platter overflowing with them. Were these truly mooncakes? After some calculations, they realized that this platter must have cost around 4 yuan, enough for the elderly couple to live on for an entire month. This was exceedingly extravagant. Old Lady Chen was both astonished and distressed, scolding Chen Zhuo. You prodigal son, how much did all these mooncakes cost? Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. Mother, we won't be eating them all the time. Isn't today a festival? One for each person to celebrate our reunion. Yesterday, Chen Ling had overheard her younger brother discussing mooncake purchases with Jiang Wan in the outer room. She thought he had earned some money and could afford a few for tasting, but she never anticipated that he would return with such an abundance. Feeling somewhat pained by the expenditure, she suggested, how about this? The children can each have one, and the adults just a small taste, leaving the rest for the kids? Chen Li, unable to resist, immediately snatched a piece and took a large bite. Hey, my third brother has bought so many. Don't dawdle, let us eat. Lu Zhan, seeing her husband indulge, also laughed and picked up a piece, exclaiming, my third brother is bound to strike it rich. We could even have mooncakes for our meals. Old Lady Chen, who favored her youngest son and daughter-in-law, watched as they began to indulge and felt helpless, resigned to see her son divide the mooncakes among them. Young Chen Ji, being fond of food, quickly devoured his piece and then eyed his brother Chen Ping, who was savoring his morsel slowly. Chen Ji, with envy, urged, could you eat a bit faster? You're making me drool here. Chen Ping, reluctant to consume it all at once and wary of his brother snatching it, turned away and stood by Chen Zhuo, relishing each bite. Sister-in-law Zhang Yanping, unable to resist the temptation, took a small nibble to taste, then broke her mooncake in half to share with her child. Chen Ji, despite his cravings, felt a pang of concern for his mother and insisted, Mom, you eat this. I've already had a piece. Chen Ping was content with his own piece, oblivious to the rest. Jang Wan, also hesitant to indulge, kept her eyes fixed on her daughter and Chen Zhuo, contemplating sharing her mooncake with them. Chen Zhuo, noticing her intentions, leaned in close, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, go ahead, I've saved 2 pieces for you two. In truth, Chen Zhuo had purchased more mooncakes than those on the platter. He had also bought one for each of the elderly Jiang couple in Shaodong village. Since he passed through Shaodong village on his way back from town, he delivered them directly. This thoughtful gesture deeply touched Jiang's mother. Knowing that her son-in-law remembered them like this was more heartwarming than any filial piety from her daughter. Chen Zhuo had reserved mooncakes filled with red bean paste specifically for Jiang Wan and Yang Yang. The red bean paste variant was a mere dime more expensive than the 5-nut filling, and by the time Chen Zhuo made his purchase, only 2 remained. He cleverly concealed them, intending for his wife and child to enjoy them. Upon learning that Chen Zhuo had intentionally set some aside for her and the child, Jiang Wan felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. She relished this preferential treatment, this elevated regard, akin to being the most cherished in Chen Zhuo's heart. Alongside their daughter, after the reunion dinner, the family gathered in the living room. The women encircled the Kong table, engrossed in a game of cards, while the men discussed future financial ventures. The eldest, Chen Qing, had entrusted the harvest from his orchard to Qin Limin's canning factory, ensuring he had no worries about sales. The profits from selling the fruit would alleviate any hardships, enabling him to invest in saplings, and at last, he had some discretionary income. The second son, Chen Sheng, had spent 6 months laboring as a mason, diligently saving and amassing nearly 300 yuan. As for Chen Zhuo, he had completed the construction of their new home. When the eldest inquired whether the youngest, Chen Li, had managed to save any money, Chen Li chuckled nervously, claiming he would soon have 200 yuan saved by the new year. Observing Chen Li's demeanor, Chen Zhuo discerned that he had likely lost money playing mahjong and sighed. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, why not consider learning a trade, fourth brother? Driving a truck may not yield significant prospects. Taken aback, Chun-Li retorted, "Third brother. Have you lost your mind? Knowing how to drive is a skill in itself. What else should I learn?" Chen Zhuo, feeling somewhat exasperated, recognized that in this era, the ability to drive did seem to be a skill, but he foresaw a future where even newly adult youths could easily obtain a driver's license. He could not divulge insights from the future, so he subtly advised, "In time, there will be an abundance of drivers. And this line of work is fraught with challenges, both perilous and low-paying. Just look at second brother. He is not only a mason but also possesses carpentry skills. That is the hallmark of a true artisan. If one masters their craft, they can secure a lifelong livelihood." Although Chen Zhuo intended to use second brother's grounded example to guide Chen-Li, his words struck a discordant note with Chen Xing. Previously, Chen Sheng had looked down upon Chen Zhuo, deeming him insignificant and a source of trouble for the family. However, in a matter of months, the one brother he considered lesser had become prosperous, purchasing a home and providing for the family with mooncakes and meat bones. This filled him with resentment. Hearing Chen Zhuo adopt a didactic tone with Chun-Li, Chen Sheng could hardly contain his impatience and countered sharply. Why should fourth brother abandon his driving to pursue another trade? He is already of age. Learning a new skill at this point seems nonsensical. Chen Zhuo, unfazed by the retort, simply smiled. Second brother, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. While you were working as a mason, you also dabbled in carpentry. Fourth brother is only 20. As long as he is willing to apply himself, it is never too late to learn. Although Chen-Li was somewhat lackadaisical, he respected Chen Zhuo immensely. Seeing his third brother articulate his points so convincingly stirred a sense of motivation within him. He responded earnestly, "Third brother, what do you think I should learn? Please, share your insights." Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment, pressed his lips together, and spoke, "Regardless of what you choose to pursue, it is imperative to first recognize the written word. A lack of education will inevitably lead to being marginalized by society. I shall bring you a few books. Whenever you have the time, take a look. Now that you have a family, it is time to cultivate a more composed demeanor. Do not squander your days in frivolity. Instead, contemplate which industry piques your interest." In essence, Chen Zhuo's lengthy discourse was an attempt to redirect Chun-Li's focus, steering him away from mahjong. As long as he refrained from the mahjong parlor, there would be no opportunity for him to flirt with Zhang Yuna. However, upon hearing the suggestion of reading, Chun-Li's expression soured immediately, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. "You want me to read? I would rather toil in the fields." Anticipating this reaction, Chen Zhuo replied with a smirk, "After toiling in the fields for a decade or so, you may still find yourself unable to afford that little car you've been dreaming of." At this, Chun-Li's face fell, scratching the back of his head until a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. "Third brother, what if I learned to be a hairstylist? I've seen how much those hairdressers in the city earn." Chapter 76. Brother, you are truly impressive, styling your hair. Chen Zhuo was concerned that Chun-Li might become entangled with other women. Thus he devised a method to divert his attention. If he were to pursue a path as a tutor like Tony, he might stray even further. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo shot him a glare and retorted, "Enough nonsense. Focus on your studies for now. Let me carefully consider which profession suits you." The four brothers engaged in light banter before indulging in a game of chicken, poker, spending half the night with a modest win of 30 cents. Chen Xing, the second brother, came out ahead by 3 dimes, while the other 3 brothers each lost a dime. After the festivities of the Mid-Autumn Festival, life returned to its regular rhythm. Chen Sheng went back to the city for work, and the construction of Chen Zhuo's home was nearing completion, primarily handled by the 3 brothers. Observing their new abode, Jiang Wan spirit soared. Each night before bedtime, she would stroll around the adjacent courtyard, touching this and that, vividly envisioning her future life within these walls before finally retreating to sleep. Chen Zhuo, witnessing her joy, felt a profound sense of contentment, following closely behind her, reveling in her radiant smile. It was the season for ripe grapes, and Lu Zhan, from her family's vineyard, occasionally brought over a couple of bunches for the children to enjoy. Yang adored grapes, though she struggled with the skins. Chen Zhuo would peel them for her, while Chen Ping and Chen Ji, observing, quickly learned to compete in peeling the fruit, eager to feed their little sister. These 2 boys, well-mannered and thoughtful under the guidance of their sister-in-law, Zhang Yanping, were a source of reassurance for Jiang Wan when she entrusted the children to their care. Little Yang was exceedingly happy, being doted on by her 2 older brothers and accompanied by Duo, completely uninterested in the new toys purchased by Deng Shankue. Every time she opened her eyes, it was to see Duo. When she closed them, It was her brothers. Her little mouth chattered endlessly. One day, the three children took duo to play in the new yard. Lu Mei, the neighbor from the right side, brought her child to chat with Jiang Wan and Chen Ling. Her daughter, Niao, was a year older than Yang and watched enviously as Yang enjoyed the grapes, drooling with desire. Jiang Wan, not one to be stingy, hurried inside to fetch a small bunch, washed it, and handed it to Lu Mei for her child to enjoy. Lu Mei, however, was not patient and, after thanking her with a smile, handed it directly to Niao. In truth, the two had come over specifically for the grapes, as Niao had long been coveting them while watching from her home, begging her mother for grapes upon returning. Niao's eyes sparkled with delight as she seized the grapes and began stuffing them into her mouth. Yang, witnessing the scene, anxiously cautioned, "Slow down. Spit out the skins." But Niao, too eager, choked on a piece, momentarily frozen before collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, her small face turning a shade of purple. The women, alarmed at the sight, were horrified. Lu Mei scooped up her child, wailing, which brought the men working inside the house rushing out. Chen Zhuo quickly assessed the situation and understood what had transpired. He immediately stepped forward, snatching the child from Lu Mei's arms. With a firm grip, he held Niao's face, flipping the child over and resting her body on his arm, vigorously patting her back. Within moments, a grape fell to the ground, and Niao began to cough and cry, her previously ashen complexion gradually returning to normal. Chen Zhuo let out a sigh of relief and returned the child to the stunned Lu Mei, assuring her that everything was fine. Lu Mei instantly gathered Niao into her arms, sinking to the ground in tears, exclaiming, "My daughter, you nearly gave your mother a heart attack." The other children were equally alarmed. Jang Wan handed Yang to her sister-in-law Chen Ling, before moving to comfort Lu Mei, while the two boys stood silently at a distance, observing the sobbing mother and child. Jiang Wan, still shaken, gently rubbed Lu Mei's back, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. The child is safe now." After a considerable time, their tears subsided, and as Lu Mei turned to express her gratitude to Chen Zhuo, she discovered he had already returned to his work. Lu Mei could only grasp Jiang Wan's hand, saying, "Third aunt, it's all thanks to your husband. Without him, my daughter could have choked to death." Woo as she spoke, her tears flowed once more. Lu Mei, being of a lower generation, referred to Jiang Wan as third aunt due to the familial hierarchy. After offering her a few more comforting words, Jiang Wan finally saw Lu Mei and the seemingly unscathed Niao head home. This incident left both Jiang Wan and Chen Ling profoundly shaken. Typically, Jiang Wan was not present when Yang ate grapes. What would happen if a similar situation occurred? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. She held Yang close while cautioning the two boys, "From now on, whenever you eat grapes, no, any round objects, you must be extra careful. Never swallow them whole. It's best to chew them into smaller pieces. Do you understand?" Just look at how dangerous it was for Niao earlier. Having just experienced a moment of peril, Xiaoping and Xiaoji nodded vigorously, assuring her, "Third aunt, don't worry. We'll be extra careful and always watch over Yang, making sure she doesn't put anything in her mouth all at once." "Good children, truly good children," Jiang Wan said, her eyes filled with pride as she patted the boys' heads. Rising, she rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved 2 50-cent coins, handing them to the boys. "Here, this is a reward from your third aunt. 50 cents. To the children, it was an astonishing sum. The two boys stared in disbelief, hesitant to accept. At that moment, Chen Zhuo entered, having overheard their conversation while washing his hands at the door. With a smile, he said, "Take it. Why be so polite with your third aunt?" Xiaoping and Xiaoji exchanged eager glances, and Xiaoji asked, "Third aunt, can I use this money to buy a toy?" Jiang Wan, suppressing a smile, replied, "What I've given you is yours. Buy whatever you wish." The boys erupted in cheers, leading Yang through the back door in excitement. Jiang Wan watched the three children's retreating figures, shaking her head with a smile. "Run slowly." "Got it," Xiaoji called back without looking. Chen Zhuo wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, gently caressing her hair, and quietly asked, "Were you scared just now?" Jiang Wan let out a long sigh, nodded in acknowledgement, and then tilted her head back, gazing at Chen Zhuo with eyes full of admiration. "Third brother, how do you know how to save Niao? You are truly remarkable. Even the doctor pales in comparison." Her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling as if adorned with stars. Chen Zhuo adored the way his wife looked at him with such admiration. He couldn't resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her full lips, smiling as he said, Of course. Just consider whose man I am. Chapter 77. The daughter-in-law becomes a little admirer following the incident where Nyonyo got choked while eating grapes. Chen Zhuo suddenly realized the importance of teaching his family some basic first aid techniques. With numerous children and elderly individuals in the household, it was prudent to be prepared for any unforeseen accidents. It is better to be equipped with such skills than to be caught unprepared. Seizing the opportunity while the family rested after lunch, he imparted his knowledge of simple first aid methods to everyone. He explained the Heimlich maneuver, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, fingertip bleeding control, and how to handle heat stroke, burns, and bee stings. The listeners nodded in agreement, attempting to mimic Chen Zhuo's demonstrations. Jang Wan gazed at him with admiration, akin to a devoted fan, eager to memorize every word he uttered. Chanli, in particular, could not contain his enthusiasm and continuously gave his elder brother a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Third brother, where did you learn all these skills?" Noticing his brother's interest, Chen Zhuo seized the moment to educate him, saying, "From books. They contain everything you need to know." Upon hearing the word books, Chenli grimaced playfully and replied, "Third brother, I have a brilliant idea. Why don't you become a teacher? I struggle to concentrate on reading, but I can absorb everything you say. From now on, I'll call you Teacher Chen. How does that sound? Get lost." Chen Zhuo chuckled helplessly and returned to work on the new house. To ensure ample natural light, the new dwelling retained the traditional layout. Upon entering, one would find the kitchen, with a room on either side, the east room being slightly smaller, intended for the children when they grew older. Due to the absence of an underground sewage system in the countryside, they had to rely on a septic tank, and Chen Zhuo ultimately could not relocate the bathroom indoors. Otherwise, the foul air would permeate the home, turning it into a veritable restroom. However, he did create a separate washing area in the northeast corner of the house. In this era, without water heaters, bathing required boiling water over a large stove. So Chen Zhuo crafted a wooden tub for bathing purposes. The floors were finished with polished stone, which, while a necessity for him, appeared quite luxurious to others. In the countryside, the best most families could manage was a cement floor, and the sight of Chen Zhuo's sophisticated renovations sparked hushed discussions. Where did the third Chen get his money? How could he afford such extravagance all of a sudden? I heard he became an engineer in the city and made thousands in one go. Impressive indeed. We should connect more often. Who knows what opportunities might arise? In no time, the once derided Chen Laos and transformed into a figure of admiration, with many eager to visit his home, lend a hand with chores, and listen to his insightful remarks. That day, an unexpected guest arrived at the Chen household, Zhao Daping, the brigade leader. As he stepped through the door, Jiang Wan's previously cheerful expression fell, and she whispered to Chen Zhuo, who was hanging curtains nearby, "Third brother, Zhao Daping is here." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and gazed towards the entrance, where he spotted a tall, refined man conversing jovially with the children playing in the yard. "Oh, how strikingly handsome Zhao Daping is. No wonder he stirs the hearts of young maidens." With a male guest arriving, it was only appropriate for Chen Zhuo, as the host, to step out and greet him. Moreover, he had some accounts to settle with Zhao Daping, who had conveniently come to him after being neglected for some time. Chen Zhuo set aside his tools, casting a reassuring glance at Jiang Wan, and proceeded to welcome the guest. Since he intended to gather leverage against the other party, it was imperative not to alert him. With a warm smile, Chen Zhuo inquired, "What brings Director Jiao here today?" Zhao Daping appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly surprised that Chen Zhuo recognized him. "Oh, no need for such formality. I am your senior. You may call me Brother Jiao or Pengge," he replied. Chen Zhuo, ever accommodating, obliged and addressed him as Pengge. Zhao Daping, without any particular agenda, mentioned he had heard about the impressive new house built by the Chen family, and he wished to see it for himself and glean some insights for his own prospective renovation. Upon entering the new residence, Zhao Daping's gaze fell upon Jiang Wan, who was standing in the outer room. His eyes brightened. "Is this my sister-in-law?" Jiang Wan was not fond of the way he scrutinized her, so she merely nodded in acknowledgement before retreating behind Chen Zhuo. It was only natural for a husband to feel displeased at another man's gaze lingering on his wife. Particularly for Chen Zhuo, who cherished his spouse dearly. His expression darkened as he turned to Jiang Wan and said, "You should go and rest. You've worked hard for quite some time." Jiang Wan acquiesced with a faint and departed. Noticing Chen Zhuo's discontent, Zhao Daping quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I merely thought my sister-in-law looked somewhat familiar. Do not misunderstand." Chen Zhuo suppressed the ire in his eyes and replied with a light chuckle. How could that be? Come, let me show Brother Peng around the house. Zhao Dapeng nodded and followed suit, feigning interest as he surveyed the surroundings. In truth, Zhao Dapeng had not come merely to admire the new abode. He had just had an argument with his clandestine lover, prompting him to seek refuge here. He had been entangled with a fellow villager for over 6 months, and she had always been obedient to him, which he found quite satisfying. However, recently, she had incessantly brought up Chen Zhuo, the third son of the Chen family, praising him profusely. Not only is Chen the third handsome, but he is also quite capable. He built that grand house in Beijing on a whim. They say he is adept at everything, from construction to life-saving. Had it not been for him, the granddaughter of the old Dai family would have suffocated. As a man, Zhao Dapeng could hardly tolerate his partner constantly mentioning another man. Their recent rendezvous had erupted into an argument, spurred by her insistence that he learn from Chen Zhuo to earn more money for her. Frustrated, Zhao Dapeng resolved to seek out Chen Zhuo and discover what made him such an impressive figure, thus casually concocting an excuse to visit. Little did he anticipate the unexpected delight his visit would yield. Chen Zhuo's wife was indeed exceptionally beautiful. With a radiant smile and fair skin, she stood there, delicate and bashful, far surpassing her suitor in beauty. Even the village chief's daughter paled in comparison to this enchanting figure. Were she to become mine, I would gladly forsake my current partner, who incessantly measures herself against Chen Zhuo. Zhao Dapeng's mind wandered into fanciful reverie, and an unseemly expression involuntarily crept across his face. Chen Zhuo, a connoisseur of human nature, caught sight of the lewd and greasy look on Zhao Dapeng's face and instantly discerned the malice lurking within. A cold smirk formed on Chen Zhuo's lips as he quietly clenched his fists. I had no intention of engaging with you. I intended to let you enjoy a few peaceful days. Yet, you seem to thrive on annoyance, approaching me uninvited. Do not blame me for leaving you with no escape. As Zhao Dapeng drew near, Chen Zhuo was assaulted by an overpowering stench of smoke and perfume, leading him to surmise that no good deeds could come from such a character. Chapter 78. Zhang Yun's seduction of Chen Zhuo. Zhao Dapeng did not linger long at Chen Zhuo's new home. He merely feigned interest by inquiring about some renovation tips before casually remarking that he would return another day for further guidance. Chen Zhuo stood at the entrance, watching the retreating figure, his peach blossom eyes narrowing, a scheme forming in his mind. The newly painted house required a couple of days to air out, leaving Chen Zhuo with ample time to delve into matters concerning Zhao Dapeng. As he explored deeper, he realized that Zhao Dapeng was a man of considerable cunning. The villagers held him in high regard, praising him for his amiable nature, his lack of pretentiousness, and his impressive capabilities. If the previous Chen Sanni had been the embodiment of malevolence across the nearby villages, then Zhao Dapeng served as a paragon of righteousness. Despite his inquiries over the course of 2 days, Chen Zhuo uncovered no scandalous gossip about Zhao Dapeng. He learned only that Zhao enjoyed playing mahjong at the local convenience store, albeit poorly, losing 8 out of 10 games, much to the delight of others who eagerly invited him to join their games. Was it possible that Zhao Dapeng's romantic interest was also found at the mahjong table? With a lingering suspicion, Chen Zhuo decided to visit the convenience store during a daytime mahjong session. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he made an unexpected discovery upon his arrival. Under the pretense of purchasing soy sauce, he entered to find a lively gathering for individuals engrossed in mahjong, surrounded by onlookers. Now a local celebrity in Xia village, Chen Zhuo's presence elicited bright smiles and friendly greetings from the crowd. He nodded in acknowledgement, discreetly surveying the scene. Ah, it's the third brother. What brings you here? The store owner, engaged in the game, intended to greet him when a nearby girl pressed her hand on her shoulder. Auntie, continue your game. I will assist with the sales, she said, then turned to Chen Zhuo with a playful smile. Third brother Chen, would you like to buy? Her tone was soft, the prolongation of tinged with a hint of flirtation. Chen Zhuo cast her a fleeting glance, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him. This woman was none other than Zhang Yuna, the very individual he had been wary of, the one who had led the fourth brother astray in a previous life. Though still youthful, she was heavily made up and dressed in a strikingly modern fashion. With a plunging neckline, a slight lean would reveal her cleavage, and the thick layer of powder on her face made Chen Zhuo instinctively want to retreat, his brow furrowing as he held his breath. How intriguing, he mused internally, noting the familiar scent of powder that clung to her. It mirrored the fragrance he had detected on Zhao Dapeng that day. Was it merely a coincidence from their joint mahjong sessions, Or was there an affair brewing between the two? If the latter were true, his brother would be abandoning his wife for a woman who specialized in seducing married men. The thought ignited his ire, while his mind swirled with contemplation. His expression remained unperturbed as he calmly extended his empty bottle, stating in a flat tone, "I would like a bottle of soy sauce." At this moment, the soy sauce was sold in bulk, necessitating the use of one's own bottles. Zhang Yuna, upon hearing this, cheerfully replied, "All right," and then sashayed towards the large vat at the front of the counter. Chen Zhuo, weary of her overly affected demeanor, turned his gaze towards those engrossed in a game of mahjong. A mere glance was sufficient to ascertain that among this group, only Zhang Yuna applied makeup. "Brother San, could you lend a hand with the bottles? I'm afraid of spilling and wasting it." Zhang Yuna's affected voice reached Chen Zhuo's ears, stirring a sense of nausea within him. It was truly perplexing. Despite both being women, his wife could call him Brother San in such a tender manner that it made him weak in the knees, while Zhang Yuna's tone made him want to retch instead. Feeling irritated, Chen Zhuo turned to her and said, "Should I just fill it myself?" Zhang Yuna seemed taken aback by his response, offering a sheepish smile. "No need, I'll manage." With that, she continued without requiring Chen Zhuo's assistance. Once she filled the bottle, Chen Zhuo placed his money on the counter and casually inquired, "Why isn't Director Jiao here today?" Zhang Yuna's face brightened at his initiative to engage her in conversation as she softly replied, "He said his child is ill." Director Jiao and his partner took the child to the health station. The proprietress chimed in, "Oh, what happened to his child? No wonder he is absent today." Chen Zhuo smirked internally. Clearly, these two shared a close relationship. While others were oblivious, Zhang Yuna was well informed about matters concerning Jiao Dapeng. At that moment, Zhang Yuna seemed to realize she shouldn't be privy to Jiao Dapeng's whereabouts and quickly added, "I'm not sure what's wrong. I just happened to see Director Jiao on my way here and casually asked." Chen Zhuo chose to remain silent, simply taking his soy sauce bottle and heading out. Zhang Yuna followed him outside, adopting a familiar tone as she said, "Brother San, your fourth brother and I get along quite well. We often play mahjong together. I heard everyone mention that your new house is quite splendid. I have some free time now. Would it be all right if I came over to see your place?" "Absolutely not," Chen Zhuo replied without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yuna was taken aback, her expression becoming quite awkward. "Ah, why not? I don't know you well enough. If you want to go, you should ask my wife. She makes the decisions in our home." With that, Chen Zhuo strode away without looking back. Left behind, Zhang Yuna bit her lip and stamped her foot in frustration, her face reflecting her discontent. Chen Zhuo had now confirmed that there was indeed some connection between Jiao Dapeng and Zhang Yuna. This unexpected revelation was a delightful surprise for him. If handled appropriately, it could turn into a fortuitous event, alleviating Jin Yuezhu's grievances while also addressing the domestic concerns regarding the fourth brother. As he pondered how to proceed, he realized that the two were rather cautious, making it challenging to catch them in the act like monkeys. Therefore, he would need to employ a different approach. That evening, while strolling by the river with Jiang Wan, Chen Zhuo shared his suspicions about the close relationship between Jiao Dapeng and Zhang Yuna. Jiang Wan, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape. "They actually have something going on?" "It's highly likely," he replied. Chen Zhuo delighted in her adorable, dazed demeanor, unable to suppress his affection as he leaned down to plant a tender kiss upon her rosy lips. "How is it that my wife is so enchanting? The most beautiful in the entire world." Jiang Wan was taken aback. Despite discussing serious matters, he suddenly adopted a mischievous demeanor. In a flurry, she glanced around, relieved to find no one in sight, and shot him a bashful glare. "What are you doing? We're still outside." At this, Chen Zhuo erupted into laughter. He leaned slightly closer, meeting her gaze with a playful smirk, deliberately misinterpreting her words. "So shall we save the kisses for when we return home? We ought to head to the new house, lest the three children catch us. Thank you to the following readers for their generous support. I will strive to write diligently. Sister with a bad back, Lu Shuiying who loves Wei Fu biscuits, Wan Wan, Xiao Li Zi, Ben Gong is thirsty, poison biting. Xue Fu who enjoys snowflake beer duck. Chu Ji who adores Chu Hu, the unprecedented wine virtuoso Ma Yi, Y. Yang, username, Saint Hua. Yi Yujue who relishes Louis XIII. Shin Nong tasting countless books, username. Yin Feng who enjoys shredded cabbage salad, username. Sun Sangsong who loves 3 thoughts of propriety, Yu Mian Fei who. Zhang Er who enjoys homestyle Christian carp, and Wu Hui who waits without regret for the gifts. Chapter 79. Are you afraid of my kiss? During the recent days of construction at home, both the elders and the children have been incessantly present. Even at night, 3 little ones remained wide-eyed, observing from the corners. Consequently, Chen Zhuo had not found a moment to indulge in tender affection with his wife. Now, finally seizing the opportunity for some private time, he was eager to hold her hand and plant soft kisses to ease their longing for one another. With determination, Chen Zhuo led Jiang Wan to their new home. Fearing that the children might intrude, he refrained from turning on the lights, instead embracing his wife closely. He tightened his arms around her and whispered into her ear, "I've missed you. I haven't been able to hold you properly these past few days." His breath was warm and forceful, sending shivers down her spine, quickening her heartbeat. Jiang Wan, too, yearned for Chen Zhuo. Unable to restrain herself, she wrapped her arms around his lean waist, resting her face against his solid chest, and shyly confessed, "I miss you too." After a brief pause, as if to emphasize her feelings, she added, "I miss you very much." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo silently smiled, tightening his embrace. Though Jiang Wan was not short among women, standing beside his towering height of 185 meters made her appear petite. Her softness and fragility in his arms filled him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After a moment of quietude, he sighed contentedly, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her hair, and tentatively asked, "Xiao Wan, are you afraid of me?" The moonlight cast a silvery glow throughout the room, illuminating Jiang Wan's delicate features, enhancing her already alluring beauty. She gazed up at him, her long lashes fluttering, seemingly puzzled by her own words. "Afraid of you? You treat me so well. What is there to fear?" Chen Zhuo wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pressing her against the door while leaning down to rest his forehead against hers, teasingly murmuring, "Afraid of my kiss?" At this, Jiang Wan's lashes quivered even more intensely. A mix of panic and uncertainty washed over her. She bit her lip, her gaze drawn to Chen Zhuo's lips. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed and pecked him quickly, whispering, "I'm not afraid." Chen Zhuo felt a softness on his lips, and before he could fully comprehend the moment, his wife had already retreated. If he didn't reciprocate after such a sweet kiss, he would indeed be a fool. Driven by instinct, he swiftly pursued her, trapping her between himself and the door, leaving her no escape. Initially, their kiss was gentle and exploratory, a tender dance of lips. Jiang Wan surrendered to him, closing her eyes and tilting her head back, obediently allowing him to kiss her. Gradually, both felt a growing dissatisfaction. His wife became increasingly pliant in his embrace, her small hands clutching his clothing as if to mold it into a ball. Chen Zhuo sensed an overwhelming tide of emotions surging within him, yearning to express itself, to merge Jiang Wan into his very essence. "Xiao Wan, I want," he murmured softly into her ear, his voice a husky whisper. Jiang Wan shivered all over, her body trembling in response. Chen Zhuo felt a sense of helplessness and smiled wryly, claiming he was unafraid, even as he trembled like a leaf. What a spirited little girl she was. He ceased his movements and rested his head against Jiang Wan's neck, breathing heavily. In truth, it was futile to think otherwise. The Kong in this room had yet to be heated, and the surface, bare and damp, was hardly conducive to any activity. He did not wish to put Jiang Wan in a compromising position. He wanted their time together to be beautiful, memorable, and enjoyable for her. Gradually, he steadied his breath and kissed her delicate earlobe, asking softly, "Shall we return?" Jiang Wan shivered at his words, her breath trembling. Yet, she was unwilling to release her grip on his garment, and she gently grazed her fingers against the muscles of his waist, hesitantly inquiring, "Do we not continue?" Chen Zhuo chuckled softly, casting a glance at the barren Kong. "I fear that may not be possible here." Jiang Wan's face flushed deeper, her eyes lowered in embarrassment. Chen Zhuo shifted slightly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, and pressed his lips firmly against hers, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "Let us wait a while longer. Until this room is properly furnished, until we have a private chamber, when the little one is fast asleep, we can quietly attend to what comes next." The following day, Jang Wan took her 3 children to the small grove to gather dry twigs. For the Kong in their new house was newly constructed and required a thorough burning to dispel the dampness. With limited firewood at home, they needed to collect some dry branches to use. Chun Ji and Chin Ping, the 2 boys, worked swiftly, soon filling a basket to the brim. Little Yang mostly gathered small branches that were of little use, yet every time she found one, she would proudly show it to her mother, who enthusiastically praised her for being so industrious. The 4 of them were in high spirits, their laughter echoing as they made their way home. However, Just as they exited the grove, they encountered Jiao Daping. He seemed to have happened by, and, upon spotting Jiang Wan, his eyes lit up. He reached out toward the basket she was holding, saying, "Sister-in-law, have you been gathering firewood? Allow me to help you." Jiang Wan, already reluctant to engage with males, especially this one who repulsed her, took a step back to avoid his outstretched hand. "No, thank you. I can manage." Jiao Daping, unfazed, snatched the basket from her grasp. "Why be so polite?" he said, striding toward Jiang Wan's home and gesturing for her to follow. Jiang Wan's heart raced as her basket was taken, and though she wished to reclaim it, she did not want to draw closer to him. Frowning, she followed him in irritation. Little Ji and Little Ping noted their aunt's discomfort and immediately felt protective. Exchanging glances, they huddled together and whispered a few words before puffing out their chests and marching behind Jiao Daping, shouting in unison, "There's a donkey ahead. No one is riding it. I'm happy today. I'll ride it." Their loud declarations startled Jiao Daping, who turned to see the two boys craning their necks behind him. "Hey, who are you calling a donkey, you little rascals?" Jiao Daping, realizing they were related to Jiang Wan, responded with a teasing smile. Jiang Wan had not anticipated the sudden antics of the two children, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, their playful rhyme didn't insult you," she remarked. "I am aware. I was merely teasing them." Jiao Daping replied in a congenial tone, showing no signs of anger. Jiang Wan offered a sheepish smile, took the dustpan from the children's hands, and said, "Here, let us not burden Director Jiao. We can manage it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping and Chen Ji immediately executed a rather clumsy salute and rushed towards Jiao Daping to reclaim the dustpan. Jiao Daping, wishing to engage in a few casual exchanges with Jiang Wan, was reluctant to release his grip, only to find that these little ones, despite their tender age, possessed surprising strength, nearly causing him to stumble. With urgency, he loosened his hold, casting a look at Jiang Wan that revealed his mild exasperation. His younger siblings were rather mischievous. Jiang Wan, wishing to avoid further entanglement, offered a faint smile and remained silent as she led the three children home. Once she noticed that Jiao Daping had ceased his pursuit, she finally exhaled in relief. Upon reaching home, Jiang Wan set down the dustpan, affectionately ruffled the two boys' hair, and cheerfully commended them for their earlier performance. Chapter 80. Early Pregnancy Test. As autumn approached, Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss for how to deal with Jiao Daping and decided to focus on completing the ceiling in his house first. He made a special trip to the town to purchase vibrant fabrics with simple patterns and returned home to hang the ceiling himself. With the assistance of his younger brother Chen Li, he managed to finish the ceilings in both sleeping rooms within half a day, making the spaces appear considerably brighter. At that time, ceilings were not a common feature in rural homes, and after wandering around the rooms a couple of times, Chen Li couldn't help but express his admiration. "Third brother, where did you come up with this idea? This ceiling looks splendid. Not only is it neat, but it also prevents insects from crawling into our ears at night. Though it must have cost quite a bit. All this fabric must have been expensive, right? Once I get my paycheck next month, I'll have to hang one up too." Chen Zhuo merely smiled and remained silent. In the countryside, insects were particularly troublesome, especially during the summer months when it wasn't uncommon for critters to burrow into one's ears in the middle of the night. He recalled an incident from his childhood when a small centipede had crawled into his ear, while it hadn't been particularly painful. The sensation of the creature wriggling within his ear canal had been utterly distressing. He certainly did not wish for his wife and children to endure such discomfort, which was why he had decided to install the ceiling. Pleased with the newly hung ceiling, Chen Zhuo watched as Chun Li tidied up the tools, when suddenly Chun Li, with a grin, asked, "By the way, third brother, do you know Zhang Er's sister, the one who is rather good-looking?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow, discreetly observing his brother. "I don't know her. Why do you ask?" Chun Li let out a surprised gasp, his tone incredulous. "You don't know Zhang Yuna? She's the renowned beauty of our village." Seeing his brother's infatuation with Zhang Yuna, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of irritation and retorted sharply, "What does a village beauty have to do with us? I have your sister-in-law, and you have Lu Zhan. Just behave yourself." Chen Li, bewildered by his brother's reaction, scratched the back of his head and replied dismissively, "What do you mean I'm not behaving? We just play mahjong together. Then why mention her to me?" "Oh, she heard about your house renovation and said she wanted to come by and take a look." At this, Chen Zhuo felt a bitter laugh rising within him. That woman truly was relentless. "Did you agree to it?" "Of course not. How could I make such a decision? If I brought a young lady home, my sister-in-law would surely be upset. You needn't worry about your sister-in-law getting angry. I would simply throw you out myself, Chen Zhuo said, casting a pointed glance at him. Chun-Li, perplexed by his brother's reaction, protested, "Third brother, why are you being so stingy? The village beauty spoke to me. If I refuse her, it would be quite embarrassing." Seeing his brother's obstinacy, Chen Zhuo's irritation reached its peak. "Chen Laosi, let me make this clear. Keep your distance from women of dubious character. Just because she calls you brother doesn't mean you should lose your wits. You are absolutely forbidden from bringing her to my house, and even more so to yours. Oh, come on. Where would she even want to go to my house? Fine. Fine. I want to bring her. All right?" Chun-Li, upon witnessing Chen Zhuo's anger, promptly raised his hands in surrender. As the brothers conversed, a voice called from the courtyard. Third brother, come see." Chen Zhuo shot Chun-Li a glare before striding outside. As he emerged, he spotted his wife squatting by the small stove beneath the window of their main room, staring blankly at a piece of paper in her hand. Upon noticing his arrival, she quickly stood and waved, saying, "Third brother, look at this." Chen Zhuo approached her, focusing intently on the paper, which turned out to be a test result bearing the name Zhang Yuna, indicating an early pregnancy. He was taken aback, wondering where it had come from. Jiang Wan whispered, "It seems to belong to Jiao Dapeng." Jiao Dapeng's? Jiang Wan nodded and recounted her encounter with him while gathering branches. She explained that she had found the test result in the dustpan while heating the Kong, likely dropped by Xiaoping and Xiaoji during a scuffle for the dustpan. Upon hearing that Jiao Dapeng was seeking attention in front of his wife, Chen Zhuo's expression darkened with anger. He took the test result from Jiang Wan to scrutinize it closely, feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, Chun-Li also emerged and, curious about his brother and sister-in-law's fixation on the paper, leaned in to see. "What is it? Early pregnancy? Who is pregnant? Keep your voice down." Chen Zhuo scolded the youngest brother, then pointed to the patient's name section where the name Zhang Yuna was boldly inscribed. Although Chun-Li was not well educated, he recognized the letters and his mouth fell agape in shock. "What? The village beauty is pregnant? With whose child?" Chen Zhuo gave him a bemused glance. "There are plenty of suitors for her. Who can say whose it is? As long as it's not yours, that's all that matters." Chun-Li waved his hands in protest. "Brother, don't joke around. I only spoke with her. How could I have made her pregnant?" Chen Zhuo scoffed. "From now on, refrain from talking to her to avoid becoming an accidental father." Chen-Li was puzzled by the term accidental father but sensed it wasn't favorable. His curiosity piqued, he asked, "What is going on, third brother? How did this test result end up with sister-in-law?" Worried that Chun-Li might inadvertently compromise his situation, Chen Zhuo chose not to divulge the truth. Instead, he adopted a serious demeanor and instructed, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Act as if you're unaware. Do not speak of it to anyone, and refrain from visiting the mahjong parlor for a few days. I will explain everything once I have arranged matters." Confused but sensing his brother's seriousness, Chun-Li nodded in compliance, covering his mouth to promise, "Rest assured, I won't say a word." Pleased with his brother's response, Chen Zhuo felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that his wife had discovered the test result, and coincidentally, it had been seen by the youngest brother. Now, perhaps Chun-Li would realize that Zhang Yuna was not to be trifled with, and he would be less likely to develop feelings for her. Jiang Wan truly was his lucky star. Chen Zhuo, feeling grateful, embraced his wife's shoulders, saying, "You are my lucky star. You have helped me immensely." Chun-Li watched with great amusement, feigning to cover his eyes, exclaiming, oh dear, my eyes. They're about to be pricked." With that, he dashed off, vaulting over the wall into the old courtyard. In the presence of his younger uncle, Chen Zhuo was rather audacious, prompting Jiang Wan to flush a deep crimson, casting a reproachful glare at him and pushing him away. "You move aside. I need to light the fire," she insisted. Noticing her donned gloves, Chen Zhuo refrained from further insistence, merely advising her to be cautious with her hands. He then retreated indoors, tidying the scattered fabric on the floor while pondering over the test results. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke upon his face. He discerned the anomaly within the report. Zhang Yuna's name had been added later, and the handwriting bore no resemblance to the original diagnosis. Chapter 81. The Pursuit of Jiao Dapeng. Today, Jiao Dapeng was particularly discontent. He had been looking forward to a clandestine meeting with Zhang Yuna at their secret base, only to be met with the shocking revelation of her pregnancy. She presented him with a test result and demanded 1,000 yuan for prenatal expenses, threatening to cause a scene at her father's house if he refused. 1,000 yuan? Where could he possibly procure such an amount? His meager salary was tightly controlled by the ghastly figure at home, and his private stash barely exceeded 50 yuan. The mere thought of this predicament made his head throb, and in his frustration, he stumbled upon Jiang Wan. He had initially intended to engage with the charming young woman to lighten his mood, but to his dismay, she proved to be incredibly reserved, shyly retreating without uttering a word. The more she withdrew, the more it stirred his yearning heart. As he walked home, he recalled her graceful figure, her curves accentuated, her waist slender, and her legs long, betraying no signs of having borne a child. However, this pleasant thought was abruptly overshadowed by the memory of the pregnant Zhang Yuna, causing a sharp throb at his temples. How could this misfortune have befallen him? Zhao Dapeng reached for the test result tucked in his pocket, only to find it missing. Alarmed, he rummaged through his trousers, but to no avail. Panic set in as he retraced his steps to search for the lost document. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo had finished tidying up the room and whispered a few words into Jiang Wan's ear. She blinked, uncertain of the feasibility of his plan. Chen Zhuo nodded, assuring her that Zhao Dapeng might not come to inquire directly, but if he did, she should respond accordingly. After stating he would step out for a moment, Chen Zhuo concealed himself in a thicket, his eyes fixated on the sole path leading from the woods. Inevitably, Zhao Dapeng returned, head down and scanning the surroundings. Chen Zhuo held his breath, concealing himself behind a tree, waiting for Zhao Dapeng to pass. After a minute or two of aimless wandering, Zhao Dapeng muttered something before heading towards a field at the northern edge of the village. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes at his retreating figure and silently followed. This pursuit proved to be immensely fruitful for Chen Zhuo. Before him stood a dilapidated shrine, long abandoned and partially collapsed. He chuckled softly, finally realizing where Zhao Dapeng and Zhang Yuna had chosen to rendezvous. These two respectable individuals had resorted to such a disreputable location for their clandestine affair. After searching in vain, Zhao Dapeng departed. Chen Zhuo emerged from his hiding spot, entering the house where 2 layers of grass mats adorned the floor, a sight that struck him as ridiculous. How wild these two were. Suppressing his disgust, he scoured the premises for anything of value but found nothing useful before slipping away silently, estimating that Zhao Dapeng would soon be heading home to find Jiang Wan. Chen Zhuo quickened his pace. At the Jiang residence, Jang Wan had just finished heating the large room's Kong when she began to tend to the smaller rooms. Just as she settled onto a small stool, she heard footsteps at the front door. Turning her head, she saw Zhao Dapeng. He truly came. Third brother's guess was remarkably accurate. The younger sibling is heating the Kong. Zhao Dapeng entered the courtyard with a cheerful smile, surveying his surroundings. Where did those 2 children go? I seem to have dropped something from my pocket and wanted to ask them if they had seen it. Zhao Dapeng was there to ascertain whether Jiang Wan had found that test result. He dared not directly state what he had lost for fear that Jiang Wan might have picked it up and then come looking for him, thus exposing the matter between him and Zhang Yuna. Therefore, after posing his question, he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Wan's face, anxious not to miss a flicker of her expression. Jiang Wan, with a calm demeanor, shook her head, stating, "We haven't found anything. What did you lose, Director Zhao?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just a new pen I bought a few days ago. If it's lost, it's lost. I'll buy another one later." Zhao Dapeng sighed with relief, convinced that this young wife was genuinely innocent and likely hadn't picked anything up. Additionally, he had walked behind her, so even if it had fallen there, she wouldn't have found it. With this thought, Zhao Dapeng lost all desire to linger. He needed to find that test result quickly, or else the news of Zhang Yuna's pregnancy would spread, and his own reputation would be in shambles. He turned to Jiang Wan, smiling as he waved goodbye. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave and visit again another day." With that, he hurriedly departed. Jiang Wan watched his retreating figure, curling her lips in disdain, thinking to herself that he was truly despicable, worse than a beast. Chen Zhuo, hiding in the shadows, revealed himself only after Zhao Dapeng had exchanged a few words before leaving. Noticing Jiang Wan's pouting face, he found it amusing and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "I'll heat the Kong. You go to the village chief's house and summon Sister Yu Zhu. Just tell her there's been progress." Jiang Wan replied affirmatively and then removed her gloves, offering them to Chen Zhuo. "Put these on." Chen Zhuo extended his hand, saying, "You put them on for me." Jiang Wan complied immediately, tenderly assisting him. "My wife is truly wonderful," Chen Zhuo could not help but exclaim. Jiang Wan felt a surge of happiness from his compliment, smiling shyly. "Is it such a big deal just to help you with your gloves?" Chen Zhuo shook his head. "My wife is perfect in every way." At this, Jiang Wan's smile deepened, and she glanced at him with delight before turning to call for Yu Zhu. The remaining twigs in the basket smoldered. Jin Yuzhu, linking arms with Jiang Wan, approached with enthusiasm. She looked at Chen Zhuo excitedly and, lowering her voice, asked, "What is going on? I've asked Xiao Wan all the way, but she wouldn't tell me. She insisted I ask you directly. What is the situation?" Chen Zhuo gestured for her to enter the house, retrieving the test result from the cabinet to hand to Jin Yuzhu. He then recounted everything he had discovered over the past few days. Upon hearing the scandalous tale of the two, Jin Yuzhu was left speechless, her face contorting with anger as she spat. "That beast, so fickle and shameless, dares to have designs on my daughter. This time, I will ensure he is utterly disgraced." Jiang Wan poured a glass of water and gently advised, "Sister, please don't be too agitated. This matter requires careful deliberation. You mustn't confront him directly. Otherwise, if Jiao Dapeng feels cornered, he might drag us into this mess. He dares." Jin Yuzhu was so enraged that she stamped her feet. Jiang Wan comforted her, saying, "Sister-in-law, once a person has lost everything, they fear nothing. His actions are inconsequential, but our Yuan has just come of age. We cannot allow the disgrace brought by such a wretched individual to tarnish her reputation." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuzhu sighed, her reason returning. "Yes, you are right. My Yuan still has to marry. We cannot let this incident ruin her future." After Chen Zhuo recounted the matter concerning Jiao Dapeng, he silently observed. A smile escaped him upon hearing Jiang Wan's words. It seemed his little wife was more astute than he had anticipated. The room fell silent for a few moments until Jin Yuzhu suddenly spoke. "I know what to do. Third brother, you have worked hard during this time. The rest I shall handle myself. Divider, wow, I received 3 donations yesterday. I bow in gratitude. Thank you to the following generous supporters: Mo Shiner, Nuan Wan, the elusive Black Mountain Greedy Wolf, Chu Ji who adores the Tsiuhu, Xingtu Yi Hua, various users, Qianqi, who enjoys sweet and sour onions, Kuanqing, another user, Wukong who loves the Spinosaurus, poison biting, Jin He who relishes ginger scallion chicken, the smoker contributing to national defense, the whimsical Lao Chun, Yang Yanru who delights in dried fragrant squid, users who appreciate the Zhan Ci Mu, and Lu Yunxian who favors the good Jin Zi. See you tomorrow. Chapter 82. A brick to the beast's head. Parental love for their offspring is often deep and far-reaching. Despite her anger, Jin Yuzhu refrained from taking reckless actions to protect her daughter's reputation. The days that followed appeared calm on the surface, but beneath, turmoil brewed. After encountering Chen Zhuo at the local convenience store, Zhang Yuna found herself unable to forget him. Accustomed to the adoring gazes of the village men, she felt an unexpected urge to conquer the aloofness of Chen Zhuo. Reflecting on his ability to earn, she began to perceive Jiao Dapeng as increasingly insipid. After nearly a year with him, all she had received were a box of powdered cigarettes and 2 bottles of snow cream, leaving her feeling deprived. Yet, the thought of ending things with Jiao Dapeng left her dissatisfied, prompting her to concoct a scheme to feign pregnancy and extort a sum from him. Zhang Yuna had a remarkable knack for attracting attention from the opposite sex, and among her numerous acquaintances was a brother who knew a doctor. After calling out to him a few times, she obtained an unsigned early pregnancy diagnosis. After inscribing her name on it, she intended to use it to blackmail Jiao Dapeng. Dreaming of severing ties with him once she secured the money and turning her affections towards Chen Zhuo. Meanwhile, Jiao Dapeng, having lost the test results, was fraught with anxiety, fearing that someone might find them and spread rumors throughout the village, which would inevitably anger Zhang Yuna and implicate him. He dared not disclose the matter to her, focusing instead on devising ways to gather money while discreetly observing how others regarded Zhang Yuna. He deliberately visited the convenience store twice, and upon seeing that she remained popular, he felt a sense of relief, convincing himself that the flimsy paper had been swept away by the river. On this day, Jiao Dapeng's father-in-law, Hu Yongji, received an anonymous letter. Inside, he discovered Zhang Yuna's early pregnancy test results. Initially, he assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but after reading the accompanying letter, his fury ignited. Though the handwriting was somewhat erratic, the content was unmistakably clear. His son-in-law, Jiao Dapeng, had impregnated Zhang Yuna and was now seeking loans to support the child. The letter accused the Hu family of being duped into supporting a gigolo while also being saddled with the burden of his mistress. Upon finishing the letter, Hu Yongji trembled with rage, wishing to confront Jiao Dapeng with a violent reprimand. However, being a former village official, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing he should not hastily accept the claims of an anonymous letter without further investigation, Ultimately, Hu Yongji did not need to conduct any covert observations for that very afternoon. Zhao Dapeng approached him with a bitter expression, claiming that his mother was ill and required 1,000 yuan for surgery. He could not bear to ask his wife for assistance and thus sought to borrow from his father-in-law. He implored, emphasizing how challenging it was for his mother to raise him and that he could not neglect her in her time of need, promising to repay the debt gradually once he received his wages. Hearing this, Hu Yongji felt an overwhelming desire to take a knife to him. It was worth noting that the Hu family had provided a substantial dowry of 10,000 yuan when Zhao Dapeng had married into their family. In this day and age, marrying a wife does not require an exorbitant amount of money. It was merely due to the fact that he was entering the family through marriage that a little extra was provided. If he wishes to be filial to his mother-in-law, then he should not have entered the family in such a manner. Why speak of such matters now? If his mother truly is ill, then giving him 1,000 yuan would be justifiable. However, if he is using her name to support a mistress, that is simply beyond the pale. Hu Yongji, suppressing his inner fury, resolved that if he were to catch him in the act, he must do so with evidence. This rascal was as crafty as a fox. If confronted directly, he would surely deny it. Thus, he decided to hand over the money to catch him red-handed. With this thought, Hu Yongji feigned concern for a moment before readily giving 1,000 yuan to Zhao Dapeng. Instantly, Zhao Dapeng donned a facade of gratitude and departed with the money. Hu Yongji felt a surge of indignation, his head buzzing, and after taking several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure and silently followed him. Zhao Dapeng, having received the money so effortlessly, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph as he strolled toward the convenience store, humming a tune. Upon entering, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yuna, who was idly watching from the side, and then he exited. Unbeknownst to Hu Yongji, who was contemplating whether to find an excuse to enter the store, Zhao Dapeng emerged once more. He quickly concealed himself and continued his pursuit. This trail led him to a small, dilapidated temple on the village hill, and upon witnessing his son-in-law sneak inside, Hu Yongji was certain that something untoward was indeed afoot. As expected, within 10 minutes, a fashionable woman arrived, and soon the two were entwined, exchanging flirtatious banter. Don't hold me too tightly. Do you have the money? Of course, or I wouldn't dare meet you. Hu Yongji, listening intently from outside, felt a tremor of rage and, seizing a brick, stormed inside. Meanwhile, when Chen Zhuo and his wife learned that Zhao Dapeng had narrowly escaped a beating from his father-in-law, night had already fallen. Their 3 children were engrossed in a television show downstairs, while Jiang Wan and Chen Zhuo busied themselves tidying up the upstairs. Jin Yuezhu, bubbling with excitement, rushed to the Chen household, her face alight with joy, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Grasping Jiang Wan's hand tightly, she exclaimed with fervor. Zhao Dapeng was struck with 2 bricks, and blood is streaming from his head. Hu Yongji is truly ruthless. That scoundrel's appearance is ruined now. Let us see how he continues to deceive young maidens. Jang Wan gasped in shock, her eyes wide in disbelief. What? A blow to the head could kill someone. Jin Yuezhu scoffed. It would be better if he were dead. Zhao Dapeng happened to pass by my doorstep while fleeing, and I noticed he was still quite agile. I doubt he will die. As the 2 women chattered away inside, Chen Zhuo was outside washing the children's clothes. Yang Yang's garments were in decent condition, with only a few minor stains that could be easily rinsed away. However, the clothes of the 2 little rascals, Xiao Zhi and Xiao Ping, were utterly unsightly. These 2 little troublemakers spent their days climbing trees and jumping walls, returning home covered in filth. Chen Zhuo had to scrub vigorously to clean them thoroughly. Hearing Jin Yuezhu's exaggerated remarks, Chen Zhuo chuckled and said, Sister-in-law, our little Wan is quite timid. Please refrain from sharing this with her, or she will surely have nightmares tonight. Jin Yuezhu, in a jovial mood, elongated her tone with an exaggerated "oh" and teasingly remarked to Jiang Wan, Your Chen Zhuo is either oblivious or, once enlightened, knows how to be considerate better than anyone. Washing clothes and worrying about his wife's nightmares, does he aspire to be recognized as a model husband in the city? Jiang Wan, feeling a bit embarrassed by Jin Yuezhu's playful banter, blushed and shot a playful glare at Chen Zhuo, responding slowly, Am I really that delicate? I will wash the clothes later. You've worked all day, so go rest. Chapter 83. In her youth, as Jin Yuanzhu observed the affectionate interactions between Chen Zhuo and Jang Wan, she suddenly felt somewhat superfluous in the moment. Having shared the joyous news she intended to, she smiled and rose to take her leave. Jiang Wan accompanied her to the door, and as they reached it, Jin Yuanzhu gently patted her hand, speaking earnestly. Your relationship with Chen Zhuo is so harmonious now. You should seize the moment and consider having another child. If you conceive now, the baby will be born just in time for summer next year, and the two children will be close in age, providing companionship as they grow. Jiang Wan felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, her cheeks flushing. I need to ask Yang Yang if she is willing. Jin Yuanzhu chuckled at her response. In their generation, if it weren't for family planning, they would have been eager to have a whole class of children. It was unheard of for anyone to consider a second child based on the elder sibling's consent. Yang Yang is so young. How could she possibly understand? When Jiang Wan spoke of her daughter, her face lit up with joy. Our Yang Yang is quite sensible. The mention of Yang Yang reminded Jin Yuanzhu of a previous matter. Oh, I had asked you to bring Yang Yang to my house the other evening. Since school is on break, I wanted to teach her some nursery rhymes. Why haven't you brought her over? Indeed, this was true, but with Xiao Zhi and Xiao Ping at home, the three children played well together. And Jiang Wan didn't wish to trouble Jin Yuanzhu. Grateful, she replied, I appreciate your good intentions, sister-in-law, but Yang Yang is still quite small. She can hardly hold a pencil. Let's wait until she is a bit older before bringing her over. I hope you won't mind the noise then. Jin Yuanzhu understood her reluctance and smiled. All right, you needn't be so polite with me. Your Chen Zhuo has been a great help to me this time. When you become pregnant and find it inconvenient, you can send Yang Yang my way. I'll gladly look after her. Jin Yuanzhu expressed her warmth. And Jiang Wan smiled without refusing. In truth, if she were to become pregnant, she wouldn't require anyone to help care for the child, as there were elders and a sister-in-law at home. After finishing the laundry, Chen Zhuo emerged to hang the clothes on the line. Noticing Jiang Wan and Jin Yuanzhu engrossed in conversation, he mused that the two seemed to get along splendidly, their chatter seemingly endless. As darkness fell, he worried that Jiang Wan might feel afraid alone once Jin Yuanzhu departed. So he took a broom and began to sweep the leaves scattered from the firewood. Seeing Chen Zhuo busily tidying up, Jin Yuanzhu found it amusing and dared not prolong her stay. She released Jiang Wan's hand and truly prepared to leave this time. Jiang Wan waved goodbye and turned to see Chen Zhuo approaching, wrapping his arms around her waist. Are you done chatting? Jiang Wan nodded, discreetly observing Chen Zhuo's expression. She wondered, had he arrived unnoticed? Did he overhear Jin Yuanzhu's comments about having a second child? Would he think her shameless for constantly contemplating motherhood? In truth, Jin Yuanzhu's voice had been quite audible, and Chen Zhuo had caught every word. Chen Zhuo was not particularly inclined to have a second child, as the current living conditions were still rather inadequate and the medical facilities lacked sophistication. The arduous journey of pregnancy for his wife was no small matter, and the uncertainties surrounding childbirth filled him with trepidation. He felt that having just their little daughter, Yang Yang, was quite sufficient. He cherished her, showering her with affection as if plucking stars and moons from the sky for her. Noticing the glances that Jiang Wan cast toward him, he sighed silently and, embracing her, began to walk back, saying, Pregnancy is so challenging. I remember when you were carrying Yang Yang, you would vomit daily, losing weight as if a gust of wind could knock you over. During that time, At this point, Chen Zhuo faltered, unable to continue. He recalled how he had behaved in those days, feeling less than human. Jiang Wan experienced severe pregnancy symptoms, throwing up whatever she consumed. And even a sip of water could trigger her nausea. It was only after expelling the yellow bile that she would find momentary relief. During that time, he failed to empathize with her suffering. Instead, he complained about the noise she made while being sick, often urging her to step outside to vomit. Jiang Wan, unreactive to his harshness, would simply cover her mouth and stagger out the door to comply. Now, as these memories flooded back, Chen Zhuo felt a pang of remorse that warmed his eyes and gripped his heart painfully. He truly was not a good person. Fearing that Jiang Wan might notice the redness around his eyes, he tightened his embrace around her. He suppressed the lump in his throat, remaining silent until the impulse to weep subsided. Finally, he asked in a subdued tone, Xiao Wan, how is it that I treated you so poorly, and yet you do not hate me? Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback by his question. Hate, or perhaps not hate. As autumn descended, the evenings grew cooler, and these past few nights had left her feeling chilly in her thin garments. However, being suddenly enveloped in Chen Zhuo's warm embrace made her forget the cold. The sound of the wind, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the laughter of children from the house below, filled the air. In this serene moment, Jiang Wan was quietly held by Chen Zhuo, her mind replaying his earlier question, why do you not hate me? In truth, She herself was unsure whether she harbored feelings of hatred or not. In her youth, Jiang Wan had perceived herself as flawed, believing she lacked the ability to express herself and was burdened by a gloomy disposition. She thought she would never marry. Yet, unexpectedly, her third sister wed her brother-in-law, and Chen Zhuo, who was supposed to marry her sister, ended up marrying her instead. Before her wedding, her mother had wept for several nights, explaining that it was an unavoidable fate. Given the debts their family owed to the Chen family, she advised Jiang Wan to endure, as long as he did not resort to violence. After all, her mother reasoned, what woman does not endure hardships in her life? Time passes, and before you know it, a lifetime has slipped away. At that time, Jiang Wan could not comprehend why her mother painted the marriage in such a grim light. In truth, she did not harbor much resistance to marrying Chen Zhuo. Rather, there was a flicker of anticipation within her. She was aware of Chen Zhuo's reputation. Others deemed him a good-for-nothing layabout, but Jiang Wan held a different perspective. She felt grateful towards him. On the day of Grandpa Zhang's funeral, 5-year-old Jiang Wan followed the procession up the mountain. At that tender age, she had yet to grasp the concept of death. All she knew was that her grandfather lay motionless in a long wooden coffin for several days. The adults around her wept incessantly, and they carried her grandfather up the mountain to lay him to rest in the earth, which filled young Jiang Wan with a profound sense of fear. She resolved to wait until everyone had departed, intending to dig him up and carry him home. However, as time passed, the adults showed no signs of leaving, and eventually, little Jang Wan grew weary and fell asleep amidst the grass. When she awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky. Feeling frightened, she hurried to the mound where her grandfather was buried, and with her small hands, she began to dig fervently, striving to unearth him. Yet, as she continued her efforts, eerie blue-green flames began to swirl around her, sending a chill down her spine and causing her to cry out in terror. Chapter 84. The first encounter of Xiao Jiangwan and Xiao Chunj with a night on the mountain was inherently eerie, with the occasional cries of cats punctuating the silence, and the surrounding clusters of green fire adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Even the Navi Xiao Jiangwan felt a shiver of fear. She screamed and wept, her piercing wails echoing through the hollow of the mountain, amplifying the terror. Frightened by the blue flames, she attempted to flee, but to her horror, the flames seemed to pursue her, as if intent on engulfing her. In her panic, she stumbled and fell, repeatedly getting up only to fall again, lost in her cries among the graves for what felt like an eternity. Just as Xiao Jiangwan had exhausted her voice, her eyes wide and mouth agape, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder from behind. In a playful tone, a boy's voice inquired, "What are you doing here at this hour, little rascal? Has your mother abandoned you?" Trembling, Xiao Jiangwan turned to see an exceptionally handsome face, an older boy, at least 2 heads taller than her. She halted her tears, eager to respond, but found herself unable to utter a word. The boy clicked his tongue, disdainfully lifting her under the arms and hoisting her to her feet. "Is it because your family thinks you're just a little girl that they cast you aside?" he continued. Unable to speak, Xiao Jiangwan could only shake her head, wishing to convey that her mother had not forsaken her, but her small hands flailed helplessly, unable to communicate her thoughts. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Chen Zhuo, are you chatting with a ghost? You're quite bold, conversing with apparitions." Oh, so this charming boy was named Chen Zhuo. Wiping her tears, Xiao Jiangwan committed his name to memory. Chen Zhuo turned back, exclaiming, "Ghost? Nonsense. This is merely a child abandoned by adults. That crying you heard was hers." Xiao Jiangwan protested inwardly. "I have not been abandoned. I am here to accompany my grandfather." But her lips remained sealed, leaving her only the ability to blink her large eyes and cling tightly to Chen Zhuo's hand, unwilling to let go. Upon hearing that she was just a child, 4 or 5 boys of similar age quickly surrounded them, casting curious glances at Xiao Jiangwan. "Oh, she really is just a child. You scared me half to death. I thought you were a ghost," one remarked. "Look at you, trembling. You're the one who came to the graveyard, yet it's Chen Zhuo who's brave enough not to wet his pants." Another boy chimed in. Xiao Jiangwan struggled to comprehend their banter, her focus solely on the boy named Chen Zhuo, fearful he would abandon her. Though he seemed somewhat put off by the dirt on her, he did not release her hand. Instead, he awkwardly wiped her face with his shirt, frowning as he remarked, "Hey, you're quite beautiful. How could anyone have thrown you away? Is your family unable to care for you?" Xiao Jiangwan shook her head, pointing toward the direction of Xiaodong village below. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You know where your home is?" This time, she nodded. Chen Zhuo grinned. Let us go. Today, I shall be a good Samaritan and escort you home. Let us see if your family would dare to cast you aside again. If they do, I shall take you to my home." Another boy scoffed. "Can you believe it? Look at how poor your family is, and you still want to bring one home? Your mother must be furious." Chen Zhuo crouched down before Jiang Wan, lifting her onto his back as he spoke. "Since we're already poor, how much worse can it get? If it comes to that, I'll just share my rations with her. Besides, my family treasures daughters. My parents dote on my elder and second sisters." The group of boys chatted as they trudged down the dark mountain, guiding the frightened Jiang Wan back to Shaodong village. That night became a haunting nightmare for Jiang Wan, one she wished to forget. Yet it remained a cherished secret nestled in her heart. The boy who appeared like an angel during her most helpless and desperate moments enveloped her in warmth. Countless times, when she found herself trapped in a nightmare, she could always recall those bright, dark eyes and that lean yet sturdy arm, accompanying her until dawn and helping her dispel her fears. Jiang Wan believed she would never cross paths with the boy named Chen Zhuo again. However, when she turned 11, her third sister's early romance at school led their father to reveal a childhood engagement arranged by their grandfather with the third son of the Chen family from Shaohe village, named Chen Zhuo. At that moment, Jiang Wan pondered, could there truly be such a coincidence? Would that boy become her future brother-in-law? If he were indeed the same person, then such a wonderful boy would surely ensure her sister's happiness in the future. Soon, her speculation was confirmed. Within half a year, it seemed that the boy had learned about the engagement from his family, and he made a special trip to their home to seek her out. He stopped her with a cheerful smile and asked, "Are you Jiang Hua?" Just one glance, and Jiang Wan recognized him. The older Chen Zhuo was even more handsome, tall and slender. Unfortunately, he did not remember her or that fateful night. "I am not Jiang Hua," Jiang Wan replied with a smile, silently affirming to him, "I am Jiang Wan, the little girl you found and carried home from the graveyard." It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that her future brother-in-law was him. Jiang Wan felt immense joy for her sister. Yet, as time passed, Chen Zhuo's reputation as a rogue grew, and her typically strong-willed sister began to resist the marriage more and more. Ultimately, her sister chose to marry someone else, and an enraged Chen Zhuo came knocking at their door. In an attempt to appease the Chen family, the Jiang family promised Jiang Wan a Chen Zhuo. As long-buried memories resurfaced, they were both sweet and bitter. Jiang Wan leaned quietly in Chen Zhuo's embrace, reflecting on the past, and suddenly laughed. "When I was to marry you, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep for several nights, constantly dreaming of what our future would hold. I find myself engulfed in a sense of trepidation, fearing that you may regard me as a mute, or deem me less cultured than your sister, or consider me a mere village girl lacking in understanding. Yet, I also contemplate that despite my inability to articulate my thoughts, I am diligent and will care for you and your family with utmost devotion, ensuring our humble abode remains impeccably tidy. With this hope, albeit laced with anxiety, I entered your home and became your wife. Sengu, I do not harbor hatred towards you. How could I? Though you were once cold and quick to anger, I understand that your harsh words were merely an outlet for your frustrations. I recognize the disappointment of having been promised to a learned and capable sister, only to end up with a silent, uncommunicative partner. Wan, please cease your words. I implore you." Chen Zhuo's voice trembled, her tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Chapter 85. Washing my wife's feet. Jiang Wan was lost in her emotions, oblivious to the subtle nuances in Chen Zhuo's words. She was puzzled as to why he didn't want her to speak. What could be the reason? She had yet to share with him that she was the little girl he had found in the graveyard. However, if he had completely forgotten, wouldn't it seem rather foolish for her to bring it up? She had cherished him in her heart since she was 5, and that memory lingered until now. As Jiang Wan hesitated, Chen Zhuo's embrace tightened around her, as if he were trying to meld her into his very being. "Third brother, that hurts." After a moment, Chen Zhuo regained his composure and murmured softly in her ear, "I'm sorry." Despite his words of apology, his grip did not relent. He held her tightly, feeling the warmth and softness of her body, which brought him a sense of peace. He was in immense pain. This was the first time he had heard Jiang Wan express her feelings about marrying him. As she softly recounted her emotions, Chen Zhuo envisioned a scene in his mind, a bashful and anxious young girl, filled with hope and anticipation for the future, only to be doused with a bucket of icy water upon her arrival. How much pain and helplessness must she have felt? That night, he had acted like a brute, and even in his roughness, she had submitted without a hint of resistance. How could he, in his youth, have behaved in such a despicable manner? Chen Zhuo discreetly wiped away the tears on his face and lifted Jiang Wan into his arms as one would a child. Startled, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently exclaimed, "Third brother, what's wrong? The children will be back soon. Don't act up." Without uttering a word, Chen Zhuo carried her into the house and carefully placed her on the edge of the Kong. He then turned to fetch a basin of warm water, testing the temperature before gently placing her feet in the water, glancing up to ask, "How is it? Is the temperature all right?" He yearned to treat her well, to devote everything to her. At this moment, Jiang Wan was utterly bewildered by his actions. She looked down at the large hand gripping her ankle, attempting to retract her foot but to no avail. Confused, she gazed at the handsome man crouched before her and timidly asked, "Third brother, do you think my feet stink?" Chen Zhuo, feeling a tumult of emotions within him, was momentarily caught off guard by her innocent query, which made him burst into laughter. After a hearty chuckle, he took her small foot, comparable in size to his palm, brought it to his nose, and feigned disgust, wrinkling his brow. There is a slight odor." Jiang Wan gasped in shock, instinctively pulling back and trying to snatch her foot away, exclaiming, You smell it, and yet still sniff." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Zhuo found it utterly delightful. "I'm just teasing you. It doesn't smell at all." Just as he was about to help her soak her feet properly, the three children returned home, chugging along like a train. Yang walked in front and, upon entering the room, immediately perceived the scene by the edge of the Kong. She saw her father grasping her mother's ankle, seemingly attempting to assist her in washing her feet, while her mother, wearing an unwilling expression, attempted to evade his touch. Yang blinked and boldly approached, standing beside her father, mimicking the tone adults often used to coax her, "Mommy, don't you want to wash your feet?" Observing her daughter's earnest demeanor, Jang Wan couldn't help but be amused, while Chen Zhuo, who had just quelled his laughter, found it hard to contain himself. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, and soon the entire family erupted into laughter. The elderly couple downstairs, hearing the commotion from above, also joined in the merriment, with Chun Ling chuckling so heartily that her eyes crinkled with joy, sighing contentedly. "This is truly wonderful." In stark contrast to the warmth and harmony of the Chen family, others found themselves in quite a predicament. First, there was Jiao Dapeng, who, after being caught red-handed by his father-in-law, Hu Yongji, received a couple of blows to the head and nose, instantly rendering him disfigured. He now lay in the clinic, receiving stitches, utterly alone. Zhang Yun's situation was even more dire. Hu Yongji, despite his disdain for striking a woman, did not prevent his daughter from retaliating. Upon learning of the incident, Jiao Dapeng's wife, Hu Jing, stormed into Zhang Yun's home that very evening, dragging her out onto the street, yanking her hair and slapping her face, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You shameless harlot! How dare you steal my man?" Zhang Yun's home was just 2 doors down from Chun Li's. Chun Li was lazily lounging on the Kong, waiting for Lu Zhen to fetch him warm water for a foot bath when he heard the cacophony of curses from the street. Startled, he quickly slipped on his shoes and rushed outside, with Lu Zhen, having also heard the ruckus, following closely behind. As the couple emerged from their home, they were met with a most dramatic scene. The usually elegant and refined Zhang Yun was now beneath Hu Jing, her hair a disheveled mess resembling a broody hen, her face swollen and marred with cuts, howling and sobbing in utter disgrace, completely devoid of her usual beauty. Chun Li watched, unable to suppress a grin, muttering to himself, "Well, the village flower has turned into a pig's head." Lu Zhen, still bewildered, asked in astonishment, "What on earth happened? Who is that beneath Hu Jing? Should we intervene?" Upon hearing her question, Chun Li quickly nudged his foolish wife, whispering, "Just enjoy the spectacle. Leave it be. Didn't you hear what Hu Jing was shouting?" What was she saying? Lu Zhen, her attention focused on the battered figure, had indeed not paid attention to Hu Jing's tirade. Only after her husband's prompt did she shift her gaze to Hu Jing, who was fiercely hurling insults without any repetition. "You filthy wretch," riding on countless others. "Jiao Dapeng came to our family with a dowry of 10,000. If you covet him, fine, but you must compensate me 20,000. If you can't pay, I'll make sure to beat you senseless." With that, she swung her arm, delivering a flurry of slaps. The old man of the Zhang family has passed away, leaving only the elderly matriarch, who anxiously paces about, repeatedly pleading on behalf of her daughter. "My dear daughter, please do not strike. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Our Xiao Na is highly cherished. How could she possibly be involved with your Dapeng? Aunt, my father has cornered both of them in that desolate temple. How could there be any doubt? Aunt, You better hide, lest I unleash my fury upon you. Hu Jing, determined not to spare Zhang Yuna any semblance of dignity, shouted with a volume that reverberated throughout the neighborhood, drawing the attention of curious onlookers from both the front and back streets. Logically, in a village where brawls are typically quelled by the community, one would expect intervention. However, when it comes to the scandal of a wife confronting her husband's mistress, no one is inclined to offer assistance. On the contrary, there are even indignant women siding with the scorned, hurling verbal abuses. Shame, truly deserving, to seduce another woman's husband, devoid of any sense of shame. Chapter 86. Tidying up the scandalous couple and harvesting corn. The young wives of Shaha village had long been intolerant of Zhang Yuna's brazen demeanor. Despite being an unmarried young woman, she frequented the local convenience store's mahjong tables, addressing every man as brother and exuding an air of shamelessness that was quite irksome. Yet, most men were enamored by her antics, proclaiming her the village beauty, both gentle and lovely. Upon returning home, they would find fault with their own wives, lamenting how Zhang Yuna seemed so sophisticated compared to them, remarking on their own wives' disheveled appearances. Such remarks stirred deep resentment among the women, and witnessing Zhang Yuna's downfall at the hands of Hu Jing brought them a sense of vindication. They could not help but join in the chorus of accusations, labeling her as shameless and pointing out how she had flirted with nearly every man in the village. Indeed, she practically clings to any man she speaks to. Even the courtesans of old were not as brazen. The women vented their frustrations, reveling in the moment. Lu Zhan, having listened intently, finally grasped the situation. Her eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, glancing at her husband and then at the disheveled Zhang Yuna on the ground. Goodness, is Zhang Yuna really that loose? Has she ever pursued you? Chenli, taken aback by Lu Zhan's question, suddenly recalled how Zhang Yuna had implored him to take her to San Ji's house a few days prior. Just as the other women had said, she had clung to his arm, affectionately calling him fourth brother, while her ample bosom brushed against him almost deliberately. At the time, Chun-Li had felt a twinge of excitement, wondering if the village beauty's warm demeanor indicated that she found him appealing due to his ability to drive and earn money. Now, however, he realized that she treated all men with the same flirtatiousness. A wave of apprehension washed over him. What if he succumbed to her advances and became the target of public scorn? Trembling at the thought, he abruptly pulled Lu Zhan, who was craning her neck to catch more of the unfolding drama, back inside. Let's go to bed. Lu Zhan, perplexed, protested that she had not yet seen enough. As she attempted to break free from his grasp, Chun-Li, fueled by a sudden surge of determination, swept her up and strode into their home, tossing her onto the bed and following suit. Chun-Li, what are you doing? Just calming my fragile little heart, he replied, needing a strong dose of reassurance. For half an hour, the clamor of insults outside persisted, while the atmosphere within Chun-Li's home grew equally lively. It was not until the ruckus outside began to wane that Chun-Li finally settled down, holding Lu Zhan close and whispering, "Let's sleep." The gossip surrounding Jiao Daping and Zhang Yuna invigorated the villagers as they gathered to harvest corn. With men working diligently and women simultaneously cursing Zhang Yuna and teasing their own husbands. In the past, Zhang Yuna's good brothers never dared to retort, allowing their wives to vent their frustrations. The corn at the Chen family farm was due for harvest. The elderly couple could no longer manage the work, and with Chen Xing away, the responsibility for the fields fell to Chen Zhuo, Chen Qing, and Chen Li. Naturally, the daughters-in-law could not remain idle either. Each had their own plots to tend to, while the elderly couple's land would be worked on collectively. However, this year was different. Jiang Wan, who usually worked the hardest, was unable to assist. Chen Zhuo adamantly refused to let her go. Before heading to the fields, the three brothers each carried a white plastic jug filled with water to keep hydrated during their toil. Lu Zhan, with a scarf adorning her head and a crossbody bag stuffed with flatbreads, cheerfully remarked to Jiang Wan, "My third brother is just being protective. Please don't take it the wrong way." Jiang Wan gazed at Chen Zhuo with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, pleading, "Just let me go. The children can be watched by my elder sister. My presence will expedite the work, and I'm quite efficient." No, Chen Zhuo firmly rejected her, his tone leaving no room for debate. Noticing Jiang Wan's disappointment as she bit her lip, he smiled gently, reaching out to tenderly pinch her fair cheek. "You've only just gained a bit of weight. It pains me to see you lose even a little. Go rest. I'll take care of it." With that, Chen Zhuo shouldered his load and joined Chen Qing and Chen Li. The Chen family cultivated only corn, and the tasks in the field were not overly demanding. All that was required was to sever the corn stalks at the base with a sickle, lay them down, gather the ears of corn into a pile, and eventually haul them home with a cart. The land belonging to the elderly couple and Chen Xing was located across the provincial road at the southern end of the village. The three brothers, having established their own households, had their new land allocated in the northern hills, which necessitated a trek of over 10 miles to reach. With only 6 acres at the southern end, the brothers resolved to finish the work there before heading to the northern hillside. And thus the 4 of them made their way to the elderly couple's fields. Chen Zhuo had not engaged in farming for what felt like a lifetime. It had been ages since he last undertook such labor. Initially, he struggled, lagging behind the others by a considerable margin. Gradually, however, he found his rhythm. And within half a day, he not only caught up to Chen Xing, but also surpassed him. Lu Zhan, being a woman, needed to take breaks to catch her breath. Approaching Chun-Li, she tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and gently urged, "If you're tired, take a break." Chun-Li chuckled, "I'm not tired. I know you are. Go rest at the edge of the field." Feeling cared for by his wife, Chun-Li worked even harder. Hearing the playful undertone in her husband's words, Lu Zhan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a playful glare, obediently retreating to rest. As Lu Zhan lifted her gaze, she saw Chen Zhuo working swiftly, having already laid down 2 rows of corn. She could not help but commend him. "Third brother, you work so quickly. No wonder you wouldn't let my sister-in-law come. You can manage the work of 2 people all by yourself." Chen Zhuo, upon hearing this, smiled and straightened up to take a sip of water. He noticed that today, Lu Zhan and the 4th brother were exchanging glances filled with warmth. A stark contrast to the previous days when they had been mired in resentment and indifference. Upon a moment's reflection, Chen Zhuo discerned the underlying reasons. Last night, the joyful union of Zhang Yuna and Zhao Daping had become the talk of the entire village, likely calming the previously restless heart of the 4th brother. Observing the affectionate glances exchanged between the couple, Chen Zhuo exhaled deeply, relieved that this unexpected turn of events concerning Zhang Yuna had been resolved, and he hoped fervently that the 4th brother would not stray from the right path again. Lost in thoughts about the 4th brother, Chen Zhuo inadvertently faltered while wielding his knife. The sickle slipped and grazed his leg, creating a gash the length of a finger on his trousers and calf, from which blood began to flow swiftly. Frowning slightly, yet remaining silent, Chen Zhuo noted that the wound was not deep and paid it little heed. He tore off a strip of his trouser leg and wrapped it around the injury, resolutely returning to his work. Chapter 87. The duel ground in the Chun family courtyard. After Chen Zhuo left the field, Jiang Wan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. In the past, during the autumn harvest, Chen Zhuo rarely participated, as it was always Chen Qing and his wife who assisted Jiang Wan. At that time, Jiang Wan felt too embarrassed to let her brother-in-law and sister-in-law do the work at her family's farm, so she toiled relentlessly, striving to take on as much as possible herself. Over the years, she honed her skills, and her speed during the harvest became significantly faster than others. Yet, this capable worker was now compelled to stay home, which left Jiang Wan quite anxious. She worried that Chen Zhuo might struggle with the labor and injure himself, and she was concerned about the toll such strenuous work might take on him. After all, her 3rd brother had hands meant for engineering grand projects. What if he were to sustain an injury? Restless and unable to remain still at home, Jiang Wan decided to send Yang to the lower house, entrusting him to her sister-in-law, Chen Ling. Although Chen Ling was experiencing menstrual cramps and could not join the harvest that day, she was more than capable of looking after the child. Upon hearing that Jiang Wan intended to go out to the fields, Chen Ling, with a sigh of resignation, cheerfully said, "If you wish to go, then by all means. Anyway, once you arrive, Sengu won't let you do any work." Jiang Wan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, and merely replied, "Then I shall take my leave." Before heading upstairs to change her clothes, she needed to dress warmly for the fields, lest the corn leaves prick her skin. Once she had bundled herself up and donned a headscarf, Jiang Wan reached the front gate, only to spot a somewhat familiar woman striding towards her home, accompanied by a tall man who was pushing a bicycle. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with slanted eyes and a hawk-like nose, her countenance somewhat severe. For a moment, Jiang Wan struggled to recall where she had encountered this individual before. "Is this the old Chen family?" the newcomer asked, her face taut, rolling her eyes as she addressed Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan responded with a non-committal hum and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" The 2 visitors ignored her question, bypassing Jiang Wan and entering the courtyard. The woman shouted loudly, "I say, Chen Ling's sister-in-law, why are you still hiding out at your parental home? Are you afraid of having to work in the fields?" With this exclamation, Jiang Wan finally recognized her. It was Shun Yufeng, Chun Ling's younger sister-in-law. The man alongside her was her husband, whose name Jiang Wan did not know. During her first year of marriage, when her sister-in-law was unwell at her in-law's home, Jiang Wan had met Shun Yufeng while visiting with her mother-in-law. The saying goes that appearance often reflects character, and Shun Yufeng was no exception. Her demeanor matched her harsh looks, always speaking with a sharp tongue and never offering kind words to the Chen family. Sensing her unfriendly approach, Jiang Wan felt increasingly uneasy and decided against going to the fields. Observing Shun Yufeng's aggressive stance, she quickly turned and made her way to Chun Guohua's home. School had already commenced, and not only was Chun Guohua away at work, but Jin Yuezhu, her sister-in-law, had also returned to the school to teach. Only Chen Yuan, a soon-to-be college student, remained at home. "Aunt Xiaowan, what brings you here at this hour? My mom hasn't returned from work yet." Due to the rapport between Jin Yuezhu and Jiang Wan, Chen Yuan had always addressed her as sister, following suit with her mother's terminology, thus not adhering to the generational hierarchy within the Chen family. Upon encountering Jiang Wan, Chen Yuan greeted her with warmth and a bright smile. Jiang Wan grasped Chen Yuan's hand, her expression fraught with urgency as she implored, "Yuan, I have a favor to ask. Please head to Nanshuodi immediately and summon your third uncle to return home at once." Seeing the anxious look on Jiang Wan's face, Chen Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously, "Of course. I shall go at once." As Yuan hurriedly departed, Jiang Wan turned and rushed back to her own home. Upon reaching the entrance, she overheard her mother-in-law's loud reprimands echoing from within. "The Shen family truly astounds me. They send my daughter back to her maternal home under the pretense of concern for her meals, yet come harvest time, they know just where to find her. This is utterly outrageous." The sharp-tongued old Madame Chun was not to be outdone, and Shun Yufeng, with her brash demeanor, retorted with a mocking laugh, "Aunt, what exactly is your point? My sister-in-law's household registration is with us, and the land belongs to us as well. If she won't return to help with the harvest, who do you expect will? Do you intend for your 50-year-old mother-in-law to toil in the fields? Isn't it the case that your land is tended by your sons and daughters-in-law?" She continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "How can you command another family's daughter, while your own is beyond reproach?" Shen Yufeng's deliberately exaggerated tone was particularly infuriating. The elderly matron's face turned pale with rage, and she began to wheeze. Jiang Wan, fearing for her health, hurried over to soothe her mother-in-law's back, urging gently, "Mother, please calm down and take deep breaths." Chen Ling, feeling unwell from menstrual cramps, was both irritated by her sister-in-law's provocation and resigned to the situation. She had long anticipated the Shen family would summon her back for the harvest. Though she had no desire for conflict, if it weren't for her excruciating discomfort, she would have already made the nearly 30-mile trek back to her mother-in-law's home. She bore no resentment towards the labor, despite never seeing a share of the harvest profits, viewing it as her filial duty to her late husband. However, witnessing her sister-in-law's mocking attitude towards her mother ignited a spark of anger within her. Narrowing her eyes, she replied coldly, "Yufeng, I possess merely 2 acres of land. Yet I am expected to handle the workload of 6 acres each year. I have never seen a penny from the grain sales, not even my rightful share. While I can forego squabbling over money with my aging parents, you won't even allow me a meal, constantly implying I should hurry back to my maternal home. Very well. If returning home is the solution, I shall not consume your family's provisions. What then is your purpose in coming here to create a scene? Am I to be treated like a mere beast of burden for your family? Let me assure you, even beasts require sustenance. This year, your land may be tended by whomever you please, for I shall not partake in it. I am prepared to transfer my household registration back to Xiahuzi and sever all ties with your family." Upon receiving the message from Chen Yuan, Chen Zhuo hurried back, only to find a commotion unfolding in the courtyard. My mother and elder sister were entangled with Shen Yufeng and her husband. Meanwhile, I observed my wife, Jang Wan, brandishing a fire poker and striking Shen Yufeng's partner, exclaiming, "Are you even a man? How can you interfere when women are fighting? It is utterly shameless." Chapter 88, Brother, what happened to your leg? Shen Yufeng's partner, Chu Jun, received a couple of light swats from a stick, which did not faze him. He swiftly grabbed hold of the stick and yanked it with force. Jiang Wan, with her petite frame, could not withstand his strength and stumbled backward. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong hands caught her in time. It was Chen Zhuo. Jiang Wan's eyes brightened at the sight of him, Her pillar of support had arrived. After steadying her, Chen Zhuo raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Chu Jun, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then seized Shen Yufeng by the nape of her neck and yanked her away, swiftly separating the group of women who had been entangled in the scuffle. "Cease at once," he bellowed, and the three feisty women immediately fell silent. Eldest sister Chen Ling's hair was in disarray, the old lady's clothes were wrinkled, and Shen Yufeng was in no better state. Blood streaked her face, and a lock of her hair had been torn out, now clutched in the old lady's hand. It was Shen Yufeng who had initiated the conflict, believing that with her man by her side, the two of them could easily overpower the three elderly and frail women. However, she had never anticipated that the seemingly short and slightly hunched over Chen Laodai would be such a formidable opponent, striking fiercely and swiftly. Instead of gaining the upper hand, she now found herself in pain all over. Seated on the ground, Shen Yufeng's frustration boiled over as she clutched her head and began to wail. "Your Chen family is too oppressive. 4 of you against just the 2 of us. Everyone come and see. The old Chen family is shameless, attempting murder." Chen Zhuo cast a glance at the 3 women from his family, and, seeing that they had suffered only disheveled hair and no serious injuries, he felt a sense of relief. Like a protective hen, he ushered them behind him and coldly regarded the sobbing Shen Yufeng with a sneer. "Jiang Wan, go call the township police station and report that there are ruffians causing a disturbance." Chen Laotai, quick to react, feigned a dramatic collapse to the ground, groaning, "Oh, they're killing me. A young couple attacking a 50-year-old woman. This is utterly unjust. Hurry, send the police to arrest them and lock them up." The scene was chaotic, with cries and wails echoing in a dissonant symphony. Chen Zhuo could not allow Shen Yufeng and her partner to continue their raucous antics. He approached Chu Jun, who was still hunched over, clutching his stomach, and with a serious expression asked, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I take action to escort you out?" Chu Jun, still reeling from the earlier kick, glanced at Chen Zhuo. Despite Chen Zhuo's tall but lean stature, he assumed he could easily overpower him. Straightening up, he charged at Chen Zhuo, cursing, "Damn you." Chen Zhuo reacted swiftly, sidestepping his punch. Remembering how this scoundrel had dared to strike a woman, he deftly twisted Chu Jun's arm, dislocating it with ease. Chu Jun yelped in pain, only to realize that his arm now hung limply, unable to move. Seeing the commotion, Shen Yufeng, who was still shrieking on the ground, lost her composure and rushed forward, intent on tearing into Chen Zhuo. Jang Wan, feeling anxious, feared that Chen Zhuo might be at a disadvantage in confronting a woman, so she swiftly tossed the fire stick she was holding to the feet of Shen Yufeng. Shen Yufeng, engrossed in her focus on Chen Zhuo, failed to notice the stick at her feet and tripped over it, collapsing to the ground and inadvertently bowing to the Chen family in a rather comical manner. Observing this, Chen Zhuo turned back to Jiang Wan, giving her a thumbs up in appreciation. However, Jiang Wan, concerned that he might provoke Shen Yufeng and her husband further, gestured for him to turn away. Realizing she could not overpower him, Shen Yufeng refrained from advancing, instead throwing herself beside Chu Jun, crying out that a crime had been committed. She claimed that her husband's arm had been broken and demanded compensation. The elderly woman sitting on the ground perked up upon hearing this, retorting, "You can forget about compensation. I am going to lie down on your Kong bed. Since you two have assaulted an old lady, it is you who owe me." She lamented that henceforth, she wouldn't need her son to care for her, as the Shen family would be responsible for her welfare. Chen Ling felt a pang of guilt for causing such unrest in the household, and, with tears brimming in her eyes, squatted down to assist her mother. "Mother, please get up, the ground is too cold." However, the elderly woman and Shen Yufeng, embroiled in their own grievances, ignored Chen Ling's plea, mumbling about their injuries. Chen Zhuo, unwilling to engage in a verbal dispute with Shen Yufeng, grasped the collar of her shirt and began to lead her toward the front door. Chu Jun, grimacing from the pain in his arm, hurriedly followed, anxious to ensure his wife was not taken away. Chen Zhuo unceremoniously hurled Shen Yufeng out the door. Satisfied to see Chu Jun exit on his own accord, he remarked with a smirk, "All right, be gone." Afterward, Chen Zhuo withdrew a straw from the firewood pile at the entrance and drew a line on the ground, saying with a sardonic smile, "If either of you dares to cross this threshold again, I assure you, it will not only be your arm that I will deal with." Chu Jun, feeling the sting of pain, broke into a cold sweat as he glanced at the line drawn at his feet, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Chen Zhuo found this reaction amusing and scoffed lightly. Shen Yufeng, filled with resentment, desired to charge forward but hesitated upon seeing her husband's pained expression. Torn between anger and concern, she muttered, "What a disgrace. Let us go to the health station first, and we will settle the score later." Chu Jun had been eager to leave, but was hesitant to suggest it himself. Hearing his wife take the initiative, he nodded in agreement. The couple, one nursing a painful arm and the other pushing a bicycle, shuffled off toward the health station in a dejected manner. Chen Zhuo, observing their compliance, chuckled to himself as he turned back. Jiang Wan had been following closely behind Chen Zhuo, ready to assist him should he encounter trouble. Upon seeing that the couple had departed and Chen Zhuo was returning, she let out a sigh of relief. However, as Chen Zhuo approached her, she noticed that one of his pant legs was torn, revealing a bandaged calf stained with blood. Alarmed, she gasped, her face paling, "Third brother, what happened to your leg?" Chen Zhuo had almost forgotten about the injury on his leg until Jiang Wan's reminder brought a twinge of pain to his attention. He glanced down, his tone dismissive, claiming it was merely a scratch from a scythe. "Third brother." Jiang Wan's eyes instantly filled with tears as she stepped forward to link her arm through his, urging him into the house. "How can you still kick someone with an injured leg? Why didn't you go to the clinic for a bandage?" Upon seeing the concern etched on Jiang Wan's tear-streaked face, Chen Zhuo chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Why are you crying? It doesn't hurt at all." Chapter 89, Come Here. "Dear sister, I shall take care of you. How could it not hurt?" Jang Wan supported Chen Zhuo as he sat on the heated bed, squatting before him to unwrap the bloodstained cloth. The wound was nearly 3 inches long. Its depth was indiscernible, but the once closed injury had reopened due to his earlier scuffle. Blood oozing out, presenting a rather alarming sight. Tears streamed down Jiang Wan's face, while old Madame Chen and Chen Ling gasped in shock. Little Yang Ong, who had been frightened to tears during the adults' quarrel, now bore tear-streaked cheeks, clutching Duo in her arms, fervently blowing on Chen Zhuo's wound as if attempting to soothe it. Who? Chen Zhuo, amused by his daughter's antics, playfully responded, "Oh, my daughter's breath is like fairy magic. I feel instantly better." Old Madame Chen slapped Chen Zhuo's arm, exclaiming, "You rascal! Why do you expect payment for merely working? Linger, hurry downstairs and fetch half a bowl of your father's white liquor to apply on the third brother's wound." Chen Ling acknowledged and quickly went to retrieve the liquor. Jiang Wan hesitated to apply it, fearing the sting would be unbearable. "Third brother, it must hurt terribly. Please bear with it." Old Madame Chen, impatient, pushed Jiang Wan aside. "Get up, I will tend to him." She then dipped a cotton ball soaked in liquor onto Chen Zhuo's wound. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the searing pain made him gasp sharply. This sensation was truly excruciating. He and T felt such agony even when the scythe had struck him. Yet, with his wife and children present, Chen Zhuo decided to endure, biting down on his molars as he awaited the burning sensation to subside. Although old Madame Chen's grip was firm, her movements were deft, and she diligently wiped the wound clean after 5 or 6 applications. Chen Zhuo endured, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while Jiang Wan softly urged, "Mother, be gentle. It's nothing. The third brother has tough skin." Old Master Chen had been playing chess in the back street when he heard commotion at home and rushed back. Upon entering, he caught a whiff of the liquor in the air. Lifting the curtain, he saw the 4 women gathered around the third brother. "What happened? Did someone knock you down? Where's that prowess of yours?" Chen Zhuo forced a smile. "Father, I was just cutting corn and accidentally got nicked by the scythe." The old man glanced at the wound, saw it was not serious, and grunted, casting a reluctant look at the bowl of liquor as he muttered, "You foolish child. What is going on? Didn't you go out to work? Why are you fighting?" "Father, it wasn't me. It was my little sister-in-law and me who got into a scuffle." Chen Ling interjected, recounting the incident when Xin Yufeng came to summon her back to work the fields. After cursing, old Master Chen turned to Chen Ling, saying, "You should promptly move your household registration back. Stop associating with them. How many years have we served them? They are becoming increasingly arrogant." Chen Ling nodded tearfully, feeling guilty for causing unrest in the family. Jiang Wan gently consoled her, "Eldest sister, do not cry. Listen to our father. Take this opportunity to return home and live with us." Chen Ling felt a profound sorrow, tears streaming down her face incessantly. She shared a deep bond with her deceased husband, which is why she had remained a widow for so many years. Originally, Chen Ling aspired to care for her in-laws in their twilight years, considering that her husband was the only son of the Shen family. However, the elderly Shuns and a few sisters-in-law refused to relent, accusing her of being a harbinger of misfortune for their son and lamenting that she had not been able to bear him a child. For nearly a decade, Chen Ling endured their scorn, all for the sake of her late husband. But this time, her patience was wearing thin. Chen Zhuo, fearing that his mother would further torment her wounds, rose hastily and approached his hesitant elder sister, saying, "Sister, come back. I can provide for you." Upon hearing her brother's words, Chen Ling's final reservations dissipated completely. Her tears flowed even more freely as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "All right, I will start the household registration after the autumn harvest." Once the family had settled Chen Ling's matters, Chen Zhuo prepared to return to the fields. This time, Jiang Wan insisted on accompanying him, entrusting little Yang to Chen Ling as she followed closely behind her brother. Chen Zhuo, left with no choice, sighed in resignation and took Jiang Wan's hand, saying, "Fine, but you won't have to labor when we arrive." Jiang Wan remained silent, her gaze fixed on his bandaged wound. Her voice laced with concern. "Does it still hurt? Did our mother tie it too tightly?" In an effort to alleviate her worries, Chen Zhuo playfully grimaced. "Oh, don't mention it. Mother's grip is quite heavy. That cut from the sickle barely hurt as much as her application of alcohol. You must admit, Xin Yufeng truly has the audacity to provoke our mother. It's a miracle she hasn't left him bald." As the couple conversed while making their way outside, Chen Ling sat silently on the Kong, watching their retreating figures with tears streaming down her cheeks. The elderly matriarch, feeling a pang of sympathy for her daughter, gently rocked her granddaughter to sleep while softly advising, "Enough now. Both the third son and his wife have spoken. You need not ponder further. Return home swiftly and sever all ties with the Shin family." Just as Chen Ling was about to respond, little Yang, still in a dream, mumbled sleepily, "Don't hit Dudu." Dudu. Chen Ling's heart ached, and the tears she had managed to hold back surged forth again. She tenderly stroked the sleeping Yang and whispered to the elderly lady, "I must express my gratitude to Xiao Wan for her acceptance of me. How many daughters-in-law from other families would be so accommodating?" The elderly matriarch scoffed lightly. "Why wouldn't she accept you? You aren't a burden. You can help her with chores. She would be more than eager for your return, now that the third son has the means to earn. If she were to reject you, let her be divorced." "Mother." Chen Ling immediately sensed the inappropriateness of her mother's words and interrupted. "How can you say such things? That is utterly heartless. After all these years, what more could Xiao Wan possibly want from you and my father? Does she not do all the household tasks, from laundry to cooking? She cares for us more than a biological daughter would. How could you entertain such thoughts?" Realizing she had spoken thoughtlessly, the elderly matriarch quickly covered Chen Ling's mouth. "Oh dear, I misspoke. Please keep your voice down. We wouldn't want Yang to hear." Chen Ling pushed her mother's hand away and lowered her voice, saying, "Mother, from now on, when you come to my house, I will handle all the chores in our room with father. Please refrain from sharing trivial matters with Xiao Wan. Hasn't she endured enough over the years? In the past, when the third son was so irresponsible, any other woman would have left long ago. The Jiang family's circumstances are far superior to ours. Why should Xiao Wan not return home to enjoy a better life? Must she remain in this impoverished dwelling?" Isn't it because at that time, the third son was not striving for success, and she had to fulfill her filial duties on his behalf. Old Lady Chen was a shrewd woman. Did she not understand such matters? She recognized that Jiang Wan was a good person, but in the heat of the moment, she had spoken thoughtlessly. Now, faced with her daughter's outburst triggered by her careless words, she felt a bit flustered and retorted, "Get lost, you ungrateful wretch. Are you now teaching your mother a lesson?" Chapter 90. As Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan arrived at Nanshan, Lu Jun was seated at the edge of the field, sipping water. Upon noticing their arrival, she hurried over. "Why are you here, third sister-in-law? You ought to stay at home. My third brother is working quite efficiently." Jiang Wan smiled gently. "I am also quite swift. What happened at home? You seem flustered." Just then, Chen Qing, their elder brother, arrived and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a flick. "Be careful, brother. Don't set the field ablaze." Chen Li staggered in behind him. "Do you think I'm like you? Always so reckless." Chen Qing shot him a glance, prompting a chuckle from Chen Li. The brothers settled down at the edge of the field to rest. Chen Zhuo was eager to finish the work, urging Jang Wan to recount the recent events while he picked up a sickle and began to toil. Jang Wan, entrusted with an important task, found that she could not join in the labor. Instead, she shared the incident involving Xin Yufeng causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Chun Li smacked his thigh in outrage, exclaiming, "They've become quite bold. Do they dare to come and assault people? We should have dealt with those two rascals earlier." Lu Jun frowned with concern, But now it's just our parents and our elder sister Yang Yang at home. Will Shen Yufeng and her crew come back for revenge? They will certainly return, Chen Qing replied, his expression devoid of urgency, as he looked at Jiang Wan with a grin. So, did the third brother dislocate Chu Jun's arm? Jiang Wan nodded. Yes, they went to the clinic to treat it. Chen Qing's smile widened. Don't worry about home. Everything will be fine. With that, he resumed his work, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Chen Zhuo worked swiftly, and before long, they had cleared the field center. Just as he was engrossed in his labor, he heard Jiang Wan's gentle call from behind. Third brother. Chen Zhuo straightened and turned to face her. Go sit at the edge of the field. You needn't toil. Look how quickly I'm working. Jiang Wan shook her head. It's not that. I wanted to ask you, what if Shen Yufeng brings people back? There are no men at home. And what if mother and elder sister suffer? Chen Zhuo chuckled at her concern. Didn't he elder brother tell you why Shen Yufeng will certainly return? Jiang Wan shook her head again. He didn't say. Why is that? Do you wish to know? Chen Zhuo leaned slightly forward, gesturing to his lips. Come, let me tell you directly. Third brother. Jiang Wan feigned annoyance, causing Chen Zhuo to burst into laughter. Once he had his fill of mirth, he turned Jiang Wan's body around, confiscated the sickle from her waist, and guided her toward the edge of the field, saying as they walked, Have you forgotten? Our mother is skilled in bone setting. If Chu Jun wants his arm to be healed, he must return and plead with her respectfully. Jiang Wan blinked. Wasn't there an elder in the back street who could also set bones? That elder passed away last month. Now only our mother remains. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Then can our mother treat him? Chen Zhuo pressed her down to the ground and smiled, assuring her that treatment would undoubtedly be administered. But only after one had vented their grievances. As anticipated by Chen Zhuo and Jiang Wan, a rather amusing scene was unfolding in the Chen family courtyard. The elderly matriarch was seated cross-legged on the heated bed, adjusting her neatly combed hair, casting not a glance at the anguished Chu Jun, who was wincing in the middle of the room. Chu Jun had just accompanied Shen Yufeng to the clinic to treat his arm, only to find that the doctor was incapable of realigning bones and instead recommended him to seek the elderly matriarch of the Chen family in Xiaha village for assistance. Upon hearing this, Shen Yufeng and her husband nearly fainted. What a farce. Just moments ago, the matriarch's son had dislocated his arm, and now they were being directed to her for treatment? They pressed the doctor for alternative options, but he insisted there were none, claiming that the only person in the vicinity capable of treating his arm was the elderly matriarch. Left with no recourse, and with the harvest season in full swing, they realized that keeping his arm in its painful state would not only be excruciating, but would also hinder their work. Infuriated, Shen Yufeng cursed the entire Chen lineage and scolded Chu Jun before instructing him to seek treatment from the matriarch alone, while she waited at the village entrance. Go by yourself. If I accompany you, who knows how that old woman will berate me. Just sweet-talk her a bit, and she might assist you. What other choice did Chu Jun have? Half of his body was in agony, and with a dejected nod, he trudged off. He dared not utter any harsh words, such as demanding treatment due to the matriarch's son being the cause of his injury. Instead, he wore a pained expression and pleaded, Auntie, I was in the wrong earlier. I shouldn't have crossed you. You are a kind-hearted elder. Please help me with my arm. I'll pay whatever it costs. The elderly patriarch, irked by his presence, pointed at him with his smoking pipe and scolded, How dare you show your face here? A man should never lay hands on a woman. Go seek treatment wherever you please. If the clinic's doctor won't treat you, go to the city. Get lost. Hearing this, the elderly matriarch shot a glare at her husband, commanding, Go smoke outside. This is none of your concern. She had not yet vented her frustration and was not about to let Chu Jun leave. The patriarch, well aware of his wife's intentions, understood that she would not allow him to leave easily. With a huff, he retreated to the outer room. Seeing this, Chu Jun felt a glimmer of hope and continued to plead, Auntie, I am in unbearable pain. Please, have mercy. The elderly matriarch scrutinized him and asked, Where is your wife? Have her come in and bow to my daughter to admit her wrongs, and I shall treat your arm. Upon hearing this, Chu Jun silently acknowledged his wife's accurate assessment of the situation. Thankfully, she had not accompanied him. Otherwise, her fiery temperament would have undoubtedly flared up. Unable to endure the pain any longer, he fell to his knees without a second thought. Auntie, Yufeng is not here. She has no face to see you. I shall bow on her behalf. With that, he prostrated himself 3 times. Meanwhile, Chen Ling, in the upper room with Yang Yang, listened intently to the commotion below, and hearing the resounding thuds of Chu Jun's bows brought her a sense of relief. As Jiang Wan's sickle was confiscated, she began to chop corn. For all work is honorable. Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss, ultimately removing his gloves and offering them to her, expressing his resignation. Tomorrow, I shall bind you at home. No matter what, I won't allow you to come. Lu Zhan, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy and whispered to Chun Li, third brother truly cares for third sister-in-law. He doesn't let her do any work at all. Upon hearing this, Chun Li playfully pinched her, retorting, what are you envious of? For the past few years, third sister-in-law has toiled in the fields all by herself. This time, it's only right for third brother to show some affection towards her. Chapter 91. Harvesting corn in the evening. Chen Zhuo and his brothers took turns transporting corn from the southern fields back home using the cart of the local cart owner. A few days prior, they had cleared a space in their yard specifically for the corn, allowing the cart to unload directly upon arrival. Just before nightfall, the brothers finally managed to haul all the corn back from the southern fields. After a long day of labor, Chen Zhuo found himself with a new ambition, to save enough money to purchase livestock and a cart. Waiting for the cart owner to assign work to their home was simply too much of a hindrance. Large carts were not a common possession, and at that time, mules were priced between 1 to 800 yuan each. A sizable cart required 3 mules, with the strongest mule at the reins and 2 smaller ones harnessed at the front. Altogether, this setup would cost no less than 3 to 4,000 yuan, making it a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Ordinary folk had to rent carts annually. The cost of plowing, sowing, and harvesting 1 acre of land was 30 yuan, a standard price across several villages. This year, the Chen family rented a cart from Hu Yongji's brother-in-law. Old Lady Chen, ever the gossip, had pried into the affairs of Jiao Dapeng. Upon hearing the news, whose brother-in-law let out a long sigh, exclaiming, don't mention it. That scoundrel has run away, taking Zhang Yuna with him. Really? He fled? Old Lady Chen was taken aback, to which whose brother-in-law recounted the unfolding events. After the scandal involving Jiao Dapeng came to light, Hu Yongji demanded a divorce for his daughter and compensation from the Jiao family. The dowry and various forms of assistance provided to the Jiao family over the years amounted to at least 20,000 yuan, which Hu Yongji insisted they return in full. The Jiao family was impoverished, unable to even afford basic necessities, which explained why they had allowed their son to marry into the Hu family in the first place. The initial dowry of 10,000 yuan had long been squandered on building a new home and lavish living, leaving them without means to repay the Hu family. Jiao Dapeng, reluctant to return to his impoverished roots, wished to remain with the Hu family. However, the Hu family was resolute, refusing to accept him back under any circumstances, even threatening to break his third leg if he failed to repay his debts. With no other options, Jiao Dapeng sought refuge with the Zhang family, proposing a marriage to Zhang Yuna, reasoning that her reputation was already tarnished and she was carrying his child. After suffering a brutal beating from Hu Jing, Zhang Yuna's reputation was irreparably damaged. Her brothers, wishing to defend their sister, were thwarted by their wives, who deemed her a disgrace and forbade their husbands from intervening. Old Lady Zhang, incensed, fell ill and was taken home by her sons for care. Zhang Yuna relied on her brothers for support, leaving her with no means to assist Jiao Dapeng. Yet, as Jiao Dapeng pointed out, her reputation was irrevocably ruined. No one in Xia village would consider marrying her. The only path available to her was to marry Jiao Dapeng, to incite further hatred towards Hu Jing and evoke guilt from Jiao Dapeng. She falsely claimed that Hu Jing had caused her to lose their child. This strategy proved effective, fueling Jiao Dapeng's resentment towards the Hu family and solidifying his belief that he had been led to this point by temptation with no way out. Ultimately, 2 desperate souls conspired together and, under the cover of night, fled from Xia village. When the Hu family discovered the situation, they were infuriated and searched high and low in the Zhang and Jiao households, yet they could not locate the 2 individuals. It was the harvest season, and who had the manpower to search for missing persons? In the end, they could only let the matter rest unresolved. After hearing the gossip, the elderly Chen matriarch expressed her deep regret, clicking her tongue and lamenting the plight of the Hu Yongji family, who had no choice but to swallow their indignation. During dinner, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's disappointed demeanor, saying, "Mom, why are you so concerned about the affairs of others? Hasn't Chu Jun yet given you satisfaction?" The mention of Chu Jun brought a smile to the old lady's face, and she gave a thumbs up to her third son, stating, "You're quite clever, third son. I never anticipated that you would twist his arm like that. When he returns to plead with me, I finally understood that I was waiting for him all along. It was so gratifying when that scoundrel kowtowed to me. Mom, did you ultimately let him off the hook? Lu Zhen inquired curiously. I did, the old lady replied with a dismissive huff. One must leave a line for future encounters. After today's incident, the Shen family will certainly think twice before acting arrogantly towards us again. When your eldest sister goes to transfer her household registration, the village officials will be more accommodating and won't perceive us as heartless. Chen Zhuo shared this sentiment, praising his mother. Indeed, our mother possesses foresight. The old lady, feeling pleased, responded, just wait and see. After the family finished their meal, they gathered in the courtyard to shuck corn. Given the presence of the elderly and children, having a mound of corn in the yard made frequent trips to the restroom inconvenient. This time, the elderly couple also lent a hand, and several families sat amidst the corn pile, commencing their task. The corn cobs were tossed into a fence constructed from wooden boards and bricks, while the husks were collected together for kindling. Chen Zhuo sat beside Jiang Wan, observing her nimble hands as she deftly shucked a cob in less than a second. He felt a mix of surprise and concern. It was his previous idleness that compelled her to become such a skilled laborer. Feeling uncomfortable, Chen Zhuo gently nudged Jiang Wan with his shoulder and whispered, your hands must be sore, right? Jiang Wan turned to him, smiling brightly, and replied, not at all. Lu Zhen, being younger and restless, dashed about, and, upon witnessing Jiang Wan's swift work, couldn't help but praise her. My third sister-in-law is incredibly fast. She could match the two of us. The old matriarch, feeling guilty for her earlier remarks, readily agreed with Lu Zhen, saying, what else is there to say? Your third sister-in-law is capable of handling any task. You should learn from her. Lu Zhen nodded eagerly, grinning. All my sisters-in-law are my role models. Hearing her mother-in-law's praise, Jiang Wan continued her work with an even sweeter smile, shucking the corn husks with renewed vigor. Chen Zhuo observed his wife's reaction, chuckling helplessly to himself. He thought, this silly wife of mine has no idea that the squeaky will get the grease. Fortunately, we are family. Whether one works more or less does not matter. I worry, though, when she enters society, how many hardships her temperament will lead her to endure. To suffer for the sake of compassion is indeed a blessing. Yet Chen Zhuo possesses the ability to bestow fortune upon his wife without the need for sacrifice. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhuo would frequently take Ginger Wan's hand every 10 minutes or so, gently massaging it for a brief moment. Concerned that she might develop blisters or experience discomfort in her bones, his face would be adorned with tenderness and concern as he kneaded her hand. Ginger Wan, too embarrassed to voice her feelings for fear of being deemed overly sentimental by her mother-in-law, could only blush, her heart swelling with sweetness as she relished his tender ministrations. The old courtyard had been claimed, while the new courtyard remained vacant. After a long day of classes, Chen Ji and Chen Ping took Yang Yang to play in the new courtyard. Meanwhile, the adults busied themselves with work, while the children in the adjacent courtyard chattered excitedly. Suddenly, a loud telephone ring pierced the air, startling everyone in the courtyard. Chapter 92. The washer is precious. Costs 500. Madam Chen adored receiving phone calls. Yet the phone in her household seldom rang. Therefore, when it finally did, she hurriedly rushed inside to answer it. Hello? Who is this? The elderly woman spoke with such volume that everyone in the yard could hear her clearly, not to mention the person on the other end of the line. Chen Sheng was nearly deafened by the loudness, his head retreating far away as he took a moment to recover. Mom, it's me, Sheng. Could you lower your voice? Oh, Sheng, why are you calling so late? Have you been working all day without rest? Chen Sheng replied with a simple then inquired, is San still at home? Let him take the call. Madam Chen hesitated to ask too many questions over the phone, given the expense of the call. She quickly turned to summon Chen Zhuo from the yard. San, your second brother is on the phone. Hurry. Upon turning, she noticed that her 3 children had somehow gathered around, all eagerly staring at the receiver. With San still absent, Chen Ji boldly seized the telephone from Madam Chen. Uncle, it's me, Xiaoji. Chen Sheng, delighted to hear the child's voice, chuckled. Hey, why are you still awake? Don't you have school tomorrow? Before Chen Ji could respond, the phone was snatched by Chen Ping and held up to Xiao Yangyang's ear. Standing on tiptoes, the little one chirped, Yi. Hey, Chen Sheng replied with equal enthusiasm, no longer minding the volume, his tone brimming with affection. What is our Yangyang up to? Have you been thinking of Yi? Thinking of Yi. As Chen Zhuo entered the room, the 3 children were joyously engaged in the conversation, while Madam Chen stood to the side, her face adorned with a smile of delight. Chen Zhuo, too, was touched by the warmth of the scene and approached the children, affectionately ruffling their hair. All right, hand the phone to me. At that moment, the receiver was with Chen Ping, who promptly passed it to Chen Zhuo. Ergo, Chen Zhuo called out. San, has Zhao Yuan called you recently? Chen Sheng's voice retained the tenderness he had displayed with the children. Chen Zhuo was taken aback by the question. Zhao Yuan? He hasn't called. What's the matter? Didn't we agree to assign him the work at the health station? I heard that after Zhang Jinyu learned of this, he went back to find him. I've heard from Lao Niu and others that Zhang Jinyu has been begging Zhao Yuan all day long, and I fear that Zhao Yuan might relent and, out of old feelings, give him the drawing work. Chen Xing spoke with urgency, a hint of indignation in his tone. Upon hearing his brother's words, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of warmth in his heart, realizing that regardless of the grievances Ergo held against the family or his disdain towards him, they were still brothers, tightly bound in critical moments. It's all right, even if the work is given to Zhang Jinyu. The director at the health station wouldn't agree anyway. We need not rush. Ergo, how are things going with Zhou Bitian? That man is quite gullible. He believes everyone's words, so be careful. Chen Zhuo spoke gently, his tone devoid of the earlier awkwardness. On the opposite end, Chen Sheng let out a sound of acknowledgement, asking, why do you seem so familiar with him? Did you know each other before? Chen Zhuo, unable to speak the truth, hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Chen Sheng did not press further, but inquired instead about the autumn harvest at home. Can you manage it? I'm not going back. Zhou Bitian is paying me 4 yuan a day, and it's not worth it to lose work. We can manage it. Don't worry about home. Just take care of yourself, Chen Zhuo reassured. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the brothers ended the call. Chen's elderly mother, who had been eavesdropping, asked, what was that about? Why did your second brother call? It was about work. He worried that someone might take my job. So he just wanted to remind me. Chen Zhuo replied succinctly, turning to leave. Alarmed, his mother exclaimed, what? Who would want to take your work? It's nothing, Mom. I have it all under control. Let us go back and husk some corn. Chen Zhuo smiled. You're such a child. Why aren't you worried at all? The elderly lady sighed. In truth, he was not anxious, partly because he trusted Zhao Yuan's character. Although Zhao Yuan was simple-minded and soft-hearted, he had principles and would never collaborate again with those who had betrayed him. Additionally, the director of the health station had previously worked with him, and Zhang Jinyu's limited abilities would never attract their attention. No amount of pleading from Zhang Jinyu would change that. Chen Zhuo estimated that the work on the staff building would not commence until spring next year, and going without income for these few months was untenable. The 6,500 he had received last month was nearly spent, and the new house was nearing completion, yet he still needed to furnish it. The television in the elder brother's room was sufficient for now, but the priority was to purchase a washing machine to spare Jiang Wan from hand-washing clothes, which was both exhausting and harsh on her hands for the entire family's laundry. At that time, washing machines were not only expensive but also quite difficult to acquire. One had to rely on connections and favors to obtain one. Chen Zhuo thought of Deng Shankui, whose social standing would likely make it easy for him to buy a washing machine. However, Deng was excessively polite and always eager to help, and Chen Zhuo feared that if he mentioned it, Deng would refuse to accept any money. While working, Chen Zhuo pondered these matters, remaining silent the entire time, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. Jiang Wan observed him quietly, noting his unusual demeanor since returning from the call, which stirred a sense of worry within her. She feared he might be grappling with some difficulty or harboring concerns that he kept to himself, causing him distress. She bit her lip and, taking advantage of the others' inattention, extended her hand before Chen Zhuo, whispering, third brother, you haven't tea massaged my hands in ages. Chen Zhuo, noticing her hands reddened from husking corn, felt a pang of sympathy, grasping her hand gently to massage it. It's my fault for only thinking about the washing machine, he said softly. Upon hearing the words washing machine, Jiang Wan's eyes widened in surprise. A washing machine? What do you need that for, third brother? I want to buy one for our family, so you won't have to work so hard washing clothes, he explained. Jiang Wan immediately shook her head, insisting, no. I'm not tired. Washing machines are so expensive. My eldest sister has one. She said it cost nearly 500 yuan. Upon hearing Jiang Wan mention her elder sister from her maternal family, Chen Zhuo's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, this is something that Zhang's eldest sister could assist with. Her name, simply Qing, boasts an additional 3 dots over the Qing of her older brother. She works as an accountant at a state-owned enterprise in Shizhou City, a position that is both prestigious and secure, making her a potential ally in the acquisition of a washing machine. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhuo gently squeezed Jiang Wan's palm and inquired, "Xiao Wan, how much money do we have left?" Jiang Wan, sensing Chen Zhuo's intent, quickly responded without hesitation. "We are out of funds. Not even a single cent remains." Chapter 93. Jiang Wan's concerns. Each year during the autumn harvest, the village descends into a serene quietude. The adults toil in the fields, while the children attend school. Those remaining at home, tasked with guarding the household, are either husking corn or preparing meals for the little ones, all of them bustling about without a moment to spare for idle chatter. As a fortnight passed, with the Chen family's corn finally gathered, Chen Zhuo did not inquire with Jiang Wan about the remaining funds at home. He noticed that Jiang Wan had been avoiding him these past few days, seemingly reluctant to spend time alone with him, likely out of fear that he would question the household finances and the prospect of purchasing a washing machine. Chen Zhuo, a man of simple disposition, had been so preoccupied with spending money lately that he could scarcely estimate how much remained in their household. While he understood Jiang Wan's frugality, his concern for her welfare surpassed his own. The acquisition of a washing machine was imperative. Realizing that he would not be able to extract any funds from his wife, Chen Zhuo resolved to seek alternatives elsewhere. After ensuring that all the corn was properly stored, he planned to make a trip into town. Jiang Wan felt a sense of relief when Chen Zhuo finally ceased his relentless inquiries about the washing machine. In truth, she had over 600 yuan at her disposal, more than sufficient for the appliance, yet the family had numerous financial obligations. She was unwilling to allocate funds towards a washing machine. Instead, she contemplated purchasing a fine outfit and a pair of leather shoes for Chen Zhuo, as he frequently traveled to the city for work. She wished for him to dress respectably to avoid any disdain from others. Moreover, Yang Yang's teeth were not developing properly, and according to her elder sister, this was attributed to a calcium deficiency. It was advisable to provide the child with milk powder daily, not only to promote healthy teeth, but also to ensure a taller stature in the future. However, milk powder was an expensive commodity. City dwellers often struggled to afford it. Priced at 5 yuan per pound, one package lasted only a short time, necessitating 2 packages per month, totaling 10 yuan. With the household finances slightly more manageable now, Jiang Wan was determined to buy milk powder for Yang Yang. She could endure hardship herself, but wished to spare her husband and child from unnecessary suffering. The Chen family, being numerous and living closely together, faced challenges as Chen Zhuo lacked his own yard. The collective harvest from 3 families needed to be stored in a single courtyard. Due to limited space, the corn stacks had to be piled exceptionally high. Inclement weather would risk spoilage if not adequately covered, resulting in waste. This year, however, with the addition of 2 courtyards, the situation had improved significantly. Half of the harvest was placed in the old yard, while the other half occupied the new one. Arranged neatly side by side, the sight of 2 bountiful and robust stacks of corn inspired genuine joy. Hoping for a favorable price when the grain was sold, the Chen family had traditionally been among the first to sell their corn in the village, motivated by their financial struggles. However, this year was different. Chen Zhuo planned to wait until the spring to sell, confident that the corn would be well-dried and fetch a higher price. Unbeknownst to him, the family had gradually begun to heed Chen Zhuo's counsel, and when he suggested selling in the spring, they all nodded in agreement. Once the autumn harvest concluded, Chen Zhuo accompanied his elder sister, Chen Ling, to handle the process of relocating their household registration. The Chen family, residing over 30 miles away in Xinjiang, posed logistical challenges for travel, prompting Chen Zhuo to borrow a bicycle from the village head. At the break of dawn, before the sun had fully risen, Chen Zhuo and Chen Ling rose early, intending to make their way to Xinjiang. The village of Xinjiang was populated by individuals of the same surname, with numerous relatives connected through winding paths. The last time Xin Yufeng had suffered a significant setback there, Jang Wan was fearful of retaliation and had repeatedly urged Chen Zhuo to exercise caution. In an effort to reassure her, Chen Zhuo made several promises, saying, "Do not worry. Not everyone is as unreasonable as the Xin Yufeng family. My sister and I will go directly to the village committee to register our household, and we will bring the village chief along to retrieve the household registration book. They will not dare to cause a scene." Chen Ling nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, the village chief is a reasonable person. Rest assured, neither I nor the third brother will come to harm." Jiang Wan responded with a hum, her gaze lingering on Chen Zhuo, hesitant and still unconvinced. Noticing her concern, Chen Zhuo smiled helplessly and turned to Chen Ling, saying, "Sister, why don't you put on another layer? I worry it might be cold when we return. Chen Ling, perceptive as ever, recognized that her younger brother was trying to send her away. She smiled coyly, replying, "No need, I'm not cold. I'll just step outside for a moment." With that, she turned and went out the door to use the restroom. As soon as Chen Ling left, Chen Zhuo embraced Jiang Wan, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. "I promise I won't initiate any conflict. Trust me, all right?" Jiang Wan responded, "It's not that I doubt your ability to handle yourself. I'm just concerned about you getting hurt. Now that every household has finished harvesting, the village is full of idle folks. What if they rally together to confront you? Perhaps you should call fourth brother and eldest brother to accompany you?" Jiang Wan's apprehension stemmed not from a lack of faith in Chen Zhuo, but rather from a mistrust of her sister-in-law's family, who she feared might resort to violence despite Chen Zhuo's logical arguments. Understanding her worries, Chen Zhuo gently stroked her head, speaking softly as one would to a child. "There's no need for that. Fourth brother is out with the truck today, and eldest brother has been preoccupied lately. It's best not to disturb him. I can handle this on my own. Have complete faith that your husband will resolve this matter without resorting to violence." Seeing his confidence, Jang Wan reluctantly nodded and softly said, "Then I will wait for you both to return." Chen Zhuo squeezed her hand and smiled, affirming her sentiment. Given the long journey ahead, which would likely take them 2 hours, Jiang Wan did not wish to delay him further and urged him to depart promptly. At that moment, Chen Ling reemerged from the restroom, standing at the entrance waiting for Chen Zhuo. Jiang Wan bid them farewell, waving her hand as she watched the siblings leave. Chen Zhuo, vigorous and robust, hardly felt fatigued after toiling for over half a month in the fields. Now, as he pedaled the bicycle with his sister, who weighed approximately 100 pounds, he found it effortless. Chen Ling, seated on the rear seat, cheerfully adjusted the clothing that had slipped from her brother's waist, softly saying, "Third brother, you truly are quite sensible. It's wonderful. Don't be misled by our father's silence. He is always concerned for you, fearing that you might get into trouble. Now that you've shown maturity, he can rest easy, and both you and Jiang Wan will have hope for the future." Chen Zhuo felt a pang in his heart at his sister's words and responded with a heavy sigh of acknowledgement. In his previous life, the old man was consumed by resentment over the deaths of Xiao Wan and Yang Yang, blaming himself for forsaking a good life and for driving the two of them to their tragic fate. After a harsh self-reproach, he resolutely refused to speak to anyone. Even when Chen Zhuo became prosperous and offered his parents a grand estate larger than that of Xiao village, the old man stubbornly remained in his humble village. It was only as he approached the end of his days that he gently patted Chen Zhuo's hand and, in a feeble voice, said, "My dear third son, I will go down to find them. I shall seek forgiveness for you from their souls. If they are willing to forgive you, I will implore the old Buddha to grant you another chance in your next life. When that time comes, you must cherish them well." Chapter 94. The man in love with my elder sister. The spring and autumn seasons in northeast China are fleeting. As autumn concludes, the chill in the air intensifies day by day, particularly during the early morning and evening. Today, the wind is quite strong, and the journey to Shenzhen is against the gusts. After an hour of cycling, Chen Zhuo begins to feel weary. He slows his pace, reminiscing about events from a past life, and his mood inevitably darkens. Noticing her younger brother's sudden despondence, Chen Ling assumes her previous comments may have struck a nerve. She gently nudges Chen Zhuo's back and inquires, "Tired? Let me take a turn on the bike." "No need," he replies. "What's the matter? Did my words upset you?" Seeing her misunderstanding, Chen Zhuo quickly smiles. "Sister, without you, I would cherish whatever you say. Whether you scold or berate me, I welcome it all." Chen Ling chuckles at his response. "You silly boy, I merely want you to appreciate the present. A harmonious family brings prosperity. You and your partner are affectionate. Your life will only flourish. If you both are well, it eases my worries." As they approach a steep incline, Chen Ling dismounts her bicycle. Chen Zhuo follows suit, pushing his bike up the hill while grinning at her. "Sister, while I relieve your concerns, you cannot be idle either. You must keep a close watch on the fourth. He is young and impulsive, easily swayed by temptation. Last time, he nearly fell for that Zhang Yuna." Chen Ling's heart skips a beat upon hearing this. What did the fourth do with Zhang Yuna? Nothing serious, but he was quite enchanted by her calling him brother. Fortunately, the incident with Jiao Dapeng was exposed in time. Otherwise, that young lad would have been led astray by her charms. Chen Zhuo speaks with a nonchalant tone. Yet his thoughts drift to the previous life when the fourth insisted on divorcing Lu Zhen to marry Zhang Yuna. It was only after Zhang Yuna claimed to be pregnant that the fourth caused an uproar, insisting he must take responsibility for her and the child she bore. However, the Chen family restrained Xinli from pursuing a divorce. Not long after, Zhang Yuna suffered a miscarriage, leading to turmoil in the Zhang family, for which they demanded compensation from the Chens as though their son had wronged their daughter. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhuo feels a chill run down his spine. Was it possible that in the previous life, after manipulating Jiao Daping, Zhang Yuna sought to ensnare his brother as well? Was her pretense of pregnancy solely a ruse for financial gain rather than an earnest wish to marry the fourth? How brazen she was in her pursuit of wealth. This realization sends a shiver of apprehension through Chen Zhuo. Thankfully, the matter was uncovered early. Otherwise, his brother might have fallen into her gentle trap once more. Fuming at the revelation, Chun Ling clenches her teeth. That foolish boy. After so many years of growing up with Lu Zhan, not only did she accept him despite his poverty, but he dares to entertain other notions? Upon my return, I shall certainly give him a piece of my mind. Chen Zhuo, reveling in the unfolding drama, replies, I think that sounds splendid. With an elder sister to oversee things, it feels reassuring. As the siblings continue their banter, the journey seems to pass swiftly, and by the time they reach Shinjiatin, it is just past 8 o'clock. They head directly to the commune. The village chief of Shinjiatin, though not yet 40, possesses a robust and striking appearance. His stature may not be tall, yet his physique is notably sturdy, radiating vitality. Upon seeing Chen Ling, a smile graced his face, and he turned to Chen Zhuo, inquiring, Oh, when did you return? Is this your brother? Chen Ling, smiling, nodded and introduced. This is our village chief. Chief, this is Chen Zhuo, my younger brother. Chen Zhuo extended his hand, introducing himself with a tone of humility. The village chief, beaming, shook his hand and said, No need for such formality. Just call me Shen Pingzhou. I remember you. We met when you brought your sister back. Our village chief has an excellent memory, Chen Ling remarked cheerfully. Chen Zhuo, listening to their exchange, felt a sense of amusement, reflecting inwardly, Oh, my foolish sister. Despite your clever heart, there are moments of obliviousness. This village chief does not simply remember everyone. He has harbored a secret affection for you for years, recalling only matters closely related to you. After their elder sister tragically took her own life by drowning, the Chen family informed the Shen family of the sad news. Not a single member from her in-laws attended the funeral, dismissing her suicide as a sin, unworthy to be buried alongside their son, instructing the Chen family to make their own arrangements for her burial. At that time, Chen Zhuo had already discerned the callousness of the Shen family, knowing them to be devoid of virtue. However, unexpectedly, it was Shen Pingzhou who came. At that juncture, Chen Zhuo had not yet emerged from the devastation of losing his wife and daughter and was now bereft of his most respected elder sister. His heart was heavy with sorrow as he knelt in vigil before her spirit for countless nights. Shen Pingzhou joined him, standing guard by her side for 2 nights. And on the 3rd day, with a pallid complexion, he helped to send her off on her final journey. During those days, although Shen Pingzhou spoke little, Chen Zhuo perceived the depth of his affection for his sister. Later, after Chen Zhuo achieved success, when he returned to Shinjiatin to confront his sister's unjust in-laws, it was Shen Pingzhou who intervened, preventing him from demolishing the Shen family home. Chen Zhuo recalled Shen Pingzhou's calm demeanor as he counseled him. This is the place where your sister once lived. She would not wish to see you act in this manner. If you desire her to find no peace in death, then proceed as you wish. Thus, the obstinate desire for vengeance within Chen Zhuo was quelled by his wise counsel. From that point onward, Chen Zhuo and Shen Pingzhou began to forge a connection, their conversations invariably revolving around Chen Ling. Shen Pingzhou confessed to Chen Zhuo that he had long cherished feelings for Chen Ling, sentiments so deeply etched into his very being that they had become intertwined with his daily existence. Each day, as he passed by the entrance of Chen Ling's home on his way to the commune, he would habitually glance into the yard, where she would either be cooking or tidying up. The sight of her brought him a sense of tranquility. If he could find a reason to exchange a few words with her, his spirits would soar for the entire day. The days when Chen Ling returned to Xia village were particularly arduous for Shen Pingzhou. In her absence, he would often gaze longingly toward the village entrance. And when she finally returned, his heart would swell with indescribable joy. He further remarked that the inhabitants of Shinjiatin unanimously praised Chen Ling, extolling her amiable disposition and exceptional capabilities, as she diligently attended to her late husband's parents with utmost consideration. Yet, such a commendable individual met an untimely demise, tragically ending her life in such a harrowing manner. Shen Pingzhou confided in Chen Zhuo that he was plagued by daily regrets. lamenting his failure to express his affections while Chen Ling was alive. He was acutely aware of the hardship she endured in her marital home, yet he merely stood by, paralyzed by cowardice, unwilling to extend a helping hand to rescue her from her plight.